i.e., the uniting in one enterprise of various forms of production which constitute either consecutive stages in the working up of a raw material, example metallurgical combines, which unite the mining of the ore, the smelting of the pig iron, the conversion of the iron into steel and the manufacture of rolled articles, or which are auxiliary to one another, example use of byproducts of an industry. Combination gives the large enterprises still greater preponderance in the competitive struggle. At a certain level of development, the concentration of production brings about monopoly in real earnest. A few dozen giant concerns can more easily come to an agreement amongst themselves than can hundreds and thousands of small ones. On the other hand, in the process of competitive struggle which is played out among themselves by the largest concerns, victory goes to the industrial giants which dispose of enormous amounts of profit, and monopoly ensures high profits. Thus free competition gives place to monopoly. This changeover constitutes the economic essence of imperialism. The bringing about of monopoly by concentration of production is a regular feature of the present stage of capitalist production. Monopoly means an agreement, alliance, or association between capitalists who concentrate in their hands the production and sale of a substantial part of the production of one or a number of branches, in order to fix high prices for commodities and obtain monopolist high profits. Sometimes monopolies are individual very large concerns which occupy a dominant position in a particular branch of industry. The simplest forms of monopoly are short-term agreements about selling prices. These are known by a variety of names, conventions, corners, rings, etc. More advanced forms of monopoly are cartels, syndicates, trusts and concerns. A cartel is a monopolistic alliance, the partners in which agree on conditions of sale and terms of payment, divide the markets amongst themselves, decide the quantity of goods to be produced, and fix prices. The quantity of goods which each partner in a cartel is allowed to produce and sell is called his quota. Exceeding the quota is punished by payment of a fine to the common fund of the cartel. A syndicate is a monopoly organization in which the sale of goods, and sometimes also the purchase of raw material, is effected through a common office. A trust is a monopoly in which the ownership of all the enterprises is unified, their owners having become shareholders who draw profit in accordance with the number of shares they hold. A trust is headed by a management which is in charge of all production, sale of goods and finance in respect of the previously independent enterprises. Trusts frequently form part of wider unions called concerns. A concern is an association of a number of enterprises in different branches of industry, commercial firms, banks, transport, and insurance companies, based upon common financial dependence on a particular group of very big capitalists. Monopolies occupy the commanding heights in the economies of the capitalist countries. They embrace heavy industry and also many branches of light industry, railway and river transport, banks, home and foreign trade, and have also brought agriculture under their yoke. Iron and steel production in the USA is dominated by 8 monopolies which in 1953 controlled 83% of all the country's steel production capacity. The two largest of them, the United States Steel Corporation and the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, disposed of 49% of the total productive capacity. The oldest monopoly in the USA is the Petroleum Trust, Standard Oil. In the motor car industry, 3 firms are of decisive importance: General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. In the electrical engineering industry, the dominant position is occupied by 2 firms, General Electric and Westinghouse. The chemical industry is controlled by the DuPont de Nemours concern and the aluminium industry by the Mellon concern. In Britain, the role played by monopoly associations grew especially after the First World War, when cartel associations arose in the textile, coal, and iron and steel industries and in a number of new industries. Imperial Chemical Industries controls about 9/10 of the total production of basic chemicals, about 2/5 of that of dyes, and almost the entire production of nitrogen in the country. It is closely connected with the principal branches of British industry and in particular with armaments concerns. In Germany, cartels became widespread at the end of last century. In the period between the 2 world wars, the country was dominated by the Steel Trust, Vereinigte Stahlwerke, which employed about 200,000 manual and clerical workers, the coal monopolies, the Krupp Arms concern, and the General Electric, AEG, and Siemens electrical equipment concerns. In Western Germany in 1952 the large joint stock companies, those with capital in excess of 10 million marks, held 74% of all the capital of joint stock companies. By 1955 their share of total share capital had grown to 80%. In the mining industry the largest firms owned 90% of all the share capital, in iron and steel 81%, and in the oil industry 99%. The capitals of the three companies which succeeded the Chemical Trust were 3 times as large as the capitals of all the remaining companies in the chemical industry of Western Germany. In the electrical engineering industry 8 large firms owned 82% of the share capital. 2 of the largest of them, General Electric, AEG, and Siemens, together with the firms under their control, possess 75% of all the share capital in the electrical engineering industry. In France at the present time the entire production of aluminium is concentrated in the hands of a single company. One firm controls 80% of the entire production of dyestuffs, 75% of shipbuilding is in the hands of 2 companies. 3 companies control 72% of the cement industry, 90% of the manufacture of rubber tires, 65% of the sugar industry. In enterprises belonging to 4 companies are produced 96% of the total output of cars. 5 companies control 70 to 75% of all steel production, 90% of oil refining, and 50% of cotton textiles. In Italy, in Japan, and even in such small countries as Belgium, Sweden and Switzerland, monopoly organizations hold the commanding heights in industry. In pre-revolutionary Russia large monopolies embraced first of all the chief branches of heavy industry. The Prodamit Syndicate, Association for Sale of the Products of Metallurgical Enterprises, which arose in 1902, controlled the marketing of more than 4/5 of Russia's iron and steel output. In 1904 the Prodvagon Syndicate was organized. This held an almost complete monopoly of the production and marketing of railway trucks. A syndicate of the same kind united the locomotive-making works. The Produgol Syndicate was formed in 1904 by the largest coal enterprises of the Donbass, which belonged to French and Belgian capital. It embraced 3/4 of the entire coal output of the Donbass. Bourgeois economists, trying to whitewash present-day capitalism, affirm that the spread of monopoly tends to cure the bourgeois system of such evils as competition, anarchy of production and crises. In fact, however, not only can imperialism not eliminate competition, anarchy of production and crises, but it renders still more acute all the contradictions of capitalism. Lenin showed that imperialism is incapable of reconstructing capitalism from top to bottom. Alongside the predominant role of monopolies there continue to exist in all capitalist countries numerous medium and small enterprises and masses of petty producers, peasants and craftsmen. The monopolies formed in certain branches of industry intensify the chaotic character which is inherent in capitalist economy as a whole. The monopolies, which have grown out of free competition, do not eliminate the latter but exist over it and alongside of it, and thereby give rise to a number of very acute, intense antagonisms, frictions and conflicts. Lenin, Imperialism, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume I, pt. 2, p. 524. First, competition does not cease inside the monopolies. The members of syndicates and cartels fight among themselves for the most profitable markets and for the largest share, quota, of production and sales. Within the trusts and concerns a struggle goes on over the managing positions, over the controlling interests and over the distribution of profits. Secondly, competition goes on between the monopolies, both between monopolies in one and the same branch and between monopolies in different branches which supply each other with goods, example the steel and motor car trusts, or which produce goods that can be substituted for one another, coal, petroleum, Electrical power. Under conditions of a limited capacity of the internal market, the monopolies which produce consumer goods wage a ferocious struggle for outlets for their goods. Thirdly, competition goes on between the monopolies and the enterprises outside the monopolies. The monopolist branches stand in a privileged position relative to others. The monopolies take all possible measures to strangle outsider, pirate enterprises which do not form part of the monopoly associations. The dominance of monopoly imparts to the competitive struggle a particularly destructive and predatory character. The monopolies unleash for the purpose of strangling a rival all possible methods of direct coercion, bribery, and blackmail, resort to complicated financial intrigues, and make extensive use of the state apparatus. The dominance of monopoly leads to further socialization of production. But the fruits of this socialization fall into the hands of a few monopolists, whose oppression of the remainder of the population becomes particularly heavy. There takes place a further deepening of the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, as a result of which crises become still more devastating. Concentration and monopoly in banking. The new role of the banks. Our conception of the actual power and importance of present-day monopoly cannot be sufficiently complete unless note be taken of the role of the banks. The concentration of capital and the transition from free competition to monopoly take place in banking as in industry. At first the banks served mainly as intermediaries for payments. With the development of capitalism, the activity of the banks as traders in capital became more extensive. The accumulation of capital and concentration of production in industry led to the concentration in the banks of enormous amounts of spare money seeking profitable application. The share of the large-scale banks in the total amount of bank turnover steadily grew. In banking as in industry, concentration leads to monopoly. By means of share purchases, granting of credit, etc., the largest banks subject the small ones to themselves. Once having acquired a monopoly position, the big banks conclude agreements among themselves about the division of spheres of influence. Monopoly unions of banks are formed. Each union of this kind rules over dozens and sometimes even of smaller banks, which become in fact branches of the big ones. Through a widespread network of branches, the big banks gather together in their safes the resources of a great number of enterprises. Nearly all the money capital of the capitalist class and the savings of other strata of the population are placed at the disposal of small groups of banking magnates. In the 33 years before the First World War, 1880 to 1913, the mere increase in the total of deposits in the banking systems of the four largest capitalist states, the USA, Germany, Britain, and France, amounted to 127 milliard marks. From then onward the increase in deposits was still more rapid, in a period less than half as long, from 1913 to 1928, deposits in these countries grew by 183 milliard marks. In the USA the share taken by the 20 largest banks in the total deposits of all the banks was in 1915, percenter in 1929 19, percenter in 1939 27, percenter, and in 1952 29, percenter. The total number of commercial banks in the USA declined between 1920 and the end of 1954 from 30,000 to 14,400. In Britain the total balances of the five biggest banks amounted in 1900 to 28, percenter in 1916 to 37, percenter in 1929 to 73, percenter, and in 1952 to 79, percenter of the total balances of all the British banks of deposit. In France in 1952 6 banks of deposit held 66, percenter of the total deposits in all the French banks. In Germany on the eve of the First World War, about one-half of the total deposits in all the banks were concentrated in the big Berlin banks, and in 1929 to 32 2/3. The concentration of industry and the formation of banking monopolies leads to an essential alteration in mutual relations between the banks and industry. As the size of enterprises grows, ever greater becomes the importance of the large-scale, long-term credits granted by the banks to the industrial capitalists. The growth in the amount of deposits placed at the disposal of the banks creates extensive possibilities for such long-term investment of banking resources in industry. The most widespread form in which the money resources of the banks are invested in industry is the purchase of shares in various enterprises. The banks facilitate the formation of joint stock enterprises by undertaking the reorganization of private capitalist enterprises into joint stock companies and the formation of new joint stock companies. Promotion. The sale and purchase of shares is carried out to an ever-increasing extent through the medium of the banks. The interests of the banks and of the industrial enterprises become merged ever closer and closer. When a bank finances a few large enterprises in a particular branch of industry, it becomes interested in monopolistic agreements between these enterprises and facilitates such agreements. In this way the banks greatly intensify and accelerate the process of concentration of capital and formation of monopolies. The transformation of the banks from modest intermediaries into a handful of all-powerful monopolists is one of the fundamental processes of the transition from the capitalism of the epoch of free competition to monopoly capitalism. Finance capital and the financial oligarchy. As a result of the banks becoming joint owners of industrial, commercial and transport enterprises and acquiring their shares and bonds, and of industrial monopolies in their turn possessing shares in the banks connected with them, an interweaving of monopoly banking and industrial capital takes place and a new kind of capital arises: finance capital. Finance capital is the capital of banking and industrial monopolies which has become knit together into one. The epoch of imperialism is the epoch of finance capital. Defining finance capital, Lenin emphasized three factors of primary importance: the concentration of production, the monopolies arising therefrom, the merging or coalescence of the banks with industry. Such is the history of the rise of finance capital, and such is the content of this term. Lenin, Imperialism, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume I, pt 2, p. 478. The coalescence of bank capital with industrial capital is strikingly expressed in the personal union of the heads of the banking and industrial monopolies. The same persons head the largest monopoly associations in banking, industry, commerce, and the other branches of capitalist economy. In Germany before the First World War, the six biggest Berlin banks had their representatives serving as directors of 344 industrial enterprises and as members of 407 more, 751 companies in all. On the other hand, 51 of the biggest industrialists were members of the governing bodies of these six banks. Later on, this personal union developed still further. In 1932 there were 70 of the biggest industrialists on the governing bodies of the three principal Berlin banks. In the USA in 1950 a narrow group made up of 400 industrialists and bankers occupied one-third of the 3,705 of the directors' posts in 250 of the largest corporations, joint stock companies, possessing 42% of all the capital in the country. In every capitalist country a small handful of the biggest bankers and industrial monopolists hold in their grasp all the vitally important branches of the economy and dispose of the overwhelming bulk of social wealth. Management by capitalist monopolies inevitably becomes the rule of a finance oligarchy. The Greek word oligarchy means literally the rule of a few. Imperialism is marked by the omnipotence of the monopoly trusts and syndicates, the banks, and the finance oligarchy in the developed capitalist countries. The domination of the finance oligarchy is effected in the economic sphere above all by means of the so-called holding system. This means that a big financier or group of financiers controls the principal joint stock company, the parent company, which heads the concern. This company in its turn, through owning the controlling interests in them, dominates the daughter companies which depend on it, granddaughter companies are similarly situated, and so on. By means of this system the financial bosses are able to control vast sums of the capital of others. By means of a widely ramified system of holdings, the 8 biggest financial groups in the U.S.A. Morgan, Rockefeller, Kuhn Loeb, Mellon, DuPont, and the Chicago, Cleveland and Boston groups occupy the dominant position in that country's whole economy. The Morgan Group's sphere of influence in 1948 embraced banks and corporations with a total capital of $55 million. The Rockefeller Group controlled $26.7 million, the DuPont Group $6.5 million and the Mellon Group $6 million. In 1955 the total number of corporations in the USA exceeded 660,000. Over 75% of the total amount of the assets of all corporations was concentrated, by means of the holding system, in the hands of 66 milliardaire corporations, i.e., corporations with assets of $1 million and upwards, which dispose directly of 28.3% of the total amount of assets. The finance oligarchy, making use of its effective monopoly position, obtains vast and ever-growing amounts of profit from promotion, i.e., the creation of joint stock companies, from issuing shares and bonds, from floating state loans and from profitable state orders. Finance capital, concentrated in a few hands, levies an ever-increasing tribute from society. The financial oligarchy rules in the political sphere too. Both the internal and external policies of the bourgeois states are subordinated to the self-interest of the biggest monopolies. Export of capital. Characteristic of pre-monopoly capitalism, in which free competition was predominant, was the export of goods. Characteristic of imperialist capitalism, with the domination of monopoly, became the export of capital. The export of capital is undertaken for the purpose of obtaining higher profits. It occurs in two main forms, either by the making of loans to governments, towns, and banks mother countries, or by the establishing abroad of industrial, commercial and banking enterprises, obtaining of concessions, building of railway lines, and also the buying up cheap of already existing enterprises in countries weakened, for example, by war. The export of capital is caused, first, by the domination of monopoly in all the countries of developed capitalism and, second, by the monopoly position of a few rich countries in which the accumulation of capital has attained very great dimensions. A vast superabundance of capital came into being in these countries on the threshold of the 20th century. The superabundance of capital in developed capitalist countries is negative in character, for the low standard of living of the masses in these countries sets limits to the further growth of production, and the lagging of agriculture behind industry becomes increasingly marked, together with the unevenness of development of various branches of economy generally. If only capitalism could raise up agriculture and could increase the standard of living of the working masses, then there could be no question of a superabundance of capital. But then capitalism would not be capitalism, for both unevenness of development and a semi-starvation standard of living for the mass of the population are fundamental conditions and prerequisites of this mode of production. The superabundance of capital in capitalistically developed countries is thus only relative. The necessity for exporting capital arises from the fact that in a few countries capitalism has become overripe and, owing to the backward state of agriculture and the impoverished state of the masses, capital cannot find a field for profitable investment. Lenin, Imperialism, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume I, pt 2, p.495. In its search for maximum profits, surplus capital hastens abroad. Capital is exported predominantly to backward countries, in which there is little capital, wages are low, raw material is cheap, and the price of land is comparatively small. In these countries monopoly capital is able to obtain and does actually obtain vast profits. The export of capital is closely connected with the growth in the export of commodities. The monopolies which export capital usually press their goods upon the debtor countries on conditions profitable to themselves. Foreign monopolies seize control of markets and sources of new material in debtor countries. Capital is exported not only to backward countries but also to industrially developed ones. This happens during the period of especially rapid development of such countries, which creates a demand for an influx of capital from abroad, example USA before the First World War, or else when they are weakened as a result of war, Germany after the First World War, the Western European capitalist countries after the Second World War. Bourgeois economists and politicians depict the export capital as aid and a boon allegedly conferred by the developed capitalist countries on backward peoples. In fact, the export of capital, while hastening the development of capitalist relations in backward countries, conduces at the same time to the all-round enslavement and plundering of these countries by alien monopolists. Export of capital provides one of the bases for the system of imperialist oppression, in which a few rich usurer countries exploit the greater part of the world. As a result of the export of capital, the world is divided into a handful of usurer states and a gigantic majority of debtor states. The export of capital has important consequences for the capital exporting countries. These countries on the one hand multiply their wealth and strengthen their position on the world market. They receive from abroad a continual flow of surplus value in the form of interest on loans or profits from overseas enterprises. On the other hand, stagnation in the industrial development of the capital exporting countries themselves not infrequently sets in. One of the chief results of the export of capital is a growth of rivalry between the powers, a struggle for the most profitable spheres of investment of capital. Down to the First World War, the principal countries exporting capital were Britain, France, and Germany. Their capital investments abroad amounted to 175 to 200 milliard francs, Britain 75-100 milliard, France 60 milliard, Germany 44 milliard. Export of capital from the USA did not as yet play any great role, amounting to less than 10 milliard francs. After the First World War, very great changes took place in world export of capital. Germany lost her capital invested abroad. The foreign investments of Britain and France were substantially reduced and the export of capital from the USA increased markedly. In 1929 the USA almost drew equal to Britain in the size of its foreign investments. After the Second World War, the export of capital from the USA grew still more. By the end of 1949, American capital investments abroad exceeded the total of overseas capital investments of all the rest of the capitalist states put together. The total amount of American capital invested abroad grew from $2.4 million in 1939 to $39.5 million at the end of 1953. The total amount of British capital investments abroad fell from £3.5 million in 1938 to £2 million in 1951. Economic division of the world between alliances of capitalists. International monopolies. As the export of capital grows and as the foreign connections and spheres of influence of the biggest monopolies expand, conditions arise for the division of the world market among them. International monopolies are formed. International monopolies are agreements concluded between the biggest monopolies of various countries on the division of markets, price policy, and the volume of production. The formation of international monopolies means the attainment of a new level of concentration of production and capital, incomparably higher than before. Many international monopolies are formed with the very active participation of capitalist states, and are among the most important methods of economic expansion. Defenders of international monopolies try to present them as instruments of peace, alleging that international agreements between monopolists can settle by peaceful means the contradictions which arise between imperialist groups and countries. Such assertions have nothing in common with reality. In fact, the economic division of the world between international monopolies is carried out in accordance with the strength of the parties, while the strength of the various monopoly groups undergoes changes. Each of them wages an unceasing struggle to enlarge its share and expand its sphere of monopoly exploitation. Changes in the balance of forces inevitably bring in their train intensification of the struggle for redivision of markets, and sharpening of the contradictions between the different groups and the states supporting them. International agreements between monopolists are notorious for their instability, and bear within them the seeds of inevitable conflicts. International monopolies began to arise in the 1860s ADS. Towards the end of last century their total number did not amount to more than 40. On the eve of the First World War there were reckoned to be about 100 international cartels, and before the Second World War their number had risen to more than 300. Even before the First World War the petroleum market was in practice divided between the American Standard Oil Trust, controlled by Rockefeller, and the Royal Dutch Shell concern in which British capital wielded preponderant influence. The market for electrical equipment was shared between two monopoly firms, the German General Electric Company, AEG, and the American General Electric Corporation, controlled by the Morgan Group. International monopoly agreements embraced even such fields as the production of armaments. The largest firms engaged in the manufacture of arms, Armstrong Vickers in Britain, Schneider Kraussat in France, Krupp in Germany, Bofors in Sweden, were linked together by a multitude of ties over a very long period. International monopolies played a big part in preparing the Second World War. The largest monopolies in the USA, Britain, and France, connected by cartel agreements with the German trusts, inspired and guided the policy of the ruling circles of these countries, a policy of encouraging and instigating Hitlerite aggression, which led to war. After the Second World War, a series of international monopolies were formed to guarantee the economic and military interests of American imperialism. This is the function, for instance, of the so-called European Coal and Steel Union, embracing Western Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, Holland, and Luxembourg. Completion of the territorial division of the world among the great powers and the struggle to redivide it. Along with the economic division of the world between alliances of capitalists, and in connection with it, there takes place a territorial division of the world among the bourgeois states, a struggle for mastery over foreign lands, a struggle for colonies and semi-colonies. Colonies is the name given to countries which have been deprived of state independence and have become possessions of imperialist metropolitan states. Semi-colonies is the name given to economically underdeveloped countries which are objects of colonial exploitation on the part of imperialist powers and are economically and politically dependent on these states but retain formal independence. Besides colonies and semi-colonies, there exist in the period of imperialism a great variety of types of dependent countries whose degree of dependence varies and is subject to all sorts of changes. Typical of this epoch is not only the two main groups of countries, those owning colonies, and colonies, but also the diverse forms of dependent countries which, officially, are politically independent, but in fact are enmeshed in the net of financial and diplomatic dependence. V1. Lenin, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Selected Works, 1950, Volume I, pt 2, p. 521. Defenders of the bourgeoisie depict imperialist rule over the colonies as a civilizing mission, having the aim of leading backward peoples onto the path of progress and independent development. In reality, imperialism dooms the colonial and dependent countries to economic backwardness, and hundreds of millions of the inhabitants of these countries are doomed to suffer unheard of oppression and slavery, lack of rights and poverty, hunger and ignorance. The seizure of colonies by the imperialist powers leads to unprecedented worsening of national oppression and racial discrimination. In Lenin's phrase, capitalism was transformed in its imperialist phase from the liberator of nations, which it had been in the period of struggle against feudalism, into a monstrous oppressor of nations. As early as the middle of the 18th century, Britain enslaved India, a country of most rich natural resources and with a population which in numbers many times exceeded that of the metropolis. In the middle of the 19th century, the USA seized extensive territories belonging to its neighbor Mexico, and in the following decades established its domination over a number of countries of Latin America. In the 1860s-70s, the colonial possessions of the European countries still occupied a comparatively small part of the overseas territories. In the last quarter of the 19th century, in the period of transition to the monopoly stage of capitalism, the map of the world underwent radical changes. All the developed capitalist countries followed the oldest colonial power, Britain, on the road of territorial conquest. France became a great colonial power towards the end of the 19th century, with possessions amounting to 3.7 million square miles. Germany seized 1 million square miles of territory with 14.7 million inhabitants, Belgium 900,000 square miles with 30 million inhabitants. The USA conquered the most important foothold in the Pacific Ocean, the Philippines, together with Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, Hawaii, and Samoa, besides subjecting de facto a number of countries of South and Central America. Between 1876 and 1914 the so-called Great Powers conquered about 10 million square miles of territory, which was 1.5 times the area of the metropolitan countries themselves. A number of countries were reduced to semi-colonial dependence on the imperialist states, China, with its population amounting to about a quarter of all mankind, and likewise Turkey and Persia, Iran. By the beginning of the First World War more than half of humanity was under the rule of the colonial powers. The imperialists establish and maintain their power over the colonies by methods of deceit and coercion, utilizing the superiority of their military technique. The history of colonial policy is an unbroken chain of wars of conquest and punitive expeditions against the enslaved peoples, and also of bloody clashes between the countries possessing colonies. Lenin called the War of the United States against Spain in 1898 the first war of the imperialist type, marking the beginning of the epoch of imperialist wars. The revolt of the Filipino people against their conquerors was cruelly put down by the American forces. Towards the beginning of the 20th century the divisions of the world was complete. The colonial policy of the capitalist countries had led to the conquest of all the lands not hitherto occupied by the imperialists. No more free lands remained, a situation had been created in which every fresh conquest presupposed wresting territory from its owner. The completion of the division of the world placed on the order of the day the struggle to redivide it. The struggle to redivide the already divided world is one of the fundamental distinguishing features of monopoly capitalism. This struggle eventually takes the form of a struggle for world domination, and inevitably leads to imperialist wars on a world scale. Imperialist wars and arms races bring very heavy privations upon the peoples of all the capitalist countries and cost millions of human lives. At the same time wars and militarization of the economy are profitable matters for the monopolies, bringing them particularly high profits. The basic economic law of monopoly capitalism. As already mentioned, the economic essence of imperialism consists of the replacement of free competition by the dominance of monopoly. The monopolies have as their aim in fixing monopoly prices, as Lenin put it, the obtaining of high monopoly profits, which considerably exceed the average profit. The obtaining of high monopoly profits by the monopolies results from the very nature of imperialism, and is guaranteed by the unprecedented intensification of the exploitation of the working class, by the plundering of the peasantry and other petty commodity producers, by the export of capital to backward countries and the sucking out of all the vital juices from these countries, by colonial conquests and imperialist wars, which are a gold mine for the monopolists. Lenin's works devoted to setting forth the economic and political essence of imperialism contain the initial propositions of the basic economic law of monopoly capitalism. On the basis of Lenin's initial propositions, Stalin formulated the basic economic law of modern capitalism. The main features and requirements of the basic economic law of monopoly capitalism are the following. The securing of the maximum capitalist profit through the exploitation, ruin and impoverishment of the majority of the population of the given country, through the enslavement and systematic robbery of the peoples of other countries, especially backward countries, and, lastly, through wars and militarization of the national economy, which are utilized for the obtaining of very high profits. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, FLPH edition, pages 43-4. Thus, the basic economic law of capitalism, the law of surplus value, is further developed and made concrete in the period of imperialism. In pre-monopoly capitalism, free competition led to a leveling of the rate of profit of the individual capitalists, and the law of the average rate of profit prevailed. In the conditions of imperialism, the monopolies secure for themselves high, monopolistic, maximum profits. It is precisely maximum profit that furnishes the driving force of monopoly capitalism. Outflow of capital from one branch to others also occurs in the monopoly stage of capitalism, and the tendency to equalization of profits exists. This tendency clashes, however, with the operation of the basic economic law of monopoly capitalism, the law of maximum capitalist profit. In the epoch of imperialism, commodities produced by monopolist branch of production are sold for the most part at monopoly prices, exceeding the price of production and ensuring high monopoly profits, but commodities produced by non-monopolist branches are often sold at prices below the price of production, so that the entrepreneurs concerned do not receive even the average profit. The objective conditions for the obtaining of maximum profit are created by the establishment of the dominance of the monopolies in the various branches of production. The concentration and centralization of capital attains their highest level in the phase of imperialism. Because of this, the expansion of production calls, or vast investments of capital. On the other hand, in the period of monopoly capitalism, a ferocious competitive struggle develops among these giant enterprises. It is the most powerful monopolies, which dispose of the largest capitals and receive the maximum profits, that are victorious in this struggle. By drawing upon the maximum profits, the monopolies are able to secure their supremacy in the capitalist world. The monopolies' pursuit of maximum profits leads to a sharpening of all the contradictions of capitalism. The general basis of the maximum profit of the capitalist monopolies, as of all capitalist profits, is surplus value, extracted from the workers through exploiting them in the process production. The exploitation of the working class is raised the monopolies to its utmost extent. By using all kinds sweating systems of organization and payment of labor, an exhausting intensification of labor is achieved, which signifies above all a tremendous growth in the rate and amount of surplus value extracted from the workers. Further, the intensification of labor leads to many of the workers becoming redundant and falling into the ranks of the unemployed, without hope of returning to industry. Also thrown out of work are all those workers who find the unbearably excessive speeding up of the production processes beyond their strength. In the USA, the rate of surplus value in mining and manufacturing industry, calculated on the basis of official data, was in 1889 145%, or in 1919 165%, or in 1929 210%, or in 1939 220%, and in 1947 about 260%. Thus, over a period of less than 60 years, the rate of surplus value grew by 80%. At the same time, real wages decline as a result of the rise in the cost of living and the growing burden of taxation. In the epoch of imperialism, the gap between the worker's wages and the value of his labor power grows ever wider. This signifies an intenser operation of the general law of capitalist accumulation, which causes the relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat. The growth in the exploitation of the working class in the process of production is supplemented by robbery of the working people as consumers. The workers have to overpay large sums to the monopolies, which fix high monopoly prices for the goods they produce and sell. In the conditions of monopoly capitalism, the goods produced by the monopolies are sold not at their prices of production but at substantially higher, monopoly prices. A monopoly price is equivalent to the cost of production plus the maximum profit, which considerably exceeds the average profit. A monopoly price is higher than the price of production and, as a rule, exceeds the value of the goods. At the same time, monopoly prices, as Marx already pointed out, cannot abolish the limits set by the value of commodities. The high level of monopoly prices does not alter the total sum of value and surplus value produced in world capitalist economy. One of the sources of the maximum profit received by the monopolies is the redistribution of surplus value, as a result of which the level of profits declines considerably in the non-monopolist enterprises. Maintaining prices at a high level which exceeds the value of the commodities, the monopolies appropriate the results of the growth in the productivity of labor and the reduction in the costs of production. What the monopolies gain, the workers, the petty producers and the inhabitants of the dependent countries lose. The fiscal policy of the bourgeois state serves as an important instrument of monopoly inflation of prices. In the epoch of free competition, it was predominantly the weaker countries, whose industries needed protection from foreign competition, that resorted to high customs duties. In the epoch of imperialism, on the contrary, high tariffs serve the monopolies as a means of attack, of struggle for fresh markets. High tariffs help to keep up monopoly prices within the country. For the purpose of conquering new markets abroad, the monopolies make extensive use of dumping the sale of goods in foreign markets at knockout prices, considerably less than the prices charged in the home market and often even below the cost of production. Expansion of external outlets by means of dumping helps to keep prices high inside the country itself without reducing production, while the losses caused by dumping are covered by charging these enhanced prices on the home market. After the external market in question has been conquered and consolidated by the monopolies, they go over to selling their goods there at high monopoly prices. Exploitation of the bulk of the peasantry by the monopolies is expressed above all in the fact that the domination of the monopolies gives rise to an increasing divergence between the level of prices of agricultural produce and that of industrial products, the so-called price scissors. While selling their goods at inflated prices, the monopolies at the same time buy from the peasants the produce of their holdings at extremely reduced prices, monopoly low purchase prices. Monopoly prices, which serve as a means of pumping resources out of agriculture, hold back its development. One of the most powerful instruments for the ruining of the peasant holdings is the development of mortgage credit. The monopolies get the peasants entangled in loans and then acquire their land and chattels for themselves at very low prices. Through mortgages, through the machinations of financial pirates, through high taxes and excise, through high rents, and especially through competition on the part of the large capitalist landowners, the bourgeoisie is ruining the middle and small peasants. M. Thérèse wrote in his work The Communist Party's Policy in the Countryside. The purchase of the peasants' produce by the monopolies at extremely low prices does not mean at all that the urban consumer receives cheap foodstuffs. Between the peasant and the urban consumer stand the middlemen, merchants associated together in monopoly organizations which ruin the peasants and fleece the urban consumers. Further, a source of maximum profits for the monopolies is the enslavement and plundering of economically backward and dependent countries by the bourgeoisie of the imperialist states. The systematic robbery of the colonies and other backward countries and the transformation of a number of independent countries into dependent countries constitute an integral feature of monopoly capitalism. Imperialism cannot live and develop without an uninterrupted flow of tribute from the foreign lands which it plunders. The monopolies draw vast revenues above all from their capital investments in the colonial and dependent countries. These revenues are the fruit of the most ruthless and inhuman exploitation of the working masses of the colonial world. The monopolies gain through non-equivalent exchange, i.e., selling their commodities in colonial and dependent countries at prices considerably in excess of their value, and buying the commodities produced in these countries at extremely low prices which do not cover their value. In addition, the monopolies draw from the colonies high profits on the transport, insurance, and banking operations which they carry out. Finally, wars and militarization of the economy are one of the ways whereby the monopolies secure maximum profits. Wars enrich the magnates of finance capital to an enormous extent, and in the intervals between wars, the monopolies try to maintain the high level of their profits through an unrestrained arms drive. Wars and militarization of the economy bring the monopolists fat war contracts, paid for by the treasury at inflated prices, and an abundant flow of loans and subsidies from the resources of the state budget. In wartime all labor laws are suspended, the workers are proclaimed to be in a state of mobilization, and strikes are forbidden. All this enables the capitalists to raise the degree of exploitation through screwing up the intensity of labor. At the same time, the standard of living of the working masses falls as a result of the growth of taxation and the rising cost of living. Thus the militarization of capitalist economy both in war conditions and in peacetime means a severe intensification of the exploitation of the working masses in the interests of the growth of maximum profits for the monopolies. The basic economic law of modern capitalism, which determines the whole course of development of capitalism in its imperialist phase, enables us to understand and explain the inevitability of the growth and sharpening of the insoluble contradictions inherent in it. Brief conclusions. 1. Imperialism, or monopoly capitalism, is the highest and last stage of development of the capitalist mode of production. The transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism took place in the last third of the 19th century. Imperialism finally took shape at the beginning of the 20th century. 2. The basic economic features of imperialism are, I. Concentration of production and capital, attaining such a high level of development that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital and formation on this basis of finance capital and a financial oligarchy. 3. Export of capital, as distinct from export of goods, assumes particularly great importance. 4. International monopoly alliances are formed among the capitalists to divide the world among themselves. V. The territorial division of the earth among the largest imperialist powers is completed. The completion of the economic division of the world leads to a struggle to redivide it, and this inevitably gives rise to imperialist wars on a world scale. 3. The basic economic law of monopoly capitalism is the ensuring of the maximum capitalist profit through the exploitation, ruining and impoverishing of the majority of the inhabitants of the country concerned, through enslaving and systematically robbing the peoples of other countries, especially backward countries, and finally, through wars and militarization of the national economy. Chapter 19, The Colonial System of Imperialism. Role of the colonies in the period of imperialism. Colonial conquests, the effort to form large empires by subjugating weaker countries and peoples, also existed before the epoch of imperialism, and even before the rise of capitalism. But, as Lenin showed, the role and significance of the colonies undergoes an essential change in the epoch of imperialism, not only as compared with pre-capitalist epochs, but also as compared with the period of pre-monopoly capitalism. To the old methods of colonial policy there is added the struggle of the monopolists for sources of raw material, for the export of capital, for spheres of influence and territories of economic and military strategic importance. As has been shown, the enslavement and systematic robbery by the imperialist states of the peoples of other countries, especially backward ones, the transformation of a succession of independent countries into dependent ones, constitutes one of the main features of the basic economic law of present-day capitalism. In the course of its extension throughout the world, capitalism gave rise to a tendency toward economic rapprochement between separate countries, to the abolition of national isolation and the gradual unification of vast territories into one connected whole. The method by which monopoly capitalism accomplishes the gradual economic unification of vast territories is the enslavement of colonies and dependent countries by imperialist powers. This unification takes place through the formation of colonial empires, which are based on merciless oppression and exploitation of the colonies and dependent countries by the metropolitan countries. The imperialist period sees completed the formation of the capitalist system of world economy, which is built up on relations of dependence, on relations of domination and subjection. The imperialist countries have subjected the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries to their rule by means of intensified export of capital, extension of spheres of influence and colonial conquests. Capitalism has grown into a world system of colonial oppression and of the financial strangulation of the overwhelming majority of the population of the world by a handful of advanced countries. Lenin, Imperialism, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume I, pt 2, p 437. Thus the separate national economies have been transformed into links of a single chain called world economy. At the same time, the world's population has been split into two camps: a small group of imperialist countries which exploit and oppress the colonial and dependent countries, and the vast majority colonial and dependent countries, the peoples of which carry on a struggle to free themselves from the imperialist yoke. It is in the monopoly stage of capitalism that the colonial system of imperialism has taken shape. The colonial system of imperialism means the entire aggregate of colonies and dependent countries oppressed and enslaved by the imperialist states. Colonial pillage and conquest, imperialist lawlessness and violence, colonial slavery, national oppression and lack human rights, and, finally, the struggle of the imperialist powers among themselves for domination over the peoples of the colonial countries. Such are the forms in which the process of creating the colonial system of imperialism has taken course. By conquest and plundering of colonies, the imperialist states strive to overcome the mounting contradictions inside their own countries. The high profits extracted from the colonies enable the bourgeoisie to bribe certain sections of the skilled workers, with whose aid the bourgeoisie tries to introduce disruption into the workers' movement. At the same time, the exploitation of the colonies leads to the contradictions of the capitalist system as a whole becoming more acute. Colonies as agrarian and raw material appendages of the metropolitan countries. In the epoch of imperialism, the colonies are above all the most reliable and profitable field for investment of capital. In the colonies, the finance oligarchy of the imperialist countries disposes of an undivided monopoly of capital investments and obtains especially high profits. As it penetrates the backward countries, finance capital breaks up the pre-capitalist forms of economy, small-scale handicraft and semi-natural small peasant economy, and stimulates the development of capitalist relations. For the purpose of exploiting the colonial and dependent countries, the imperialists build railways on their territories and set up industrial enterprises for the production of raw material. But at the same time, imperialist domination in the colonies retards the growth of the productive forces and deprives these countries of the conditions which they need in order to develop economically on independent lines. The imperialists have an interest in colonies remaining economically backward, since backwardness helps them to preserve their power over the dependent countries and to intensify the exploitation of these countries. Even where industry is comparatively further developed than elsewhere, for example, in some of the Latin American countries, this means only the mining industry and a few branches of light industry, cotton, leather, foodstuffs. Heavy industry, which is the basis of a country's economic independence, is extremely weak, and engineering is hardly present at all. The ruling monopolies take special measures to hinder the creation of industry producing the instruments of production. They refuse credit for such purposes to the colonies and dependent countries and will not sell the necessary equipment and patents. The colonial dependence of backward countries stands in the way of their industrialization. In 1920, China's share of world coal output was 1.7%, of iron output 0.8%, of copper production 0.03%. In India, the production of steel per head of the population on the eve of the Second World War, 1938, amounted to 2.7 kilograms a year as compared with 222 kilograms in Great Britain. The whole of Africa was in 1946 responsible for only 1.5% of the fuel and electric power produced in the capitalist world. Even the textile industry is feebly developed and backward in colonial and dependent countries. In India in 1947 there were about 10 million spindles as compared with 34.5 million spindles in Britain, the population of which was only 1/8 that of India. In Latin America in 1945 there were 4.4 million spindles as compared with 23.1 million in the USA. Being deprived of the conditions needed for independent industrial development, the colonies and semi-colonies remain agrarian countries. The source of livelihood of the overwhelming bulk of the inhabitants of these countries is agriculture, which is bound hand and foot in feudal relationships. The stagnation and decline of agriculture hold back the growth of the internal market. The monopolies which dominate the colonies permit only those branches of production to develop there which ensure the supply of raw materials and foodstuffs for the metropolis. This means the extraction of minerals and the cultivation of agricultural crops, with the initial stages of the working up of these. As a result, the economy of the colonies and semi-colonies assumes an extremely one-sided character. Imperialism transforms the enslaved countries into agrarian and raw material appendages of the metropolis. The economy of many dependent countries is specialized in the production of one or two products, which go entirely for export. Thus in the period since the Second World War, petroleum has constituted 97% of Venezuela's exports, tin or 70% of Bolivia's, coffee about 58% of Brazil's, sugar over 80% of Cuba's, rubber and tin over 70% of Malaya's, cotton about 80% of Egypt's, coffee and cotton 60% of Kenya's and Uganda's, copper about 85% of northern Rhodesia's, cocoa about 50% of the Gold Coast's. This one-sided development of agriculture, so-called monoculture, places whole countries completely at the mercy of the monopolist purchasers of raw material. In connection with the transformation of the colonies into agrarian and raw material appendages of the metropolitan countries, the role of the colonies as sources of cheap raw material for the imperialist states grows enormously. The further capitalism develops, the more acute becomes competition and hunting for sources of raw material throughout the world, and the more desperate the struggle to grab colonies. In the conditions of monopoly capitalism, when industry consumes huge masses of coal, oil, cotton, iron ore, non-ferrous metals, rubber, etc., no monopoly can count itself secure if it does not possess constant sources of raw material. The monopolies obtain from the colonies and dependent countries the enormous amounts of raw material which they need, at low prices. Monopoly possession of sources of raw material confers decisive advantages in the competitive struggle. Seizure of the sources of cheap raw material enables the industrial monopolies to enforce monopoly prices on the world market, and to sell their products at inflated prices. The imperialist powers obtain a number of the most important kinds of raw material exclusively or largely from the colonies and semi-colonies. Thus, in the period since the Second World War, the colonial and dependent countries have supplied the greater part of the natural rubber consumed in the capitalist world, as also of the tin and the jute, about half the petroleum, and a number of important foodstuffs: cane sugar, cocoa, coffee and tea. The sources of various kinds of strategic raw materials necessary for war purposes: coal, oil, non-ferrous and rare metals, rubber, cotton, etc., are the objects of ferocious conflict. Over a number of decades the imperialist powers, and the USA and Britain first and foremost, have been fighting for monopoly possession of rich sources of oil. The distribution of world oil resources affects not only the economic but also the political interests of the imperialist powers. In the imperialist epoch, the importance of the colonies as selling markets for the metropolitan countries becomes greater. By means of an appropriate customs policy, the imperialists fence round the colonial markets so as to exclude outside competition. In this way the monopolies are enabled to sell their products in the colonies at exorbitantly inflated prices, including inferior goods which they cannot sell elsewhere. The unequal terms of trade between the imperialist powers and the dependent countries grow steadily worse. The monopolies which are engaged in trade with the colonies, buying up of raw materials and sale of industrial commodities, obtain vast profits. They are the real rulers of entire countries, controlling the lives and fortunes of tens of millions of people. The colonies serve as sources of extremely cheap labor power. Monstrous exploitation of the working masses guarantees especially high returns on capital invested in colonies and dependent countries. In addition, the metropolitan countries import from these countries hundreds of thousands of workers who do particularly heavy work for extremely low wages. Thus, the U.S. monopolies, especially in the South, subject workers from Mexico and Puerto Rico to inhuman exploitation. The monopolies in France treat North African workers in the same way, and so on. Some idea of the size of the tribute which is exacted by the monopolies from the colonies and semi-colonies is given by the following calculations, which have been made on the basis of official data. The annual tribute received by British imperialism from India on the eve of the Second World War amounted to £150 to £180 million, of which £40 to £50 million was interest on British capital investments. British state expenditure charged to India's account was £25 to £30 million. Incomes and salaries of British officials and military officers in India accounted for another £25 to £30 million. Commission payments to British banks amounted to £15 to £20 million, receipts from trade to £25 to £30 million, receipts from shipping to £20 to £25 million. The American monopolies in 1948 drew revenue from the dependent countries as follows: from capital investments $1.9 million, from freight, insurance, and other money lending operations another $1.9 million, from the sale of goods at inflated prices $2.5 million, from the purchase of goods at low prices $1.2 million. In all, monopoly tribute to the amount of dollars. Of this tribute not less than 2.5 milliard provided by the countries of Latin America. In circumstances in which the world has already been divided up and preparation is going forward for an armed struggle to redivide it, the imperialist power sees all territories which have or could have any value at all as military footholds or as naval or air bases. The colonies supply cannon fodder to the metropolitan countries. In the First World War nearly 1.5 million Negro soldiers from the African colonies fought on France's side. In wartime the metropolitan countries transfer a substantial part of their financial burdens onto the backs of the colonies. A considerable share of the war loans is realized in the colonies. Britain made extensive use of the currency resources of its colonies during both the First and Second World Wars. The rapacious exploitation of the colonial and dependent countries by imperialism accentuates the irreconcilable contradiction between the vital needs of the economies of these countries and the selfish interests of the metropolitan countries. Methods of colonial exploitation of the working masses. A characteristic feature of colonial methods of exploitation, which ensures high monopoly profits to the finance capital of the metropolitan countries, is the combination of imperialist robbery with feudal and serf-owning forms of exploitation of the working people. The development of commodity production and extension of money relations, the expropriation of the bulk of the indigenous population from the land and the breaking up of petty handicraft production, all these processes take place alongside an artificial preservation of feudal survivals and the introduction of methods of forced labor. As capitalist relations develop, rent in kind gives place to money rent and taxes in kind to taxes payable in money, which still further hastens the ruin of the peasant masses. The ruling classes in the colonies and semi-colonies are the feudal landlords and the capitalists, both urban and rural, kulaks. The capitalist class is divided into the compradori bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. The compradors are native middlemen between the foreign monopolies and the colonial markets, both for selling and for buying raw materials. The feudal landlords and the compradori bourgeoisie are vassals of foreign finance capital, direct mercenary agents of international imperialism, which holds the colonies and semi-colonies in thrall. As the colonies develop their own industries, the national bourgeoisie grows in importance. It finds itself in a position facing two ways: on the one hand, oppression by foreign imperialism and feudal survivals bars its path to economic and political power, while on the other hand it shares, together with the foreign monopolies, in the exploitation of the working class and the peasantry. In the largest colonial and semi-colonial countries, monopolistic associations of local bourgeois exist, which are dependent on the foreign monopolists. Insofar as the national liberation struggle is directed towards the overthrow of imperialist rule, the winning of national independence for the country and the abolition of the feudal survivals which hinder the development of capitalism, the national bourgeoisie at a certain stage takes part in this struggle and plays a progressive role. The working class grows in colonial and dependent countries as industry develops and capitalist relations spread. Its advanced section is the industrial proletariat. Part of the proletariat is also constituted by the agricultural workers, workers in capitalist manufacture and small enterprises, and urban laborers engaged in all kinds of manual work. The numerical bulk of the population of the colonies and semi-colonies consists of peasants, and in the majority of these countries the overwhelming mass of country dwellers is made up of peasants who either are landless or possess little land, poor peasants and middle peasants. The numerous urban petty bourgeoisie is composed of small traders and craftsmen. In addition to the concentration of landed property in the hands of the landlords and usurers, extensive tracts of land are seized by the colonizers. In a number of colonies, imperialism has established plantation economy. Plantations are large-scale agricultural enterprises for the production of particular kinds of vegetable raw materials, cotton, rubber, jute, coffee, etc. They belong predominantly to the colonizers, and are based on a low level of technique and the semi-slave labor of a population without human rights. In the most densely populated of the colonial and dependent countries, small-scale peasant production predominates, entangled with survivals of feudalism and relations of bond slavery. In these countries the concentration of landed property in the hands of the landlords is combined with small-scale land tenure. The large landowners let out their land on lease, in small plots and on extortionate terms. Widespread is the parasitic system of many tiered subletting, under which there insert themselves between the owner of the land and the peasant who actually tills it, a number of intermediaries who exact a considerable share of the crop from the cultivator. Share farming predominates. Usually the peasant is completely in the power of a landlord to whom he stands in the relationship of one who owes an unpayable debt. In a number of countries direct forms of labor rent and work payment exist. Landless peasants are obliged to work for the landlord several days a week for their lease or to repay a debt. Extreme want forces the peasants to run into debt, to fall into bondage and sometimes even into slavery to the money lenders. Cases occur when peasants are forced to sell members of their families into slavery. Before the establishment of British rule in India, the state took part of the peasants' produce in the form of taxation. After the conquest of India, the British authorities transformed the collectors of state tribute into large landowners with estates hundreds of thousands of acres in extent. About 3/4 of the rural population of India was left without any land of its own. The peasant paid from half to 2/3 of his crop in rent, and out of what was left he had to pay the money-lender interest in kind on the debts he had incurred. In Pakistan, according to figures for the post-war years, 70% of the entire cultivated area belongs to 50,000 large landlords. In the countries of the Near East at the present time 75 to 80% of the inhabitants are engaged in agriculture. In Egypt 770 large landlords possess more land than the 2 million poor peasant families whose holdings make up 75% of the total number of holdings. Out of 14.5 million persons who live by agriculture, 12 million are small tenant farmers and laborers, and rent absorbs up to 4/5 of their crop. In Persia about 2/3 of the land belongs to the landlords and 1/6 to the state and the Muslim clergy. The tenant keeps only 1/5 or 2/5 of his crop. In Turkey over 2/3 of the peasants are virtually without any land. In the countries of Latin America the land is concentrated in the hands of large landowners and foreign monopolies. Thus, for example, in Brazil, according to data from the 1940 census, 51% of the holdings accounted for only 3.8% of the land area. In the Latin American countries the impoverished peasants are obliged to accept loans from the landlords which they have to pay back by way of work payments. Under this system, so-called peonage, debts are handed down from generation to generation and a peasant's entire family becomes in effect the property of the landlord. Marx called peonage a concealed form of slavery. A large share of the meager product of the exhausting labor of a peasant and his family is appropriated by various exploiters, landlords, money-lenders, merchants, rural bourgeoisie, foreign capital, etc. They take from the cultivator not only the product of his surplus labor but also a substantial part of his necessary labor. The income which is left to the peasant is in many instances insufficient even for an existence at starvation level. Many peasants' holdings go to rack and ruin and their former owners go to swell the ranks of the rural laborers. The agrarian surplus population attains vast dimensions. Crushed by their bondage to landlords and usurers, the peasants are not able to use on their holdings any but the most primitive technique, which has remained essentially unchanged for hundreds, and in some cases thousands, of years. A primitive technique of cultivating the land leads to extreme exhaustion of the soil. In consequence of all this, many colonies which have remained agrarian countries are not in a position to feed their inhabitants and are obliged to import foodstuffs. The agriculture of lands enslaved by imperialism is doomed to decline and degradation. In these countries where agrarian surplus population and land hunger exist on a huge scale, only a part of all the land suitable for cultivation is actually worked. In the countries of the Near East the irrigation systems are neglected or in ruin. The yield from land which formerly was considered amongst the most fertile in the world is exceptionally low, and is continually falling. Partial failures of the harvest bring about the death from starvation of millions of people. Colonial oppression means for the working class lack of all political rights and predatory exploitation. The cheapness of labor power is responsible for the extremely low technical level of industrial enterprises and plantations. With a backward technique of production, huge profits are secured by the monopolies through lengthening of the working days, intensification of labor and extremely low wages. The working day in the colonies attains 14 to 16 hours or even more. As a rule, no measures are taken to ensure safety at work in industrial enterprises or on the transport system. The very worn-out state of equipment and the unwillingness of employers to spend anything on repairs and on safety measures, result in frequent accidents, which kill or cripple hundreds of thousands of people. The absence of any social legislation deprives the worker of any means of existence should he find himself unemployed, injured at work, or the victim of an occupational disease. The wages of colonial workers are inadequate to provide them with even the necessities of life. The workers have to pay out a certain proportion of their wretchedly low wages to all sorts of middlemen, contractors, foremen, overseers who are responsible for hiring the labor force. The labor of women and of children from the age of 6 or 7 is widely used, and is paid at even lower rates than that of the men workers. The majority of the workers are entangled in a network of debt slavery. In many instances the workers live in special barracks or camps, as prisoners, deprived of the right of free movement. Forced labor is openly used on a large scale, both in agriculture and in industry. Extreme economic backwardness combined with a high level of exploitation dooms the colonial peoples to hunger and poverty. A vast share of the wealth created in the colonies is taken without compensation by the largest monopolies of the imperialist states. As a result of the exploitation of the colonies and the retardation of the development of their productive forces, the national income calculated per head of the population is only 1/10 or 1/15 of what it is in the metropolitan countries. The standard of living of the overwhelming mass of the population is very low. The death rate is extraordinarily high. Hunger and epidemics lead to the extinction of the inhabitants of entire districts. In the African colonies, slavery is officially recognized. The authorities carry out roundups of the Negroes, the police surround villages and dispatch the people they capture to build roads or to work in the cotton and other plantations, etc. In colonial countries, bond slavery is a commonplace phenomenon. This existed also in pre-revolutionary China. The selling of children into slavery is also widespread. Racial discrimination in regard to wages prevails in the colonies. In French West Africa, a worker belonging to the indigenous population, though skilled, receives only a quarter or a sixth of the wages paid to a European worker with the same qualifications. In the Belgian Congo, African mine workers are paid a fifth or a tenth of the wages received by European workers. In the Union of South Africa, 65% of the children of the native population die before reaching their second year. The national liberation struggle of the colonial peoples. Before the epoch of imperialism, the national question affected only a few, mainly European, nations, the Irish, Hungarians, Poles, Finns, Serbs, and others, and was confined to the territories of a few multinational states. In the epoch of imperialism, when the finance capital of the metropolitan countries has enslaved the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries, the scope of the national question has been extended, and in the very course of events it becomes merged with the general question of colonies. The national question was thereby transformed from a particular and internal state problem into a general and international problem, into a world problem of emancipating the oppressed people of the dependent countries and colonies from the yoke of imperialism. Stalin, Foundations of Leninism, Works, English edition, Volume 6, p. 144. The only way by which these peoples can free themselves from the burden of exploitation is their revolutionary struggle against imperialism. Throughout the entire epoch of capitalism, the peoples of the colonial countries have fought against foreign enslavement, frequently breaking out in revolts which were cruelly put down by the colonizers. In the period of imperialism, the struggle of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries for liberation assumes unprecedented dimensions. Already at the beginning of the 20th century, especially after the First Russian Revolution of 1905, the working masses of the colonial and dependent countries were awakened to political life. Revolutionary movements arose in China, Korea, Persia, and Turkey. The countries of the colonial world differ among themselves in their level of economic development and in the degree to which a proletariat has been formed within them. Three categories, at least, of colonial and dependent countries must be distinguished. 1. Countries which are completely undeveloped from the industrial standpoint, and possess no proletariat or hardly any. 2. Countries which are not much developed industrially and have a comparatively small proletariat. 3. Countries which are more or less developed on capitalist lines and which have a more or less numerous proletariat. This distinction determines the special features assumed by the national liberation movement in the various colonial and dependent countries. Insofar as the population in the colonial and dependent countries is composed preponderantly of peasants, the national and colonial question is in essence a peasant question. The common aim of the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries is liberation from the rule of imperialism and abolition of all feudal survivals. For this reason, every national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries which is directed against imperialism and feudal oppression is progressive in character, even if in the countries concerned the proletariat is only slightly developed. The national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries, in which the proletariat is playing an ever greater role as acknowledged leader of the broad masses of the peasantry and all the working people, draws into struggle against imperialism the gigantic majority of the world's population, which is oppressed by the finance oligarchies of a few of the biggest capitalist powers. The interest of the proletarian movement in the developed capitalist countries and those of the national liberation movement in the colonies demand that these two forms of the revolutionary movement be united in a common fighting front against their common enemy, imperialism. Proletarian internationalism proceeds from the fact that no people which oppresses other peoples can itself be free. And, as Leninism teaches, real support by the proletariat of the ruling nations to the liberation movement of the oppressed peoples means support, defense, and implementation of the slogan of the right of nations to separation and to independent state existence. The growth of the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples of the colonies and dependent countries saps the foundations of imperialism and prepares its downfall. Brief conclusions. 1. Unrestrained exploitation of colonies and semi-colonies is one of the characteristic features of monopoly capitalism. The maximum profits of the monopolies are inseparably connected with the exploitation of colonies and semi-colonies as markets, as sources of raw material, spheres of investment of capital and reservoirs of cheap labor power. Demolishing pre-capitalist forms of production and evoking the accelerated growth of capitalist relations, imperialism permits, however, only such a development of the economy of the colonies and dependent countries as will deprive them of economic and political independence. The colonies serve as agrarian raw material appendages to the metropolitan countries. 2. Characteristic of the colonial system of imperialism is the interweaving of capitalist exploitation and robbery with sundry survivals of feudal and even of slave-owning oppression. Finance capital artificially maintains survivals of feudalism in the colonies and dependent countries, and introduces forced labor and slavery there. Penal conditions of labor, with an extremely low standard of technique, complete lack of rights, ruin and impoverishment, hunger and mass extinction are the lot of the working class and the peasantry in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. 3. The intensifying of colonial exploitation and oppression inevitably calls forth resistance by the broadest masses of the population in the colonial and dependent countries. The national liberation movement of the enslaved peoples draws into struggle against imperialism the gigantic majority of the world's population, undermines the foundations of imperialism and prepares its downfall. Chapter XX, The Place of Imperialism in History. Imperialism, the last stage of capitalism. Defining the place of imperialism in relation to capitalism in general, Lenin wrote, "Imperialism is a specific historical stage of capitalism. Its specific character is threefold. Imperialism is 1. Monopoly capitalism, 2. Parasitic or decaying capitalism, 3. Moribund capitalism. Lenin, Imperialism and the Split in Socialism, Selected Works, 12 vol edition, volume 11, p. 748. Monopoly capitalism does not and cannot eliminate the foundations of the old capitalism. In a certain sense it is a superstructure upon the old, pre-monopoly capitalism. Just as there is not and cannot be any pure capitalism, so the existence of pure imperialism is unthinkable. Even in the most highly developed countries a host of small and medium enterprises exist alongside the monopolies, especially in light industry, agriculture, trade, and other branches of the economy. In nearly all capitalist countries a considerable part of the population is composed of peasants, the bulk of whom carry on simple commodity production. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries imperialist oppression is interwoven with pre-capitalist and especially feudal forms of exploitation. The essential peculiarity of imperialism is that monopolies exist alongside of the market, competition, and crises. Inasmuch as imperialism is the continuation and development of the basic features of capitalism, to that extent the economic laws of capitalism generally are retained in the monopoly phase of capitalism. But in connection with the change in the economic conditions and the extreme sharpening of all the contradictions of capitalism, these laws undergo further development, and they operate with increasing destructive force. This applies to the laws of value and surplus value, to the law of competition and anarchy of production, to the general law of capitalist accumulation, which causes the relative and absolute impoverishment of the working class and dooms the bulk of the working peasantry to impoverishment and ruin, to the contradictions of capitalist reproduction and to economic crises. Monopolies bring the socialization of production to the highest level possible under capitalism. Large and very large enterprises, in each of which share of the total production in the most important branches of industry. The monopolies link together huge enterprises, allot markets and sources of raw material, assemble under their command bodies of scientific workers, control inventions and technical improvements. The big banks have nearly all the money resources of the country under their control. The links between the various branches of the economy, and their interdependence, increase tremendously. Industry, with gigantic productive capacities at its disposal, is able rapidly to increase the quantity of goods produced. Meanwhile, the means of production remain the private property of the capitalists and a decisive share of the means of production belongs to a small handful of monopolists. In their drive for maximum profit the monopolies raise by all means in their power the level of exploitation of the working class, which leads to an intensified impoverishment of the working masses and a reduction in their purchasing power. Thus, the domination of monopoly sharpens to the uttermost the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form in which the results of production are appropriated. It becomes ever more obvious that the social character of the process of production demands social ownership of the means of production. In the imperialist epoch society's productive forces have attained such a level of development that they are constricted by the narrow framework of capitalist production relations. Capitalism, which replaced feudalism as a more progressive mode of production, has been transformed in its imperialist phase into a reactionary force which holds back the development of human society. The economic law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces demands the replacement of capitalist relations of production by new, socialist relations. This law encounters the most violent resistance on the part of the ruling classes, and above all of the monopolist bourgeoisie and the large landowners, who strive to prevent the working class from forming an alliance with the peasantry and overthrowing the bourgeois system. The high level of development of the productive forces and the socialization of production, the deepening and sharpening of all the contradictions of bourgeois society, testify to the fact that capitalism, having arrived at the last phase of its development, is fully ripe for replacement by a higher social order, socialism. Imperialism as parasitic or decaying capitalism. Imperialism is parasitic or decaying capitalism. The domination of monopolies which strive to obtain maximum profits inevitably engenders a tendency to stagnation and decay. Monopolies, being in a position to dictate what prices shall prevail on the market and to maintain them artificially at a high level, are by no means always interested in introducing technical innovations. Quite often, monopolies hinder technical progress. They keep back for years on end very great scientific discoveries and technical inventions. Thus, monopolies have an inherent tendency towards stagnation and decay, and in certain conditions this tendency comes to the top. This circumstance does not in any way rule out, however, a comparatively rapid growth of production and development of technique in certain branches of bourgeois economy in particular capitalist countries. But this growth takes place extremely unevenly, and lags further and further behind the tremendous possibilities opened up by modern science and technique. The highly developed technique of the present day is bringing forward immense tasks, fulfillment of which encounters obstacles arising from capitalist production relations. Capitalist countries are unable, for example, to make full use of their hydroelectric resources owing to the obstacles put in the way by private ownership of land and the domination of the monopolies. The monopoly of private property in land, agrarian surplus population in the countryside and the predominance of small peasant holdings hinder the introduction of the achievements of modern science and technique into agriculture, though this does not rule out technical progress in a number of large capitalist agricultural enterprises. The interests of the capitalist monopolies are obstacles to the utilization of atomic energy peaceful purposes. Wherever you look, wrote V.I. Lenin as long ago 1913, you encounter at every step tasks which mankind is fully competent to carry out immediately. Capitalism stands in the way. It has accumulated hordes of riches and made men the slaves of these riches. It has solved the most complex of technical problems and blocked the practical applications of technical improvements owing to the poverty and ignorance in which millions of people live and the stupid niggardliness of the handful of millionaires. Lenin's Civilized Barbarism, Works, Russian edition, Volume 19, p. 349. The decay of capitalism is expressed in the growth of parasitism. The capitalist class loses all connections with the process of production. The management of enterprises is concentrated in the hands of hired technical staff. The overwhelming majority of the bourgeois and landlords are transformed into rentiers, persons who own securities and live on income from these securities, coupon clipping. The parasitic consumption of the exploiting classes grows. The absolutely complete divorcement of the rentier strata from production is still further enhanced by the export of capital, by income from overseas investments. The export of capital sets a mark of parasitism on an entire country which lives by exploiting the peoples of other countries and colonies. The capital invested abroad forms a continually increasing proportion of the national wealth of the imperialist countries, and incomes from this capital an ever-increasing element in the income of the capitalist class. Lenin called the export of capital parasitism squared. Capital invested abroad amounted in 1929 to the following proportions of the national wealth of various countries: Britain 18%, France 15%, Holland about 20%, Belgium and Switzerland nearly 12% each. In the USA, the income derived by rentiers from their securities amounted in 1913 to $1.8 million and in 1931 to $8.1 million, which was 1.4 times the amount of the total gross money income of the 30 million strong farming population in the same year. The USA is a country where the parasitic features of modern capitalism, no less than the predatory nature of imperialism, are especially vividly evident. The parasitic character of imperialism is plainly visible in the fact that a number of bourgeois countries have become transformed into rentier states. By means of enslaving loans, the biggest imperialist countries draw enormous revenues from the debtor countries and subject them both economically and politically. The rentier state is the state of parasitic, decaying capitalism. Exploitation of the colonies and dependent countries, which is one of the main sources of the maximum profits of the monopolies, turns a handful of the richest capitalist countries into parasites on the body of the oppressed peoples. The parasitic character of imperialism is expressed in the growth of militarism. A continually increasing share of the national income, and principally of the incomes of the working people, is drawn into the state budget and spent on the upkeep of huge armies, on the preparation and conduct of imperialist wars. Militarization of the economy and imperialist wars, which are among the principal methods whereby the monopolies secure maximum profits, are at the same time responsible for the destruction of great numbers of human lives and vast quantities of material wealth. Inseparably connected with increased parasitism is the fact that huge masses of people are divorced from socially useful work. The army of unemployed grows and the number of persons engaged in services to the exploiting classes increases, as also of those in the machinery of state and in the incredibly inflated sphere of circulation. The decay of capitalism is further shown in the bribing by the imperialist bourgeoisie, out of its profits from the exploitation of the colonies and dependent countries, of a small upper stratum of skilled workers, the so-called labor aristocracy, by means of higher wages and other sops. With the bourgeoisie's backing, the labor aristocracy seizes the leading positions in a number of trade unions. It forms, along with petty bourgeois elements, the active core of the right-wing socialist parties and constitutes a serious danger to the working class movement. This stratum of workers who have become bourgeois is the social basis of opportunism. Opportunism in the labor movement means the adaptation of the labor movement to the interests of the bourgeoisie, through undermining the proletariat's revolutionary struggle to free itself from capitalist slavery. The opportunists poison the workers' minds with their preaching of the reformist road of improving capitalism, and they call on the workers to support the bourgeois governments in their imperialist policies, at home and abroad. The opportunists essentially play the part of agents of the bourgeoisie in the labor movement. By splitting the ranks of the working class, the opportunists prevent the workers from uniting their forces to overthrow capitalism. This is one of the reasons why the bourgeoisie still continues to hold power in many countries. To pre-monopoly capitalism with its free competition, there corresponded as political superstructure a limited bourgeois democracy. Imperialism, with its monopoly domination, is marked by a turn from democracy to political reaction in both the home and external policies of bourgeois states. Political reaction all along the line is inherent in imperialism. The heads of the monopolies or their henchmen occupy the principal posts in the governments and in the whole of the state service. Under imperialist conditions, governments are put in office not by the people but by the magnates of finance capital. The reactionary monopolist groups, to consolidate their power, try to reduce to naught the democratic rights of the working people which have been won through stubborn struggle by many generations. This makes necessary a stiffening to the utmost of the struggle of the masses for democracy against imperialism and reaction. Capitalism in general and imperialism in particular make democracy an illusion, and at the same time capitalism arouses democratic strivings among the masses, creates democratic institutions, renders acute the antagonism between imperialism, which rejects democracy, and the masses who are striving for democracy. Lenin, Works, Russian edition, Volume XXIII, p. 13. In the epoch of imperialism, the struggle waged by the broadest masses of the people, led by the working class, against the reaction engendered by the monopolies is of very great historical importance. Upon the activity, organization, and resoluteness of the masses of the people depends the frustration of the anti-human plans of the aggressive forces of imperialism, which are continually preparing new hardships and war disasters for the peoples. Imperialism as the eve of the socialist revolution. Imperialism is moribund capitalism. It sharpens all the contradictions of capitalism, bringing them to the last borderline, the extreme limits, beyond which revolution begins. The most important of these contradictions are the three following. First, the contradiction between labor and capital. The dominance of monopoly and the finance oligarchy in the capitalist countries leads to increasing the degree of exploitation of the working people. The worsening of the material position and the increased political oppression of the working class make it more discontented and bring about a sharpening of the class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie. In these conditions, the former methods of economic and political struggle of the working class are found to be completely inadequate. Imperialism brings the working class in real earnest to the socialist revolution. Secondly, the contradiction between the imperialist powers. In the struggle for maximum profits, the monopolies of the different countries come into collision with one another, each of the groups of capitalists endeavoring to secure preponderance for itself through seizure of markets, sources of raw material and spheres of investment of capital. The bitter struggle for spheres of influence which the imperialist countries carry on among themselves inevitably leads to imperialist wars, which weaken the position of imperialism, intensifying the discontent of the masses and urging them along the road of revolutionary struggle against the capitalist system. Thirdly, the contradiction between the oppressed peoples of the colonies and dependent countries and the imperialist powers which exploit them. As a result of the intensifying of imperialist oppression and also of the development of capitalism in the colonies and semi-colonies, the national liberation movement against imperialism grows. The colonies and dependent countries are transformed from reserves of imperialism into reserves of the proletarian revolution. These principal contradictions are characteristic of imperialism as moribund capitalism. This does not mean that capitalism can die by itself, through automatic collapse without resolute struggle by the masses of the people, headed by the working class, to abolish bourgeois rule. It only means that imperialism is the stage of capitalism's development at which proletarian revolution has become really inevitable, and favorable conditions have matured for a direct onslaught on the citadel of capitalism. For this reason Lenin called imperialism the eve of the socialist revolution. State monopoly capitalism. In the epoch of imperialism, the bourgeois state, which is a dictatorship of the finance oligarchy, conducts all its activities in the interests of the ruling monopolies. As the contradictions of imperialism become more acute, the ruling monopolies increase their direct control of the state machine. Ever more frequently one finds the biggest magnates of capital appearing in the role of heads of the state machine. A process of transforming monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism takes place. The First World War already accelerated and intensified this process to an extraordinary degree. State monopoly capitalism means the subjection of the state machine to the capitalist monopolies and their using it to interfere in the country's economy, especially in connection with militarization of the economy, in order to secure maximum profits for themselves and consolidate the all-powerful position of finance capital. As part of this process, various enterprises, branches of the economy and economic functions are transferred to the bourgeois state: supply of labor power, of raw materials which are in short supply, rationing products, construction of arms factories, financing the militarization of the economy, etc., while the predominance in the country of private ownership of the means of production is preserved. State ownership in imperialist countries arises either as a result of the building of factories, railways, arsenals, etc., at state expense, or as a result of bourgeois nationalization, i.e., the transfer of certain private enterprises to the state, against lavish compensation. Contrary to the assertions of bourgeois economists, who depict the state ownership of enterprises under the political rule of the bourgeoisie as a step towards socialism, this has nothing in common with socialism. State ownership in bourgeois countries is a variant of capitalist ownership, with the owner in this case not any individual capitalist but the bourgeois state, which is subject to a handful of big monopolists. The state ownership of enterprises is used by the monopolists to intensify the exploitation of the working class and all the working people, to increase their profits. The monopolies make use of the state power to promote actively the concentration and centralization of capital and to strengthen the might and the influence of the biggest monopolies. The state takes special measures to compel independent enterprises to subordinate themselves to the monopoly groupings, and in wartime carries out compulsory concentration of production, closing down a large number of small and medium enterprises. In the interests of the monopolies, the state, on the one hand, imposes high customs duties on imported goods and on the other encourages the export trade, paying export subsidies to the monopolies and helping them to conquer fresh markets by means of dumping. The monopolies use the state budget to plunder the inhabitants of their own countries through taxation, and also to receive contracts from the state which bring them huge profits. On the pretext of encouraging business initiative, the bourgeois state pays out enormous sums to the biggest employers in the form of subsidies. Should the monopolies be in danger of bankruptcy, they receive from the state the means to cover their losses, and their tax indebtedness to the state is written off. The development of state monopoly capitalism becomes especially intense in periods of preparation for imperialist wars and during such wars. Lenin called wartime state monopoly capitalism military penal servitude for the workers and paradise for the capitalists. The governments of the imperialist countries give the monopolies enormous contracts for the supply of arms, equipment, and provisions, build arms factories at public expense and then hand them over to the monopolies, and float war loans. At the same time, the bourgeois states transfer all the burdens of war onto the working people. All this secures colossal profits to the monopolies. The development of state monopoly capitalism leads first to a very marked speeding up of capitalist socialization of production, creating the material premises for the replacement of capitalism by socialism. Lenin pointed out that state monopoly capitalism is the most complete material preparation for socialism. The development of state monopoly capitalism leads, secondly, to enhanced relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat. With the aid of the state power, the monopolies screw up by all possible means the degree of exploitation of the working class, the peasantry and broad strata of the intelligentsia, and this leads inevitably to extreme sharpening of the contradiction between exploiters and exploited. Defenders of capitalism, concealing the subordination of the bourgeois state to the capitalist monopolies, allege that the state has become the decisive force in the economy of the capitalist countries and is able to secure planned management of the national economy. But in fact the bourgeois state cannot manage the economy on planned lines, for the economy is not under its control but in the grip of the monopolies. State regulation of the economy, carried out in the interests of monopoly capital, cannot eliminate the anarchy of capitalist economy and economic crises and leads in practice to a further sharpening of the contradictions of the bourgeois system. The law of uneven economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism and the possibility of the victory of socialism in a single country. Under capitalism it is impossible for the separate enterprises and branches of a country's economy to develop in even fashion. Under conditions of competition and anarchy of production, uneven development of capitalist economy is inevitable. But in the pre-monopoly epoch, production was split up among a large number of enterprises, there was free competition, and monopolies did not exist. Capitalism could still develop comparatively smoothly. Certain countries went ahead of others over a prolonged period. There existed in the world in those days extensive territories which belonged to no one. Things proceeded without armed clashes on a world scale. This situation underwent radical change with the transition to monopoly capitalism, when the division of the world among the imperialist powers had been completed and they were carrying on a sharp struggle for redivision of the world. At the same time, an unprecedented development of technique opened for certain imperialist countries the possibility of overtaking rapidly, by leaps and bounds, the other imperialist countries. Countries which had taken the path of capitalist development later than others utilized the ready-made results of technical progress, machinery, production methods, etc. Hence a more rapid development, by leaps and bounds, of some countries alongside a slowing down in the growth of others. This development in the form of leaps and bounds is also enhanced to a tremendous extent by the export of capital. It becomes possible for some countries to overtake and surpass others, crowd them out of the markets, and carry out by armed force our division of the already divided world. In the period of imperialism, the unevenness of development of the capitalist countries has been transformed into a decisive factor of imperialist development. The relation of economic forces among the imperialist powers changes with unprecedented rapidity. In consequence, the balance of military power among the imperialist states changes in a very uneven manner. The changing relation of economic and armed forces comes into conflict with the old distribution of colonies and spheres of influence. This inevitably gives rise to a struggle to redivide the already divided world. The actual strength of the various imperialist groups is tested by way of bloody and devastating wars. In 1860, first place in the world's industrial production was occupied by Britain, with France as runner-up. Germany and the USA were then only just entering the world arena. A decade passed, and a rapidly growing country of young capitalism, the USA had outstripped France and changed places with her. In another decade the USA had outstripped Britain and established itself in the leading position in world industrial production, while Germany had overtaken France and taken third place after the USA and Britain. Towards the beginning of the 20th century Germany ousted Britain and took second place after the USA. As a result of the change in the relation of forces between the capitalist countries, the capitalist world was split into two hostile camps and world wars began. The unevenness of the development of the capitalist countries causes a sharpening of the contradictions in the imperialist camp and makes armed clashes inevitable, which results in the imperialists weakening one another. The world front of imperialism becomes easily vulnerable to the proletarian revolution. This provides the basis for a breach to be made in the front at that link where the chain of the imperialist front is weakest, at that point where the most favorable conditions for the victory of the proletariat are found together. The unevenness of economic development in the epoch of imperialism gives rise to unevenness of political development as well, which means that the political premises for the proletarian revolution come to ripeness at different times in different countries. Foremost among these premises are the acuteness of class contradictions and the level of development of the class struggle, the degree of class consciousness, the extent to which the proletariat is organized politically and filled with revolutionary resolution, and the ability of the proletariat to draw the bulk of the peasantry after it. The law of the uneven economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism constitutes the starting point of Lenin's teaching on the possibility of the victory of socialism, first of all in a few countries, or even in a single country. Marx and Engels, studying pre-monopoly capitalism in the middle of the 19th century, came to the conclusion that socialist revolution could triumph only simultaneously in all civilized countries, or at least in the majority of them. At the beginning of the 20th century, however, particularly in the period of the First World War, the situation changed radically. Pre-monopoly capitalism had grown into monopoly capitalism. Ascending capitalism had been transformed into descending, dying capitalism. The war had revealed the incurable weaknesses of the world imperialist front. At the same time, the law of uneven development had predetermined that proletarian revolution in the different countries would mature at different times. Proceeding from the law of uneven development capitalism in the imperialist epoch, Lenin came to the conclusion that the old formula of Marx and Engels no longer corresponded to the new historical conditions, that in the new conditions socialist revolution could quite well triumph in a single country, that a simultaneous victory of socialist revolution in all countries or in the majority of civilized countries was impossible owing to the uneven maturing of the revolution in these countries. Uneven economic and political development, wrote Lenin, is an absolute law of capitalism. Hence, the victory of socialism is possible first in several or even in one capitalist country, taken singly. Lenin, on the United States of Europe slogan, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume I, pt 2, pages 416-17. This was the new, conclusive theory of socialist revolution created by Lenin. It enriched Marxism and advanced it, opened a revolutionary prospect before the proletarians of the separate countries, released their initiative in the attack upon their own bourgeoisie, and strengthened their confidence in the victory of the proletarian revolution. The imperialist period sees the completed formation of the capitalist system of world economy, in which the separate countries become so many links in a single chain. Leninism teaches that in the conditions of imperialism socialist revolution is victorious first, not necessarily in those countries where capitalism is furthest developed and the proletariat constitutes the majority of the population, but in those countries which are weak links in the chain of world imperialism. The objective conditions for socialist revolution have matured in the system of world capitalist economy as a whole. This being so, the existence within this system of countries which are insufficiently developed from the industrial standpoint cannot represent an obstacle to revolution. For socialist revolution to be victorious, it is necessary that there should be present a revolutionary proletariat and a proletarian vanguard united in a political party, that there should be in the given country a solid ally of the proletariat, in the shape of the peasantry, capable of following the proletariat in resolute struggle against imperialism. In the epoch of imperialism, when the revolutionary movement is growing throughout the world, the imperialist bourgeoisie takes its stand in alliance with all reactionary forces without exception and uses survivals of serfdom in every possible way to strengthen its rule and enlarge its profits. For this reason, abolition of the feudal serf-owning order is impossible without a resolute struggle against imperialism. In these conditions, the hegemony of the proletariat in the bourgeois democratic revolution, welding the mass of the peasantry around itself for struggle against feudal survivals and imperialist colonial oppression, becomes possible. As its anti-feudal and national liberation tasks are accomplished, bourgeois democratic revolution grows into socialist revolution. In the imperialist period, the discontent of the proletariat grows in the capitalist countries, the elements of a revolutionary explosion accumulate, and in the colonial and dependent countries a war of liberation against imperialism develops. Imperialist wars for the redivision of the world weaken system of imperialism and strengthen the tendency for proletarian revolutions in the capitalist countries to unite with national liberation movement in the colonies. Proletarian revolution which has triumphed in a single country is at the same time the beginning of the world socialist revolution. Lenin scientifically foresaw that world revolution would develop through the revolutionary falling away of series of further countries from the system of imperialism, with support rendered to the proletariat of these countries by the proletariat of the imperialist states. The process of the falling away from imperialism of a series of further countries will itself take place the faster and more thoroughly, the more thoroughly socialism is consolidated in the countries of the victorious proletarian revolution. In the last analysis, the outcome of the struggle, wrote Lenin in 1923, will be determined by the fact that Russia, India, China, etc., account for the overwhelming majority of the population of the globe. And it is precisely this majority that during the past few years has been drawn into the struggle for emancipation with extraordinary rapidity, so that in this respect there cannot be the slightest shadow of doubt what the final outcome of the world struggle will be. In this sense, the complete victory of socialism is fully and absolutely guaranteed. Lenin, Better Less But Better, Selected Works, 1950, edition, volume 2, pt 2, p. 750. Brief conclusions. 1. Imperialism is, 1. Monopoly capitalism, 2. Decaying or parasitic capitalism, 3. Moribund capitalism, the eve of the socialist revolution. 2. The decay and parasitism of capitalism are expressed in the retardation by the monopolies of technical progress and the growth of the productive forces, in the transformation of a number of bourgeois countries into rentier states which live by exploiting the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, in an orgy of militarism, in an increase in the parasitic consumption of the bourgeoisie, in reactionary internal and external policies of the imperialist states, and in the bribing by the bourgeoisie of the imperialist countries of a small upper stratum of the working class. The decay of capitalism leads to intensified impoverishment of the working class and of the working masses of the peasantry. 3. Imperialism renders three major contradictions of capitalism extremely acute: 1. The contradiction between labor and capital; 2. The contradiction between the imperialist powers struggling for preponderance and, in the last analysis, for world power; and 3. The contradiction between the metropolitan countries and the colonies. Imperialism finally brings the proletariat to the threshold of socialist revolution. 4. State monopoly capitalism means the subordination of the state machine to the capitalist monopolies and the use of it for interference in the economic life of the country, especially in connection with its militarization, with the aim of securing maximum profits and consolidating the rule of the finance oligarchy. While signifying the highest stage of capitalist socialization of production, state monopoly capitalism brings with it further intensification of the exploitation of the working class, impoverishment and ruin of the broad working masses. 5. The law of uneven economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism weakens the front of world imperialism. The unevenness with which revolution matures rules out the possibility of a simultaneous victory of socialism in all countries or in the majority of countries. It is made possible for the imperialist chain to be broken at its weakest link, possible for socialist revolution to triumph first of all in a few countries, or even in a single country. Chapter XXI, The General Crisis of Capitalism. Nature of the General Crisis of Capitalism. As the contradictions of imperialism grew, so the preconditions for the general crisis of capitalism accumulated. The foundations of the theory of the general crisis of capitalism were worked out by V.I. Lenin. The general crisis of capitalism is the all-round crisis of the world capitalist system as a whole, characterized by wars and revolutions, by a struggle between moribund capitalism and growing socialism. The general crisis of capitalism involves all sides of capitalism, both economic and political. Underlying it are, on the one hand, the ever more intense disintegration of the world capitalist system, from which more and more countries are falling away, and, on the other hand, the growing economic might of the countries which have already fallen away from capitalism. The fundamental features of the general crisis of capitalism are, the splitting of the world into two systems, the capitalist and the socialist, the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism, the sharpening of the problem of markets and, in connection with this, the increase of chronic undercapacity working of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment in the capitalist countries. The uneven development of the capitalist countries in the epoch of imperialism gives rise in course of time to a lack of correspondence between the existing division of markets, spheres of influence and colonies and the changed relation of forces among the principal capitalist states. On this basis there arises a sharp break in the equilibrium within the world system of capitalism, leading to the formation of hostile groupings of capitalist states and to war between these groupings. World wars sap the strength of imperialism and facilitate the breaching of the imperialist front and the falling away of one country after another from the capitalist system. The general crisis of capitalism covers an entire period of history, forming part of the epoch of imperialism. As already mentioned, the law of uneven economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the imperialist epoch predetermines a variation in the time when socialist revolution becomes ripe in different countries. Lenin pointed out that the general crisis of capitalism is not an event which takes place in a single moment of time but a long period of stormy economic and political upheavals and sharp class struggle, a period of the collapse of capitalism on its full scale, and the birth of a socialist society. Lenin, Report on the Revision of the Program and Change of the Name of the Party, at the 20th Congress of the R.C.P. B. Selected Works, 12 vol edition, Volume 8, p. 315. This determines the historical inevitability of a prolonged coexistence of the two systems, socialist and capitalist. The general crisis of capitalism began in the period of the First World War and developed especially as a result of the falling away of the Soviet Union from the capitalist system. This was the first stage of the general crisis of capitalism. In the period of the Second World War, the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism developed, especially after the falling away from the capitalist system of the people's democracies in Europe and Asia. The First World War and the beginning of the general crisis of capitalism. The First World War was the result of the sharpening of contradictions between the imperialist powers arising out of the struggle to redivide the world and spheres of influence. Alongside the old imperialist powers, new ones had grown up which had been too late for the partition of the world. German imperialism appeared on the scene. Germany had taken the path of capitalist development later than a number of other countries and arrived to join in the share out of markets and spheres of influence when the world was already divided up among the old imperialist powers. As early as the beginning of the 20th century, however, Germany, having outstripped Britain as regards the level of industrial development, took second place in the world and the first in Europe. Germany began to squeeze Britain and France out of the world markets. The change in the relation of forces, economic and military, between the principal capitalist states brought to the front the question of redividing the world. In the struggle for the redivision of the world, Germany, taking her stand in alliance with Austria-Hungary, clashed with Britain, France, and Tsarist Russia, which was dependent on them. Germany strove to take away part of the British and French colonies, to oust Britain from the Near East and to put an end to her maritime supremacy, to take from Russia the Ukraine, Poland and the Baltic regions, and to bring under subjection the whole of Central and Southeastern Europe. In its turn, Britain strove to put an end to German competition on the world market and to establish firmly its dominion over the Near East and the continent of Africa. France set out to recover Alsace and Lorraine, annexed by Germany in 1871, and to grab the Saar Basin from Germany. Predatory aims were also pursued by Tsarist Russia and other bourgeois states which took part in the war. The struggle between the two blocs of imperialists, the Anglo-French and the German, for the redivision of the world affected the interests of all the imperialist countries and so led to a world war in which Japan, the USA, and a number of other countries took part. The First World War was imperialistic on both sides. The war shook the capitalist world to its very foundations. In the scale on which it was fought, it threw into the shade all previous wars in the history of mankind. The war provided the monopolies with a source of enormous enrichment. The capitalists of the USA did especially well out of it. The profits of the American monopolies as a whole in 1917 were 3 or 4 times what they had been in 1914. In the 5 years of the war, 1914 to 1918, the American monopolies received more than $35 million profit, before deduction of tax. The biggest monopolies increased their profits tenfold. The population of the countries which actively participated in the war amounted in all to about 800 million. About 70 million men served in the armies. The war swallowed up as many human lives as had perished in all wars in Europe during the previous 1,000 years. The number of killed was 10 million, the number of wounded and maimed exceeded 20 million. Millions of people died from famine and epidemics. The war brought colossal damage to the economies of the fighting countries. The direct war expenses of the combatant powers amounted for the whole period of the war, 1914 to 18, to $208 million, in the prices of those years. During the war, the role played by the monopolies grew ever greater and the subjection of the state machine to them was increased. The state machine was utilized by the biggest monopolies for the purpose of securing maximum profits. Wartime regulation of the economy was carried out so as to enrich the biggest monopolies. To this end, the working day was lengthened in a number of countries, strikes were forbidden, barrack discipline and forced labor were introduced in the enterprises. The main source of the unprecedented growth of profits was furnished by state war contracts paid for out of the budget. War expenses absorbed a huge share of the national income during the war, and were covered first and foremost by increases in taxes on the working people. The bulk of the war appropriations went to the monopolists in the form of payment for war contracts, grants, and subsidies. The prices paid under war contracts ensured enormous profits for the monopolies. Lenin called war contracts legalized treasury looting. The monopolies gained through the lowering of the real wages of the workers by means of inflation, and also through direct plundering of occupied territories. During the war, the rationing system of distributing products was introduced in the European countries, and this restricted consumption by the working people to a bare minimum. The war carried the poverty and misery of the masses to extreme limits, sharpened class contradictions, and brought about an upsurge of the revolutionary struggle of the working class and the working peasantry in the capitalist countries. Moreover, the war, which from European became worldwide, dragged into its orbit the rear of imperialism as well the colonies and dependent countries, which facilitated the joining together of the revolutionary movement in Europe with the national liberation movement of the peoples of the East. The war weakened world capitalism. The European war, wrote Lenin in those days, means the greatest crisis in history, the beginning of a new epoch. Like every crisis, the war has made deeply hidden contradictions more acute and brought them to the surface. Lenin, Dead Chauvinism and Living Socialism, works, Russian edition, Volume XXI, p. 81. It called forth a mighty upsurge of the anti-imperialist revolutionary movement. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution. And the splitting of the world into two systems, capitalist and socialist. The proletarian revolution breached the front of imperialism first of all in Russia, which turned out to be the weakest link in the imperialist chain. Russia was a focal point of all the contradictions of imperialism. In Russia the tyranny of capital was interwoven with Tsarist despotism, with survivals of serfdom and with colonial oppression in relation to the non-Russian peoples. Lenin called Tsardom military feudal imperialism. Tsarist Russia was a reserve of Western imperialism as a sphere of investment of foreign capital, which controlled the decisive branches of industry, fuel and metallurgy, and as a support for Western imperialism in the East. The interests of Tsardom and of Western imperialism were merged in a single tie-up. The high degree of concentration of Russia's industry and the existence of such a revolutionary party as the Communist Party had transformed the working class of Russia into the greatest political force in the country. The Russian proletariat possessed a valuable ally in the peasant poor, which made up the great majority of the peasant population. Under these conditions it was inevitable that the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia should inevitably grow over into the socialist revolution, assume an international character and shake the very foundations of world imperialism. The international significance of the Great October Revolution consists in the facts that, first, it breached the front of imperialism, overthrew the imperialist bourgeoisie in one of the largest capitalist countries and for the first time in history placed the proletariat in power. Secondly, it not only shook imperialism in the metropolitan countries but also struck a blow at imperialism's rear, undermining its domination in the colonies and dependent countries. Thirdly, by weakening the power of imperialism in the metropolitan countries and shaking its domination in the colonies, it thereby brought into question the very existence of world imperialism as a whole. The Great October Socialist Revolution meant a radical turn in the world history of mankind. It opened a new epoch, the epoch of proletarian revolutions in the countries of imperialism and national liberation movements in the colonies. The October Revolution wrested from the rule of capital the working people of 1/6 of the earth and brought about the splitting of the world into two systems, capitalist and socialist, which is the most vivid expression of the general crisis of capitalism. As a result of the splitting of the world into two systems, a contradiction arose which was new in principle and was of world historical importance: the contradiction between dying capitalism and growing socialism. The struggle between the two systems, capitalism and socialism, became of decisive importance if, the present epoch. Describing the general crisis of capitalism, J.V. Stalin said, "It means, first of all, that the imperialist war and its aftermath intensified the decay of capitalism and upset its equilibrium, that we are now living in an epoch of wars and revolutions, that capitalism has already ceased to be the sole and all-embracing system of world economy, that side by side with the capitalist system of economy there is the socialist system, which is growing, thriving, which stands opposed to the capitalist system and by its very existence demonstrates the decaying state of capitalism and shakes its foundations." Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 16th Congress of the C.P.S.U. B. Works, Volume 12, p. 253. The first years after the war of 1914-18 were a period of terrible collapse in the economy of most of the capitalist countries that took part in the war, a period of bitter conflict between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. As a result of the upheaval suffered by world capitalism and under the direct influence of the Great October Socialist Revolution, a number of revolutions and revolutionary outbreaks occurred both on the continent of Europe and in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. This powerful revolutionary movement, and the sympathy and support shown to Soviet Russia by the working masses of the whole world, doomed to failure all the attempts of world imperialism to smother the first socialist republic in the world. In 1920-21 a deep-going economic crisis broke out in the USA and a number of other capitalist countries. Having emerged from the post-war economic chaos, the capitalist world entered in 1924 upon a period of relative stabilization. The revolutionary upsurge gave way to a temporary ebb of the revolution in a number of European countries. There was a temporary, partial stabilization of capitalism achieved by redoubled exploitation of the working people. Under the flag of capitalist rationalization, a ruthless intensification of labor was introduced. Capitalist stabilization inevitably led to a sharpening of the contradictions between the workers and the capitalists, between imperialism and the colonial peoples, between the imperialists of different countries. Beginning in 1929, a world economic crisis brought capitalist stabilization to an end. Meanwhile, the national economy of the USSR was developing steadily on an upward trend, without crises or catastrophes. The Soviet Union was in those days the only country which did not know crises and other contradictions of capitalism. The industry of the Soviet Union went forward continually, at rates never seen before in history. In 1938 the U.S.S.R.'s industrial production was 908.8% of the 1913 figure, whereas industrial production in the USA was only 120%, or Britain's was 113.3% and France's 93.2%. The contrast of the economic development of the USSR with that of the capitalist countries revealed graphically the decisive advantages of the socialist system of economy over the capitalist system. The rise of the first socialist state in the world had a very great influence on the development of the revolutionary struggle of the working people. The experience of the USSR has shown that the worker can successfully govern a country and build up and manage its economy without the bourgeoisie. Every year of peaceful emulation between socialism and capitalism undermines and weakens capitalism and strengthens socialism. The example of the working people of the Soviet Union and of the other countries which have overthrown the capitalist yoke rouses the oppressed peoples to fight for their freedom against imperialism. International imperialism strives to smother or, at least, to weaken the socialist state. The camp of imperialism tries to settle its own internal difficulties and contradictions through kindling war against the USSR and the countries of people's democracy. In the struggle against imperialist intrigues, the Soviet Union relies upon its economic and military might and on the support of the international proletariat and the working people of the whole world. The experience of history shows that, in the struggle between the two systems, the socialist system of economy is assured of victory over capitalism on a basis of peaceful emulation. The Soviet state proceeds in its foreign policy from the possibility of peaceful coexistence of the two systems, capitalism and socialism, and resolutely follows a policy of peace between the peoples. Crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. Among the most important features of the general crisis of capitalism is the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. This crisis, which arose in the period of the First World War, is becoming wider and deeper. The crisis of the colonial system of imperialism means an acute sharpening of the contradiction between the imperialist powers, on the one hand, and the colonies and dependent countries, on the other, and the development of the struggle of the oppressed peoples of these countries for national liberation and the liberation of a number of colonies from imperialist enslavement. The Great October Socialist Revolution has played a very great role in the rise of the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries. It unleashed a number of mighty national liberation movements in the countries of the colonial East. The victory of the October Socialist Revolution in Russia contributed greatly to the rise of the national liberation struggle of the great Chinese people. Powerful movements for national liberation also arose in India, Indonesia, and other countries. The Great October Socialist Revolution opened an epoch of colonial revolutions, bringing to the peoples of the colonies liberation from the imperialist yoke. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, the role played by the colonies as sources of maximum profits for the monopolies becomes greater. The sharpened struggle between the imperialists for markets and spheres of influence, and the more acute difficulties and contradictions in the capitalist countries, lead to intensified pressure being put on the colonies by the imperialists, to increased exploitation of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries. This brings about an intensification of the anti-imperialist struggle for national liberation. Another factor in the crisis of the colonial system is the development of industry and native capitalism in the colonies, which renders more acute the problem of the world capitalist market and leads to the growth of an industrial proletariat in the colonies. The First World War, during which the export of manufactured goods from the metropolitan countries sharply declined, gave a notable fillip to the industrial development of the colonies. In the interwar period, as a result of the increased export of capital to the backward countries, capitalism continued to develop in the colonies. In connection with this, the proletariat grew in numbers in these countries. The total number of industrial enterprises in India increased from 2,874 in 1914 to 10,466 in 1939, and connected with this was an increase in the number of factory workers. The number of workers in Indian manufacturing industry, which amounted to 951,000 in 1914, was 1,751,000 in 1939. The total number of workers in India, including miners, railway and water transport workers and also plantation workers, amounted in 1939 to about 5 million persons. In China, less Manchuria, the number of industrial enterprises, employing not less than 30 workers, grew from 200 in 1910 to 2,500 in 1937, and the number of workers employed in them from 150,000 in 1910 to 2,750,000 in 1937. Taking into consideration that Manchuria was more highly developed industrially, the number of workers in industry and transport, not including small-scale enterprises, amounted in China on the eve of the Second World War to about 4 million. The numbers of the industrial proletariat grew considerably in Indonesia, Malaya, and in the African and other colonies. The exploitation of the working class in the colonies becomes more intense in the period of the general crisis of capitalism. A commission which investigated the conditions of the Indian workers in 1929-31 established the fact that the family of an ordinary worker had to live on wages which worked out per head at only about half what it cost to keep a prisoner in the prisons of Bombay. The workers in the colonies fall into debt bondage to the money lenders. Forced labor is widespread in the colonies, especially in mining and agriculture, on the plantations. The working class of the colonies is an active and most consistent fighter against imperialism, able to rally the vast masses of the peasantry around itself and lead the revolution to its conclusion. The alliance of the working class with the peasantry under the leadership of the working class is a decisive condition for the success of the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples of the colonial countries. Throughout the entire course of economic and political development, the working class of the colonies comes forward more and more as the leading force in the national liberation movement. As has been shown, although a certain amount of industrial development takes place, imperialism hinders the economic development of the colonies. Though a certain degree of development of native industry takes place in the colonial countries, heavy industry still does not develop and they remain agrarian raw material appendages of the metropolitan countries. Imperialism preserves the survivals of feudal relations which exist in the colonies, using them to help it intensify the exploitation of the oppressed peoples. The development of capitalist relations which takes place in the countryside, breaking up the natural forms of economy, only intensifies the exploitation and pauperization of the peasantry. The colonial revolution is a junction of two streams of the revolutionary movement: the movement against feudal survivals and the movement against imperialism. It is not possible to abolish feudal survivals in the colonies without a revolutionary overthrow of imperialist oppression. The biggest force in colonial revolutions consists of the peasantry, which makes up the bulk of the population in the colonies. The national bourgeoisie in the colonies, whose interests are encroached upon by foreign capital, at a certain stage of the revolution takes part in the struggle against imperialism. Given correct proletarian leadership of the movement, the inconsistency and wavering of the national bourgeoisie in the struggle against imperialism and feudal survivals can be overcome, and the national bourgeoisie is capable of playing a progressive role in certain periods of the revolution. At the same time, As the national liberation struggle of the colonial peoples develops, the activity of the reactionary forces of the feudal landlords and compradore bourgeoisie is intensified. The growth of the working class in the colonial countries and the intensification of the national liberation struggle of the peoples of these countries in the period of the general crisis of capitalism signify a new stage in the development of the national liberation movement. Where formerly the national liberation struggle led only to the consolidation of the power of the bourgeoisie, in the period of the general crisis of capitalism it becomes possible for the working class to win the hegemony and secure the development of the given country along the road to socialism, bypassing the capitalist stage. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, the national liberation movement in the colonies links itself ever more closely with the revolutionary struggle of the working class in the metropolitan countries. The colonies and dependent countries are transformed to an ever greater extent from reserves of imperialism into reserves of the socialist revolution. Aggravation of the problem of markets. Chronic undercapacity working of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment. An integral feature of the general crisis of capitalism is the progressive sharpening which the problem of markets undergoes, and the chronic undercapacity working of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment which result from this. The sharpening of the problem of markets in the period of the general crisis of capitalism is caused first and foremost by the falling away of a number of countries from the world system of imperialism. The departure from the capitalist system of Russia, with its huge markets and sources of raw material, could not but have an effect on the economic situation of the capitalist world. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, the impoverishment of the working people, whose standard of living the capitalists try to restrict to the absolute minimum, inevitably gets worse, and as a result the effective demand of the masses declines. The development of native capitalism in the colonies and dependent countries renders the problem of markets more acute, for this native capitalism begins to compete on the markets with the old capitalist countries. The development of the national liberation struggle of the peoples of the colonial countries also complicates the position of the imperialist states in overseas markets. Consequently, characteristic of the interwar period was a relative stability of markets, while the production potentialities of capitalism grew. This could not but sharpen to the utmost all the contradictions of capitalism. This contradiction between the growth of the production potentialities and the relative stability of markets lies at the root of the fact that the problem of markets is today the fundamental problem of capitalism. An aggravation of the problem of markets in general, and especially an aggravation of the problem of foreign markets, and an aggravation of the problem of markets for capital exports in particular, such is the present state of capitalism. This, indeed, explains why it is becoming a common thing for mills and factories to work below capacity. Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 15th Congress of the C.P.S.U. B. Works, English edition, Volume X, pages 281-2. In previous years, mass undercapacity working of factories was a feature only of economic crises. Characteristic of the period of the general crisis of capitalism is chronic undercapacity working of enterprises. Thus, in the boom period of 1925-9, the productive capacity of manufacturing industry in the USA was utilized only to the extent of 80%. In 1930-4, the utilization of the productive capacity of manufacturing industry fell to 60%. Moreover, it must be taken into account that U.S. bourgeois statistics, in calculating the productive capacity of manufacturing industry, did not include in its reckoning enterprises which were inactive for a long period and took as normal enterprises where only one shift was worked. Closely connected with the chronic undercapacity working of enterprises is chronic mass unemployment. Down to the First World War, the reserve army of labor grew during years of crisis, but in boom periods shrank to comparatively small dimensions. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, unemployment attains huge dimensions and remains at a high level also in the years of recovery and boom. The reserve army of labor is transformed into a standing army of unemployed numbering many millions. At the peak of the industrial boom between the two world wars, in 1928, the number of wholly unemployed in the USA amounted to about 2 millions, but in the following years, right down to the Second World War, the number never fell below 8 millions. In Britain, the number of insured workers wholly unemployed never fell, in the period 1922 to 38, below 1,200,000 persons annually. Millions of workers subsisted on casual work and were victims of partial unemployment. Chronic mass unemployment markedly worsens the position of the working class. It enables the capitalists to intensify labor in factories to an enormous extent, to dismiss workers already exhausted by excessive labor and to engage in their place fresh, stronger, and healthier workers. In this connection, the working life of the working people is reduced, and also the length of their employment. The working people become more and more uncertain what the morrow will bring. The capitalists make use of chronic mass unemployment to effect a sharp reduction in the wages of the employed workers. The incomes of working class families are reduced also as a result of the reduction in the number of the members of the family at work. In the USA, according to bourgeois statistical data, the growth of unemployment from 1920 to 1933 was accompanied by a fall in average annual wages of the workers employed in industry, building, and railway transport from $1,483 in 1920 to $915 in 1933, i.e., by 38%. The unemployed members of the family had to be supported out of the meager wages of the working members. If the total wage fund is related not merely to the employed workers but to the workers as a whole, both employed and unemployed, it is seen that the wages per worker, including the unemployed, fell in connection with the growth of unemployment from $1,332 in 1920 to $497 in 1933, i.e., by 62.7%. Chronic mass unemployment has a grave effect also on the position of the peasantry. In the first place, it contracts the internal market and reduces the urban population's demand for agricultural produce. This leads to agrarian crises becoming more serious. Secondly, it worsens the situation on the labor market and renders it difficult for peasants who have been ruined, and are seeking work in the towns, to find a place in industry. Consequently, agrarian surplus population and the pauperization of the peasantry increase. Chronic mass unemployment, like chronic undercapacity working of enterprises, is a proof of the decay of capitalism, its inability to make use of the productive forces of society. The intensified exploitation of the working class and the reduction in its standard of living in the period of the general crisis of capitalism leads to a further sharpening of the contradictions between labor and capital. Deepening of crises of overproduction and changes in the capitalist cycle. The lagging of markets behind growth of production potentialities in the capitalist world, the existence of chronic undercapacity working of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment leads to crises of overproduction becoming deeper and to essential changes taking place in the capitalist cycle. These changes can be summed up as follows: the length of the cycle is shortened, so that crises become more frequent. The devastating effects of crises grow greater, it is harder to find a way out of the crisis, so that the length of the crisis phase of the cycle becomes greater, as also that of the depression phase, while booms become less stable and less prolonged. Before the First World War, economic crises usually occurred every 10 to 12 years, and only occasionally within 8 years of each other. In the period between the two world wars, from 1920 to 1938, i.e., in 18 years, there were 3 economic crises, in 1920 to 1, in 1929 to 33, and in 1937 to 8. The depth of the fall in production in the period of the general crisis of capitalism taken as a whole increases. The output of manufacturing industry in the USA fell during the crisis of 1920 to 1, i.e., from the peak point before the crisis to the lowest point reached during the crisis, by 23%, during the 1929-33 crisis by 47.1%, and during that of 1937-8 by 22.9%. The economic crisis of 1929-33 was the deepest and most acute crisis in the history of capitalism. In this, the impact of the general crisis of capitalism was felt with great force. The present crisis, said E. Thalmann, describing the crisis of 1929-33, is of the nature of a cyclical crisis within the setting of the general crisis of the capitalist system in the epoch of monopoly capitalism. In this matter we must grasp the dialectical interaction between the general crisis and a periodical crisis. On the one hand, the periodical crisis assumes unprecedentedly acute forms, because it unfolds against the background of the general crisis of capitalism and is determined by the conditions of monopoly capitalism. On the other hand, the damage caused by the periodical crisis in its turn deepens and accelerates the general crisis of the capitalist system. Thalmann, Tasks of the People's Revolution in Germany, Report to the Plenum of the CC of the Communist Party of Germany, January 15, 1931, pages 27, 28. The economic crisis of 1929-33 involved all the countries of the capitalist world without exception. Consequently, it proved impossible for some countries to maneuver for their own advantage at the expense of others. The crisis struck with its maximum force at the strongest country of modern capitalism, the USA. The industrial crisis in the principal capitalist countries was interwoven with an agricultural crisis in the agrarian countries, which resulted in aggravation of the economic crisis as a whole. Industrial production in the capitalist world as a whole fell by 36%, and in certain countries fell still more. The turnover of world trade fell by 2/3. The finances of the capitalist countries fell into complete confusion. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, economic crises lead to an enormous increase in the numbers of persons unemployed. The percentage of wholly unemployed at the time when production was at its lowest amounted, according to official figures for 1932, to 32% in the USA and 22% in Britain. In Germany, the percentage of trade union members wholly unemployed amounted in 1932 to 43.8%, while 22.6% were partly unemployed. In absolute figures, the number of wholly unemployed amounted in 1932, in the USA, according to official data, to 13.2 millions, in Germany to 5.5 millions, in Britain to 2.8 millions. In the capitalist world as a whole, there were in 1933 40 million persons wholly unemployed. The number of semi-unemployed attained tremendous dimensions. Thus, in the USA, the number of semi-unemployed amounted in February 1932 to 11 million. Chronic undercapacity working of factories and extreme impoverishment of the masses make it hard to emerge from the crisis. Chronic undercapacity working of enterprises restricts the field for renewal and expansion of fixed capital and hinders the transition from depression to recovery and boom. Chronic mass unemployment and the policy of high monopoly prices work in the same way, restricting the expansion of the market for consumer goods. This means a lengthening of the crisis phase. Whereas previously crises worked themselves out in a year or two, the crisis of 1929-33 lasted over 4 years. The recovery and boom which succeeded the crisis of 1920-1 took place quite unevenly and were more than once interrupted by partial crises. In the USA, partial crises of overproduction occurred in 1924 and 1927. In Britain and Germany, a considerable fall in production took place in 1926. The crisis of 1929-33 was succeeded not by an ordinary depression but by a depression of a special type, which did not lead to a new boom and industrial prosperity, though it did not return to the point of maximum decline. The depression of a special type was followed by a certain recovery which, however, did not lead to prosperity on a new, higher basis. The industrial production of the capitalist world in 1937 exceeded the level of 1929 only by 3.5%, and in many capitalist countries, USA, France, Italy, etc., did not even attain the 1929 level. In the middle of 1937 a fresh economic crisis began in the capitalist world, starting in the USA and later spreading to Britain, France, and a number of other countries. The total volume of industrial production in the capitalist world in 1938 was 10.3% lower than in 1937, In the USA it was 21.8% lower, in Britain 12%, in France 9%. Compared with 1929, the total volume of industrial production in 1938 reached in the USA the level of 72.3%, in Britain 98.7%, in France 66%, and in Italy 98.5%. The crisis of 1937-8 differed from that of 1929-33 first and foremost in that it arose, not after a phase of industrial prosperity as had happened in 1929, but after a depression of a special type and a certain recovery. Furthermore, this crisis began in the period when Japan had started war in China, when Germany and Italy had switched their economies onto a war basis, and when all the remaining capitalist countries had begun to put themselves on a war footing. This meant that capitalism had very much less resources for a normal emergence from this crisis than it had during the crisis of 1929-33. In the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, agrarian crises become more frequent and more profound. On the heels of the agrarian crisis of the first half of the 1920s, there began in 1928 a fresh, deep-going agrarian crisis, which lasted right down to the Second World War. Relative overproduction of agricultural produce led to a marked fall in prices, worsened the position of the peasantry. In the USSR in 1921, the index of prices paid to farmers fell to 58.5% of the level of 1920, and in 1932 to 43.6% of the level of 1928. The output of arable farming in the USA fell in 1934 to 67.9% of the 1928 level and 70.6% of the 1920 level. Farmers' incomes fell. The ruin and pauperization of the bulk of the peasantry brings about a growth in revolutionary sentiments among them and pushes them along the road of struggle against capitalism under the leadership of the working class. Arms drives and world wars, which are used by the monopolies to secure maximum profits, have a big effect on the course of capitalist reproduction and the capitalist cycle, in the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism. The factors of war inflation may lead to a temporary recovery of economic activity and hold back the development of a crisis which has begun, or slow down the advance of a fresh economic crisis. But wars and the militarization of the economy cannot save capitalist economy from crises. Indeed, they facilitate the further deepening and sharpening of economic crises. World wars lead to destruction of productive forces and social wealth on a huge scale, factories, stocks of material wealth, human lives. Wars, by giving a one-sided direction to the development of the national economy, intensify the unevenness and disproportional character of capitalist economy. Militarization of the economy means an expansion of the production of armaments and supplies for the armed forces at the price of a contraction of production of consumer goods, and an excessive increase in taxation and rise in the cost of living, which inevitably lead to a reduction in consumption by the population and a sharpening of the contradiction between production and consumption, and prepare the onset of another, still deeper economic crisis. The intensification of the decay of capitalism in the period of its general crisis is shown in an all-round lowering in the rate of production. Average annual rates of growth of industrial production in the capitalist world were, in the period 1890-1913 3.7%, and in 1913-53 2.5%. Along with this, the unevenness of the development of capitalist production sharply intensified. During the general crisis of capitalism, the monopolist bourgeoisie, striving to fend off the collapse of the capitalist system and to retain its domination, conducts an onslaught on the standard of living and democratic rights of the working people and resorts to police methods of rule. In all the principal capitalist countries, the development of state monopoly capitalism is intensified. Being no longer able to rule by the old methods of parliamentarian and bourgeois democracy, in a number of countries, Italy, Germany, Japan, and others, the bourgeoisie set up fascist regimes. Fascism is the open, terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary and aggressive elements of finance capital. Fascism sets itself the aims, internally, of smashing the organizations of the working class and crushing all progressive forces, and, externally, of preparing and launching a war of conquest for domination of the world. Fascism seeks to realize these aims by methods of terror and social demagoguery. Thus the world economic crisis of 1929-33 and the crisis of 1937-8 led to a marked sharpening of the contradictions both within the capitalist countries and between them. The imperialist states sought a way out of these contradictions along the road of preparation for a war for a new redivision of the world. Brief conclusions. 1. The general crisis of capitalism is an all-round crisis of the world capitalist system as a whole. It embraces both economics and politics. Underlying it is the continually increasing disintegration of the world system of capitalism, from which country after country is falling away on the one hand and on the other, the growing economic might of the countries which have broken away from capitalism. 2. The general crisis of capitalism embraces an entire period of history, in the course of which take place the breakdown of capitalism and victory of socialism on a world scale. The general crisis of capitalism began during the First World War, and especially as a result of the falling away of the Soviet Union from the capitalist system. 3. The Great October Socialist Revolution meant a radical turn in the world history of mankind, from the old, capitalist world to the new, socialist world. The splitting of the world into two systems, the system of capitalism and the system of socialism, and the struggle between these is the fundamental symptom of the general crisis of capitalism. With the splitting of the world into two systems, two lines of economic development made their appearance. While the capitalist system becomes more and more entangled in insoluble contradictions, the socialist system develops on a steadily upward moving line, without crises and catastrophes. 4. The crisis of the colonial system of imperialism is one of the most important features of the general crisis of capitalism. This crisis consists of the development of the national liberation struggle, which shakes the foundations of imperialism in the colonies. The working class takes the lead of the struggle of the oppressed peoples for national liberation. The Great October Socialist Revolution unleashed the revolutionary activity of the oppressed peoples and opened the epoch of colonial revolutions headed by the proletariat. 5. In the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, as a result of the falling away of a number of countries from the system of imperialism, of the increased impoverishment of the working people, and also of the development of capitalism in the colonies, the problem of markets becomes more acute. A characteristic feature of the general crisis of capitalism is chronic undercapacity working of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment. Under the impact of the sharpening of the market problem, of the chronic undercapacity working of enterprises and of chronic mass unemployment, there occur an aggravation of economic crises and essential changes in the capitalist cycle. Chapter XXII, The aggravation of the general crisis of capitalism after the Second World War. The Second World War and the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism. Lenin foresaw that the First World War would be followed by other wars, called forth by imperialist contradictions. Everyone can see, he said, after the end of the 1914-18 war, that another war of the same kind is inevitable if the imperialists and the bourgeoisie remain in power. Lenin, speech at celebration meeting of the Moscow Soviet in honor of the anniversary of the Third International, Works, Russian edition, Volume XXX, p. 398. The distribution of spheres of influence among the imperialist countries which resulted from the First World War proved still less lasting than that which had prevailed before the war. The role of Britain and France in world industrial production markedly declined, and their positions in the world capitalist market deteriorated. The American monopolies, which greatly enriched themselves during the war, expanded their production capacity and advanced to first place in the capitalist world in respect of export of capital. Germany, after suffering defeat in the First World War, rapidly restored its heavy industry with the help of American and also British loans, and began to demand a redivision of spheres of influence. Japan took the road of aggression against China. Italy began a struggle to seize a number of colonial possessions belonging to other powers. Thus, The operation during the First World War of the law of uneven development of capitalist countries led to another sharp breakup of the equilibrium within the world system of capitalism. The formation in the capitalist world of two hostile camps led to the Second World War. The Second World War, which was prepared by the forces of international imperialist reaction, was begun by the bloc of fascist states Germany, Japan, and Italy. In the period preceding the war, the ruling circles of the USA, Britain, and France tried to turn the aggression of German fascism and Japanese imperialism against the Soviet Union, conniving in every possible way at the actions of the aggressors and giving them the utmost encouragement to start a war. However, German imperialism began the war first against France, Britain, and the USA, and only later attacked the Soviet Union. The Second World War was a war of conquest and plunder on the part of Germany and its allies in robbery, fascist Italy, and militarist Japan. It was a just war of liberation on the part of the Soviet Union and the other peoples who were subjected to the fascist onslaught. In the scale of military operations, the numbers of the armed forces involved and the amount of armaments employed, the size of the human sacrifices and the volume of destruction of material wealth, the Second World War far outstripped the First. Many countries of Europe and Asia suffered gigantic human losses and unprecedented material damage. The direct war expenditure of the states taking part in the war came to about $1,000 million, which does not include losses from destruction caused by military operations. The economy and culture of many peoples of Europe and Asia suffered tremendous damage from the robber rule of the German fascist and Japanese occupying forces. The war brought about a further development of state monopoly capitalism. A whole series of measures connected with the war, which were taken by the bourgeois states, were directed to ensuring maximum profits to the magnates of finance capital. These purposes were served by such measures as giving to the biggest monopolies war contracts worth milliards on extraordinarily advantageous terms, handing over state enterprises to the monopolies at trivial prices, distribution of raw material and labor power in short supply in the interests of the leading companies, compulsory closing down of hundreds and thousands of small and medium enterprises or their subjection to a few arms industry firms. The war expenditure of the belligerent capitalist powers was met by means of taxation, loans, and the issuing of paper money. In 1943-4, in the principal capitalist countries, USA, Britain, Germany, taxes absorbed about 35% of the national income. Inflation brought about a tremendous price rise. The lengthening of the working day, the militarization of labor, the increase in the burden of taxation and of the high cost of living, the fall in the level of consumption, all this meant a still greater intensification of the exploitation of the working class and the bulk of the peasantry. The monopolies amassed fabulous profits during the war. The profits of the American monopolies grew from $3.3 million in 1938 to $17 million in 1941, $20.9 million in 1942, $24.6 million in 1943 and $23.3 million in 1944. The monopolies of Britain and France and of fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan also made huge profits during the war. During the war and after the war, the economic and political tyranny of the monopolies and the weight of their yoke in the capitalist countries increased still more. A particular expansion took place in the scale of operations of the American monopolies, such as United States Steel, the DuPont Chemical Concern, the General Motors and Chrysler automobile firms, General Electric and others. The General Motors concern, for example, now owns 102 factories in the USA and 33 in 20 other countries. About 500,000 workers are employed in these enterprises. Each of the two capitalist coalitions which grappled with each other during the first period of the war hoped to smash the other, and both German and American imperialism strove to achieve world domination. It was thus that they sought their way out of the general crisis. At the same time, both of the capitalist groupings reckoned on the Soviet Union perishing or being substantially weakened in the course of the war, and also on strangling the working class movement in the metropolitan countries and the national liberation movement in the colonies. Thanks to the heroic struggle waged by the Soviet people and the economic and military might of the USSR, and thanks to the upsurge of the anti-imperialist national liberation movement in Europe and Asia, these calculations of the imperialists were frustrated. The Second World War ended in the complete rout of the fascist states by the armed forces of the anti-Hitler coalition. The decisive part in this rout was played by the Soviet Union, which saved from the fascist enslavers the civilization, freedom, independence, and very existence of the peoples of Europe, contrary to the calculations of the imperialists, who had expected it to be destroyed or weakened. The Soviet state emerged from the war stronger than before and with enhanced international prestige. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union showed the strength and might of the first socialist power in the world and the enormous advantage of socialist society and the socialist form of state. The rout of the fascist aggressors unloosed the forces of the national liberation movement in Europe and Asia. The law of social development in the present epoch, discovered by Lenin, by virtue of which the revolutionary supersession of the capitalist system of economy by the socialist takes place through a gradual falling away of country after count from the world system of capitalism, was fully confirmed. Contrary to the imperialists' calculations that the revolutionary movement would be weakened and rooted, the war led to more countries leaving the capitalist system. The peoples of a number of countries of Central and Southeastern Europe, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Albania threw off the yoke of the reactionary regimes which oppressed them and took power into their own hands. People's democratic republics carried out fundamental social and economic changes and took the road of building the foundations of socialism. The formation of the German Democratic Republic constituted a grave setback to world imperialism and a noteworthy success for the camp of peace and democracy. It is a stronghold of the democratic forces of the German people in their struggle to form a united, democratic and peace-loving Germany. Contrary to the imperialists' calculations of a further enslavement of the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, a mighty upsurge of the national liberation struggle took place in these countries. Very great historic changes occurred in Asia, where live more than half of the population of the entire world. The first place among those changes belongs to the victory of the great Chinese people, headed by the Chinese Communist Party, over the combined forces of imperialism and the internal feudal reaction. The People's Revolution in China put an end to the rule of the feudal exploiters and foreign imperialists in the largest semi-colonial country in the world, liberating from the power of imperialism a people numbering 600 millions. The formation of the Chinese People's Republic was the most powerful blow to the entire system of imperialism since the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia and the victory of the Soviet Union in the Second World War. People's republics arose in Korea and Vietnam. All this led to a further substantial change in the relation of forces between socialism and capitalism in favor of socialism and to the disadvantage of capitalism. As a result of the falling away from capitalism of a number of countries of Europe and Asia, more than a third of mankind have already been freed from the capitalist yoke. The period of the Second World War witnessed, especially after the breakaway of the people's democratic countries, both in Europe and in Asia, from the capitalist system, the development of the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism, which is marked by the further deepening and sharpening of this crisis. The formation of two camps in the international arena and the breakup of the single world market. A very important result of the Second World War was the formation of the World Camp of Socialism and Democracy, uniting the countries of Europe and Asia which have left the capitalist system, and headed by the Soviet Union and the Chinese People's Republic. Hundreds of millions of working people in the capitalist world and all progressive forces in the world of today sympathize with the ideas of peace, democracy, and socialism. The camp of socialism and democracy is confronted by the camp of capitalism, headed by the U.S.A. The Second World War and the formation of two camps in the international arena has had as its most important economic consequence the breakup of the single, all-embracing world market. The economic consequence of the existence of two opposite camps was that the single, all-embracing world market disintegrated, so that now we have two parallel world markets, also confronting one another. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, FLPH. Edition, 1952, p. 35. This has caused a further aggravation of the general crisis of capitalism. In the post-war period, the countries of the socialist camp have dosed their ranks economically and arranged for close collaboration and mutual aid among themselves. Economic collaboration between the countries of the socialist camp is based upon a sincere desire to help one another and bring about a common economic advance. The principal capitalist countries, the USA, Britain, and France, have tried to subject the Soviet Union, China and the European countries of people's democracy to an economic blockade, expecting to be able to stifle them. But by doing this they have contributed, contrary to their intention, to forming and consolidating a new, parallel world market. Thanks to the crisis free of the economies of the countries of the socialist camp, the new world market does not experience any difficulty in finding outlets for its goods, its capacity grows continually. As a result of the falling away of a number of countries in Europe and Asia from the system of imperialism, the sphere in which the forces of the principal capitalist countries, the USA, Britain, France, have access to world resources is considerably reduced. This affects the United States with particular sharpness, as the productive capacity of American industry grew considerably during the war. The narrowing of the sphere of access by the forces of the principal capitalist countries to world resources has brought about an intensification of the conflict between the countries which make up the imperialist camp, for outlets for their goods, for sources of raw material and for spheres of capital investment. The imperialists, and in the first place those of the USA, are trying to overcome the difficulties arising from their loss of huge markets, through intensified expansion at the expense of their competitors, acts of aggression, arms drives and militarization of the economy. But all these measures lead to a still greater aggravation of the contradictions of capitalism. The two camps, the socialist one and the capitalist one, embody two lines of economic development. One line is a line of rapid development of the productive forces, continuous advance of peaceful economic activity and steady increase in the well-being of the working masses of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies. The other line is the line of capitalist economy, holding back the development of the productive forces, a line of militarizing the economy and reducing the standard of living of the working people, in conditions of the continually deepening general crisis of the world capitalist system. The two camps, socialist and capitalist, embody two opposite trends in international politics. The aggressive circles of the USA and other imperialist states are following the road of preparing another war and intensifying reaction in the internal life of their own countries. The socialist camp is conducting a struggle against the threat of new wars and imperialist expansion, for the development of economic and cultural collaboration among the peoples, to strengthen peace and democracy. The crisis of the colonial system of imperialism becomes more acute. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism is marked by a notable sharpening of the crisis of the colonial system. The attempts made by the imperialist powers to pile onto the backs of the peoples of the dependent countries the burden resulting from the war and its aftermath have led to a considerable lowering of the standard of living of the working populations of the colonial world. The American monopolies are penetrating and striking root in the colonies and spheres of influence of the Western European countries, under the guise of aid to underdeveloped countries, which leads to still greater plundering of the enslaved peoples and to aggravation of the contradictions between the imperialist powers. Meanwhile, the development of industry in a number of colonial and semi-colonial countries, brought about by the war, has resulted in a growth of the proletariat, which is more and more actively opposing imperialism. As a result of all this, the contradictions between the colonies and the metropolitan countries have become more and more acute, and the struggle of the peoples of the colonial world for national liberation has become more intense. The rout of the armed forces of German and Japanese imperialism created new and favorable circumstances for the success of this struggle. As a result of the Second World War and the new upsurge of the national liberation struggle, in the colonial and dependent countries there has taken place, in fact, a breakdown of the colonial system of imperialism. The breakdown of the colonial system of imperialism is signaled first and foremost by the breaching of the imperialist front in a number of colonial and semi-colonial countries which have detached themselves from the world system of imperialism and established the system of people's democracy. As mentioned already, the world front of imperialism has been breached in China and also in Korea and Vietnam. The great victory of the People's Revolution in China has had an enormous influence on the whole colonial rear of imperialism. From an object of imperialist exploitation and of rivalry between groups of capitalist powers, China has been transformed into an independent great power, possessed of complete national sovereignty and conducting an independent policy in the international arena. The Chinese People's Republic, linked by close ties of friendship and cooperation to the Soviet Union and all the other countries of the socialist camp, functions a powerful factor for peace and democracy in the Far East and throughout the world. The breakup of the colonial system of imperialism is further characterized by the fact that the peoples of a number of other colonial and dependent countries have won liberation from the colonial regime and taken the road of independent, sovereign development. Under the pressure of the national liberation movement in India, a country with a population exceeding 440 million, British imperialism was obliged to withdraw its colonial administrative machine from that country. India was divided into two dominions, India and Pakistan. India became an independent republic, carrying on an independent policy in the international arena. Freed from colonial oppression, the Indian people are fighting to consolidate their independence, industrialize their country and introduce agrarian reforms. Besides India, Indonesia, Burma, and Ceylon have also got rid of the colonial regime. The imperialist powers, Britain and the USA first and foremost, are making all possible efforts to retain and extend their economic positions in these countries and deprive them of independence. This policy, however, is encountering a growing resistance on the part of the peoples of the countries concerned, who are fighting resolutely for their independence. The sharpening of the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism is characterized by an upsurge of the national liberation movement of the oppressed peoples, which has taken on fresh distinctive features. In a number of colonial countries, the leading role of the proletariat and the communist parties has grown and become stronger, which is an important condition for the success of the struggle of the enslaved peoples directed towards the expulsion of the imperialists and the introduction of democratic changes. Under the leadership of the working class, a united national democratic front is being created, and the alliance of the working class with the peasantry in the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle is growing stronger. In certain enslaved countries, the development of the national liberation movement has led to a prolonged armed struggle of the masses against the colonialists, Malaya, the Philippines. The peoples of Africa, Madagascar, Gold Coast, Kenya, Union of South Africa, more ground down than any by imperialist oppression, have joined the national liberation struggle. Resistance to the imperialists is growing in the Middle East, Persia, Egypt, and in North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco. In Latin America, the struggle against economic overlordship and political oppression by the finance oligarchy of the United States is growing more intense. The reactionary attempts of the imperialists, headed by the imperialist circles of the USA, to frustrate the national and social rebirth of the peoples of Asia on anti-imperialist and anti-feudal foundations is inescapably suffering defeat. The failure of American armed intervention in Korea, the collapse of the plans of French and American imperialism in Indochina have vividly demonstrated that the days have passed, never to return, when the imperialists could impose their will by force of arms on the peoples of Asia and put down any endeavor on their part to win freedom and independence. The breakup of the colonial system of imperialism which has begun is leading to a situation in which the sphere of colonial exploitation is becoming narrower and narrower. This inevitably intensifies the economic and political difficulties of the capitalist countries and shakes the foundations of the imperialist system as a whole. The intensification of the unevenness of development of capitalism. The expansion of American imperialism. The Second World War, which was born of the uneven development of the capitalist countries itself, led to a further accentuation of this unevenness. Three imperialist powers, Germany, Japan, and Italy, were defeated in the field. France suffered severe damage and Britain was very seriously weakened. At the same time, the US monopolies, profiting by the war, strengthened their economic and political position in the capitalist world. In the period between 1929 and 1939, American industry, which possessed considerable reserves of productive capacity, essentially marked time. Enterprises worked a great deal below capacity owing to the narrowness of markets. During the Second World War, the territory of the USA was not affected by military operations, and its economy suffered no military damage. At the same time, the market for the American monopolies enormously expanded. The war brought with it a gigantic demand for arms and war materials. Also, the American monopolies were able to seize the former markets of the West European countries and their overseas colonies and spheres of influence. In these circumstances, the monopolies of the USA could rapidly expand the volume of production and carry through on a considerable scale a renewal of the productive apparatus of industry. American industrial production in 1943 was 2.2 times the level of 1939. In the principal capitalist countries of Western Europe, however, which had suffered severely in the war, industrial production was considerably reduced by the end of the war. As a result, the relative weight of the USA in the amount of industrial production of countries of the capitalist camp grew from 41% in 1937 to 56.4% in 1948. Monopoly circles in the USA, having proclaimed a program of establishing world domination, undertook extensive economic and political expansion into the capitalist countries and colonies. Taking advantage of the weakening of their competitors, the American monopolies, in their hunt for maximum profits, seized in the first years after the war an important share of the capitalist world market. They resorted on a large scale to state monopoly forms of the export of capital in order to enslave other countries. The calculations of the American finance oligarchy about establishing domination of the capitalist world market were, however, not fulfilled. The capitalist countries of Western Europe found themselves at the end of the war having to face great losses. The war had taken heavy toll of the economy of the principal countries of Western Europe, on whose territory military operations had taken place, Germany, France, Italy, or whose territory had been subjected to attacks from the air, Britain. After the end of the war, the bourgeoisie of these countries restored the productive apparatus of industry and to a considerable extent renewed it at the expense of intensified exploitation of the working people and lowering of their standard of living. Owing to the narrowness of the internal market, these countries began to make their way again into their foreign markets, which during the war years had been seized by the American monopolies. Soon after the war, the United States came into collision in the capitalist world market with increasing competition on the part of the West European countries, and in the first place of Britain. The fight for markets became still sharper when, 5 or 6 years after the end of the war, the monopolies of Western Germany and Japan joined in this fight. The expansion of American imperialism showed itself first in the guise of aid for the post-war restoration of Europe. The Marshall Plan, which operated in 1948 to 52, had for its aim to make the West European countries dependent on the American monopolies, draw them into the orbit of aggressive American policy and force the pace of the militarization of their economies. The Marshall Plan paved the way for the North Atlantic Pact, the aggressive alliance formed in 1949 by American imperialism, with the active support of the ruling circles of Britain, for the purpose of establishing its domination over the world. When the period of the Marshall Plan's operation came to an end, it was succeeded by a program alleged to be for ensuring mutual security, under which American aid is given only for arms drives, only for preparations for another war. By the terms of this program, American imperialism finally threw off the mask of restorer of the economies of the capitalist countries. During the war, American exports were growing markedly at the expense of those of the European countries and especially those of Britain, which fell sharply. In 1945, the share of the U.S.A.'s exports in the total export of the capitalist countries amounted to 40.1% as against 12.6% in 1937, while that of Britain's exports fell from 9.9% in 1937 to 7.4% in 1945. After the war, however, as a result of the more acute struggle on the world market and the growth of the exports of the European countries, the share of the USA in the exports of the capitalist countries declined, amounting in 1954 to 19.5%, while Britain's exports in the same year were 10.1% of the total. The American monopolies are trying by all possible means to push up their exports of goods to the other countries of the capitalist camp, employing to this end both the enslaving terms of the loans which they make to these countries and also barefaced dumping. At the same time, the USA fences off its home market in every possible way from the import of foreign goods, imposing exceptionally high customs duties on these goods. This one-sided nature of American external trade has brought about a chronic dollar gap in other countries, i.e., a shortage of dollars with which to pay for goods imported from the United States. The economic expansion of the monopolies of the United States leads to the breaking of historically formed, multilateral economic ties between various countries. American imperialism deprives Western Europe of the possibility of obtaining foodstuffs and raw materials from the countries of Eastern Europe, which could supply these goods in exchange for West European industrial products. One of the factors in the aggravation of difficulties of capitalist economy, since the war, is the circumstance that the imperialists have themselves cut off their access to the world market of the democratic camp, having reduced to almost nothing their trade with the Soviet Union, the Chinese People's Republic and the European people's democracies. In the years since the Second World War, 1946 to 54, exports from the USA have amounted, on the average, to 13.5 milliards a year, while US imports have been only 8.2 milliards. The USA imported $1.3 million worth of goods a year from the countries of Western Europe, on the average, but exported about 4 milliards worth to these countries. Over the 8 years, the gap between the U.S.A.'s exports to the countries of Western Europe and its imports from these countries amounted to $21.6 million. The exchange of goods between the USA and those countries which now form the democratic camp was in 1951 only 1/10 of what it had been in 1937, Britain's trade with them was down to 1/6, and France's to less than a quarter. The expansion of the American monopolies deals a painful blow at the interests of the other capitalist countries. The American monopolies, under the pretext of aid and through advancing credits to these countries, are striking root in their economies and conquering important positions in the colonies of the West European powers. Britain and France, for which cheap raw materials and guaranteed markets are of first-class importance, cannot put up indefinitely with the situation which has been created. The conquered countries Western Germany, Japan, Italy, which are under the yoke of American finance capital, also cannot remain satisfied with their lot. After the Second World War, the unevenness of development within the contracted camp of imperialism became still more marked, and this inevitably led to a further growth of contradictions among the capitalist countries. The most important of these are the contradictions between the USA and Great Britain. These contradictions show themselves in the open struggle being waged between the American and British monopolies for markets for their goods, especially in the countries making up the British Empire: Australia, Canada, India, etc. And for spheres of influence generally in Western Europe, in the Near and Far East, in Latin America. The aggressive blocks of imperialist states, scraped together by the United States and directed against the countries of the socialist camp, cannot eliminate the antagonisms and conflicts between the partners in these blocks, which have as their foundation the struggle to obtain high monopoly profits in conditions in which the territory under the sway of capital has contracted. Thus, Lenin's proposition that the operation of the law of the uneven development of the capitalist countries in the epoch of imperialism is fraught with conflicts and armed clashes between these countries remains valid in the present period. The aggressive ruling circles of the imperialist powers, and of the USA above all, began immediately after the close of the Second World War to carry out a policy of preparing for a third. Hirelings of the monopolies try to mislead the peoples by asserting that the inevitability of war is due to the existence in the world today of two opposed systems, capitalism and socialism. The facts of history refute this fabrication. The First World War was caused by the sharpening of imperialist contradictions in a world in which the capitalist system still held undivided sway. The Second World War began as a war between two coalitions of capitalist countries. In the period since the Second World War, the countries of the socialist camp are firmly arid, consistently upholding the cause of preserving and strengthening peace between the peoples, taking as their starting point that the capitalist and socialist systems are perfectly able to coexist in peace, emulating each other economically. The policy of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies, which is directed towards the development of peaceful cooperation between states regardless of their social structure, enjoys the support of the working masses and the sympathy of champions of peace throughout the world. The peace movement unites hundreds of millions of people in all countries, including many millions in the capitalist countries. People belonging to a variety of social groups and holding different political and religious views have come together on the common ground of the defense of peace and of the security of the peoples. The plans for another world war which aggressive imperialist circles are maturing will be doomed to frustration if the peoples take the cause of peace into their hands and defend it to the end. The democratic forces of the world are now strong enough to prevent war, if only they will act in unity and make impotent the capitalist war profiteers and would-be world conquerors. William Z. Foster, Outline Political History of the Americas, 1953, p. 590. The militarization of the economy of the capitalist countries. Changes in the capitalist cycle. In conditions of the breakup of the single world market and contraction of the sphere of exploitation of the world's resources by the chief capitalist countries, the dominant monopolies are resorting more and more to militarization of the economy as a means of bringing about a growth of production and securing very high profits. In the state budgets, the relative share taken by expenditure arising directly or indirectly from the arms of drive is continually rising. The increase in the state budgets, absorbing an ever larger slice of the national income, is accompanied by an increase in the gap between receipts and expenditure, a growth in the public debt, and the clogging of the channels of monetary circulation with paper money, the purchasing power of which is falling. Militarization of the economy inevitably leads to still greater sharpening of the insoluble contradictions of capitalist economy. According to official, certainly underestimated figures, the profits of the American monopolies grew from $3.3 million in 1938 to $34.8 million in 1954, i.e., they were multiplied by 10. During the 9 years immediately following the war, the profits of American monopolies amounted to $304 million. In Britain, the profits of joint stock companies amounted in 1953 to £3,500 million, as against £1 billion in 1938. In the post-war years, 1946 to 54, the total war expenditure of the USA, including expenditure on arming the states members of the North Atlantic Alliance, NATO, and on producing atomic bombs, exceeded $258 million. Direct military expenditure in the USA during the last 3 years, 1952-4, came to $47 million per year, or over 2/3 of the entire budget, as compared with $953 million, or 12% of the entire budget, in the 3 years before the Second World War. In Britain, military expenditure has grown correspondingly, from £173 million to £1,429 million, and from 8% to 1/3 of the total budget. In France, war expenditure has during the last 3 years amounted on the average to 1/3 of the total budget. The purchasing power of the US dollar was in 1954 only 34.6% of what it had been in 1939, that of the British pound sterling was 31.2%, that of the French franc 2.8% and that of the Italian lira 1.8%. The militarization of the economy of the capitalist countries furnishes one of the most vivid demonstrations of the increasing parasitism and decay of capitalism. Even at the time of the First World War, Lenin, noting the rapid economic development of the USA, stressed that, for this very reason, the parasitic features of modern American capitalism have stood out with particular prominence. Lenin, Imperialism, Selected Works, 1950 edition, Volume I, pt 2, p. 565. In the period since the Second World War, these parasitic features of American capitalism have intensified still further. This is especially graphically shown in the growth of the state's unproductive expenditure, caused by the arms drive and the all-round militarization of the national economy. The parasitism and decay of capitalism does not mean in the least that technical progress ceases and complete stagnation of technique sets in. The characteristic tendency of monopoly to technical stagnation operates alongside an opposite tendency, for technique to advance under the influence of competition and the hunt for high monopoly profits. The arms drive brings about an advance of technique in the branches concerned with armaments production and the sections of heavy industry connected therewith. As a result, technique does not stand still in the capitalist countries but goes forward. But the decay of capitalism shows itself in the fact that technical progress takes place extremely unevenly and lags considerably behind the vast possibilities opened up by the present level of development of science and technique. The economic essence of militarization of the economy consists in the fact that, first, an ever greater share of the finished products and raw materials is absorbed by unproductive consumption connected with war preparations or locked up in the form of huge strategic stocks. Second, the expansion of war production is carried out at the cost of a further lowering of workers' wages, ruin of the peasantry, increase in the tax burden and plundering of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries. All this substantially reduces the purchasing power of the population, cuts down the demand for the products of industry and agriculture, and leads to a sharp contraction in civilian production. Thus, the militarization of the economy of the capitalist countries, aggravating the disproportion between the production potentialities and the reduced effective demand of the population, leads inevitably to the growth of the prerequisites of a crisis of overproduction. In connection with the aggravation of the general crisis of the world capitalist system, further changes take place in the capitalist cycle. These changes ensue from the breakup of the uniform world market and the intensification of the uneven development of the capitalist countries. They are connected with the inevitable consequences of the Second World War and the militarization of the economy. War inflation factors, i.e., the militarization of the economy and the inflation which accompanies it, temporarily hold back the outbreak of crisis but cannot eliminate, or restrict the operation of the general laws of capitalist reproduction which make crises unavoidable. Since the USA on the one hand, and the main West European countries on the other, came out of the war having suffered quite different economic effects from it, the course of the capitalist cycle could not be the same through the capitalist world. After the Second World War ended, the volume industrial production in the USA, which had been inflated by war demand, fell sharply, so that in 1946 it was 29% or less than in 1943. Later, in 1948-9, an economic crisis occurred. It is significant that, on the eve of the crisis, in 1948, American industry had not yet attained the highest peak of production during the war period, the level of 1943. The crisis of 1948-9 affected to some extent also a number of countries of Western Europe. From October 1948 to October 1949 the volume of American industrial production fell by 10%. Industrial production in the USA in 1949 amounted to only 35% of what it had been at the highest point in 1943, engineering only 50%. This shrinking of production was accompanied by crisis phenomena in the fields of commodity circulation, credit, and foreign trade. These include piling up of vast stocks of unrealizable commodities, the decline in commercial transactions, a sharp falling off railway freights, some stock exchange failures, a fall in the value of shares amounting to milliards of dollars, an increase in the number of bankruptcies, and a reduction in the volume of America's exports. The war inflicted considerable damage upon the economies of the principal capitalist countries of Western Europe, and the restoration of this damage held back for a definite period the growth of the prerequisites for an overproduction crisis, so that the post-war years saw an increase in industrial production in these countries. The crisis of 1948-9 in the USA did not lead to a general falling off of production in Western Europe and, consequently, did not develop into a world economic crisis. The rapid increase of war expenditure in the United States and other capitalist countries, especially after the outbreak of the war in Korea in 1950, served as a temporary stimulus to the expansion of production, and first and foremost to the production of armaments and other war material. However, the one-sided character of this recovery made it unstable and short-lived. A fresh falling off of production, signifying a crisis, began as early as the middle of 1953. Within less than a year from August 1953 to April 1954, the volume of industrial production in the USA declined by 10%. The shrinkage of production led to the doubling of the number of completely unemployed, to a wave of bankruptcies and the swallowing up of many smaller firms by the big monopolies. Between April and November 1954, industrial production remained at the same level, and only in November 1954 did it begin slowly to mount. Thus, the course of reproduction in the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism is marked by sharply increasing unevenness of development as between different countries, which brings special instability to the entire economic system of capitalism. The prerequisites for a world economic crisis continue to accumulate in all the capitalist countries. Intensified impoverishment of the working class in the capitalist countries. The aggravation of the general crisis of capitalism which took place after the Second World War led to a further impoverishment of the proletariat. Seeking maximum profits, the monopolies are increasing the exploitation of the working people. Monopoly capital is transferring onto the backs of the working people the ruinous consequences of the war and of militarization of the economy. The monopolies supported by the reactionary trade union leaders seek to lower the workers' real wages through freezing nominal wages, i.e., preventing them from rising in conditions in which inflation prevails and the burden of taxation is growing. Inflation produces an increase in the cost of living and a rapid rise in the prices of consumer goods, a widening of the gap between nominal and real wages. External expansion and the militarization of the economy of the capitalist countries take place at the price of a burden of taxation which weighs upon the working people. One of the factors in the reduction of the standard of living of the working class is the rapid rise in rents. The decline in real wages leads to a worsening of the nutrition of the working population. The position of the working intelligentsia in the capitalist countries is deteriorating, unemployment is increasing amongst them, and their incomes are falling as a result of the rise in the cost of living, the growth of taxation, and inflation. Real wages in the USA and Britain and especially in France and Italy have markedly declined as compared with pre-war. Thus, for example, in France the purchasing power of the average hourly wages was in 1955 about half what it had been before the war. Along with the sharp fall in the purchasing power of money, the cost of living grew considerably in the capitalist countries in relation to the pre-war figures. In 1954 in the USA it was 2.9 times pre-war, in France more than 30 times and in Italy more than 60 times. In 1952, in spite of the increase in war production, there were reckoned to be in the USA not less than 3 million wholly unemployed and 10 million partly, and in Western Germany nearly 3 million wholly and partly unemployed. Italy had more than 2 million wholly unemployed and an even larger number partly unemployed. In Japan there were about 10 million wholly and partly unemployed. In the USA at the beginning of 1954 the number of wholly unemployed reached 3.7 millions, and that of partly unemployed 13.4 millions. In the US. Direct taxes in the 1953-4 budget year were nearly 12 times as great as in the 1937-8 budget year, even if the fall in the purchasing power of money be taken into account. In the Western European countries, where, too, the tax burden was very heavy even before the war, taxes likewise grew in this period. In Britain they were doubled, in France multiplied by 2.5 and in Italy 1.5 times. At the beginning of 1955 the rent paid by a U.S. worker's family was more than double what it had been in 1939. According to figures issued by the Bureau of the Census, In 1949 in the USA 72.2% of all American families had incomes below the extremely meager official subsistence minimum, 34.3% had incomes which were less than half of this minimum, 18.5% less than a quarter, and 9.4% less than an eighth. The worsening of the material situation of wide sections of the population of the capitalist countries leads to a growth of unrest and discontent among the masses, who react more and more actively against the oppression of monopoly capital. This is expressed in an upsurge of the strike movement in the capitalist countries, in a strengthening of the progressive trade unions which are united in the World Federation of Trade Unions set up in 1945, in the growth of the communist parties and extension of their mass influence, in the strengthening of the political activity of the working class. The communist parties and progressive trade unions, firmly rebuffing the splitting activity of the right-wing socialists and reactionary trade union leaders, are educating the working class in the spirit of proletarian solidarity, in the spirit of struggle for liberation from imperialist oppression. Intensified oppression by the monopolies in the agriculture of the capitalist countries, and impoverishment of the peasantry. The aggravation of the general crisis of capitalism after the Second World War is marked by enhanced domination by the monopolies and finance capital in agriculture, the growth of differentiation among the peasantry and of impoverishment of the bulk of them. Finance capital takes possession of agriculture ever more widely and deeply. The mortgage banks, which advance credit on the security of land, become the de facto owners of the holdings of the ruined peasantry, together with their implements and other chattels. The short-time credit banks and insurance companies entangle the peasants in a net of indebtedness. The monopolies make money for themselves out of the products of agriculture at every stage of their passage from the producer to the consumer. By fixing low prices for the produce which they buy from the small peasants and screwing up retail prices to a high level, the monopolies appropriate a substantial part of the peasants' incomes. Huge profits are received at the expense of the bulk of the peasants by the monopolies engaged in the processing of agricultural produce, in the flour milling, meat, tin food and sugar industries. The measures taken by the state tax policy, wholesale buying operations and other forms of so-called aid to agriculture result in ever greater enrichment of the monopolies and impoverishment of the bulk of the peasantry. The exploitation of the peasants by the monopolies is combined with very numerous survivals of the serf-owning type of exploitation and above all with sharecropping, under which the tenant is obliged to hand over to the landowner a considerable share of his crop as rent for land and implements. In the U.S.A., the proportion of the total land occupied by large and very large farms, over 500 acres in extent, which amounted in 1950 to less than 6% of all the farms, grew from 44.9% in 1940 to 53.5% in 1950, while the share occupied by latifundia with an extent greater than 1,000 acres grew from 34.3% to 42.6%. According to the data of the 1950 census, 44% of all the farms, in value of marketable produce accounting for less than $1,200 each, produced less than 5% of all the marketable produce, i.e., they were primitive, poorly productive, subsistence farms, while 103,000 large farms, $25,000 worth, or more, of marketable produce each, which made up only 2% of the total, contributed 26% of the marketable produce of U.S. agriculture. In France in 1950 small farms, 25 acres or less in extent, which made up 56.7% of all the farms, comprised only 16.1% of all the agricultural land, while large farms, numbering 4.4% of the total, made up 29.9% of it. In Western Germany small farms with an area not exceeding 12.5 acres, which in 1949 made up 55.8% of all the farms, had only 11% of all the land, while 0.7% of the large farms accounted for 27.7% of it. In Italy there are 2.5 million landless peasants and 1.7 million who have little land. During the decade 1940 to 1950 over 700,000 farm households were ruined. The total amount of ground rent in the USA grew from $760 million in 1937 to $2.1 million in 1952. In Italy, a few hundred landlords drew every year 450 million lire in ground rent, whereas the wages of 2.5 million agricultural laborers amounted only to 250 million lire. The total indebtedness of American farmers to the banks and other credit institutions more than doubled in 1946 to 54, reaching the figure of $18 million by January 1, 1955. The property tax on the farm population was in 1953 2.3 times as high as in 1942. Since the Second World War, the increase in the impoverishment of the working class and the peasantry in the capitalist countries and the vast expenditures which these countries are making on armaments have brought about a decline in effective demand and in the market for agricultural produce. In connection with this, stocks and surpluses of agricultural goods for which no outlet can be found are increasing in the capitalist countries, cultivated areas are shrinking, the earnings of the bulk of the peasantry from the sale of their produce are sharply declining, a mass-scale ruination of petty producers is taking place, and a vast quantity of foodstuffs is being destroyed at the same time as the consumption of foodstuffs by the working masses is falling and they are actually going without essential food. All this is preparing the way for the onset of a fresh agrarian crisis. Transient stocks of wheat in the USA in 1954 were 2.4 times the highest level of stocks during the crisis of 1929-33 and were more than 7 times as great as the average annual stocks of 1946-8. In order to keep prices of foodstuffs at their inflated level, state agencies in the USA buy up huge quantities of gram, cotton, potatoes, and livestock products and systematically destroy part of these stocks. In 1954, the net income of USA farmers was $4.6 million, or 36% or less than their average annual income in 1946-8. The further aggravation of the general crisis of capitalism since the Second World War is marked by a sharpening of the antagonisms of capitalist society. The contradiction between society's productive forces and the capitalist relations of production, which has reached its farthest limits, shows graphically that history has doomed the bourgeois system, which has outlived itself. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism has brought with it an aggravation of the crisis of bourgeois democracy. The anti-popular and anti-national character of bourgeois rule is showing itself with increasing frankness. The reactionary circles of the bourgeoisie are seeking their way out from the general crisis of capitalism by the path of war and the fascisation of political life. The masses of the people in the capitalist countries, marching under the banner of proletarian internationalism, are seeking their way out of the situation through active and resolute struggle against the entire system of imperialist slavery and for national and social liberation. Proletarian, socialist internationalism is the basis of the solidarity of the working people and of cooperation between the peoples in the cause of defending their independence from the attempts made upon it by imperialism, in the defense of peace. It teaches the workers to unite their forces in every country in order to fight against the rule of capital, to bring about a transition to socialist economy. It teaches the working class and the peoples to develop mutual links of international solidarity, in order the better to carry forward the fight for peace, to isolate and render harmless those who are fomenting another war. P. Togliatti, The Unity of Working Class and the Tasks of the Communist and Work Parties, for a Lasting Peace, for People's Democracy, December 2, 1949. After the First World War, Russia broke away from the capitalist system. After the Second World War, a whole series of countries in Europe and Asia broke away, and a Third World War, should the imperialists manage to start one, would inevitably result in the downfall of the entire world capitalist system. In such a war, the imperialist aggressors would not only clash with the invincible might of the states of the socialist camp. They would find themselves confronted with an explosion of all the sharpest contradictions inherent in present-day capitalism between labor and capital, between the imperialist powers, between the metropolitan countries and the colonies. The progressive, democratic forces of the peoples, headed by the working class and its vanguard, the communist parties, are uniting in active opposition to imperialist reaction, the fascist danger and the plans for fresh wars. The peace-loving policy of the Soviet Union, the Chinese People's Republic and the other countries of the socialist camp, directed towards the easing of international tension, has led to the ending of the war in Korea, the restoration of peace in Indochina and the conclusion of the State Treaty with Austria. At the Geneva meeting of the heads of government of the four powers, the Soviet Union, the USA, Britain, and France, held in June 1955, definite successes were achieved in the direction of improving the international situation and establishing cooperation between states with different economic and social systems. The camp of peace, democracy, and socialism, headed by the Soviet Union and the Chinese People's Republic, unites the 900 million inhabitants of the countries which have broken away from the capitalist system. This camp constitutes a powerful force which exercises a decisive influence on the entire course of current history. Brief conclusions. 1. In the period of the Second World War, especially after the falling away from the capitalist system of the people's democracies of Europe and Asia, the general crisis of capitalism developed to its second stage. As a result of the formation of two opposing camps in the international arena, a split took place in the single, all-embracing world market, and two parallel markets were formed, the market of the countries of the socialist camp and the market of the countries of the capitalist camp. The sphere of access by the forces of the chief capitalist countries U.S.A., Britain, France to the world's resources was notably reduced. 2. One of the principal results of the Second World War has been the sharp aggravation of the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. An upsurge of the national liberation struggle in the colonial and dependent countries has led to the beginning of the breakup of the colonial system, to the breaking away of China and a number of other countries from the world system of imperialism. 3. The further intensification of the unevenness of the development of the capitalist countries inevitably produces an aggravation of the internal contradictions in the camp of imperialism. The militarization of the economy. 1. Causes the gap to widen between the production potentialities of industry in the capitalist countries and the possibilities for disposing of their goods, and by so doing prepares the way for the onset of a fresh economic crisis. 4. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism is marked by a further deterioration in the material position of the broad masses of the working people. This is expressed in the decline in the real wages of the working class, the increase in the permanent army of unemployed, the extensive introduction of sweating systems, inflation and rise in the cost of living, increase in the burden of taxation, the worsening of the position of the bulk of the peasantry in the capitalist countries and intensified exploitation of the colonies. The strengthening of the camp of peace, democracy and socialism, the weakening of the imperialist camp of reaction and war, the upsurge in the struggle of the working class, the peasantry, and the colonial peoples for freedom testify that the present epoch is the historic epoch of the downfall of capitalism, of the victory of communism. Economic doctrines of the capitalist epoch. With the development of capitalism and the growth of its contradictions, various trends of economic thought were formed and developed, expressing the interests of different classes. Bourgeois classical political economy. In the struggle against feudalism and for the establishment of the capitalist order, the bourgeoisie created its own political economy, which discredited the economic views of the ideologues of feudalism and for a certain period played a progressive role. The capitalist mode of production was established first of all in Britain. Here also was born bourgeois classical political economy, whose representatives tried to discover the internal connections between economic phenomena. Already the founder of bourgeois classical political economy, William Petty, 1623–87, who was active in the period when mercantilism was breaking down, essentially defined the value of commodities by the comparative amount of labor contained in them, though much inconsistency was shown regarding this question. An important role in the formation of bourgeois political economy was played by the physiocrats. This trend was headed by François Quesnay, 1694–1774. The physiocrats arose in France in the second half of the 18th century, in the period when the bourgeois revolution was being prepared in the world of ideas. Like the French philosophers of the Enlightenment in the same period, the physiocrats laid it down that natural laws of human society exist, established by nature. France was at that time an agricultural country. In contrast to the mercantilists, who saw wealth only in money, the physiocrats declared the sole source of wealth to be nature, and consequently agriculture, which supplies man with the fruits of nature. Hence also the name of the school physiocrats, formed from two Greek words meaning nature and rule. The central place in the physiocrats' theory was occupied by the doctrine of the product net. This was what the physiocrats called the entire surplus of production over and above the expenditure incurred in production, that part of the production in which, under capitalism, the surplus value finds embodiment. The physiocrats understood wealth as a definite mass of products in their real, material form, as a definite mass of use values. They declared that the product net, as a gift of nature, arises exclusively on the basis of the use of wage labor in agriculture and stock breeding, i.e., in those branches of production where the natural processes of growth of plants and animals take place, while all other branches merely change the form of the products supplied by agriculture. The most noteworthy work of the physiocratic school was Quesnay's Tableau économique. The service rendered by Quesnay consisted in the fact that he made a remarkable attempt to depict the process of capitalist reproduction as a whole, even though he could not furnish a scientific theory of reproduction. Proceeding from the idea that the product net is created only in agriculture, the physiocrats demanded that all taxes be imposed on landowners, while manufacturers should be freed from tax burdens. This demand of the physiocrats showed clearly their class character as ideologues of the bourgeoisie. The physiocrats were supporters of the unlimited domination of private property. Affirming that only free competition corresponds to the natural laws of economy and to human nature, they counterposed to the policy of protectionism the policy of free trade, and fought resolutely against guild restrictions and against social interference by the state in the country's economic life. Bourgeois classical political economy attained the peak of its development in the works of A. Smith and D. Ricardo. Adam Smith, 1723–90, took a notable step forward compared with the physiocrats, in the scientific analysis of the capitalist mode of production. His fundamental work was an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, 1776. In Smith's opinion, a country's wealth consists in the entire mass of commodities produced in it. He rejected the one-sided and therefore incorrect conception of the physiocrats that the product net is created only by agricultural labor, and was the first to proclaim as the source of value all labor, in no matter which branch of production it might be expended. Smith was an economist of the period of manufacture in the development of capitalism, and for this reason he saw the basis of the increase in the productivity of labor in the division of labor. Characteristic of Smith was the interweaving of two different approaches to economic phenomena. On the one hand, Smith inquired into the internal connections of phenomena, trying to penetrate with his analysis into the hidden structure, or, to use Marx's expression, the physiology of the bourgeois economic system. On the other hand, Smith gave a description of phenomena in the form in which they made their appearance on the surface of capitalist society and, consequently, as they seem to the practical capitalist. The first of these ways of understanding reality is scientific, the second is unscientific. Investigating the internal connections of the phenomena of capitalism, Smith defined the value of a commodity by the amount of labor expended on producing it. In so doing, he looked upon the wages of the wage worker as part of the product of his labor, determined by the value of his means of livelihood, and profit and rent as deductions from the product created by the worker's labor. However, Smith did not maintain this point of view consistently. Smith continually confused the determination of the value of commodities by the labor included in them with the determination of the value of commodities by the value of labor. He asserted that the determination of value by labor belongs only to the primitive state of society, by which he meant the simple commodity production of petty producers. Under capitalist conditions, the value of a commodity is made up of incomes, wages, profit, and rent. An assertion such as this reflected the misleading appearance assumed by phenomena in capitalist economy. Smith considered that the value of the social product as a whole also consisted only of incomes, wages, profit, and rent, i.e., he made the mistake of leaving out the value of the constant capital which is used up in producing a commodity. This Smith dogma made it quite impossible to understand the process of social reproduction. Smith was the first to describe the class structure of capitalist society. He showed that it is divided into three classes: 1. Workers, 2. Capitalists, and 3. Landowners. But Smith was limited by his bourgeois world outlook, and his views reflected the undeveloped class struggle of the epoch. He claimed that in a capitalist society a community of interests prevails, inasmuch as each pursues his own advantage, and from the clash between all these separate strivings the common benefit arises. Resolutely combating both the theoretical views and the policies of the mercantilists, Smith warmly supported free competition. In the works of David Ricardo, 1772–1823, bourgeois classical political economy reached its perfection. Ricardo lived in the period of the Industrial Revolution in Britain. His principal work, On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, came out in 1817. Ricardo worked out the labor theory of value with the maximum consistency possible within the framework of a bourgeois outlook. Rejecting Smith's thesis that value is determined by labor only in the primitive state of society, he showed that the value created by the worker's labor is the source from which arise wages, rent, and profit alike. Proceeding from the idea that value is determined by labor, Ricardo showed the antagonism of class interests in bourgeois society, as it manifests itself in the sphere of distribution. Ricardo regarded the existence of classes as an eternal feature of the life of society. In Marx's words, Ricardo consciously makes the antagonism of class interests, of wages and profits, of profits and rent, the starting point of his investigations, naively taking this antagonism for a law of nature. Marx, Capital, Kerr edition, Volume I, pages 17–18. Ricardo formulated an important economic law: the higher the worker's wages, the lower the capitalist's profit, and vice versa. Ricardo also showed the antagonism between profit and rent, but he went wrong in acknowledging the existence only of differential rent, which he linked with the imaginary law of diminishing returns from the soil. Ricardo played a great role in the development of political economy. His doctrine that value is determined by labor alone was of outstanding historical importance. Observing the growth of capitalist contradictions, some of his followers began to draw the conclusion: since value is created by labor alone, it is necessary and just that the worker, creator of all wealth, should also be the master of all wealth, of all the products of labor. A demand like this was put forward in Britain in the first half of the 19th century by the early socialists, who were followers of Ricardo. At the same time, Ricardo's doctrines contained elements of bourgeois limitedness. The capitalist system with its antagonistic class interests seemed to Ricardo, as to Smith, a natural and eternal system. Ricardo did not even raise the question of the historical origin of such economic categories as the commodity, money, capital, profit, etc. He understood capital unhistorically, identifying it with means of production. The rise of vulgar political economy. With the development of capitalism and the sharpening of the class struggle, classical bourgeois political economy gave place to vulgar political economy. Marx called it vulgar because its spokesman substituted for the scientific cognition of economic phenomena mere description of the outward appearance of these phenomena, having as their aim the embellishment of capitalism and the slurring over of its contradictions. The vulgar economists threw out everything that was scientific, while snatching at everything that was unscientific in the views of earlier economists, especially A. Smith, everything which had been determined by the class limitations of their outlook. It was thenceforth no longer a question whether this theorem or that was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, politically dangerous or not. In place of disinterested inquiries there were hired prize fighters, in place of genuine scientific research, The Bad Conscience and the Evil Intent of Apologetic, Marx, Capital, Kerr edition, Volume I, p. 19. In the sphere of the theory of value, vulgar economy put forward, in opposition to the determination of value by labor time, a number of propositions which had already been refuted by the bourgeois classical school. Amongst these were, the theory of supply and demand, which ignores the value underlying prices and for the explanation of the very basis of prices substitutes a description of the fluctuations of these prices, the theory of costs of production, which explains the prices of some commodities by means of the prices of others, i.e., in fact turns round in a vicious circle, the theory of utility, which, trying to explain the value of commodities from their use value, ignores the fact that the use values of different commodities are qualitatively different and therefore cannot be compared quantitatively. The English vulgar economist T.R. Malthus, 1766–1834, put forward the fabrication that the poverty of the masses of the working people which is inherent in capitalism is due to the fact that people multiply faster than the amount of means of life provided by nature can be increased. According to Malthus, the necessary correspondence between the numbers of the population and the quantity of means of life supplied by nature is brought about through famine, poverty, epidemics, and wars. Malthus's man-hating theory was formed for the purpose of justifying the social order under which the parasitism and luxury of the exploiting classes exist side by side with the exhausting labour and increasing want of the broad masses of the working people. The French vulgar economist J.B. Say, 1767–1832, declared the source of value to be the three factors of production: labor, capital, and land, and drew the conclusion therefrom that the owners of each of these three factors of production receive the incomes due to them, the worker his wages, the capitalist his profit, or interest, the landowner his rent. The three factors theory, which became widespread in bourgeois political economy, had the function of concealing the decisive circumstance that it is only in certain social conditions that labor is transformed into wage labor, that the means of production become capital, and that property in land becomes a source of rent. Capital and land provide revenue for their owners, of course, only by virtue of the fact that the worker creates surplus value by his unpaid labor, and this is the real source of all unearned incomes in capital society. Affirming that under capitalism there is no contradiction between production and consumption, Say denied that general crises of overproduction were possible. Say's theory was a crude distortion of reality to please the exploiting classes. Fantasies about the harmony of class interests under capitalism were zealously propagated by the French economist F. Bastiat, 1801–50, and the American C.H. Carey, 1793–1879. Under the pretext of defending bourgeois freedom of labor, vulgar political economy carried on a fierce struggle against trade unions, collective agreements, and strikes. From the second quarter of the 19th century onward, vulgar political economy became predominant in bourgeois economic science. Petty bourgeois political economy. At the beginning of the 19th century there arose a petty bourgeois trend in political economy, which reflected the contradictory position of the petty bourgeoisie as the intermediate class of capitalist society. Petty bourgeois political economy begins with the Swiss economist S. Sismondi, 1773–1842. Unlike Smith and Ricardo, who regarded the capitalist system as the natural state of society, Sismondi undertook a critique of capitalism, which he condemned from the standpoint of the petty bourgeoisie. Sismondi idealized the petty commodity production of peasants and handicraftsmen and, failing to see the inevitable growth of the capitalist relations inherent in petty commodity production, put forward utopian projects for perpetuating small property. From the fact that the incomes of the workers and petty producers declined, Sismondi drew the erroneous conclusion that the market inevitably shrinks as capitalism develops. He wrongly claimed that accumulation of capital was possible only given the existence of petty producers and foreign markets. The ideas of petty bourgeois political economy were developed in France by P.J. Proahan, 1809–1865. He upheld the reactionary idea that all the social evils of capitalism could be eliminated by setting up a special bank, which would carry out the exchange of goods between petty producers without using money and would grant free credit to the workers. Proudhon sowed reformist illusions among the working class masses and deflected them from the class struggle. In Russia at the end of the 19th century, the reactionary ideas of petty bourgeois political economy were propagated by the liberal Narodniks, the utopian socialists. With the rise and development of large-scale machine industry at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries, the contradictions of capitalism and the miseries which it brings to the working masses became increasingly apparent. But the working class was still not conscious of its historical role as capitalism's gravedigger. It was in this period that the great utopian socialists emerged: Henry Saint-Simon, I 760-1825, and Charles Fourier, 1772-1837, in France, and Robert Owen, 1771-1858, in Britain, who played a big part in the history of the development of socialist ideas. In their explanation of economic phenomena, the utopian socialists did not depart from the basis of the 18th century philosophers of the Enlightenment, which had been that of the spokesman of bourgeois classical political economy. But whereas the latter regarded the capitalist system as corresponding to human nature, the utopian socialists looked upon it as contradicting human nature. The historical importance of the utopian socialists is that they subjected bourgeois society to vigorous criticism, ruthlessly castigating such ulcers upon it as the poverty and privations of the mass of the people condemned to heavy and exhausting labor, the venality and degeneration of the rich upper strata of society, the vast squandering of productive forces as a result of competition, crises, and so on. They made a number of guesses about the nature of the socialist system, which they counterposed to capitalism. But the utopian socialists were far from understanding the actual ways leading to the realization of socialism. Being ignorant of the laws of social development, the laws of the class struggle, they thought that the possessing classes themselves would introduce socialism when they had succeeded in convincing them of the reasonableness, justice, and expediency of this new system. Understanding of the historical role of the proletariat was completely alien to the utopian socialists. Utopian socialism could not explain the essence of wage slavery under capitalism, nor discover the laws of the latter's development, nor point to the social force which is capable of becoming the creator of a new society. Lenin, The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, Selected Works, 1950 edition, Volume I, pt. I, p. 80. The Revolutionary Democrats in Russia. In the middle of the 19th century there appeared in Russia, which was then in the throes of the crisis of serfdom, a brilliant constellation of thinkers who made a great contribution to the development of economic science. A.I. Herzen, 1812-70, denounced Tsarism and serfdom in Russia and summoned the people to revolutionary struggle against it. He also sharply criticized the capitalist system of exploitation which had been established in the West. Herzen was the initiator of utopian peasant socialism. He saw socialism in the emancipation of the peasants with land, in communal ownership of land, and in the peasant idea of the right to the land. There was actually nothing socialist in these views of Herzen's, but they expressed the revolutionary strivings of Russia's peasantry, who were fighting to overthrow the rule of the landlords and to abolish landlord ownership of land. Very great services to the development of economic science were rendered by the great Russian revolutionary and scholar N.G. Chernyshevsky, 1828-89. Chernyshevsky headed the struggle of the revolutionary Democrats against serfdom and Tsarist autocracy in Russia. He produced a brilliant critique not only of serfdom but also of the capitalist system, which had become consolidated by then in Western Europe and North America. Chernyshevsky thoroughly exposed the class nature and limitedness of bourgeois classical political economy and subjected to annihilating criticism the vulgar economists, John Stuart Mill, Say, Malthus and others. In Marx's estimation, N.G. Chernyshevsky elucidated the bankruptcy of bourgeois political economy in masterly fashion. To bourgeois political economy, which serves the mercenary interest of the capitalists, Chernyshevsky counterposed the political economy of the working people, the central place in which should be taken by labor and the interests of the working people. Being a representative of utopian peasant socialism, Chernyshevsky did not see, owing to the undeveloped state of capitalist relations in the Russia of his day, that the development of capitalism and of the proletariat creates the material conditions and the social force for the realization of socialism. But in his understanding of the nature of capitalist society and its class structure, the character of its economic development, Chernyshevsky went much further than the West European utopian socialists and took a long stride along the path to scientific socialism. Unlike the utopian socialists of the West, Chernyshevsky ascribed decisive significance to the revolutionary activity of the working masses, their fight for their own liberation, and called for a people's revolution against the exploiters. Chernyshevsky was a consistent, militant revolutionary democrat. Lenin wrote that the spirit of the class struggle breathes from the pages of his works. The economic teaching of Chernyshevsky was the culmination of the whole development of political economy before Marx. In his philosophical views, Chernyshevsky was a militant materialist. Like Herzen, he came close to dialectical materialism. The revolutionary democrats Herzen, Chernyshevsky and those who shared their views were the forerunners of Russian social democracy. The revolutionary transformation in political economy effected by K. Marx and F. Engels. By the middle of the 19th century, the capitalist system of economy had become predominant in the principal countries of Western Europe and in the USA. The proletariat had taken shape and had begun to advance to battle against the bourgeoisie. The conditions had arisen for the formation of an advanced proletarian world outlook, scientific socialism. Karl Marx, 1818–83, and Friedrich Engels, 1820–95, transformed socialism from utopia into science. The teachings elaborated by Marx and Engels express the fundamental interests of the working class and are the battle flag of the proletarian masses for the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and the triumph of socialism. Marx's teaching arose as the direct immediate continuation of the teaching of the greatest representatives of philosophy, political economy, and socialism. Lenin, The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, Selected Works, 1950 edition, Volume I, pt. I, p. 75. Marx's genius consists, as Lenin showed, precisely in his having given the answers to questions which the advanced thinkers of mankind had already asked. His teaching is the rightful heir of the best that had been created by man's thought in the field of the science of human society. At the same time, the rise of Marxism was a fundamental revolutionary transformation in philosophy, in political economy and in all the social sciences. Marx and Engels equipped the working class with an integrated and systematic world outlook, dialectical materialism, which is the theoretical foundation of scientific communism. Extending dialectical materialism to the field of social phenomena, they created historical materialism, which is the greatest triumph of scientific thought. To the non-historical approach to human society, they counterposed the historical approach, based on a profound study of the actual course of development. The previously dominant notion of society as unchanging and static they replaced by a systematic teaching which laid bare the objective laws of social development, the laws of the replacement of some forms of society by others. Marx and Engels were the founders of genuinely scientific political economy. In applying the method of dialectical materialism to the investigation of economic relations, Marx effected a thoroughgoing revolution in political economy. Approaching political economy as the ideologist of the working class, Marx conclusively exposed the contradictions of capitalism and created proletarian political economy. Marx formed his economic doctrine in the course of irreconcilable struggle against bourgeois apologists for capitalism and petty bourgeois criticism of it. While utilizing and developing a number of propositions of the classical bourgeois economists, Smith and Ricardo, Marx resolutely overcame the anti-scientific views and contradictions which were contained in their teachings. In his economic teaching, Marx summed up and generalized an enormous amount of material on the history of human society and especially on the history of the rise and development of capitalism. To Marx is due the discovery of the historically transient character of the capitalist mode of production and the investigation of the laws of the rise, development, and fall of capitalism. On the basis of a profound economic analysis of the capitalist system, Marx established the historical mission of the proletariat as the gravedigger of capitalism and the builder of a new, socialist society. The foundations of the Marxist world outlook were proclaimed already in the first program document of scientific communism, the Manifesto of the Communist Party, written by Marx and Engels in 1848. Marx published the results of his further economic investigations in his work A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, devoted to an analysis of commodities and money. In the foreword to this book he gave a classical exposition of the principles of historical materialism. Marx's principal work, which with perfect justification he called his life work, is Capital. The first volume of Capital, The Process of Capitalist Production, was published by Marx in 1867, the second volume, The Process of Capitalist Circulation, was published by Engels after Marx's death, in 1885, and the third volume, The Process of Capitalist Production as a Whole, in 1894. When working on Capital, Marx planned to write a fourth volume, devoted to a critical review of the history of political economy. The preparatory drafts which he left when he died were published after the death of Marx and Engels under the title of Theories of Surplus Value, in 3 volumes. A number of classical works by Engels were also devoted to the working out of the theory of scientific communism. Amongst these are, The Condition of the Working Class in England, 1845, Anti-Düring, 1878, in which are reviewed the most important questions in the fields of philosophy, natural science, and the social sciences, the origin of the family, private property, and the state, 1884, and others. In founding proletarian political economy, Marx first and foremost substantiated and consistently developed the labor theory of value. Investigating the commodity and the contradiction between its use value and its value, Marx revealed that the labor incorporated in a commodity is twofold in character. On the one hand it's concrete labor, creating the use value of the commodity, and on the other it is abstract labor, creating the commodity's value. His discovery of the twofold character of labor served Marx as the key to the scientific explanation of all the phenomena of the capitalist mode of production on the basis of the labor theory of value. By showing that value is not a thing but a production relationship between people, concealed under the appearance of a thing, Marx revealed the secret of commodity fetishism. He analyzed the form taken by value and investigated its historical development from the first rudimentary forms of exchange down to the complete dominance of commodity production, and this enabled him to discover the true nature of money. The labor theory of value furnished Marx with the basis for his teaching on surplus value. Marx was the first to show that under capitalism it is not labor that is a commodity, but labor power. He investigated the value and use value of this particular commodity and elucidated the nature of capitalist exploitation. Marx's theory of surplus value completely reveals the essence of the basic production relationship of capitalism, the relation between capitalists and workers, and lays bare the very foundations of class antithesis and class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie. Marx did not only reveal the origin and source of surplus value, he also showed how capitalist exploitation is disguised and concealed. He inquired into the essential nature of wages as the price of labor power, appearing in transmuted form as the price of labor. Marx analyzed in profoundly scientific fashion the various forms which surplus value assumes. He showed how surplus value appears in transmuted form in the form of profit, and how it then further takes the form of ground rent and interest. Moreover, the deceptive appearance is created that wages are the price of labor, that profit is begotten by capital itself, ground rent by land and interest by money. In his teaching on the price of production and average profit, Marx resolved the contradiction which exists in the circumstance that under capitalism market prices diverge from values. At the same time he revealed the objective basis of the class solidarity of the capitalists as regards the exploitation of the workers, inasmuch as the average, Profit received by each capitalist is determined by the level of exploitation not in the particular enterprise but in capitalist society as a whole. Marx worked out the theory of differential rent and was the first to give a scientific foundation to the theory of absolute rent. He showed the reactionary, parasitic role of large-scale land ownership and the essence and forms of the exploitation of the peasants by the landlords and bourgeoisie. Marx was the first to discover the laws of the accumulation of capital, establishing that the development of capitalism, with the concentration and centralization of capital, inevitably leads to deepening and sharpening of the contradictions characteristic of the system, at the basis of which lies the contradiction between the social character of production and the private, capitalist form of appropriation. Marx revealed the general law of capitalist accumulation, which causes the growth of wealth and luxury at one pole of society and the growth of poverty, oppression, and exhausting labor at the other pole. He showed that with the development of capitalism there takes place a relative and an absolute impoverishment of the proletariat, which results in the gulf between proletariat and bourgeoisie deepening and the class struggle between them becoming sharper. Of the very greatest importance was the analysis which Marx provided of the reproduction of the entire social capital. Eliminating Smith's error of ignoring the constant capital used up in the production of a commodity, and establishing the division of the social product, so far as its value is concerned, into three parts, C plus V plus S, and, as regards its material form, into means of production and consumer goods, Marx discovered the general economic law by which the development of the productive forces takes place in any form of society, by way of a more rapid growth of the production of means of production as compared with that of consumer goods. Marx analyzed the conditions for simple and extended capitalist reproduction and the deep-going contradictions of capitalist realization which lead inevitably to crises of overproduction. He examined the nature of economic crises and showed scientifically that they are inevitable under capitalism. The economic teaching of Marx and Engels provides a thorough and comprehensive proof of the inevitability of the downfall of capitalism and the triumph of the proletarian revolution, which sets up the dictatorship of the working class and opens a new era, the era of the building of socialist society. As early as the 1870s and 1880s, Marxism began to be ever more widely accepted among the working class and the advanced intelligentsia of the capitalist countries. A great part in spreading the ideas of Marxism was played in those years by Paul Lafargue, 1842–1911, in France, Wilhelm Liebknecht, 1826–1900, and August Bebel, 1840–1913, in Germany, G.V. Plekhanov, 1856–1918, in Russia, Dmitry Blagoev, 1855–1924, in Bulgaria and other outstanding figures of the working class movement in other countries. In Russia the Marxist Workers' Party and its world outlook were formed in uncompromising struggle against opponents of Marxism, such as Narodism. The Narodniks denied the leading role of the proletariat in the revolutionary movement. They declared that it was impossible for capitalism to develop in Russia. The Narodniks were opposed by Plekhanov and the Liberation of Labor group which he organized. Plekhanov was the first to give a Marxist critique of the Narodniks' mistaken ideas and at the same time he set forth a brilliant defense of Marxist views. Plekhanov's activity in the 1880s and 1890s was of great importance for the ideological training of Russia's proletarian revolutionaries. Plekhanov produced a number of outstanding works on the philosophy of Marxism. He successfully popularized in a number of works particular aspects of Marx's economic teaching, and defended this teaching against bourgeois criticism and reformist distortions. Plekhanov's writings effectively undermine the foundations of the Narodniks' position. But the ideological route of Narodism was not completed. Even in the early period of his activity, Plekhanov had an incorrect understanding of a number of questions, which was the embryo of his later Menshevik views. He did not allow for the proletariat's need to draw the peasantry behind it in the course of the revolution. He looked upon the liberal bourgeoisie as a force which would support the revolution, etc. The task of finishing off Narodism as the enemy of Marxism and uniting Marxism with the working class movement in Russia was carried out by Lenin. The further degeneration of bourgeois economic science. Present-day bourgeois political economy. From the time that Marxism first appeared in the historical arena, the fundamental and decisive task before bourgeois economists has been the refutation of Marxism. All sorts of idealistic philosophies and subjective sociologies have provided the logical basis of the various schools and tendencies in bourgeois political economy. There arose in Germany in the middle of the 19th century the so-called historical school of political economy, W. Rosker, B. Hildebrandt, etc. The spokesman of this school openly denied that any economic laws of social development exist and substituted for scientific inquiry the description of separate historical facts. Their denial of economic laws provided these economists with the justification for each and every arbitrary act on the part of reaction, and for their own groveling before the military bureaucratic state, which they extolled in every way. Later representatives of the historical school, headed by G. Schmaler, formed the so-called historico-ethical or historico-legal trend. The characteristic feature of this trend was the replacement of economic investigation by reactionary, idealist dissertations about moral purposes, legal norms, etc. Certain economists of the historical school such as Hildebrandt, together with other bourgeois economists, Adolf Wagner, L. Brentano, W. Sombart, formed in 1872 the so-called Social Policy League for the purpose of preaching social reforms from their professorial chairs, with the aim of preventing the downfall of the capitalist system. Continuing the traditions of their predecessors, the representatives of this tendency, which was ironically called Kathedersocialismus, literally, socialism of the professorial chair, functioned as lackeys of the militarist German state. Some of them interpreted every measure taken by the state as a piece of socialism. The socialists of the professorial chair glorified the reactionary policy followed by Bismarck and helped him to deceive the working class. In the last decades of the 19th century, as Marxist ideas continued to spread, the bourgeoisie needed new ideological means of struggle against them. The so-called Austrian school then made its bow. The name of this school is connected with the fact that its principal spokesmen, K. Menger, E. Wieser and E. Bohm-Bawerk, were professors at Austrian universities. Unlike the historical trend, the spokesman of the Austrian school gave formal acknowledgement to the need to investigate economic laws, but in order to embellish and defend the capitalist order they transferred the search for these laws from the sphere of social relations to the field of subjective psychology, i.e., they took the road of idealism. In the field of the theory of value the Austrian school put forward the so-called principle of marginal utility. According to this principle the value of a commodity is determined not simply by its utility, as certain vulgar economists had previously asserted, but by its marginal utility, i.e., by the least urgent of the needs of the individual which the given commodity unit satisfies. In fact, this theory explains nothing. It is quite obvious, for example, that the subjective evaluation of a kilogram of bread is utterly different as between a sated bourgeois and a hungry unemployed man, yet they both pay the same price for this bread. To Marx's theory of surplus value the economists of the Austrian school counterposed one form or another of the theory of the productivity of capital, which is merely a refurbished form of the vulgar theory of the three factors of production. The transition to imperialism and the extreme sharpening of social contradictions and class struggle connected with this led to a further degradation of bourgeois political economy. After the victory of the socialist revolution in Russia, which refuted in practice the assertions of the bourgeois ideologues about the eternity of the capitalist system, many bourgeois economists began to see as one of their main tasks the concealment from the working people of the capitalist countries, by means of slanders against the Soviet Union, distorting the essential nature of the Soviet system, of the truth about the world historic achievements of the land of socialism. Modern bourgeois political economy is an ideological weapon of the finance oligarchy, and most of its representatives function openly and without concealment as defenders of imperialist reaction and aggression. In their explanation of such categories of capitalism as value, price, wages, profit, and rent, modern bourgeois economists usually adopt the standpoint of the subjective psychological trend, one of the varieties of which is the Austrian school described above, and rehash in various ways the old vulgar theory of the three factors of production. The British economist Alfred Marshall, 1842–1924, tried eclectically to reconcile three different vulgar theories of value, supply and demand, marginal utility, and costs of production. The American economist John Bates Clark, 1847–1938, propagating the false notion of the harmony of interests between the different classes of bourgeois society, put forward the theory of marginal productivity, which was in fact merely a peculiar attempt to combine the old vulgar theory of productivity of capital with the vulgar theory of marginal utility propounded by the Austrian school. Profit, according to Clark, is a sort of recompense for the work of the employer. The working people create only a small part of the world's wealth and receive it back in full. Unlike the bourgeois economists of the epoch of pre-monopoly capitalism, who extolled freedom of competition as the basic condition for society's development, modern bourgeois economists usually stress the need for all-round interference by the state in economic life. They extol the imperialist state as a force which stands above classes and is capable of subjecting the economy of the capitalist countries to the principle of planning. In reality, however, the intervention of the bourgeois state in economic life has nothing in common with the planning of the national economy, and intensifies the anarchy of production still further. The apologists of monopoly hypocritically describe as organized capitalism the subordination of the imperialist state to the finance oligarchy and their extensive utilization of the state machine in their selfish interests, so as to increase the profits of the monopolies. The first decades of the 20th century in Germany saw the spread in Germany of the so-called social trend, or social organic school of political economy, A. Amann, R. Staalsmann, O. Spann, etc. Unlike the Austrian school with its subjective psychological approach to economic phenomena, the spokesmen of the social trend dealt with social relations between men, but they looked on these relations idealistically as legal forms, lacking any material content. The economists of the social trend declared that social life is governed by legal and ethical norms. They covered up their zealous service to the capitalist monopolies with demagogic arguments about the common welfare and the need to subordinate the part, i.e., the working masses, to the whole, i.e., the imperialist state. They praised the activity of the capitalists, declaring it to be service to society. The reactionary fabrications of this school furnished an ideological weapon to fascism in Germany and in other bourgeois countries. German fascism made use of the most reactionary elements of German vulgar political economy, its extreme chauvinism, its worship of the bourgeois state, its preaching of conquest of other people's lands together with class peace within Germany. The German fascists, who were the bitterest foes of socialism and of all progressive mankind, resorted in anti-capitalist demagogy and hypocritically styled themselves National Socialists. The Italian and German fascists preached the reactionary theory of the corporative state, according to which capitalism, classes, and class contradictions had been abolished in the fascist countries. The fascist economists justified the robber conduct of Hitlerite Germany in seizing the lands of other peoples by means of the so-called race theory and the theory of living space. According to these theories, the Germans are a higher race and all the other nations are inferior. The master race has the right to seize by force the lands of the other, inferior races and to extend its rule throughout the world. The experience of history has shown graphically the foolishness and impracticability of Hitler's crazy plans to conquer world power. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, when the market problem has assumed unprecedented acuteness, economic crises have become both more frequent and more profound, and permanent mass unemployment is a regular feature of life. Sundry theories have appeared which suggest that it is possible to secure full employment and to eliminate anarchy of production and crises while preserving the capitalist system. The theory of the British economist J.M. Keynes, 1883–1946, which he set forth in his book A General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, became widespread among bourgeois economists. Concealing the true causes of permanent mass unemployment and crises under capitalism, Keynes tries to show that these flaws of bourgeois society arise not from the nature of capitalism but from the psychology of individuals. According to Keynes, unemployment results from insufficient demand for articles of personal and productive use. The inadequacy of consumer demand is caused by the inherent tendency which people have to save part of their income, and the inadequacy of demand for articles of productive use is due to the capitalists' loss of interest in investing their capital in the various branches of the economy because of the general fall in the profitability of capital. In order to increase employment, Keynes declares, it is necessary to increase the investment of capital, and to this end the state must, on the one hand, ensure a growth in the profitability of capital by reducing the real wages of the workers through inflation and reduction of the bank rate, and, on the other hand, carry out large-scale capital investment at public expense. The extension of consumer demand, according to Keynes, may come from a further growth in the parasitic consumption and extravagance of the ruling classes and an increase in expenditure for war purposes and other unproductive outlays by the state. Keynes' theory is unsound. The inadequacy of consumer demand is due not to any mythical inclination of people to save but to the impoverishment of the working people. The measures proposed by Keynes allegedly in the interests of securing full employment, inflation, increase in unproductive expenditure on preparing and carrying on wars, lead in reality to a further reduction in the standard of living of the working people, to shrinkage of the market and increase in unemployment. The theory of Keynes in one variety or another is widely made use of nowadays by bourgeois economists and also by right-wing socialists in a number of capitalist countries. Characteristic of present-day bourgeois political economy in the USA is the theory which urges an increase in the state budget and the public debt as a means of overcoming capitalism's defects. The American economist A. Hansen considers that the possibilities of further development of capitalism through the operation of elemental economic forces alone have been substantially narrowed, declares that it is necessary for the state to regulate capitalist economy through artificially stimulating capital investment by means of extensive state purchases. According to the theory of Hansen and a number of other American bourgeois economists, state expenditure should serve as the regulator of employment. During crises and depressions the government must increase its expenditure and during inflation it must reduce it. Starting from this idea they call for an extension of the practice of state orders, the establishment of enterprises at state expense, the purchase of strategic material on a large scale, the expansion of the army and of the government apparatus. In fact, all these forms of state expenditure, connected with the militarizing of the economy and the arms drive, play a very great role in ensuring maximum profits to the monopolies. After the Second World War, American bourgeois economists made extensive propaganda in favor of militarizing the economy as a way of preserving it from economic crises of overproduction. According to these economists, a large demand for war purposes will guarantee an unbroken growth in production. This apologetic theory is refuted by reality, for the militarizing of the economy can only hold back for a short time the onset of an overproduction crisis, and in the last analysis inevitably aggravates the contradiction between the growth of the productive potentialities and the narrowing of the effective demand of the population, which leads to economic crises. Certain bourgeois economists in the USA and Britain call for free play of economic forces, by which in fact they understand the unrestricted freedom of the monopolies to exploit the workers and fleece the consumers. These economists hypocritically declare the activities of the trade unions in defense of the workers to be a violation of economic freedom, and eulogize the reactionary, anti-labor legislation of the imperialist states. Both the champions of regulation of the economy by the bourgeois state and the upholders of the free play of economic forces express the interests of the finance oligarchy, which tries to assure itself of maximum profits through further intensifying exploitation of the working masses inside the country and through imperialist aggression in the international arena. Some bourgeois economists try to justify the aggressive policy of seizure of other people's lands by the imperialist powers, and their enslavement and plundering of other peoples, by anti-scientific fabrications about the inequality of the various races and nations, about the civilizing mission of the higher races and nations in relation to the lower ones, etc. Especially zealous in this direction are the most reactionary American economists who, following in the footsteps of the German fascists, are propagating the man-hating idea of the superiority of the English-speaking nations over all other peoples, and trying to justify by all possible means the crazy plans for establishing domination of the world by the USA. In this connection they diligently extol the American way of life, putting forward, in fact, the theory, long since refuted, of American exceptionalism, which was current in the 1920s and asserted that American capitalism differed in principle from European, that it was free from such evils as class contradiction and class struggle, the domination of monopoly, colonialism, and so on. American capitalism was defined as people's, democratic, labor capitalism. In reality, nowhere is the domination of capital over labor, the despotism of monopoly in all fields of economic and political life and the subordination of the state apparatus to the financial oligarchy so clearly apparent as in the USA. Many apologists of American imperialism express themselves against the independence of peoples and national sovereignty and declare that the existence of national states is the fundamental cause of all the social calamities of present-day bourgeois society: militarism, war, unemployment, poverty, etc. To the principle of national sovereignty they oppose the cosmopolitan idea of a world state in which the leading role would be played, of course, by the USA. The preaching of cosmopolitanism has as its task to disarm the peoples ideologically, to break their will to resist the encroachments of American imperialism. Many bourgeois economists in the USA are putting out direct propaganda for another world war. They depict war as a natural and eternal feature of social life, and they declare that peaceful coexistence between the countries of the capitalist camp and those of the socialist camp is impossible. For the purpose of the preparation of another world war there is widespread propaganda in bourgeois writings for the long since discredited theory of Malthus. Characteristic of modern Malthusianism is the combination of Malthus's reactionary ideas with the race theory. Malthusian economists claim that the world is overpopulated owing to the excessive multiplication of man, which is also the basic cause of food shortage and of all other woes suffered by the working masses. They demand a sharp reduction in the numbers of the population, especially in the colonial and dependent countries, the people of which are carrying on a fight for liberation against imperialism. The Malthusians of today call for the waging of devastating wars and the use of atomic bombs and other means of mass annihilation. Life shows the utter untenability of the theoretical constructions of present-day bourgeois political economy, its menial role in relation to monopoly capital, its inability to give a scientific analysis and positive solution of the economic problems of the present epoch. The petty bourgeois criticism of imperialism. In contrast to Sismondi, who regarded the system of free competition as the primary source of all the evils of capitalism, a considerable section of the petty bourgeois economists of the imperialist epoch extol the capitalism of the epoch of free competition, depicting it as the best of economic systems. They turn the edge of their criticism not against capitalism in general but only against the unrestricted rule of the capitalist monopolies, seeing in their arbitrary power the fundamental threat to economic freedom, individual initiative, etc. The works of the petty bourgeois critics of capitalism contain a wealth of factual information exposing the predatory behavior of the monopolies. But the petty bourgeois economists criticize the monopolies from a reactionary utopian standpoint, calling for a return to the capitalism of free competition. They deny the need to go forward to socialism, without which the elimination of the rule of the monopolies is unthinkable. The petty bourgeois criticism of imperialism sows illusions about the possibility of doing away with the abuses of monopoly and strengthening the position of small and medium concerns by means of antitrust legislation and all manner of measures to encourage small businesses and combat the speculative machinations of the financial sharks, while preserving capitalism. The petty bourgeois economists sow illusions by affirming that, in capitalist conditions, it is possible to save the small commodity producers, the peasants and handicraftsmen from ruin, and fundamentally to improve the position of the workers through developing consumer, agricultural and artisan cooperatives. In present-day circumstances, many representatives of petty bourgeois political economy function as exponents of the discontent among the petty bourgeois strata of the population against the arbitrary power of the monopolies, the despotism of the state, the unbearable burden of taxes and the growing danger of war. In the Western European countries, and also especially, in the underdeveloped countries, the representatives of this trend take an active part in the democratic movement against encroachment by America's imperialism upon the national sovereignty of other countries, against the arms drive and against the policy of preparing another world war. The economic theories of the opportunists of the Second International and the right-wing socialists of today. The countless attempts made by bourgeois science to destroy Marxism in no way shook its position. Then the struggle against Marxism began to be waged under the flag of effecting the improvement or interpretation of Marx's theory. The dialectics of history were such that the theoretical victory of Marxism obliged its enemies to disguise themselves as Marxists. Lenin, The Historical Fate of Marx's Teaching, Selected Works, 1950 edition, Volume I, pt. I, p. 84. The revisionists tried to adapt proletarian political economy to the interests of the bourgeoisie. In the 1890s, revisionism came on the scene, with the German Social Democrat E. Bernstein as its chief spokesman. The revisionists took the field against Marx and Engels' teaching on the inevitability of the revolutionary downfall of capitalism and the setting up of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They subjected all sections of Marx's revolutionary economic teaching to thorough revision. The revisionists proposed to Marx's labor theory of value with the theory of marginal utility, and, in essentials, to replace it by the latter. Marx's teaching on surplus value they interpreted in the sense of moral condemnation of capitalist exploitation. Sheltering behind alleged new data on the development of capitalism, the revisionists described as out-of-date Marx's teaching on the victory of large-scale production over small, on the impoverishment of the proletariat in capitalist society, on the irreconcilability and increasing acuteness of class contradictions, on the inevitability of economic crises of overproduction under capitalism. They called on the workers to refrain from revolutionary struggle to overthrow the capitalist system and to limit their struggle to current economic interests. In Russia, the views of revisionism were upheld by the so-called legal Marxists, who were in fact ideologists of the bourgeoisie, P. Struve, M. Tagan-Baranovsky, etc., and by the spokesman of the opportunist group of economists and by the Mensheviks. A more subtle form of distortion of Marxism was undertaken by the opportunists of the Second International K. Kosky, 1854–1938, R. Hilferding, 1877–1941, and others. At the beginning of their activity they were Marxists and contributed to the spread of Marx's teachings. In this connection should be mentioned such works of K. Kosky's as The Economic Doctrine of Karl Marx, The Agrarian Question and others, and also Hilferding's work Finance Capital, 1910, which, in spite of the mistakes which it contained, played a definite positive role in the scientific study of the modern phase of capitalist development. Later, however, Kosky and Hilferding passed over in effect to the position of opponents of revolutionary Marxism, though continuing for the time being to appear in the guise of orthodox pupils of Marx and Engels. Objecting in words and that inconsistently to certain theses of the revisionists, these opportunists nevertheless emasculated Marxism of its revolutionary essence and tried to transform it into a dead dogma. They threw out the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is the heart of Marxism, denied the absolute impoverishment of the working class, and affirmed that crises were disappearing under capitalism. Slurring over the profound contradictions of monopoly capitalism in every way, K. Kosky treated imperialism as merely a particular kind of policy, viz., as the striving of highly developed industrial countries to subject agrarian countries to themselves. This theory sowed the illusion that a predatory policy did not result from the essential nature of monopoly capitalism. During the First World War, Kosky put forward the anti-Marxist theory of ultra-imperialism, super-imperialism, asserting that it might be possible under imperialism by agreement between the capitalists of the different countries to create an organized world economy and thereby eliminate anarchy of production and war. Characteristic of this reactionary theory was the separation of economics from politics and the ignoring of the law of uneven development of the capitalist countries in the epoch of imperialism. The theory of ultra-imperialism whitewashed imperialism and disarmed the working class to the advantage of the bourgeoisie, by giving rise to illusions about peaceful and crisisless development of capitalism. These same purposes were served by the vulgar theory of the productive forces which Koski also propagated. According to this theory, socialism is a mechanical outcome of the development of the productive forces of society, without class struggle or revolution. After the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia, Koski took the road of open struggle against the first dictatorship of the proletariat to be established in the world, and called for intervention against the Soviet Republic. R. Hilferding, in his work Finance Capital, slurred over the decisive role played by monopoly in modern capitalism and the sharpening of its contradictions, and ignored very important features of imperialism: the parasitism and decay of capitalism, the partition of the world and the struggle to redivide it. During the years of temporary and partial stabilization of capitalism after the First World War, Hilferding followed the bourgeois economists in affirming that the era of organized capitalism had arrived, when thanks to the activity of the monopolies, competition, anarchy of production and crises were disappearing and planned, conscious organization had begun to prevail. From this, the reactionary leaders of the social democratic parties drew the conclusion that the trusts and cartels were peacefully growing into planned socialist economy. All that remained for the working class to do was to help the trust magnates and bankers to adjust their economy, and then present-day capitalism would gradually, without any conflict or revolution, grow peacefully into socialism. Thus the whitewashing of imperialism by Koski, Hilferding, and other reformist theoreticians of social democracy was inseparably linked with their preaching of a peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism, aimed at deflecting the working class from the tasks of the revolutionary struggle for socialism, at subordinating the workers' movement to the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie. This purpose was served, especially, by the spreading by certain right-wing socialist leaders in the between the two world wars period of the apologetic theory of economic democracy. According to this theory, the workers who as representatives of trade unions appear before factory managements and other administrative bodies are sharing equally in the management of the economy, and are gradually becoming masters of industry. By their policy of betraying the interests of the working class, the Social Democrats of the Second International cleared the way for fascism in Germany and several other countries. A variety of the reformist theory of the peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism is the theory of cooperative socialism, which is based on the illusion that the spread of forms of cooperation alongside preservation of the rule of capital will bring about socialism. In Russia, anti-Marxist, Koskiist views on questions of the theory of imperialism were spread by the enemies of socialism, the Mensheviks, Trotskyists, Bukharinists, and others. Preaching apologetic theories of pure imperialism, organized capitalism, etc., they endeavored to slur over the sharpening contradictions of monopoly capitalism. Denying the law of uneven development of capitalism in the epoch of imperialism, they tried to poison the workers' minds with disbelief in the possibility of the victory of socialism in a single country. In the period following the Second World War, the right-wing reformist leaders of the British Labour Party and the right-wing socialist leaders in France, Italy, Western Germany, Austria, and other countries, L. Bloom, K. Renner, etc., have come forward as defenders of capitalism. The leaders of the right-wing socialists defend the monopolies, preach class peace between the workers and the bourgeoisie, and often actively support the reactionary internal and aggressive foreign policies of imperialism. Endeavoring to reconcile the working people to imperialism, and to inspire in the working class faith in the possibility of improving its poverty-stricken lot while preserving the capital system, the right-wing socialist theoreticians have composed the theory of democratic socialism, which is a variant of the theory of peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism. The theory of democratic socialism affirms that in Britain, France, the USA, and other capitalist countries exploitation and antagonism of class interests between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie now no longer exist. The imperialist state is proclaimed an organization above classes and every enterprise belonging to the state a socialist enterprise. The Labour leaders have claimed the nationalisation of the Bank of England, of the railways and of certain branches of industry which they carried out when they were in power after the Second World War as triumphs of democratic socialism. In reality, Labour Party nationalisation was a bourgeois measure, which in no way modified the economic nature of the nationalist enterprises as capitalist enterprises. The actual rulers of Britain continued to be the monopolist bourgeoisie. The owners of the nationalist enterprises, which had formerly been unprofitable, received generous compensation and a high, guaranteed income, while the workers employed in the nationalist branches of industry were obliged to work still more intensively at a low level of wages. The theory of democratic socialism serves as a screen concealing the growing oppression of the working masses by state monopoly capitalism, which constitutes the highest degree of domination by the finance oligarchy. While preaching class peace in capitalist society, the leaders of the right-wing socialist parties at the same time actively help the bourgeoisie to carry out an offensive on a wide front against the standard of living of the working masses, and to suppress the labor movement in the metropolitan countries and the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries. In their interpretation and evaluation of all the most important economic phenomena of the present epoch they usually followed in the footsteps of the bourgeois economists. A consistent fight against the theories of the bourgeois economists and right-wing socialist leaders is carried on by the communist and workers' parties, which are guided in their activity by the theory of Marxism-Leninism. The ideas of advanced Marxist-Leninist theory are finding ever wider acceptance among the progressive sections of the intelligentsia in the capitalist, colonial and semi-colonial countries, including the economists. The objective course of social development, the facts of real life, are to an increasing extent convincing economic scientists in the capitalist countries of the historical correctness of the theory of Marxism-Leninism. In the works of these economists, who support the materialist world outlook and are attracted towards Marxism, there is often to be found valuable material exposing the contradictions and defects of capitalism today and advocating the idea of peaceful coexistence between different social systems and economic cooperation between the peoples. An army of progressive scholars and scientists and public men of various views and trends is growing and multiplying, taking an active part in the fight for the national independence of their peoples, for peace, for the development of economic and cultural links between all countries regardless of differences in their social systems. The development of the Marxist political economy of capitalism by V.I. Lenin. The working out of a number of new propositions in the political economy of capitalism by J.V. Stalin. The economic teaching of Marx and Engels was given creative development in the works of V.I. Lenin, 1870–1924. Marx, Engels, and Lenin are the creators of genuinely scientific political economy. As a true follower and continuer of the teachings of Marx and Engels, Lenin carried on an irreconcilable struggle against both open and concealed enemies of Marxism. Lenin stood up for the revolutionary teaching of Marx and Engels against the attacks of bourgeois pseudoscience and against distortions by the revisionists and opportunists of every brand. Basing himself on the generalization of new historical experience of the class struggle of the proletariat, he raised the teaching of Marxism to a new and higher level. Lenin entered the political battlefield in the 1890s, when the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to imperialism was being completed, when the center of the world revolutionary movement was passing to Russia, a country in which a mighty people's revolution was coming to maturity. In his works of the 1890s on the so-called Ustion of Markets, 1893, What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, 1894, The Economic Content of Narodism and the Criticism of It in Mr. Struve's book, 1894, A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, 1897, Lenin waged a consistent fight both against the Narodniks, who declared that capitalism would not develop in Russia, and against the legal Marxists, who extolled capitalism, slurred over its deep-going contradictions and endeavored to subordinate the growing movement of the working class to the interests of the bourgeoisie. The ideological route of Narodism was completed by Lenin's classical work The Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1899, which was the most considerable work of Marxist writing since Marx's Capital. In this work, and in his other writings of the 1890s, Lenin thoroughly analyzed the economy of Russia and showed the economic foundations of class contradictions and class struggle and the prospect before the revolutionary movement. Generalizing the experience of the economic and political development of Russia and other countries in the last decades of the 19th century, Lenin upheld and developed the propositions of Marxism about the laws governing the rise and development of the capitalist mode of production, about its insoluble contradictions and inevitable doom. Refuting the Narodnik's fabrications concerning the artificiality of Russian capitalism, Lenin showed the special features of the economy and social system of Russia, connected with the peculiarities of its historical development, in particular the combination of methods of capitalist exploitation with numerous survivals of the yoke of serfdom, which gave a special sharpness to social relations in Russia. In his fight against the contemptuous attitude of the Narodniks towards the proletariat, Lenin showed that the development of capitalism inevitably leads to a growth in the numbers, degree of organization and consciousness of the working class, which is the advance guard of the entire mass of the working and exploited people. He gave a comprehensive justification of the leading role of the proletariat in the revolution. Lenin ascertained the essence of the differentiation among the peasantry of Russia in the period since the reform, and the close interweaving of survivals of serf bondage with the oppression of capitalist relations, refuting the Narodnik conception of the peasantry as a homogeneous mass. He showed the economic basis for the possibility and necessity of a revolutionary alliance between the working class and the working and exploited masses of the peasantry. Lenin revealed the economic foundation of those peculiarities of the Russian Revolution which made it a revolution of a new type of bourgeois democratic revolution led by the proletariat and having the prospect of growing into a socialist revolution. The development of capitalism in Russia sums up a number of works of Lenin's on the theory of capitalist reproduction. In these works he refuted the Sismondian statements of the Narodniks about the impossibility of realizing surplus value in the absence of petty producers and foreign markets, and gave a comprehensive substantiation of the Marxist thesis that the market for capitalism is created by the very development of capitalism itself. Lenin developed further the theses of Marxism about the law of preferential growth of the production of means of production under extended reproduction, about the contradictions of capitalist realization, about the growth in the organic composition of capital as a factor in the impoverishment of the proletariat and about the inevitability under capitalism of periodical crises of overproduction. Lenin's works on the agrarian question made a most valuable contribution to Marxist political economy. In these he scientifically generalized a great deal of information on the development of capitalism in the agriculture of Russia and of a number of other countries, France, Germany, Denmark, USA, etc. In his works The Agrarian Question and the Critics of Marx, 1901-7, The Agrarian Program of Social Democracy in the First Russian Revolution of 1905-7, 1907, New Data on the Laws of Development of Capitalism in Agriculture, I 914-15, and others, Lenin investigated deeply and comprehensively the laws of capitalist development in agriculture, which had been indicated by Marx only in general outline. In his struggle against West European and Russian revisionism which described agriculture as a branch of the economy to which the laws of the concentration and centralization of capital did not apply, Lenin gave a scientific analysis of the special features of the development of capitalism in the countryside. He showed the profound contradictoriness of the economic position of the bulk of the peasantry and the inevitability of their being ruined in bourgeois society. Lenin upheld and developed the Marxist theory of differential and absolute ground rent. Demonstrating the significance of absolute rent as one of the most important factors hindering the development of the productive forces in agriculture, Lenin worked out comprehensively the question of the possibility, conditions, and economic consequences of nationalizing the land in the bourgeois democratic and socialist revolutions. He exposed the bourgeois economists who propagated the pseudo-scientific law of diminishing returns from the soil. Combating the opportunist line of the West European parties of the Second International and of the Russian Mensheviks, including the Trotskyists, in relation to the peasantry, Lenin showed the need for the working class to follow a policy calculated to transform the bulk of the peasantry into an ally of the revolutionary proletariat. Lenin's theory of the agrarian question was a profound economic justification of the policy of the Communist Party of Russia in the sphere of relations between the proletariat and the peasantry, and in particular of the demand for nationalization of the land, included in its program. Lenin's works on the agrarian question constitute the theoretical basis for the agrarian program and agrarian policy of the communist parties in other countries. Of very great importance for the development of Marxist theory was the struggle which Lenin waged in defense of dialectical and historical materialism, in his notable work Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. This book dealt a crushing blow at the very foundations of the revisionists' theories, their idealist philosophy. Lenin exposed the utter unsoundness of the revisionist criticism of Marxist political economy. He showed the bankruptcy of revisionism on all the principal questions of the political economy of capitalism: the theory of value, the theory of surplus value, the theory of the concentration of capital, the theory of crises, etc. Marx and Engels, living as they did, in the epoch of pre-monopoly capitalism, naturally, could not furnish an analysis of imperialism. The great merit of having carried out the Marxist investigation of the monopoly stage of capitalism is Lenin's. Basing himself on the fundamental propositions of capital and generalizing the new phenomena in the economy of the capitalist countries, Lenin, first among Marxists, gave an all-round analysis of imperialism as the last phase of capitalism, as the eve of the social revolution of the proletariat. This analysis is contained in his classical work Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916, and in other works of the First World War period, Socialism and War, the United States of Europe slogan, a caricature of Marxism and imperialist economism, imperialism and the split in socialism, and the military program of the proletarian revolution. Lenin's theory of imperialism starts from the fact that the most profound basis of imperialism, its economic essence, is the domination of monopoly, that imperialism is monopoly capitalism. Lenin subjected the main economic features of imperialism and the concrete forms of monopoly domination to comprehensive examination. Lenin's teaching on imperialism, on the replacement of free competition by the domination of monopolies which draw high monopoly profits, and on the sources and methods of ensuring these high monopoly profits, provided the initial propositions for the basic economic law of monopoly capitalism. Describing imperialism as a new and higher stage of capitalism, he defined the place of imperialism in history and showed that imperialism is capitalism in its monopolistic, parasitic, or decaying and moribund stage. Lenin's theory of imperialism reveals the contradictions of capitalism in the monopoly stage of its development, the contradictions between labor and capital, between the metropolitan countries and the colonies, and between the imperialist countries. It explains the profound causes which render inevitable imperialist wars for a new repartition of the world. The aggravation and deepening of all these contradictions reaches extreme limits, beyond which the revolution begins. Lenin demonstrated the just character of the struggle for liberation waged by the peoples against imperialist oppression and enslavement. Lenin worked out the question of state monopoly capitalism, of the subjection of the bourgeois state machine to the monopolies. He showed that state monopoly capitalism means the highest form of capitalist socialization of production and the material preparation for socialism, on the one hand, and, on the other, means exploitation of the working class and all the working masses in every possible way. Lenin discovered the law of uneven economic and political development of capitalist countries in the imperialist period. Taking this law as his starting point, he made the great scientific discovery that it was possible to break the chain of world imperialism at its weakest link, the deduction that the victory of socialism could occur first of all in a few countries or even in a single country, and that a simultaneous victory of socialism in all countries was not possible. Lenin proved the tremendous role of the peasantry as the proletariat's ally in the revolution. Lenin worked out the theory of the national and colonial question and indicated the lines along which it should be solved. He showed the possibility and necessity of linking up the proletarian movement in the developed countries with the national liberation movement in the colonies in a united front of struggle against the common enemy imperialism. Lenin's theory of imperialism showed the necessity of socialist revolution and of the dictatorship of the working class in the conditions of the new epoch of history, the epoch of direct and decisive battle by the proletariat for socialism. Thus, Lenin created a new, finished theory of socialist revolution. Lenin worked out the principles of the doctrine of the general crisis of capitalism, the historical period of the downfall of the capitalist system and the victory of the new, higher, socialist system. Already in the period of the First World War he drew the conclusion that the epoch of comparatively peaceful development of capitalism was over, and that the imperialist war, which was a tremendous historical crisis, was opening the era of socialist revolution. The war created such a boundless crisis, said Lenin on the eve of the Great October Socialist Revolution, that mankind found itself confronted with the choice, either to perish or to entrust its fate to its most revolutionary class, in order to bring about as rapid as possible a transition to a higher mode of production socialism. From the fact established by Lenin of the uneven ripening of socialist revolution in the different links of the world capitalist system, it follows that the downfall of capitalism and the victory of socialism take place by way of the falling away from the capitalist system of separate countries, in which victory has been won by the working class, advancing to power in close and unbreakable alliance with the basic working masses of the peasantry, and gathering around itself the overwhelming majority of the people. Lenin showed that peaceful coexistence of the two systems, capitalist and socialist, over a long period of history was both possible and necessary. Lenin worked out the theory of imperialism and of the general crisis of capitalism in irreconcilable struggle against the bourgeois economists and opportunists of the Second International. He exposed the complete theoretical unsoundness and political harmfulness of Koskai's anti-Marxist theory of ultra-imperialism, and of the variants of this theory put forward by Trotsky and Bukharin. In his struggle against Bukharin's distortions of Marxism, Lenin stressed more than once that pure imperialism, without a foundation of capitalism, never existed, exists nowhere, and cannot exist. Characteristic of imperialism is precisely the union of monopoly with exchange, the market, competition. Rising above the old capitalism like a sort of superstructure upon it and direct prolongation of it, imperialism accentuates still further all the contradictions of bourgeois society. Lenin showed the profound connection between opportunism and imperialism and exposed the political role of the opportunists as agents of the bourgeoisie in the workers' movement. Lenin laid bare the roots of the opportunist trends in the labor movement, showing that these trends arise on the basis of the bribing and corruption by the bourgeoisie of the uppermost strata of the working class. Lenin dealt a crushing blow to the apologetic treatment of state monopoly capitalism by the opportunists, who tried to present it as socialism. Lenin's walks directed against opportunism are very important for the revolutionary movement, since without exposing the ideological and political content of opportunism and its treacherous role in the workers' movement there can be no real struggle against capitalism. Problems of Marxist-Leninist political economy were further developed, and made more concrete, in the resolutions and documents of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and in the works of J.V. Stalin, 1879–1953, and other companions in arms and pupils of Lenin's. Basing himself on the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, Stalin put forward and developed a number of new propositions in the field of economic science, founded on generalizations of new experience of historical development, new practice in the struggle of the working class and its Communist Party. At the same time Stalin's works consistently defended Marxist political economy against the enemies of revolutionary Marxism and popularized its basic problems and propositions. exposing the falsity of the claims made by bourgeois economists and by the reformists that the contradictions of capitalism become mitigated in the course of its historical development. Stalin showed the inevitability of a further aggravation and accentuation of these contradictions, testifying to the inevitable doom of capitalism. A number of important propositions in the field of the agrarian question were developed in Stalin's works. In conflict with revisionism, Stalin, basing himself on new arguments, showed the utter unsoundness of the theory of the stability of small peasant economy. Only abolition of the system of capitalist slavery can save the peasantry from ruin and beggary. The peasant question is a question of transforming the exploited majority of the peasantry from a reserve of the bourgeoisie into a direct reserve of the revolution, into an ally of the working class, fighting to abolish the capitalist system. In his work Marxism and the National Question, 1913, and in other works Stalin further elaborated the national question. He showed the significance of the economic conditions of social life in the formation of nations and national states. Community of economic life is one of the distinguishing marks of a nation. The process of the abolition of feudalism and the development of capitalism is at the same time a process of forming people into nations. Stalin elucidated the importance of the national market in the process of creating national states in Western Europe, and described the special features of the historical process of formation of states in the East. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, led by its Central Committee headed by J.V. Stalin, upheld Marxist-Leninist theory as a whole, and Marxist-Leninist economic teachings in particular, against the attacks of the enemies of Leninism Trotskyists, Bukharinists and bourgeois nationalists. Of particular importance for the destinies of socialism in the USSR and throughout the world was their defense and further development of Lenin's teaching on the possibility of the victory of socialism in one country, Lenin's theory of socialist revolution. In a number of Stalin's works Foundations of Leninism, Problems of Leninism, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, Reports to Congresses and Conferences of the CPSU, Lenin's propositions on the economic and political essence of imperialism and of the general crisis of capitalism, and on laws of development of monopoly capitalism, were further developed. Basing himself on Lenin's classical statements concerning the economic essence of imperialism, which consists in the domination of monopoly and high monopoly profits, Stalin formulated the basic economic law of modern capitalism. He gave a detailed analysis of the general crisis of capitalism and of its two stages, the first beginning in the period of the First World War, and the second which developed in the period of the Second World War, especially after the breaking away from the capitalist system of the people's democracies of Europe and Asia. Exposing the hirelings of the bourgeoisie who sing the praises of the capitalist system of economy, he gave a comprehensive description of the general crisis of capitalism, which involves both economics and politics. The most vivid expression of the general crisis of capitalism is the world historic victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in the USSR and the splitting of the world into two systems, capitalist and socialist. A component part of the general crisis of capitalism is the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. In Stalin's works there are elucidated the nature and importance of such features of the general crisis of capitalism as the extreme aggravation of the problem of markets, the chronic undercapacity working of enterprises, and constant mass unemployment. Giving an analysis of the changes in the character of the capitalist cycle and of the economic crises in the present epoch, Stalin showed the fruitlessness of attempts by the bourgeois state to cope with crises and the unsoundness of claims that planned management of the economy is possible under capitalism. In Stalin's works are exposed the deeply reactionary and aggressive nature of fascism and the treacherous role of the right-wing socialists of the present day. Marxist-Leninist political economy serves as a guide to action for the communist and workers' parties of all countries. It illuminates the working people's path to liberation from the yoke of capital. Part 3, the socialist mode of production. A. The transitional period from capitalism to socialism. Chapter XXIII, Main features of the transitional period from capitalism to socialism. The proletarian revolution and the necessity for a transitional period from capitalism to socialism. The whole course of development of the capitalist mode of production and of the class struggle in bourgeois society inevitably leads to the revolutionary replacement of capitalism by socialism. Capitalism gives rise to large-scale machine industry, which is the material prerequisite for the transition to socialism. In the shape of the proletariat, the development of capitalism prepares the social force which carries out this transition. As has been shown above, in the epoch of imperialism, the conflict between the growing productive forces and bourgeois relations of production, which have become fetters on these productive forces, assumes unparalleled acuteness. The law that the relations of production must necessarily correspond to the character of the productive forces requires the abolition of the old bourgeois production relations and the creation of new socialist productive relations. Hence, there arises the objective necessity of the proletarian socialist revolution. There can be no peaceful growing of capitalism into socialism, as preached by the opportunists, because of the opposite natures of the very foundations of bourgeois and socialist society and of the antagonistic interests of labor and capital. The transition from capitalism to socialism is only possible by way of proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat, by virtue of its economic position, is the only class capable of uniting the whole of the working people around itself, for the overthrow of capitalism and the victory of socialism. Proletarian revolution is fundamentally different from all preceding revolutions. In the transition from slavery to feudalism and from feudalism to capitalism, one form of private property was replaced by another, and the power of one group of exploiters by that of another. Because all exploiting societies had foundations of a similar type, private ownership of the means of production, the new economic structure matured gradually in the womb of the old form of production. Thus, in the transition from feudalism to capitalism, new bourgeois relations of production gradually developed in the womb of the old system, more or less ready-made forms of the capitalist order grew up. The task of the bourgeois revolution consists of the seizure of power by the bourgeoisie in order to bring this power into accord with the existing capitalist economy and to sweep away the fetters of the old, feudal society which hamper the growth of capitalism. With the solution of this task, the bourgeois revolution is usually accomplished. Proletarian revolution aims at replacing private ownership of the means of production by social ownership, and abolishing every kind of exploitation of man by man. It does not find any ready-made forms of socialist economy. A socialist form of society, based on social ownership of the means of production, cannot grow up in the womb of a bourgeois society based on private ownership. Having established the power of the proletariat, the proletarian revolution has the task of building a new socialist economy. The conquest of power by the working class is only the beginning of the proletarian revolution, and power is used as a lever for the reconstruction of the old economy and the organization of the new. Consequently, the replacement of capitalism by socialism requires in each country a special transitional period which occupies a whole historical epoch, in the course of which the building of socialist economy and radical reconstruction of all social relations takes place. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period, in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx and Engels, Selected Works, 1951 Volume 2, p. 30. The transitional period from capitalism to socialism begins with the establishment of proletarian power and is completed with the construction of socialism, the first phase of communist society. During the transitional period the old capitalist basis is abolished, a new socialist basis is created, and the development of productive forces necessary for the victory of socialism is assured. During this period the proletariat must temper itself as the force capable of administering the country, of building socialist society and re-educating the petty bourgeois masses in the spirit of socialism. Basing himself on the principles of Marx and Engels, Lenin worked out the theory of the transitional period from capitalism to socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, which equipped the working class, and all working people with a scientific approach to the building of socialism. The proletarian revolution was first victorious in Russia. The development of capitalism in Russia was sufficient for the victory of the proletarian revolution. At the same time, Russia was the focal point for all the contradictions of imperialism. This greatly intensified the revolutionary activity of the proletariat and the gathering around it of the peasant masses. In October 1917, under the leadership of the Communist Party, which was equipped with Lenin's theory of the socialist revolution, the Russian proletariat, in alliance with the poor peasantry, overthrew the power of the capitalists and landlords and established its own dictatorship. The Great October Socialist Revolution, which for the first time in the history of mankind had opened the way to socialism, gave an example of the essential features of the proletarian revolution in any country. In this connection, it must be borne in mind that the socialist revolution in each country seceding from the imperialist system necessarily has its own peculiarities, arising from the particular historical conditions of development of each country and the prevailing international situation. Lenin discovered and scientifically proved the possibility, in certain historical conditions, of a non-capitalist path of development in socially and economically backward countries. Having thrown off the yoke of imperialism, these countries are able, with the help of advanced countries where the proletarian revolution has been victorious, to avoid the prolonged and agonizing process of capitalist development and, bypassing the capitalist stage, are able gradually to begin building socialism. Thus, an example of the non-capitalist path of development is the Mongolian People's Republic, where feudal relations earlier prevailed. Thanks to the assistance of the Soviet Union, the Mongolian People's Republic was able to develop along the path to socialism, without passing through capitalism. The dictatorship of the proletariat as the instrument for building a socialist economy. Because the proletarian revolution has the task of creating the socialist system of economy, based on social ownership of the means of production, and of ending every kind of exploitation, it cannot avoid breaking up the old state machine, which suppressed the working people, and forming a new state capable of ensuring the establishment of the new economy. The proletarian revolution gives birth to a state of a new type, the dictatorship of the proletariat. The economic and political emancipation of the working people and the transition from the capitalist to the socialist mode of production is impossible without the dictatorship of the proletariat as its political superstructure. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the state leadership of society by the working class. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a real democracy which reflects the deepest interests of the working people. With the dictatorship of the proletariat, the working people become, for the first time in history, the masters of their country. In all its previous forms, the state has held down the exploited majority in the interest of an exploiting minority. The dictatorship of the proletariat holds down the exploiting minority in the interests of the working class majority. Whereas the bourgeois revolution, in consolidating the new capitalist form of exploitation, cannot rally the working people and exploited masses around the bourgeoisie for any length of time, the proletarian revolution, in abolishing every kind of exploitation, can and must bind these masses to the proletariat in a permanent alliance. The alliance of the working class and the peasantry under the leadership of the working class is directed against the exploiting classes, and is the supreme principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The consolidation of the power of the proletariat and the construction of a socialist economy are impossible without this alliance. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a continuation of the class struggle of the proletariat in new conditions and in new forms, against internal exploiters and against the aggressive forces of capitalist countries. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a persistent struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. Lenin, Left-Wing Communism, An Infantile Disorder, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p. 367. The dictatorship of the proletariat has three basic features, corresponding to the problems involved in building socialism. It means the use of the power of the proletariat, in the first place to crush the exploiters, defend the country and consolidate its links with the proletarians of other countries; secondly, to detach once and for all the working people and exploited masses from the bourgeoisie, and to consolidate the alliance of the proletariat with these masses so that they can be drawn into the work of building socialism; thirdly, to build the new socialist society. As a political superstructure, the dictatorship of the proletariat is born of society's fully matured economic need of a transition from capitalism to socialism. But having come into being, it becomes itself a most powerful force, the instrument for the building of socialism. It ensures the elimination of the old capitalist basis, actively assists the socialist basis to arise and develop the victory of socialist forms of economy over capitalist forms. Socialist forms of economy cannot emerge and develop spontaneously, of their own accord. They arise and develop as a result of the planned activity of the proletarian state and the creative activity of the working masses. The proletarian state can successfully create the new basis only insofar as it relies on the objective economic law that the relations of production must necessarily correspond to the character of the productive forces, and to the new economic laws which emerge from the new economic conditions. Compared with capitalism, the dictatorship of the proletariat secures the creation of a higher form of social organization of labor. This is the chief source of strength of the socialist structure and of its victory over capitalism. The forms of the proletarian state can vary. The transition from capitalism to communism certainly cannot but yield a tremendous abundance and variety of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be the same, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin, The State and Revolution, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt. I, p. 234. This basic tenet of Marxism-Leninism has been wholly confirmed both by the historical experience of the USSR, where the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat discovered by Lenin's Soviet power has established itself, and also by the subsequent historical experience of those countries where the dictatorship of the proletariat takes the form of people's democracy. Guidance of the whole process of planned construction of a socialist economy, in countries of the dictatorship of the proletariat, belongs to the communist, workers' parties. These parties, equipped with the theory of Marxism-Leninism and a knowledge of the laws of economic development of society, organize and guide the masses of the people to the solution of the problems of building socialism. Socialist nationalization. The development of capitalism prepared the essential prerequisites for the socialization of large-scale machine industry, mechanized transport, the banks, etc. The proletarian state, at the very outset of the transitional period, carries out the nationalization of large-scale capitalist production. Socialist nationalization is the revolutionary alienation of the property of the exploiting classes by the proletariat and its conversion into state, socialist property, the property of the whole people. Socialist nationalization leads to the elimination of the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. As a result of socialist nationalization, the relations of production in industry are brought into accord with the nature of the productive forces, and this provides scope for their development. Socialist nationalization in the first place does away with the capitalist ownership of the chief means of production and thereby abolishes the economic domination of the bourgeoisie. In the second place, it provides the proletarian dictatorship with an economic base, by transferring the commanding heights of the national economy, that is the key branches of the economy, to the working people. Social ownership of the means of production, as the basis of socialist production relations, is the nationalization of large-scale industry, as the leading branch of the national economy, is of decisive importance for socialist construction. At the same time, the banks, railways, merchant marine and communications, large-scale enterprises of internal trade and all foreign trade are nationalized. With the nationalization of the banks, the bourgeoisie lose one of their main instruments of economic domination, and the proletarian state acquires a centralized and extensive economic apparatus which, after its revolutionary refashioning, is utilized for the building of socialism. The nationalization of foreign trade is essential to a country building socialism in order to secure its economic independence of the capitalist world. Because of the urgent need to abolish the survivals of serfdom in the anachronistic system of large landowning, the proletarian state immediately confiscates the estates of the big landowners together with their cattle and implements. The bulk of the confiscated land is transferred to the working peasantry, while a small part is organized into large-scale state agricultural enterprises. Nationalization of the land, that is, the abolition of private ownership of land, and its conversion into the property of the proletarian state, is one of the most important measures of the socialist revolution. The question of the carrying out of the nationalization of all the land is decided by the proletarian authority in accordance with the concrete conditions of each country. In Russia, where peasant traditions of private ownership of land were weaker than in the West, the Soviet government, in accordance with the demands of the peasant masses, nationalized the whole of the land at the outset of the revolution. Hence absolute rent disappeared. The Soviet peasantry for the first time in history acquired the land for use without payment, from the hands of the proletarian revolution. In those countries where small peasant private ownership has existed for a long period, and where the peasantry accordingly has a stronger tradition of private ownership, the working class does not, on taking power, nationalize the whole of the land at the beginning of the revolution. In these countries only a part of the land, which has been confiscated from the big landowners, is nationalized and formed into a state fund. The bulk of the confiscated land becomes the private property of the peasantry. The question of nationalizing the whole of the land is settled in practice in the course of the socialist reconstruction of agriculture. In the first months of the Great October Socialist Revolution, after the bourgeois state apparatus had been broken, the means of production and other wealth were nationalized, and taken from the landowners and big capitalists without compensation. The decree on land was issued on October 26, November 8, 1917. The lands belonging to the landowners, bourgeoisie, imperial family, churches, and monasteries, were confiscated, alienated without compensation. The right to private ownership of land was abolished forever. The whole of the land together with its minerals, woods, and waters became state property, the possession of the whole people. The purchase and sale of land was forbidden. The peasantry received free use of more than 400 million acres of new lands in addition to the land it disposed of before the revolution. It was freed from rent payments to the landowners and also from expenditures on land purchase, amounting in all to more than 700 million gold rubles, about £75 millions, annually. The nationalization of the land was the basis for the abolition of the class of landowners. It meant the complete eradication of the remnants of serfdom. Thus, in passing, the socialist revolution finally completed the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The nationalization of the land did not yet in itself create socialist relations of production in the countryside since, although the land became national property, it continued to be privately used. It was, however, of great importance for the building of socialism. Nationalization of the land strengthened the economic basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat and improved the economic condition of the working peasantry. It paved the way for the movement of the peasantry later on along the path of socialist development. By way of a transitional measure towards general nationalization of capitalist concerns, and in order to obtain a degree of regulation of their activities, the Soviet government introduced workers' control, that is, supervision by the body of workers in these concerns of production, trade, and finance. In December 1917 the banks were nationalized. The Soviet government annulled all loans acquired by the Tsarist and provisional governments from both foreign and native capitalists. Foreign trade was declared a state monopoly, and imports and exports were taken from the hands of private individuals and transferred to state bodies. The monopoly of foreign trade, introduced by the Soviet government, was a firm barrier protecting the country from the economic aggression of the imperialists who were striving to enslave it and turn it into a colony. The railways and means of communications, the mercantile marine and large river fleets became the property of the whole people. The Soviet government nationalized industrial concerns by means of confiscation without compensation on an ever-increasing scale. The nationalization of large concerns in all sectors of industry was proclaimed in June 1918. The nationalization of large-scale industry, the banks, transport, and foreign trade meant that the Soviet government had undermined the economic power of the bourgeoisie and had taken over the key positions of the national economy. Capitalist relations of production were replaced by socialist relations in the nationalist concerns. As social property, the means of production ceased to be capital. The exploitation of man by man was abolished. A new socialist labor discipline was introduced and socialist emulation was born among the workers. Socialist principles of management of production, combining one-man management with the creative activity of the working masses, were gradually established. Overcoming the resistance of the bourgeoisie and the wrecking and sabotage of bourgeois specialists, and in determined struggle with disorganizing petty bourgeois influences, the Soviet government began to organize public accounting and supervision of production and distribution. The economic and class structure in the transitional period. The alliance of the working class and the peasantry. With the nationalization of large-scale industry, transport, the banks, etc., the socialist form, sector, of economy arises. But in the transitional period, alongside the socialist structure based on the social ownership of the means of production, there are still forms, that is, types of economy, inherited from the past and based on private ownership. This means that the economy of the transitional period has a mixed character. As Lenin pointed out, there were, in the transitional period in the USSR, the following 5 forms of economy. 1. Patriarchal peasant economy. 2. Petty commodity production. 3. The private economy of capitalism. 4. State capitalism. 5. Socialist economy. Patriarchal peasant economy, based on personal labor, was a small-scale and largely natural economy. In other words, it produced almost exclusively for its own needs. Petty commodity production was based on personal labor and connected to a greater or lesser degree with the market. This was primarily the middle peasant economy, producing the bulk of marketed grain, as well as handicraft production without the use of hired labor. Petty commodity economy embraced the bulk of the population for a considerable part of the transitional period. The private economy of capitalism was represented by the most numerous of the exploiting classes, the kulaks, as well as by the owners of non-nationalist, mainly small and middling, industrial concerns, and by traders. The capitalist concerns used hired labor, labor power was a commodity, exploitation existed and surplus value was appropriated by the capitalists. State capitalism took the form mainly of concessions granted by the Soviet government to foreign capitalists, and of certain state concerns rented to capitalists. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, state capitalism was essentially different from that existing under the domination of the bourgeoisie. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is a form of economy which is strictly limited by the proletarian authority and is utilized by it in the struggle with petty bourgeois disorganizing influences and in the building of socialism. State capitalism occupied only a very small place in the economy of the USSR. Socialist economy comprised, in the first place, the factories, mills, transport, banks, state farms, trading and other concerns belonging to the Soviet state. In the second place, it included the cooperatives consumer, supply, credit, and producer, including their highest form, the collective farms. The basis of socialist economy was large-scale machine industry. At the very outset of the transitional period, socialist economy, as the most advanced of these economic forms, began to play a leading role in the economy of the country. In the socialist sector of the economy, labor power ceased to be a commodity, labor lost the character of hired labor and became labor for the worker himself, for society. Surplus value disappeared. The transition to planning of the work of nationalist concerns, first in particular industries and subsequently throughout the whole of the state sector, was gradually achieved. As a result of the establishment of social ownership of the means of production, the output of state concerns began to accrue to the state, that is to the whole of the working people, instead of the capitalists. The existence of all five of these forms of economy is not inevitable for every country building socialism. But, as Lenin taught, and as has now been confirmed by historical experience, there are the following main forms of social economy in every country during the transitional period from capitalism to socialism: socialism, petty commodity production, capitalism. To these forms there correspond the following classes: the working class, the petty bourgeoisie, particularly the peasantry, and the bourgeoisie. The main features of the economy of class relationships, and consequently also of the basic economic policy in the transitional period, are common to all countries. This does not exclude but on the contrary presupposes the existence of specific peculiarities in each country. Compared with their position under capitalism, the position of the classes, in the transitional period is fundamentally changed. The working class, from being an oppressed class under capitalism, becomes the ruling class, holding the reins of power and owning, in common with all the working people, the means of production which have been socialized by the state. The material conditions of the working class steadily improve, its cultural level rises. The peasantry, the poor and middle peasant masses, obtain from the state land, emancipation from the yoke of the landowners, protection from the kulaks, and all-round economic and cultural assistance. As a result of the October Revolution and the assistance of the Soviet government, the middle and poor peasantry were already producing about 65 million tons of grain in 1926-7, compared with 40 million tons before the revolution. Small-scale peasant commodity production inevitably gives birth to capitalist elements. Class differentiation of the peasantry into poor peasants and kulaks takes place. But in the transitional period the character of this process is not the same as under capitalism. Under capitalism the poor peasants and kulaks increase in numbers, while the middle peasantry decrease. In their mass they become impoverished and swell the ranks of the poor peasantry and the proletariat. During the transitional period, owing to the new conditions of development of peasant economy, the proportion of middle peasants increases in comparison with the pre-revolutionary period while the number of poor peasants and kulaks decreases. In the USSR, during the transitional period before the main mass of peasants began to take the path of socialism, the total number and proportion of middle peasants increased as compared with the pre-revolutionary period, at the expense of a decrease in the total number and proportion of the poor peasants, a part of whom rose to the level of the middle peasants. At the same time the total number and proportion of kulaks considerably decreased, compared with the pre-revolutionary period, the growth of the kulaks that took place in some years of the transitional period being considerably less than under capitalism. The middle peasant became the central figure in agriculture. Following the October Revolution, already in 1918, the middle peasant predominated. This was because the peasants had received without payment the land and part of the cattle and stock of the landowners. In 1918 the kulaks were partially expropriated, being deprived of 125 million acres of land which were given to the poor and middle peasants. In 1928 9 peasant households were divided as follows: 35% are poor peasants, 60% are middle peasants and 4 to 5% kulaks. The Soviet government was guided in its attitude towards the peasantry during the transitional period by Lenin's formula, a firm alliance with the middle peasant, reliance on the poor peasant and implacable struggle against the kulak. Lenin taught that the working class, in leading the peasantry, must always distinguish the two sides in every peasant: the toiler and the private owner. The middle peasant has an essentially twofold character: as a toiler he gravitates towards the proletariat, but as a small owner towards the bourgeoisie. Both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat strive to win the mass of the middle peasantry to their side. In doing so, the working class addresses itself to the fundamental interest of the peasant as a toiler, while the bourgeoisie tries to utilize his private interests. During the transitional period, particularly while the existence of the is based on private ownership and petty commodity production, There are certain non-antagonistic contradictions between the working class and the peasantry centering, for example, around prices and tax scales. But these contradictions are not fundamental. The interests of the working class and the working masses of the peasantry coincide on fundamental questions. Both classes are deeply interested in putting an end to exploitation and in the victory of socialism. This is the essence of the firm alliance of the two friendly classes, the working class and the peasantry. The principle of the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, under the leading role of the working class, is the foundation of socialist construction. The most important political task of the party, it was stated in a resolution at the 12th Congress of the R.C.P.B., determining the whole outcome of the revolution, is to defend and develop, with the greatest care and attention, the alliance of the working class and the peasantry. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and Central Committee meetings, 7th Russian edition, Volume I, pages 682-3. A firm alliance between the working class and the peasantry is essential for correct economic relations between town and country, between industry and agriculture, for the growth of agriculture and its socialist transformation. The elimination of capitalist forms of economy and the victory of socialism can only be assured on the basis of the alliance of the working class and the peasantry. The main classes in the transitional period are the working class and the peasantry. The bourgeoisie, after losing political power and the principal means of production, are no longer one of the main classes of society. The big capitalists and a considerable section of the urban middle bourgeoisie are deprived of the means of production at the outset of the transitional period. But there still remains a section of the urban bourgeoisie, as well as the rural bourgeoisie, the kulaks. The bourgeoisie still retains considerable strength for a number of years during the transitional period. This is explained by the inevitable, spontaneous growth of capitalist elements out of petty commodity economy, and by the impossibility of immediately replacing capitalism by socialism in all branches of the economy. The bourgeoisie, even after losing its domination, retains in some degree its monetary and material resources, and its ties with a considerable section of the old specialists. It relies on the support of international capital. The basic contradiction of the economy of this period is between socialism, which has been born but is still weak in the early stages, and to which the future belongs, and dethroned capitalism, which is still at the outset strong, with roots as yet in petty commodity production, but represents the past. The struggle between socialism and capitalism, around the question who will beat whom, develops in all spheres of economic life during the transitional period. There are antagonistic and irreconcilable contradictions between the working class and the bulk of the peasantry on the one hand, and the bourgeoisie on the other. In the transitional period, the policy of the proletarian state is first to restrict and squeeze out the capitalist elements, and subsequently to eliminate them completely. The sharpening of the class struggle of the proletariat and the working masses against the bourgeoisie, whose opposition increases as socialist construction expands, is a law of development in the transitional period. The appearance of the economic laws of socialism. To the extent that the socialist sector takes over the key positions of the national economy, the capitalist forms of economy and their laws of development lose their dominating position in the national economy at the very beginning of the transitional period. The development of the national economy ceases to be governed by the operation of the basic economic law of modern capitalism. The operation of the law of surplus value only extends to the capitalist sector of economy and becomes increasingly restricted. New economic laws, inherent in socialist production relations, arise, develop, and gradually extend the sphere of their operation, on the basis of the new economic conditions. The basic economic law of socialism emerges and begins to operate with the formation and development of the socialist economy. This finds expression, in the first place, in a radical change in the aim of production. In the socialist sector, production is carried on, not in order to extract capitalist but for the satisfaction of the material and cultural needs of the working people and for the construction of socialism. Secondly, as socialist relations of production are strengthened and extended, the conditions are created for achieving this aim by an uninterrupted and rapid growth of industry and extensive introduction of modern technical methods. The development of industry ceases to be cyclic in character, economic crises of overproduction cease to occur. As long as the petty commodity and capitalist sectors exist in the economy alongside the socialist sector and the problem of who will beat whom is still not settled, the sphere of operation of the basic economic law of socialism is restricted. It operates within the bounds of the socialist sector. But as the socialist sector plays a leading role, and its share in the economy of the country constantly increases, the basic economic law of socialism begins to exercise an ever-increasing influence on the development of the entire national economy. The Soviet state in its economic policy relied on this law, developing socialist production, introducing modern techniques in all branches of the economy and striving for a systematic improvement of the living standards of the working people, within the limits imposed by the difficult conditions of the transitional period. Social ownership of the enterprises in the socialist sector makes its planned development both possible and necessary. Based on socialist relations of production, the economic law of planned, proportional, development of the national economy emerges and gradually begins to operate during the transitional period. This law calls for the planned management of the economy and the establishment by planning of such proportions between branches of the economy as are necessary for the victory of socialism and for the satisfaction of the growing needs of society. The law of planned development of the national economy begins to fulfill the role of the regulator of production in the socialist sector and exerts an ever greater determining influence on proportions throughout the national economy. At the outset, the scope for the operation of this new economic law in the USSR was narrow, since the socialist sector embraced only the smaller part of the national economy. The Soviet government was only beginning to master the techniques of planning. As the socialist sector developed, the law of competition and anarchy of production lost its validity and there was constantly increasing scope for the operation of the law of the planned development of the national economy. The operation of the law of value in relation to labor power ceases in the socialist sector. Instead, there emerges and begins to operate, on the basis of the new relations of production, the law of distribution according to work, in accordance with which each worker must be paid according to the amount of labor he has expended. Since commodity production and circulation still exists, so also does the law of value. But thanks to the socialization of the principal means of production and the appearance of the economic laws of socialism, the sphere of commodity production and of the law of value is limited, and they begin to play a fundamentally different part from their part under capitalism. The law of value operates within fixed limits as a regulator of production in the petty commodity and capitalist sectors of the economy. But it is not the regulator of production in the socialist sector. The law of the average rate of profit ceases to operate in the socialist sector. Capital investments in this sector are made on the basis of the law of the planned development of the national economy. The proletarian authority increasingly takes hold of commodity production, the law of value, trade, and monetary circulation, and uses them to develop socialist forms of economy, to strengthen the economic connections between industry and peasant economy, and in the struggle with the capitalist elements. Basing himself on Lenin's proposition concerning the new role of trade and money in the transitional period, Stalin pointed out, "The point is not at all that trade and the monetary system are methods of capitalist economy. The point is that the socialist elements of our economy, in fighting the capitalist elements, master these methods and weapons of the bourgeoisie for the purpose of overcoming the capitalist elements, that they successfully use them against capitalism, use them successfully for the purpose of building the socialist foundation of our economy. Hence, the point is that, thanks to the dialectics of our development, the functions and purpose of these instruments of the bourgeoisie change in principle, fundamentally, change in favor of socialism, to the detriment of capitalism." Stalin, reply to the discussion on the political report of the Central Committee to the XIVTH Congress of the CPSU, B. Works, Volume 7, p. 379. The basis of economic policy in the transitional period between capitalism and socialism. Socialism cannot be built without a correct assessment of the objective economic conditions of the transitional period, and of the economic laws which arise on the basis of these conditions. The policy of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and of the Soviet state was based on Lenin's plan for building socialism, relied on economic laws, and took into account the real balance of class forces. Lenin's teachings on the victory of socialism in one country were of the greatest importance for building socialism in the USSR. They equipped the party and the working class with a clear perspective and confidence in the triumph of the idea of scientific socialism. Two aspects of this question have to be distinguished, the internal and the international. The internal aspect of the question concerns the mutual relations of classes within the country. The Communist Party and the Soviet state based themselves on the idea that the working class can overcome the contradictions existing between itself and the peasantry, strengthen the alliance and draw the peasant masses into the building BF socialism. The working class in alliance with the peasantry is fully capable, after breaking capitalism politically, of also overcoming its bourgeoisie economically and, having eliminated the exploiting classes, building socialist society. The international aspect of the question concerns the relations of the country of proletarian dictatorship with the capitalist countries. In conditions of the coexistence of two opposite systems, socialism and capitalism, there is still a danger of armed aggression against the land of socialism by the hostile imperialist powers. This contradiction cannot be resolved by the forces of one country of proletarian dictatorship alone. Therefore, the victory of socialism can only be final when the danger of intervention and restoration of capitalism by aggressive imperialist powers will have disappeared. An essential condition for the success of socialist construction in the USSR was the rooting of the Trotskyist and Bukharinist restorers of capitalism, who propounded theories calculated to disarm the working class, to the effect that the construction of socialism in one country was impossible, and that Russia was not ripe for socialism because of her technical and economical backwardness. The Communist Party and Soviet state based themselves on Lenin's propositions that the USSR had everything necessary and adequate for the complete construction of socialism, and that the technical and economic backwardness of Russia could be completely overcome under the dictatorship of the proletariat. History has fully confirmed the truth of Lenin's propositions. Fundamental in Lenin's plan for building socialism in the USSR was the idea of the creation of a powerful socialist industry, as the material basis of socialism and as the prerequisite for the gradual transition from small peasant farming to large-scale collective production, by way of cooperation. The state plan for the electrification of Russia, the Goel-Rowe plan, adopted in 1920, was of primary importance in Lenin's program for building socialism. This was the first perspective plan for the development of the national economy in the history of mankind, and provided for the creation of the productive and technical basis of socialism within 10 to 15 years. The victory of socialism over capitalism and the consolidation of socialism may be regarded as ensured only when the proletarian state, having completely suppressed all resistance on the part of the exploiters and secured complete stability for itself and complete obedience, reorganizes the whole of industry on the basis of large-scale collective production and on a modern technical basis, founded on the electrification of the whole of national economy. This alone will enable the towns to render such radical assistance, technical and social, to the backward and scattered rural population as will create the material basis for enormously raising the productivity of agriculture, and of agricultural labor in general, thereby stimulating the small tillers of the soil by the force of example and in their own interests to adopt large-scale, collective mechanized agriculture. Lenin, Preliminary Draft of Theses on the Agrarian Question, 1920, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, pages 458-9. Lenin provided the basis for the path of the transition of the peasantry to socialist lines and the new role of cooperation in the socialist reconstruction of petty commodity production. Lenin's plan for building socialism presupposed all-round development of the economic links between state industry and the peasant economy. From the character of small peasant economy, it follows that the vitally necessary form of economic link with the towns for the peasants is that of exchange through purchase and sale. During the transitional period, the trade bond between state industry and the small peasant economy is an economic necessity. Consequently, the existence of peasant petty commodity production in the transitional period necessitates the use of the market and a money economy in the building of socialism. As early as the spring of 1918, the Soviet government began to organize the exchange of goods with the countryside by means of purchase and sale. Preparation began for a monetary reform. But because of foreign intervention, the whole economy had to be turned to the service of the front, in conditions of extreme shortage of material resources. Intervention greatly intensified the ruin of the country which had resulted from the First World War. The Soviet government did not have manufactured goods to exchange for agricultural produce, supplies of which were also considerably reduced. Procurement of agricultural produce for the army and for the town by way of purchase and sale was not possible. Hence the necessity arose of food surplus appropriation, that is, the requisitioning of all the peasant food surpluses by the state. In this way, objective conditions compelled the Soviet government to introduce the policy known as war communism. Besides the food surplus appropriation system, which was occasioned by dire necessity and by the need to supply the army with bread and to save the working masses from starvation, the policy of war communism presupposed the carrying through of a number of other measures. Because the state lacked commodity resources, trade in essential products was forbidden so as to prevent them falling into the hands of speculators. Consumer products were rationed in very small quantities in the towns. A class principle of distribution was observed, and in addition, the size of the ration depended on the arduousness of work and the importance of the enterprise. Universal labor service was introduced. The bourgeoisie was obliged to take part in socially useful labor. Wartime conditions forced the Soviet government to take over not only large-scale and middle-size industry, but also a considerable part of small-scale industry. Because of the shortage of resources, a system of rigidly centralized supply in kind was introduced in industry, subordinated to the priority of serving the front. Concerns acquired and delivered products by requisition, without money payment and without any economic independence. All this made it impossible to apply business accounting methods such as would ensure that the enterprises paid their way and worked at a profit. The national economy of the USSR reached an extremely low ebb as a result of the imperialist and civil wars. By 1920, large-scale industrial production had fallen to almost 1/7 of the 1913 level, while agricultural production had been approximately halved. Masses of rapidly devalued paper money were issued to cover state expenditure. The workers in the factories, just as the soldiers in the Red Army at the front, displayed mass heroism. Forms of emulation such as communist Saturdays, Subotniks, assumed great importance at that time. The working class acquired experience in administering production. During the foreign intervention and the Civil War, the military and political alliance of the working class and the peasantry was formed and consolidated. It served to unite the efforts of the workers and peasants in repulsing the onslaught of alien would-be conquerors and white guards, and in defending their motherland, the workers' and peasants' state. The Soviet government gave the peasantry land and protection from the landowner and kulak. The peasantry gave the working class food supplies through the surplus appropriation system. This was the basis of the military and political alliance of the workers and peasants under war communism. War communism was inevitable in the given historical conditions, those of civil war and economic breakdown. But war communism with the food appropriation system and prohibition of trade deprived the peasants of material interest in production. It was incompatible with the economic bond between town and country. The proletarian state can therefore avoid war communism in the absence of intervention and economic ruin resulting from a prolonged war. This has been confirmed by the experience of the people's democracies. Having ended foreign intervention and civil war, the Soviet government moved on, in the spring of 1921, to the new economic policy, so named to distinguish it from the policy of war communism. The main principles of the new economic policy had already been worked out by Lenin in the spring of 1918. But their application was interrupted by intervention, and the Soviet government was only able to proclaim this policy again, and to consistently carry it out 3 years later. The new economic policy of the Soviet government in the transitional period was an economic policy for building socialism while utilizing the market, trade, and monetary circulation. The essence of this policy was an economic alliance of the working class and the peasantry, which was necessary in order to draw the peasant masses into socialist construction. Expounding the tasks of NEP, Lenin said at the beginning of 1922. Link up with the peasant masses, with the rank and file toiling peasants, and begin to move forward, infinitely more slowly than we dreamed, but in such a way that the entire mass will actually move forward with us. If we do that, we shall in time get an acceleration of this movement such as we cannot even dream of now. Lenin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 11th Congress of the R.C.P. B. Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, pages 636-7. The first task of NEP was the restoration of the economy. A start had to be made with the revival of the economic interest of the working peasantry in the swift recovery of agriculture, so as to assure the urban population of provisions, and industry of raw materials. On this basis, state industry was to move forward and become closely linked with agriculture, squeezing out private capital. Subsequently, when sufficient resources had been accumulated, the problems of creating a powerful socialist industry capable of reorganizing agriculture on socialist lines had to be solved, and a decisive offensive had to be opened against the capitalist elements, so as to eliminate them completely. The new economic policy allowed for capitalism within certain limits while retaining the key positions in the hands of the proletarian state. It allowed for the struggle of the socialist elements against the capitalist elements, for the victory of the former, and for the elimination of the exploiting classes and the creation of the economic basis of socialism. Trade was the main link at the beginning of NEP which it was necessary to grasp, in order to drag forward the whole chain of economic construction. The end of the war made it possible to replace the requisitioning of food surpluses by the food tax. The food tax, the scales of which were laid down in advance of the spring sowing, was smaller than the assessments under the requisitioning scheme, and left the peasants with a surplus of grain and other products for free sale on the market and for exchange for industrial goods. Lenin underlined the urgent need to learn to trade, to enable socialist industry to satisfy the needs of the peasantry. The need for commodity circulation between town and country determined the development of trade links in industry itself, and necessitated an improvement in the monetary economy of the country. With the adoption of the new economic policy, supply in kind within industry was abolished. State concerns were put on a basis of economic accounting and began increasingly to work on a self-supporting and profitable basis. Consumer rationing was replaced by free trade. The monetary reform was completed in 1924 and provided the country with a stable currency. Basing itself on the law of the planned development of the national economy, the Soviet government gradually restricted the operation of the law of value and commenced, step by step, to plan state industry. Within the confines of the state sector, direct planning was carried out, setting production targets down to factory levels. Fixed prices were established for the commodities produced by state enterprises. Such planning was not possible in respect of the peasant economy. The state influenced the peasant economy by means of indirect economic regulation through trade, supply, purchases, prices, credit, and finance. These economic instruments were used to strengthen the bond with the peasant economy as well as the leading role of socialist economy. The operation of the law of value on the private market showed itself in the free formation of prices and the retention of competition. Speculation existed, and capitalist elements enriched themselves at the expense of the working people. By concentrating in its hands a growing quality of commodities, and constantly extending its purchases of agricultural produce, the Soviet state began, in stubborn struggle with the capitalist elements, to lay down the main prices of grain and other important commodities, in every possible way limiting the free play of market prices. The regulating role of the state, in relation to the private market, constantly increased. The 11th All-Russian Conference of the R.C.P.B. posed the task. Recognizing its existence and taking account of its laws, the market must be mastered. Regulation of the market and monetary circulation must be taken in its own hands with systematic economic measures which have been strictly conceived and based on an exact assessment of market processes. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and central committee meetings, 7th Russian edition, pt. I. p. 588. The Communist Party and the Soviet state coped successfully with this task. With the aid of socialist industry, the financial and credit system, state trade, and the cooperatives, the Soviet government in the course of an intense class struggle carried out a consistent policy of restricting and squeezing out the capitalist elements, manufacturers, kulaks, and traders. Taxation of the capitalists was increased and their opportunities for using the means of production and hired labor were reduced. This meant that the operation of the law of surplus value was being increasingly restricted. Whereas during the first years of NEP there was to some degree a revival and growth of the capitalist elements, their role in the economy soon began to decline with increasing rapidity. The use of the personal material interests of the workers in the development of socialist production was essential for the growth of state industry. Basing itself on the law of distribution according to work, the socialist state built up the wages of manual and clerical workers more and more in accordance with the quantity and quality of labor expended by each worker. This encouraged a steady increase in the productivity of labor. The economy of the transitional period underwent a twofold process. On the one hand, for a certain time and within certain limits, there was a free growth of capitalist elements. On the other hand, there was a steady and far more rapid planned growth of the socialist elements which determined the course of the entire national economy. The share of the private sector accounted for 1/4 of industrial production in the first years of NEP but had fallen to 1/10 by 1929. Whereas the share of private trade in retail turnover amounted to about 3/4 in 1921 to 2. By 1926 state and cooperative trade was successfully squeezing out the private traders and had a firm hold of the main positions in retail turnover. The revival of trade turnover and strengthening of the trade bond between town and country made possible a rapid restoration of the economy and the growth of socialist industry. Taking advantage of the superiority of socialist industry, the Soviet government secured the restoration of the volume of output of large-scale industry to the 1913 level by 1926. Thanks to the varied help extended to the working peasantry by the Soviet government, agricultural production exceeded the 1913 level by 1926. With the restoration of industry and agriculture, the transition to the socialist reconstruction of the entire national economy began. As industrial and agricultural output increased, the material and cultural level of the working people was raised. During the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, the Soviet state and the working people of the USSR, led by the Communist Party, accomplished the following tasks in conformity with economic law. The key positions of the national economy were taken over through socialist nationalization, the trade bond between socialist industry and the peasant economy was established and the supply of consumer goods to the countryside was organized, socialist industrialization was carried out and a production bond of the town with the countryside, through the supply to it of advanced machine technique, was set up, agriculture was collectivized and the economic basis of socialism brought into being in the countryside. With the consolidation of socialist relations of production in industry, extensive possibilities for socialist industrialization of the country were opened up. By underpinning agriculture with an advanced technical base, socialist industrialization created at the same time the material foundation for the socialist collectivization of the peasant economy. The objective necessity for industrialization of the country and for collectivization of agriculture springs from the law of the obligatory correspondence of relations of production to the character of the productive forces, and from the basic economic law of socialism. These laws call for the consolidation of socialist production relations throughout the national economy, in agriculture as well as in industry. The productive forces can only acquire full scope for their development under these conditions. Socialist industrialization of the country and collectivization of agriculture ensure the victory of socialism throughout the national economy, the systematic growth of production and of the living standards of the people. The new economic policy was the practical expression of Lenin's plan for building a socialist economy in the USSR, which was elaborated further in the works of Stalin and in the decisions of the Communist Party. The fundamental principles underlying the new economic policy in the USSR serve as a guide to action for any country building socialism. However, the concrete forms of economic construction in particular countries must take account of the peculiarities of the development of each, and the circumstances in which the socialist revolution takes place. Lenin pointed out that Marx did not commit himself or the future leaders of the socialist revolution to matters of form, to methods and ways of bringing about the revolution, for he understood perfectly well that a vast number of new problems would arise, that the whole situation would change in the process of the revolution, and that the situation would change often and considerably in the process of revolution. Lenin, The Tax in Kind, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p 535. The construction of a socialist economy in the people's democracies takes place in more favorable circumstances than was the case in the USSR, which was the only country building socialism. It first fell to the Soviet Union to open up the path for the transition to socialism. Today each of the people's democracies is supported by the tremendous assistance of the whole camp of socialism, and can use the accumulated experience of the building of socialism in the USSR. Brief conclusions. 1. The Great October Socialist Revolution for the first time in the history of mankind opened up the path to socialism. The historical inevitability of the proletarian revolution stems from the law of the obligatory correspondence of relations of production to the character of the productive forces. A transitional period is necessary for the revolutionary transformation of capitalist into socialist society. The state in the transitional period is the dictatorship of the proletariat, taking the form of either Soviet power of a people's democracy. Socialist nationalization of the principal means of production belonging to the exploiting classes brings about the creation of a socialist form of economy, embracing the key positions of the national economy. 2. The main forms of the social economy in the transitional period are socialism, petty commodity production, and capitalism. The working class, the peasantry, and the bourgeoisie are the corresponding classes. The main classes in the transitional period are the working class and the peasantry. The highest principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the alliance, directed against the exploiting classes, of the working class and the peasantry, under the leadership of the working class. The basic contradiction of the transitional period is that between growing socialism and dying capitalism. The restriction and squeezing out, and subsequent elimination of the capitalist elements is achieved in the course of an intense class struggle. 3. During the transitional period, as the socialist sector grows and strengthens itself and capitalist elements are overcome, the economic laws of capitalism, which express relations of exploitation, quit the stage. The economic laws of socialism, on which the proletarian state relies, come into being and gradually extend the sphere of their operation. The law of value, trade, money, and credit are used to an increasing extent by the proletarian authority to the detriment of capitalism and, in the interests of socialism. 4. The economic policy of the proletarian dictatorship in the transitional period is directed towards the victory of the socialist over the capitalist elements and the construction of a socialist economy, using commodity production and the market. This policy secures the economic bond between socialist industry and the peasant economy, as well as socialist industrialization of the country and collectivization of agriculture. Chapter XXIV, Socialist Industrialization. Large-scale industry, the material basis of socialism. The essence of socialist industrialization. Socialism can only be built on the basis of large-scale machine production. Only large-scale machine production both in town and country can ensure the victory of the socialist forms of economy over the capitalist forms, an uninterrupted growth of the productivity of labor and the improvement of the welfare of the working people. Lenin wrote, "A large-scale machine industry that is also capable of reorganizing agriculture is the only material basis that is possible for socialism." Lenin, Theses for the Report on Tactics of the RCP at the Third Congress of the Communist International, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p. 576. Capitalism developed large-scale industry and at the same time created the necessary material prerequisites for the proletarian revolution and the construction of socialism. But because of its inherent contradictions, capitalism was unable to reconstruct all branches of the economy in all countries on the basis of large-scale machine production. The majority of countries, especially the colonial and dependent countries, lack an adequately developed large-scale industry. The capitalist countries have a numerous class of peasants carrying on a small-scale personal, private economy based on manual labor and primitive technique. Yet the victory of socialism throughout the national economy cannot be secured without the reconstruction of all branches of production on the basis of modern techniques. The most important part in large-scale industry is played by the branches producing the means of production: metals, coal, oil, machinery, equipment, building materials, etc., that is, heavy industry. Socialist industrialization means therefore the priority development of heavy industry with its core the engineering industry. The center of industrialization, the basis for it is the development of heavy industry, fuel, metal, etc., the development in the last analysis of the production of the means of production, the development of our own engineering industry. Stalin, The Economic Situation of the Soviet Union and the Policy of the Party, Works, 1954, English edition, Volume 8, p. 127. The engineering industry occupies a special place in the economy of a country. A developed engineering industry is essential for the re-equipment of all branches of the national economy with modern techniques: machinery, machine tools, appliances, apparatus, and instruments, and is the most important source of technical progress. Socialist industrialization ensures a growing preponderance of the socialist forms of industry over the small commodity and capitalist forms. It creates the material basis for the development of socialist forms of economy, and the elimination of capitalist elements. It endows the socialist forms of economy with the technical superiority necessary in order to conquer completely the capitalist sector. The development of heavy industry is the key to the socialist transformation of agriculture on the basis of modern machine techniques. In supplying agriculture with tractors, combines and other agricultural machinery, socialist industry serves as the foundation for the coming into being and development of these new productive forces in the countryside which are necessary for the victory of the collective farm system. Socialist industrialization increases the numerical and relative importance of the working class and heightens its leading role in society. It strengthens the basis of the dictatorship of the working class and of its alliance with the peasantry. Socialist industrialization ensures the technical and economic independence and defensive capacity of a country building socialism in the presence of a hostile capitalist world. The development of heavy industry provides the material foundation for producing modern weapons necessary to defend the country from the aggression of hostile imperialist states. Accordingly, socialist industrialization is such a development of large-scale industry, and in the first place of heavy industry, as will ensure the reconstruction of the entire national economy on the basis of modern machine techniques, the victory of socialist forms of economy, the country's technical and economic independence of the capitalist world, and its defensive capacity. Socialist industrialization is dictated by the demands of the law that the relations of production must necessarily correspond to the nature of the productive forces, and by the demands of the basic economic law of socialism, by the necessity of ensuring the material prerequisites for the building of socialism, for uninterrupted growth of production and a steady improvement in the welfare of the people. Socialist industrialization was of vital importance for the USSR. Pre-revolutionary Russia, although it possessed a large-scale industry, was primarily an agrarian country. In the level of its industrial development, particularly of heavy industry, it was considerably behind than the main capitalist countries. While occupying first place in the world in the size of its territory and third place in the size of its population, after China and India, Tsarist Russia stood fifth in the world for volume of industrial production, and fourth in Europe. Agricultural production in 1913 accounted for 57.9% of gross production of large-scale industry and agriculture taken together, while industrial production accounted for 42.1%. Heavy industry greatly lagged behind light industry. Many important branches of industry, producing machine tools, tractors, automobiles and other items, were non-existent. Pre-revolutionary Russia was 4 times worse off for modern instruments of production than England, 5 times worse off than Germany and 10 times worse off than America. Economic and technical backwardness made Tsarist Russia dependent on the developed capitalist countries. It was obliged to import a considerable part of its equipment and other means of production from abroad. Foreign capitalists were in command of the country's main branches of heavy industry. The rule of the capitalists and landlords constantly increased Russia's dependence on the Western imperialist powers. A direct threat of loss of national independence hung over the country. The exploiting classes were incapable of abolishing Russia's age-long technical and economic backwardness. Only the working class could carry out this historic task. Already on the eve of the Great October Revolution, Lenin was stressing that it was a question of life or death for Russia to overtake and outstrip the most highly developed capitalist countries, technically and economically. The result of the revolution has been that the political system of Russia has in a few months caught up with that of the advanced countries. But that is not enough. The war is inexorable. It puts the alternative with ruthless severity: either perish or overtake and outstrip the advanced countries economically as well. Perish or drive full steam ahead. That is the alternative with which history confronts us. Lenin, The Impending Catastrophe and How to Combat It, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt. I, p. 164. The level of development of the productive forces and particularly the existence of large-scale concentrated industry in pre-revolutionary Russia was sufficient for the victory of the proletarian revolution, for the establishment of Soviet power, the most progressive political power in the world. However, for the creation of the economic basis of socialism, for the socialist transformation of small-scale backward agriculture and for the improvement of the living standards of the people, it was essential to end the age-long technical and economic backwardness of the country and to create a powerful heavy industry. Without a developed heavy industry, our country would have been doomed to become an agrarian appendage of the more developed capitalist countries, to lose its independence and with it, all the conquests of the socialist revolution. With the victory of the proletarian revolution in Russia, a contradiction arose between the most progressive political power in the world, Soviet power, and the backward technical and economic basis inherited from the past. The Soviet government could not for long have maintained itself on the basis of a backward industry. Socialist industrialization was necessary in order to overcome this contradiction. Thus socialist industrialization in the USSR was an historical necessity, springing from the most vital and pressing needs of socialist construction. The Communist Party and the Soviet state recognized this, and consistently put into effect a policy of socialist industrialization. The 14th Congress of the Communist Party, 1925, posed socialist industrialization as its main task. In the decisions of the Congress it was stated, economic construction must be carried out with a view to converting the USSR from a country importing machinery and equipment into a country producing machinery and equipment, so that in conditions of capitalist encirclement it will not be henceforth possible for the USSR to be converted into an economic appendage of the capitalist world economy, and it will be an independent economic unit building itself up in the socialist way. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and Central Committee meetings, 7th Russian edition, pt2, p75. The rate of socialist industrialization. The fundamental tasks of the socialist transformation of the country and of securing its independence required that industrialization be carried out in the shortest possible period known to history. The need for a high rate of industrialization was occasioned by the external and internal circumstances of the Soviet Union, the first land of socialism in the world. The external circumstances of development of the USSR were conditioned by the presence of a hostile capitalist environment. The imperialist countries possessed a more powerful industrial base, and sought to destroy or at least to weaken the Soviet Union. The question of the rate of industrial development would not have been so acute if the Soviet Union had possessed the same developed industry as the advanced capitalist countries. Nor would this question have been so acute if there had been a dictatorship of the proletariat in other more industrially developed states as well. But the Soviet state was a technically and economically backward country and the only country with the dictatorship of the proletariat. In view of this, a basis of advanced industry had to be brought into being at high speed. The internal circumstances of development of the USSR also demanded a high rate of industrialization. So long as the Soviet country remained a land of small peasants, there remained within it a more stable economic base for capitalism than for socialism. In order to answer the question who will beat whom, the scattered private property economy of the peasant had to be transformed in a historically short time, on the basis of collective labor and armed with modern techniques. Capitalism had to be deprived of its basis in petty commodity production. This task could not be carried out without the rapid development of heavy industry. Stalin, in stressing the historical necessity for a high speed of socialist industrialization, said, "We are 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must make good this distance in 10 years. Either we do it, or they crush us." Stalin, The Tasks of Business Executives, Works, Volume 13, p. 39. The possibility of a high rate of socialist industrialization was due to the advantages of the socialist economic system and the particular features of the socialist method of industrialization. The average yearly rate of growth of industrial production in the USSR was about 20% between 1929 to 37, while in the capitalist countries it averaged no more than 0.3% during this period. The speed of industrial growth in the USSR many times exceeded that of the main capitalist countries at the peak of their development. In the USA, for example, the average yearly growth of industrial production was 1,890 to 58.2%, 1895-1900 5.2%, 1900 to 52.6%, 1905 to 10.3,6%. The socialist method of industrialization. Resources for socialist industrialization. Only the socialist method of industrialization, dependent on the new laws of socialism, can achieve the industrialization of a country in the shortest historical time. Industrialization in the capitalist countries usually commences with the development of light industry. The turn of heavy industry only comes after a prolonged period of time. This method of industrialization was unacceptable for the Soviet country. It would have meant the destruction of the socialist revolution and would have converted the USSR into a colony of the imperialist states. The Communist Party rejected the capitalist method of industrialization and started the industrialization of the country with the development of heavy industry. Capitalist industrialization took place spontaneously, as a result of the capitalist drive for profit. Socialist industrialization is carried out on the basis of the law of the planned development of the national economy, for the purpose of building socialism and satisfying the growing needs of the working people. It could not be achieved if the regulator of production in the socialist sector were the law of value. The Soviet state laid down, in a planned way, such proportions in the allocation of labor and means PF production to the different sectors as were dictated by the needs of socialist industrialization and secured priority to the development of heavy industry at a high speed. Under the first and second five-year plans, the Soviet state directed the bulk of capital investment not into light industry, despite its greater profitability, but into the enterprises of heavy industry, the construction of which was of decisive importance for the victory of socialism. The financial and credit system and foreign trade were used in the interests of industrialization. Capitalist industrialization increases the exploitation and impoverishment of the working class and the peasantry, widens the gulf between town and country, and enslaves the colonial peoples. Socialist industrialization, in accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, provides a solid material foundation for the uninterrupted growth of production, using the most modern techniques. It puts an end to unemployment and increases the real wages of the workers. Socialist industrialization provides a basis for the progress of agriculture. It leads to the rise of the living standards of the peasantry, bringing town and countryside closer together and strengthens the alliance between the working class and the peasantry. The Communist Party rejected the hostile aims of the Trotskyists, who proposed to industrialize by ruining the peasantry, and tried in this way to undermine the alliance of the working class and peasantry. Socialist industrialization is a powerful factor in the economic and cultural development of the formerly backward national regions. The socialist method of industrialization steadily extends the internal market, and in this way creates a firm internal basis for industrial development. The direct interest of the workers and peasants in socialist industrialization stems from all the foregoing. The industrialization of such a backward country as Russia was a difficult matter, since the creation of a powerful heavy industry required huge material and financial expenditures. Alongside the merciless exploitation of the workers and peasants, an important role in the industrialization of the capitalist countries was played by the influx of resources from without, from colonial pillage, war indemnities, and enslaving loans and concessions. These methods of mobilizing resources for industrialization are incompatible with the principles of the socialist system. The Soviet Union had to find ways of accumulating resources for heavy industry without enslaving loans from abroad, from internal sources alone, from the planned carrying out of socialist accumulation. Socialist accumulation is the utilization of part of the national income for the expansion of socialist production. The accumulation of the necessary resources for building new factories necessitated the strictest economy. "We are exercising economy in all things," wrote Lenin. "This must be so, because we know that unless we save heavy industry, unless we restore it, we shall not be able to build up any industry, and without that we shall be doomed as an independent country." Lenin, 5 Years of the Russian Revolution and the Prospects of the World Revolution. Report to the 4th Congress of the Communist International, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p. 697. In carrying but the difficult task of accumulating resources for industrialization, the Soviet state relied on the superiority of the socialist economy. The expropriation of the landowners and capitalists made it possible to use for socialist industrialization a considerable part of the resources which had formerly been appropriated by the exploiters and expended on parasitic consumption. Soviet power freed the country from huge annual payments abroad as interest on the Tsarist loans and as dividends to foreign capitalists on their investments in Russia. Before the revolution, 800 to 900 million gold rubles, 85 to 95 pounds millions, were expended annually in this way. The Soviet peasantry got rid of rent payments to the landowners and considerable indebtedness to the banks. Since the peasantry was interested in the development of industry, it was able to allocate a part of its resources for this purpose. The incomes of nationalist industry, foreign trade, state internal trade and the banking system were the most important sources of finance for socialist industrialization. Their importance constantly increased with the growth of socialist industry. Socialist industry has indisputable advantages over capitalist industry in ensuring the growth of accumulation. It is the largest and the most concentrated industry, being on a nationwide scale, and is freed from the operation of the law of competition and anarchy of production. The planned direction of industry, The rational use of its resources, the labor enthusiasm of the working class and the rapid development of techniques created conditions for an uninterrupted growth in the productivity of labor. As a result, socialist industry was enabled steadily to reduce the cost of production, that is, the expenditure of enterprises on the production and sale of their products, expressed in money terms. One of the important advantages of socialist economy over capitalist is the concentration of the entire monetary accumulation of state and cooperative enterprises in the country, as well as the free resources of the population deposited in state credit institutions, and their planned use for industrial development. The Soviet state ensured the wise expenditure of accumulated resources on the most important requirements of industrialization. It followed a policy of strictest economy, all-round simplification and cheapening of the state and cooperative apparatus, firmer cost accounting, financial discipline, and opposition to unnecessary expenditure of state resources. All these sources of internal accumulation provided thousands of millions of rubles for industrialization and made possible large-scale capital investment in industry, particularly in heavy industry. In this way the Soviet government successfully overcame the difficulties connected with the accumulation of resources for industrialization. Application of the socialist method of industrialization meant a great gain in time, securing the creation of a first-class socialist industry in the shortest possible time and with a high rate of growth. Capital construction. The mastery of new techniques and the problem of cotters. The accomplishment of socialist industrialization requires the expansion of capital construction, which was realized in the USSR on a large scale. The building of new enterprises, in which more than half the total capital investments in industry was spent, played the chief role in the capital works. The specific feature of socialist industrialization in the USSR, which was determined by the historical conditions of the development of the first stage of socialism, was the need for the creation of all the basic branches of modern heavy industry in the shortest space of time. Scores of branches of modern industry which did not exist in pre-revolutionary Russia, the automobile and tractor industries, the machine tool industry, a number of chemical industries, the aviation industry, the production of modern agricultural machinery and high-grade steels, and many other industries which in the capitalist countries had been the result of a long period of historical development, were created in the USSR during the years of the pre-war 5-year plans. The basic equipment of the most important branches of heavy industry was created almost anew in a short space of time. The building of new enterprises and reconstruction of those already operating were carried out through the use on a mass scale of the achievements of modern world technique. The new industrial enterprises were equipped with the latest machine tools, lathes, and apparatus. The process of technical reconstruction covered all branches of industry. As a result of all this, during the years of the pre-war 5-year plans, a powerful industry equipped with up-to-date machinery was created. The basic production funds of all industry, production buildings and installations, machinery and equipment, in 1937 were 5.5 times greater than in 1928, while in the branches producing the means of production they were 7 times greater. During the 5-year plans thousands of factories and mills were put into operation. They included scores of giant plants of socialist industry, the Magnitogorsk and Kuznets metallurgical combines, the Dnieper hydroelectric station, the Stalingrad and Kharkov tractor works, automobile factories at Moscow and Gorky, the Urals and Kramatorsk heavy engineering factories, the ball bearing factory in Moscow, the chemical combines at Stalinogorsk, Solikamsk and Berezniki, and numerous other enterprises. The new works began to occupy chief place in the total volume of industrial production. Already by 1937 more than 80% of all production came from enterprises newly built or reconstructed during the first 2 5-year plans. During the first 5-year plan, 1929-32, capital investment in industry amounted to 35.1 milliard rubles, in present-day prices, of which 30.1 milliard rubles were invested in heavy industry. During the second 5-year plan, 1933-7, capital investment in industry amounted to 82.8 milliard rubles, of which 69.1 milliard rubles were directed into heavy industry. During the 3.5 years of the third five-year plan, 1938–June 1941, 81.6 milliard rubles were invested in industry, of which 70.3 milliard rubles were invested in heavy industry. The creation of numerous enterprises equipped with up-to-date machinery set a new, difficult task, that of providing industry with cadres of qualified workers and specialists capable of fully mastering and utilizing this technical equipment. These cadres had to be created on a mass scale and in a short space of time. The problem of supplying labor power for socialist industry was decided by other means than in the conditions of capitalism, where the chief source of additional labor power is the reserve army of unemployed. Unemployment was completely eliminated in the USSR by the end of 1930, during the years of the first five-year plan. The chief sources from which industry was provided with cadres were the natural increase in the urban population and the reserves of labor power in the countryside, produced as a result of the new machinery with which agriculture was equipped and the resulting increase in the productivity of labor. Socialist industrialization required a systematic rise in the skill of the workers. The personal interest of the masses in the development of socialist industry, the new character of labor and the growth in the technical efficiency of the workers was shown in the increased activity and creative initiative of the working class. The task of training new cadres of production engineers and technicians presented itself in all its acuteness. The training of skilled workers in factory schools, and at various courses for production and technical training of new workers, was organized on a large scale. The Soviet states planned organization of industrial training and the interest of the working masses in raising socially owned production accelerated and facilitated the mastery of new techniques. In this way the conditions for a rapid growth in the productivity of labor were created. The working class had to create its own intelligentsia, capable of serving the interests of the people and taking an active part in socialist construction. During the first and second five-year plans, the Soviet state developed a huge program for training cadres, through its network of higher educational institutions and technical colleges, for industry and other sectors of the national economy. Between 1928 and 1937 the number of manual and clerical workers in industry increased from 3.8 millions to 10.1 millions, i.e., 2.7-fold. The number of skilled workers using the newest mechanical equipment grew considerably more rapidly than the working class as a whole. Between 1926 and 1939 the number of turners increased 6.8-fold, milling machine operators 13-fold, etc. The number of diploma engineers increased 7.7-fold. The conversion of the USSR from a backward agrarian country into an advanced industrial power. The victory of socialist industrialization in the USSR was made possible because the Communist Party and the Soviet state based their policy on the laws of economic development and skillfully utilized the advantages of the socialist economy. As required by the task of building socialism and satisfying the growing material and cultural needs of the working people, industrial construction was developed on a gigantic scale. The program of industrialization of the country found its practical embodiment in the five-year plans, which gave the Soviet people a clear perspective and proved a powerful force, mobilizing the working people for the building of socialism. During the first five-year plan mass socialist emulation was developed, in the effort to fulfill and overfulfill the plans. The second five-year plan was marked by the rise of the Stakhanovite movement. This was connected with the mastery of modern first-class techniques by the workers. It shattered the technically backward, low standards of output and replaced them with higher standards. The Stakhanovite movement was a new stage in socialist emulation. This emulation of the broad masses of the working class brought out the progressive role of the new socialist relations of production, as the chief and decisive force making for a great upsurge of the productive forces. Socialist emulation opened up enormous reserves for increasing the productivity of labor and speeding up the rate of industrialization. Socialist emulation, widely developed, was the chief factor in the fulfillment of the first and second five-year plans ahead of time. An important part in the struggle to industrialize the country was played by the consistent application of the economic law of distribution according to work, which combined the personal material interests of the working people with the interests of social production. Payment for work in accordance with its quantity and quality encouraged the growth of the productivity of labor, improvement in the skill of the workers, and perfecting of production methods. The successful fulfillment of the industrialization program changed the balance between industry and agriculture. While agricultural production increased, industrial production increased far more rapidly. This resulted in a sharp increase in the share of industrial production in the production of the country as a whole. Socialist industry was transformed into the decisive force of the national economy. The relative proportions of the branches producing the means of production and the branches producing consumer goods was altered. Production of means of production took the predominant place in the total volume of industrial production, and began to play a leading part in the development of industry and the economy of the entire country. Engineering in the USSR had reached a level of development where it was capable of producing within the country any machines that might be required. The Soviet Union had achieved technical and economic independence of the capitalist countries. Between 1913 and 1940, production of large-scale industry in the USSR increased nearly 12-fold. In volume of industrial production, the Soviet Union already occupied, at the end of the second five-year plan, first place in Europe and second place in the world. The USSR also occupied second place in the world for volume of railway freight turnover. The share of large-scale industry in gross output of large-scale industry and agriculture combined, had been raised from 42.1% in 1913 to 77.4% in 1937. In 1913, the share of means of production in gross output of all industry was 33.3%, and in 1940 more than 60%. On the eve of the first five-year plan, the USSR imported approximately one-third of all its machinery. Already by 1932 less than 13% was imported, and by 1937 only 0.9%. The Soviet Union not only ceased to import automobiles, tractors, agricultural and other machinery from the capitalist countries, but even commenced to export them. The rapid growth of Soviet industry made the large-scale socialist enterprise predominant in industrial production. In 1924-5, the share of the private sector in the U.S.S.R.'s industrial output amounted to 20.7%. With the completion of the second five-year plan, private industry was finally eliminated. The socialist system had become the only system in the industry of the USSR. Socialist industrialization raised the material and cultural level of the working people. The building of heavy industry provided a basis for the technical reconstruction and rapid development of the sectors producing consumer goods, agriculture, the light and food industries. Capital investment in the consumer industries was almost trebled in the second five-year plan as compared with the first. In the course of socialist industrialization, there were fundamental changes in the location of industry. New first-class industrial centers were founded in the eastern regions of the country, in the Urals, western Siberia, and Kazakhstan. Socialist industrialization was accompanied by the expansion of the old towns and the creation of new towns. Throughout the country, and particularly in the east, large towns and industrial areas sprang up which became economic and cultural centers, completely transforming the character of the surrounding districts. With the success of the industrialization program, the Soviet Union was converted from a backward agrarian country into a mighty socialist industrial power. A solid industrial base had been created for the technical reconstruction of the entire national economy, for strengthening the defensive capacity of the USSR, and for a steady improvement of the living standards of the people. The contradiction between the most progressive political authority in the world and the backward technical and economic base inherited from the past had been abolished. Thus, during the pre-war five-year plans, there took place a tempestuous growth of the productive forces of socialist industry. In the 13 pre-war years, the Soviet Union had covered the ground which the developed capitalist countries had taken approximately 10 times longer to cover. This was a most outstanding leap forward from backwardness to progress, the like of which world history had never known. The gigantic development of the productive forces of the USSR would not have taken place if the old capitalist relations of production had not been replaced by the new socialist relations. The victory of industrialization in the USSR was achieved by the Communist Party and the Soviet state in struggle to overcome the enormous difficulties arising from the economic backwardness of the country, the most stubborn resistance of the capitalist elements which were being eliminated, and the existence of a hostile capitalist environment. The Communist Party won its fight for the industrialization of the country in battle against the worst enemies of socialism, the Trotskyists and Bukharinists, who opposed to the party's general line of industrializing the country the line of converting the Soviet Union into an agrarian appendage of imperialist countries and tried to deflect the USSR onto a capitalist path of development. The socialist industrialization of the USSR was of enormous international significance. The rapid conversion of a formerly backward country into a powerful industrial power demonstrated the indisputable advantages of the socialist system and strengthened the position of the USSR in the international arena. The experience of industrialization in the USSR is today being used by the countries of people's democracy moving along the road of socialist construction. The process of industrialization in each country taking this path depends on both internal and external conditions. The Soviet Union being the first, and for a long time the only country building socialism in an environment of hostile capitalist powers, was obliged to bring into being a heavy industry, comprising all basic branches, in an extremely short period and from its internal resources alone. This gave rise to enormous difficulties in the building of socialism in the USSR. The countries of people's democracy enjoy today different and more favorable circumstances, since there exists a powerful camp of democracy and socialism. Industrial construction in these countries takes into account the particular features of each country, which include their natural conditions and the economic expediency of developing this branch or that, bearing in mind all the advantages of a broad division of labor and economic mutual assistance between the countries of the socialist camp. Brief conclusions. 1. A large-scale machine industry is the material basis of socialism. Heavy industry is of decisive importance for building socialism. The essence of socialist industrialization is the creation, using internal sources of accumulation, of a powerful heavy industry capable of reorganizing the entire national economy, including agriculture, on the basis of the most modern techniques and of assuring the complete predominance of socialist forms of economy, the technical and economic independence of the country, and its defensive capacity. 2. The socialist method of industrialization, having decisive advantages over the capitalist method, ensures the priority development of heavy industry at a high speed. Socialist industrialization is carried out on a planned basis in a historically very brief period, and is put into effect in the interests of the working people. The nationalization of industry, the banks, transport, and foreign trade creates new sources of accumulation undreamed of under capitalism, and makes possible the rapid mobilization of resources for building up heavy industry. 3. The Soviet state, led by the Communist Party, carried out the program of industrialization embodied in the 5-year plans, thanks to the fact that its policy was founded on economic laws and that it utilized the superiority of socialist economy and the labor enthusiasm of the working class and the entire working people. During the pre-war 5-year plans a technically advanced industry was built up which was the basis for the technical reconstruction of the entire national economy, strengthening the defensive capacity of the country and raising the living standards of the people. The Soviet Union was transformed into a strong industrial power, independent of other countries and producing all the machinery and equipment it required with its own resources. The new socialist relations of production in the country were the decisive force which determined and secured the rapid growth of the productive forces of socialist industry. Chapter XXV, The Collectivization of Agriculture. The historical necessity for collectivization of agriculture. Lenin's cooperative plan. To build socialism it is necessary not only to industrialize a country but also to transform agriculture on socialist lines. Socialism is a system of social economy which combines industry and agriculture on the basis of socialist ownership of the means of production and collective labor. The socialist transformation of agriculture is the most difficult task of the revolution after the conquest of power by the working class. In contrast to industry, where the socialist revolution finds large-scale and highly concentrated production, agriculture in the capitalist countries has not reached such a degree of capitalist socialization of production. Small-scale scattered peasant households numerically predominate in it. So long as small-scale individual farming is the predominant form of agriculture, the basis of the bourgeois economic order continues to exist in the countryside, and the exploitation of the poor and a considerable section of the middle peasantry by the rural bourgeoisie remains. The system of small-scale commodity production is unable to save the peasant masses from poverty and oppression. Only the socialist road can save the working masses of the peasantry from every kind of exploitation, poverty, and ruin. Marxism-Leninism rejects as senseless and criminal the road of expropriation of the small and middle-scale producers and the conversion of their means of production into state property. Such a course would undermine any possibility of the victory of the proletarian revolution and would drive the peasantry for a long time into the camp of the enemies of the proletariat. F. Engels wrote, "When we are in possession of state power we shall not even think of forcibly expropriating the small peasants, regardless of whether with or without compensation, as we shall have to do in the case of the big landowners. Our task relative to the small peasant consists, in the first place, in effecting a transition of his private enterprise and private possession to cooperative ones, not forcibly but by dint of example and the offer of social assistance for this purpose." Engels, The Peasant Question in France and Germany, Marx and Engels, Selected Works, 1951, English edition, Volume 2, p. 393. Lenin, in his plan for building socialist society, was guided by the principle that the working class must build socialism in alliance with the peasantry. The plan worked out by Lenin, for the transition of the peasantry from small-scale private property farming to large-scale socialist farming through cooperation, is an essential element of the general plan for building socialism. Lenin's cooperative plan was based on the fact that, in the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, cooperation is the easiest, most understandable, and advantageous path for millions of peasants to use in passing from scattered individual farming to large-scale productive units, the collective farms. The most important economic prerequisite for productive cooperation by the bulk of the peasantry is the all-round development of a large-scale socialist industry, capable of reorganizing agriculture too on a modern technical basis. The peasantry are drawn into the channels of socialist construction through the development in the first instance of the most simple forms of cooperation in the sphere of sale, supply, and credit, and the gradual transition to cooperation in production, collective farms. Peasant cooperation must proceed with the most careful observance of the voluntary principle. Organization of the peasant farms into cooperatives proved to be the only correct form of combining the personal interests of the peasants with the interests of the state as a whole, of drawing the main mass of the peasantry into the building of socialism under the leadership of the working class. In bourgeois society, where the means of production belong to the exploiters, cooperation is a capitalist form of economy. In agricultural cooperation under capitalism, the bourgeoisie are economically predominant and exploit the masses of the peasantry. In a social system where political power is in the hands of the working people themselves, and the basic means of production are the property of the proletarian state, cooperation is a socialist form of economy. A system of civilized cooperators, given the social ownership of the means of production, with the class victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie, is the system of socialism. Lenin on Cooperation, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, pt 2, p 719. Basing himself on Lenin's works, Stalin advanced and developed a number of new propositions on the socialist transformation of agriculture. In the multiform economy of the transitional period there is, on the one hand, a large-scale socialist industry based on social ownership of the means of production, and on the other hand the small-scale peasant economy based on private ownership of the means of production. Large-scale industry is equipped with modern techniques, while privately owned small-scale peasant agriculture is based on primitive techniques and manual labor. Large-scale industry develops at high speed, on the principle of extended reproduction, while small-scale peasant economy not only fails in its mass to achieve extended reproduction every year, but often has not the opportunity of achieving even simple reproduction. Large-scale industry is centralized on a national economic scale and is managed on a state plan, while small-scale peasant farming is scattered and subject to the influence of uncontrolled market factors. Large-scale socialist industry abolishes the capitalist elements, while small-scale peasant farming gives birth to them constantly, and on a mass scale. The socialist state and the building of socialism cannot rest for any prolonged period on two different foundations: on the largest and most unified socialist industry and on the most scattered and backward small commodity peasant economy. In the final analysis, this would result in the disorganization of the entire national economy. Thus there is inevitably, in the economy of the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, a contradiction between large-scale socialist industry on the one hand and small-scale peasant farming on the other. This contradiction can only be resolved by the transition of the small-scale peasant economy to large-scale socialist agriculture. The development of socialist industry and the growth of the urban population in the USSR during the transitional period was accompanied by a rapid increase in the demand for agricultural produce. But agriculture's speeds of development lagged far behind those of industry. The main branch of agriculture, grain production, advanced at a particularly slow rate. Small-scale peasant farming, which was the main supplier of marketed grain, had a semi-consumer character and marketed only 1/10 of the gross grain harvest. Despite the fact that by 1926 the sown area and the gross grain harvest had almost achieved pre-war level, the marketed supply of grain was only half the 1913 level. Small-scale peasant farming was unable to satisfy the growing demand for food supplies for the population and for raw materials for industry. There are two ways of creating a large-scale economy in agriculture: a capitalist and a socialist way. The capitalist way means the emergence and development of large-scale capitalist farms in agriculture, based on the exploitation of hired labor. This is inevitably accompanied by the impoverishment and ruin of the working masses of the peasantry. The socialist way means the union of the small peasant farms in large-scale collective farms equipped with modern techniques. This frees the peasantry from exploitation and poverty and secures a steady improvement in their material and cultural level. There is no third way. The transition from small-scale individual peasant to large-scale socialist farming cannot proceed spontaneously. Under capitalism, the countryside automatically follows the towns, since the capitalist economy in the towns and the small-scale peasant economy in the countryside are at bottom kindred forms of economy, based on private ownership of the means of production. When there exists the dictatorship of the working class, the small-scale peasant countryside cannot follow the socialist town in this way. Lenin spoke of the commodity capitalist tendency of the peasantry, in contrast to the socialist tendency of the proletariat. The socialist town leads the small-scale peasant countryside. Large-scale socialist agricultural enterprises are organized. Industry equips the countryside with modern machine techniques. At the same time, cotters who have mastered the new techniques are trained. New productive forces develop in agriculture, which do not correspond to the old production relations of small-scale peasant farming. The law that the relations of production must necessarily correspond to the nature of the productive forces determines the need for new socialist relations of production in the countryside, to provide scope for the development of the productive forces. Such relations of production can only be created through the union of the small individual farms into large-scale collective farms. Achievement of the aim of socialist production, the satisfaction of the constantly growing requirements of society, requires the creation of a large-scale, highly productive socialist agriculture capable of supplying industry with raw materials and the population with food. Consequently, collectivization represents the essential condition for fulfilling the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, for accomplishing the most important tasks of building socialism and for satisfying the basic, vital interests of the peasantry. The building of socialism meant the elimination of the disparity which had arisen in the development of industry and agriculture, the creation alongside large-scale industry of large-scale collectivist production in agriculture. This reflected the requirements of the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy. Thus the gradual union of the small peasant farms into producer cooperatives, equipped with modern techniques, is an objective necessity in the transitional period from capitalism peasantry. The Communist Party and the Soviet state recognized the historical necessity for collectivization. They rejected the capitalist path of agricultural development as fatal to the cause of socialism and chose the socialist path. This was reflected in the consistent policy of collectivizing agriculture. The 15th Congress of the C.P.S.U. B. 1927, resolved. It is necessary to regard as a priority, on the basis of the further cooperative organization of the peasantry, the gradual transition of the scattered peasant farms onto the lines of large-scale production, collective working of the land on the basis of intensification and mechanization of agriculture, and in every way to support and encourage the beginnings of socialized agricultural labor. The CPSU in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and central committee meetings, 7th Russian edition, pt 2 p 317. The history of socialist construction in the USSR has demonstrated that the path of productive cooperation of the peasant farms has fully justified itself. In all countries with a more or less numerous class of small and middle peasants, this is the only possible and expedient path for the victory of socialism after the establishment of working class power. The prerequisites of all-round collectivization. The execution of this gigantic and historic task, the collectivization of millions of small peasant farms, required appropriate preparation. Whereas the very development of capitalism had prepared the material conditions for the socialist transformation of industry, in agriculture they had to be to a considerable extent created during the transitional period. The economic policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, up to the all-round collectivization of the countryside, was directed towards supporting by all available means the poor and middle strata of the countryside and restricting the exploiting tendencies of the rural bourgeoisie. The poor peasantry, accounting for 35% of the peasant population, was completely freed from taxes. In its labor legislation, the socialist state carefully protected the interest of the poor peasantry and agricultural workers. Land improvements in the poor and weak middle peasant farms were provided free, at the expense of the state. The state organized machine hiring stations which extended productive assistance, in the first instance, to the poor farms. Money credits were given to the poor and middle peasants, and seed and provision loans were provided on privileged terms. The state organization of scientific assistance, the supply of mineral fertilizers, the struggle against drought, the execution of large irrigation works, etc., were of great importance in promoting the prosperity of the peasant economy. At the same time, the Communist Party and the Soviet state were restricting and squeezing out the rural capitalist elements through high taxation of the kulaks, diminishing the extent of leased land and the use of hired labor, and prohibition of the purchase and sale of land. The fundamental task of building socialism in the countryside was, under the leadership of the working class and relying on large-scale socialist industry to lead the bulk of the peasantry from the old private property path onto the new socialist collective farm path. The nationalization of the land in the USSR freed the small peasant from attachment to his plot of land due to private ownership, and thereby facilitated the transition from small-scale peasant farming to large-scale collective farming. The nationalization of the land created favorable conditions for organizing large socialist farms in agriculture, since it made unnecessary unproductive expenditure on land purchase and payment of rent. The all-round development of socialist industry, as the key to the socialist transformation of agriculture, was of decisive importance in paving the way for collectivization. In the very first years of industrialization in the USSR, factories were built for the production of tractors, combine harvesters, and other complex agricultural machines. During the first 5-year plan alone, Agriculture received 160,000 tractors, in terms of 15 H.P units. An industrial base was created for the supply of tractors, combine harvesters, and other agricultural machines to the countryside. The mass movement of the peasantry along the collective farm path had the way prepared for it by the development of agricultural cooperation. The first stage in cooperation among peasant farms is the cooperative sale of agricultural produce and supply of manufactured goods to the countryside, as well as in the sphere of credits. Together with the specialized forms of agricultural cooperation in dairying, flax growing, and sugar beet production, credit arrangements, etc., industrial handicraft cooperation is of great importance. These forms of cooperation play an important role in the transition from individual peasant to large-scale social farming. They accustom broad strata of the peasantry to the habit of collectively conducting economic affairs. At this stage there is primarily a trade bond between socialist industry and the peasant economy, which is achieved through the expansion of state and cooperative trade and the squeezing out of private capital from trade. Thus the peasants are freed from exploitation by the traders and speculators. An important role is played in this respect by the consumer cooperatives in the countryside trading in consumer goods. The system of contracts, as a form of organized trade turnover, is of great importance in the relations of the state and the cooperative unions, and is the simplest form of production bond between town and countryside. This system is based on agreements whereby the state places orders with the cooperative producers and the individual peasant farms for the production of specified quantities of agricultural produce, supplies them with seeds and implements of production, making it a condition that they should adopt the best farming methods, drill sowing, use of selected seed, application of fertilizers, etc. It purchases their marketed output to supply the population with food and industry with raw materials. This system is advantageous to both parties, and directly links the cooperatives and individual peasant farms with industry, without the intervention of private middlemen. The highest form of peasant cooperation is the organization of collective undertakings, the collective farms, which means a transition to large-scale socialized production. The collective farm is a voluntary productive cooperative union of the peasants, based on social ownership of the means of production and on collective labor, which excludes the exploitation of man by man. The first collective farms, created soon after the Socialist Revolution, played an important role in preparing mass collectivization. The peasants became convinced of the superiority of collective over individual forms of farming by the example of these collective farms. The predominant type of collective farm, before all-round collectivization, was the Association for Joint Cultivation of the Land, TOZ. In these, land use and labor were socialized, but the draft cattle and agricultural equipment remained the private property of the peasant. With the development of mass collectivization, the TOZ proved to belong already to a past stage. In a number of districts there were agricultural communes in which not only all the means of production but also the personal family plot of the collective farmer were socialized. These communes proved impracticable, as they arose in conditions of undeveloped techniques and insufficiency of products. They practiced egalitarian distribution of consumer products. The communes, by decision of the peasants themselves, were subsequently converted into agricultural artels. The agricultural artel became the basis and main form of collective farm. It is a form of collective undertaking built on the socialization of the main means of production of the peasants and on their collective labor, while the collective farmers retain, as their personal property, a subsidiary enterprise on a scale laid down by the statute of the agricultural artel. The leading role of large-scale socialist industry in collectivization is exercised through the machine and tractor stations, MTS. These are state socialist enterprises in agriculture, disposing of the tractors, combine harvesters, and other complex agricultural machines, and servicing the collective farms on a contractual basis. The MTS is the industrial basis of large-scale collective agriculture. The MTS ensures the correct combination of the voluntary effort of the collective farm masses in building and developing their collective farms with the guidance and assistance of the socialist state. The machine and tractor stations are a powerful instrument for the socialist reconstruction of agriculture, and a chief means of establishing cooperation in production between industry and agriculture. This cooperation consists in large-scale socialist industry supplying agriculture with machinery and other means of production, equipping it with modern, perfected techniques. Large-scale state agricultural enterprises organized by the socialist state on, a part of the former landowners' estates, as well as on free lands of the state reserve, play an important part in the socialist transformation of agriculture. The state farms, sovkhozy, were already being set up in the USSR in the first year after the Socialist Revolution. A state farm is a large-scale socialist agricultural enterprise in which the means of production and all the produce belong to the state. The state farms are one of the most important sources of foodstuffs and raw materials at the disposal of the state. As highly mechanized and highly productive socialist enterprises, they enabled the peasants to convince themselves of the advantages of large-scale socialist farming, providing them with assistance in the form of tractors, graded seed, and pedigree cattle. They facilitated the turn of the peasant masses towards socialism through collectivization. The collective farm system arose with the financial and organizational support of the working class. The Soviet state expended enormous sums on financing the building of collective and state farms. In the early years of the mass collective farm movement, the best party workers and tens of thousands of leading workmen were directed into the countryside and gave great help to the peasants in organizing collective farms. The work of the Communist Party in the political education of the peasant masses played an important part in preparing the peasantry for the transition to collectivization. The turn of the bulk of the peasantry towards collectivization required an implacable class struggle against the kulaks. The kulak opposition to the policy of the Soviet government in the countryside grew particularly strong in Indiana 19278 when the Soviet Union was experiencing grain difficulties. The kulaks organized sabotage of state grain purchases, committed terrorist acts against collective farmers, party, and Soviet workers, and set fire to collective farms and state granaries. The policy of decisive struggle against the kulaks and the defense of the interest of the working peasantry rallied the poor and middle peasant masses around the Communist Party and the Soviet state. All-round collectivization and the elimination of the kulaks as a class. The decisive turn of the peasantry towards the collective farms in the USSR dates from the second half of 1929. By this time the economic and political prerequisites for the collectivization of agriculture had been created. Into the collective farms came the middle peasant, that is the basic mass of the peasantry. The peasantry were entering the collective farms no longer in separate groups but by whole villages and districts. The process of all-round collectivization in the Soviet countryside had commenced. Before all-round collectivization, the Communist Party and Soviet state had carried out a policy of restricting and squeezing out the rural capitalist elements. But this policy did not abolish the economic basis of the kulak element or eliminate them as a class. Such a policy was necessary until the conditions for all-round collectivization had been created, and until there was a broad network of collective and state farms in the countryside which could replace capitalist grain production by socialist production. In 1926-7 the kulaks produced 10 million tons of grain and sold over 2.03 million tons outside the countryside, while the state and collective farms produced 1.33 million tons and marketed just over 500,000 tons. The situation was fundamentally changed in 1929, when state and collective farms produced no less than 6.5 million tons and marketed nearly 2.1 million tons, that is, they outdistanced kulak production of marketed grain. The great turn of the bulk of the peasant masses to socialism meant a fundamental shift of the class forces of the country, in favor of socialism and against capitalism. This enabled the Communist Party and the socialist state to move forward from the old policy of restricting and squeezing out the capitalist elements in the countryside to a new policy, the policy of eliminating the kulaks as a class and the basis of all-round collectivization. All-round collectivization was achieved in the course of a mass struggle of the peasant against the kulaks, who offered furious resistance to collectivization. The working class, leading the main mass of the peasantry, took the last capitalist stronghold in the country by storm so as to defeat the kulaks in open battle, before the eyes of the entire peasantry, and to convince the peasant masses of the weakness of the capitalist elements. With all-round collectivization, the land around the villages passed into the use of the collective farms. But as a considerable part of this land had been held by the kulaks, the peasants, in organizing the collective farms, took from the kulaks land, cattle, and equipment and expropriated them. The Soviet government repealed the laws permitting leasing of land and hiring of labor. Thus the eliminating of the kulaks as a class was an essential constituent element of all-round collectivization. Collectivization was carried out with strict adherence to the Leninist principles for the building of collective farms, voluntary entry of the peasants into the collective farms, allowance for the differences in economic and cultural levels in different parts of the country, and the inadmissibility of sidestepping the agricultural artel, as the main form of collective farm construction, in favor of the commune. All-round collectivization and the elimination of the kulaks as a class which was based upon it, was a profound revolution, a leap from an old qualitative state of society to a new qualitative state, equivalent in its consequences to the Revolution of October 1917. History of the C.P.S.U. B. Short Course, English edition, p. 305. This was a revolution which abolished the old bourgeois system of individual peasant farming and created a new socialist collective farm system. A unique feature of this revolution was the fact that it was carried out from above, on the initiative of the state, with direct support from below, from the millions of peasants struggling against kulak bondage for a free collective farm life. This revolution solved a number of fundamental problems of socialist construction. In the first place, it eliminated the most numerous exploiting class in the country, the kulaks. The elimination of the kulaks as a class, on the basis of all-round collectivization, was a decisive step in abolishing the exploiting classes. The question who will beat whom had been answered not only in the towns but also in the countryside and in favor of socialism. The last sources for the restoration of capitalism in the USSR had been abolished. In the second place, it turned the most numerous toiling class in the country, the peasants, from individual farming which gives birth to capitalism to the path of socially owned, collective, socialist economy. In this way the most difficult historic problem of the proletarian revolution was solved. In the third place, it gave Soviet power a socialist basis in agriculture, in the most extensive and vitally necessary, and yet most backward, branch of the national economy. Agriculture began to develop on a common basis with industry, that of social ownership of the means of production. In this way one of the most profound contradictions bf the transitional period, the contradiction between large-scale socialist industry and small-scale individual peasant farming, was resolved, and the basis for the antithesis between town and country was abolished. The old capitalist and petty bourgeois production relations in the countryside, which were a fetter on the productive forces, were replaced by new socialist relations of production. Thanks to this, the productive forces in agriculture acquired scope for their development. The agricultural artel as the main form of the collective farm. The experience of building collective farms in the USSR has shown that the agricultural artel, of all forms of collective farm, makes possible the development of the productive forces of socialist agriculture to the greatest extent. The agricultural artel properly combines the personal interests of the collective farmers with the social interests of the collective farm. The artel successfully adapts personal everyday interests to social interests, and in this way facilitates the training of the former individual farmers in a spirit of collectivism. In accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, the following items are socialized: agricultural equipment, draft cattle, seed stocks, fodder resources for the socialized cattle, farm buildings necessary for the artel economy, and all plant for the processing of products. In the agricultural artel, such important branches of agriculture as grain farming and cultivation of industrial crops are completely socialized. Care of socialized livestock is organized in livestock departments of the collective farms. Highly developed artels also organize large-scale socialized production of potatoes and vegetables, as well as horticulture, viticulture, etc. In the agricultural artel there are not socialized, but remain the personal property of the collective farm household, dwellings, a fixed number of productive cattle, poultry, farm buildings required for quartering the privately owned cattle, and small agricultural implements for the individual subsidiary plot. The artel management supplies horses from the socialized livestock, in return for payment, for the personal requirements of its members. The collective farmers receive their main income from the socially owned economy of the collective farms, which is their main and most important part. In accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, each collective farm household can have as its personal property, in the grain and industrial crop areas a cow, up to 2 calves, 1 sow with its young or, with the permission of the collective farm management, 2 sows with their young, up to 10 sheep and goats, in the agricultural areas with well-developed livestock raising 2 or 3 cows and their young, 2 or 3 sows and their young, 20 to 25 sheep and goats, in non-nomadic or semi-nomadic livestock raising areas where livestock raising is the most important branch of economy 4 or 5 cows and their young, 30 to 40 sheep and goats, 2 or 3 sows with their young, and also 1 horse or 1 milking mare each, or alternatively 2 camels, 2 donkeys, or 2 mules each, in nomadic livestock areas 8 to 10 cows and their young, 100 to 150 sheep and goats, up to 10 horses and 5 to 8 camels. In addition, an unlimited quantity of poultry and rabbits, as well as up to 20 beehives, are allowed in all areas. An allotment of 0.62 to 1.25 acres is allocated for the personal use of each collective farm household for its subsidiary economy, out of the socialized land. In some areas the allotment is up to 2.5 acres depending on the particular features of the district. The period of agricultural reorganization in the USSR was completed by the end of the first 5-year plan. By 1932 the collective farms embraced more than 60% of peasant farms and more than 75% of their sown area. But the kulaks, rooted in open battle, were not yet finished. Penetrating the collective farms by deceit, the kulaks strove to disrupt them from within by various wrecking methods. The Communist Party and the Soviet state put before themselves the organizational and economic strengthening of the collective farms, as the main task of collective farm construction. This meant strengthening the party and state guidance of the collective farms, cleansing them of the kulak dements which had infiltrated into them, protecting socialist property and improving the organization and discipline of collective labor. The victory of the collective farm system was won in decisive struggle against the exploiting classes and their Trotskyist and Bukharinist agents, who defended the kulaks in every possible way, combated the creation of collective and state farms and demanded the dissolution and abolition of the existing collective and state farms. The Communist Party rooted the Trotskyist line of the exploitation and forcible expropriation of the peasantry by means of high prices for industrial goods and excessive taxes, and also the right opportunist Bukharinist theory of the peaceful growing of the kulaks into socialism, and of letting things develop themselves in economic construction. The transformation of the USSR from a country of small peasant holdings into a country with the largest scale agriculture in the world and a highly mechanized one. Collectivization was completed by the end of the second 5-year plan. The method of collectivization adopted proved to be by far the most progressive. It enabled the entire country to be covered in the course of a few years with large-scale collective farms capable of applying modern techniques, making use of all agronomic achievements and providing the country with a greater marketed surplus. It opened the way for a big rise in the living standards of the peasantry. The USSR had created and consolidated the largest scale agriculture in the world in the form of a comprehensive system of collective farms, MTS and state farms. These represent the new socialist mode of production in agriculture. In place of the 25 million peasant farms in the USSR on the eve of all-round collectivization, by mid-1938 there were 242,400 collective farms, not counting fishery and handicraft collectives. Each collective farm had an average of 3,820 acres of agricultural land, which included 1,200 acres of sowings. In the USA in 1940, only 1.6% of farms had a land area of 1,000 acres or more. The collective farm system demonstrated its indisputable superiority over the capitalist system of agriculture and over small-scale peasant farming. The great importance of the collective farms lies precisely in that they represent the principal basis for the employment of machinery and tractors in agriculture, that they constitute the principal base for remolding the peasant, for changing his mentality in the spirit of socialism. Stalin, Problems of Agrarian Policy in the U.S.S.R., Leninism, 1941, English edition, p. 322. During the first 2 5-year plans a genuine technical revolution took place in agriculture, as a result of which a solid material and productive base for socialism in the countryside was created. By the beginning of the third 5-year plan, the agriculture of the USSR was the largest scale agriculture in the world and highly mechanized. While the use of machinery in agriculture is inevitably accompanied under capitalism by the ruin of the small peasants, mechanization of socialist agriculture, based on collective labor, eases the toil of the peasant and brings about an improvement in his living standards. In 1940 agriculture in the USSR had 684,000 tractors, in 15 H.P units, 182,000 combine harvesters and 228,000 lorries. In 1930 there were 158 MTS and by the end of 1940, 7,069. Mechanization in collective farm work had reached the following levels by 1940, turning of fallow land 83%, spring plowing 71%, spring and winter sowing 52 to 3%, harvesting with grain combines 43%. The collective farm system ensured a considerable rise in agricultural production and a high marketable surplus. This was very important for the supply of the country with foodstuffs and raw materials. Gross agricultural production in the USSR in 1940 was almost double the pre-revolutionary level, 1913. The marketed surplus of collective and state farm grain production reached 40% of gross production by 1938, compared with 26% in 1913. Moreover, the marketed surplus of grain of the poor and middle peasant farms had amounted to only 14.7% in pre-revolutionary times. The collective and state farms have enormous possibilities for achieving a steady growth of production. They do not suffer from sales crises, since the systematic growth of the living standards of the people is accompanied by a constantly growing demand for agricultural produce. The victory of the collective farm system offered the Soviet peasantry a prosperous and cultured life. The collective farm system destroyed the possibility of differentiation of the peasantry. Poverty and beggary in the countryside were no longer possible. Tens of millions of poor peasants were assured of their livelihood by entering the collective farms. Thanks to the collective farms, there were no longer peasant farms without horses, cows, or implements. The personal income of the collective farmers from the socially owned economy of the collective farms and from their individual subsidiary plots increased 2.7-fold between 1932 and 1937 alone. The victory of the collective farm system made even stronger the friendly alliance of the workers and peasants. The collective farm peasantry became a firm pillar of Soviet power in the countryside. Now, no longer the working class alone but also the peasantry had began to base its existence on social or socio-oneist ownership of the means of production. The experience of building collective farms in the USSR enormously facilitates the task of the socialist transformation of agriculture in other countries moving from capitalism to socialism. At the same time, the particular historical development of different countries in the transitional period from capitalism to socialism determines the precise preparatory conditions and the forms and methods of collectivization of agriculture in each country. Thus in the countries of people's democracy, as distinct from the USSR where the whole of the land is nationalist, private peasant ownership of the land is retained for a certain time while cooperation of the peasant farms is being developed. This is the reason for the variations in forms of organization and in the operation of the producer cooperatives in the countryside. In those countries productive cooperatives predominate, in which the distribution of incomes takes place not only according to the quality and quantity of work done, but also according to the size of the area of land transferred to the cooperative and remaining in the private possession of the peasant member of the cooperative. These cooperatives are a lower form of socialist farming compared to the agricultural artel, where the incomes received by the collective farmer from the socialized farm are distributed only according to work done. However, no matter how important the differences in conditions, forms and methods of carrying out the socialist transformation of agriculture in different countries, the basic principles of Lenin's cooperative plan, which have been tested by the experience of collective farm construction in the USSR, are common to all countries making that transformation. Brief conclusions. 1. Collectivization of agriculture is an essential condition for building socialism. The essence of collectivization is the gradual and voluntary union of the peasant farms in producer cooperatives. Collectivization means the transition from small-scale, individual, backward private farming to large-scale socialist farming equipped with modern machine techniques. Collectivization corresponds to the vital interests of the peasantry and all the working people. 2. The most important prerequisites for all-round collectivization are, the socialist industrialization of the country, the development of agricultural cooperation, the experience of the first collective and state farms, which demonstrate to the peasantry the superiority of large-scale socialist farming, the creation of machine and tractor stations, and a decisive struggle against the kulaks. 3. All-round collectivization, and with it the elimination of the kulaks as a class, which was carried out under the leadership of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, was a most profound revolutionary transformation involving the transition from the bourgeois individual peasant system to a new socialist collective farm system. This revolution eliminated the most numerous exploiting class, the kulaks, and turned the most numerous toiling class, the peasantry, from the capitalist to the socialist path of development. It created a firm socialist base for the Soviet state in agriculture. 4. With the victory of the collective farm system, the Soviet Union was transformed from a country of small peasant farming to a country with the largest scale agriculture in the world and a highly mechanized one. The productive forces of agriculture acquired scope for their development. The Soviet peasantry escaped forever from exploitation, poverty, and beggary. Were abolished in the countryside, and conditions for an uninterrupted improvement in the material and cultural life of the collective farm peasantry were created. The friendly alliance of the workers and peasants became strong. Chapter XXVI, The Victory of Socialism in the USSR. The consolidation of the socialist mode of production. The successes of socialist industrialization of the U.2S.S.R. and collectivization of agriculture brought about a fundamental change in the balance of the types of economic structure and class forces in the USSR, in favor of socialism and to the detriment of capitalism. Up to the second half of 1929, the decisive onslaught against the capitalist elements had taken place primarily in the towns. On passing to all-round collectivization and the elimination of the kulaks as a class, this onslaught embraced the countryside, too, thereby acquiring a universal character. The general advance of socialism along the whole front had commenced. As a result of the swing of the bulk of the peasant masses towards socialism, the capitalist form of economy was deprived of its base in the shape of small commodity production and began to perish. By 1930, the socialist sector already held the levers of the development of the entire national economy in its hands. It then not only occupied completely the dominating position in industry but also began to play the decisive role in agriculture. This was evidence that the USSR had entered the period of socialism. Entry into the period of socialism did not yet mean the end of the transitional period, since the task of building a socialist society had not been fully accomplished. But this was already the last stage of the transitional period. At the beginning of NEP there was some revival of capitalism, but now the last stage of NEP had commenced, the stage of the complete elimination of the capitalist element in the country. The advance of socialism along the whole front was accompanied by a sharpening of the class struggle, in the course of overcoming enormous difficulties. These difficulties were connected with the fundamental reconstruction of industry and agriculture and with the technical reorganization of the entire national economy. Reconstruction in agriculture was impossible without the simultaneous reorganization of the old economic structure, without collectivization of the peasant farms and without uprooting capitalism in the countryside. The advance of socialism inevitably evoked the desperate resistance of the dying exploiting classes who undertook wrecking, sabotage, diversions and terror with the support of the capitalist environment. The difficulties of socialist construction differ fundamentally from those inherent in a capitalist economy. Crises and unemployment, which cannot be overcome within the framework of capitalism, are inherent in capitalist economy. The difficulties of socialist construction are those of growth, upsurge, and advance, and they accordingly contain within themselves the possibility of being surmounted. With the completion of the first 5-year plan in the USSR, the foundations of a socialist economy, in the form of socialist industry and large-scale collective agriculture equipped with modern techniques, had been laid. The capitalist elements in industry had been eliminated. Collectivization in the principal agricultural districts of the country had in the main been carried out, and the kulaks had been rooted although not yet finished with. The transition to Soviet trade without capitalists had been completed. Private trade had been completely squeezed out by state, cooperative, and collective farm trade. At the beginning of the second 5-year plan, the USSR ceased to have a mixed economy. Of the 5 economic sectors in the national economy, 3, the private economy of capitalism, state capitalism and patriarchal economy, no longer existed. The small commodity sector had been relegated to a secondary position, and the socialist sector had become the completely predominant and only commanding force in the entire national economy. This meant that the Soviet government was now based, both in the town and in the countryside, on socialist foundations. In the second 5-year plan, the technical reconstruction of the entire national economy was completed. The USSR became an economically independent country, providing its economy and its defense requirements with the necessary technical equipment. Numerous cadres, successfully mastering the new techniques, had developed in all branches of the national economy. As a result of the successful fulfillment of the second 5-year plan, the main historic task of the second 5-year plan, the final elimination of all exploiting classes, of all the causes giving rise to the exploitation of man by man and the division of society into exploiters and exploited, was accomplished. The most difficult task of the socialist revolution has been carried out. The collectivization of agriculture has been completed and the collective farm system finally consolidated. The CPSU, in resolutions and decisions of its congresses, conferences, and central committee meetings, 7th Russian edition, pt2, p. 879. With the completion of collectivization, capitalism had been uprooted from the economy. The differentiation of the peasantry and the rebirth of capitalist elements had ceased. The main contradiction of the transitional period, the contradictions between growing socialism and the overthrown, but still at the outset strong, capitalism, with its basis in small commodity production, had been overcome. The question who will beat whom had been decided in favor of socialism. The purpose of NEP, the victory of the socialist forms of economy, had been achieved. Lenin has said that NEP was being introduced in earnest and for a long time, but not forever, and that NEP Russia would become Socialist Russia. Lenin's scientific foresight had been fully vindicated. The victory of socialism denoted the end of the transitional period, the end of NEP. By 1936, socialist forms of economy accounted for 98.7% of all the means of production, including 99.95% in industry and 96.3% in agriculture. Between 1923-4 and 1936, the share of the socialist forms of economy had increased as follows: in gross industrial production from 76.3 to 99.8%, in gross agricultural production, including the personal subsidiary economy of the collective farmers, from 1.5 to 97.7%, in retail trade turnover from 43 to 100% and in the national income from 35% in 1924 to 5 to 99.1% in 1936. Thus, as a result of the transitional period in the USSR, the victory of socialism was ensured. This was made possible because there had been found in the Soviet Union such a social force as the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, which united the overwhelming majority of society. The working class in alliance with the peasantry used the law of the necessary correspondence of production relations to the character of the productive forces for the purpose of overthrowing the old bourgeois relations of production and creating new socialist relations of production throughout the national economy. The resistance of the bourgeoisie, whose interests ran contrary to this law, was broken. During the transitional period in the USSR, the most progressive of all modes of production which have so far existed in history was consolidated. This was the socialist mode of production. The new powerful productive forces of industry and agriculture were developed. Thereby the material conditions for the complete victory of socialist production relations and for their consolidation throughout the national economy had been created. In turn, socialist relations of production, victorious in both town and countryside, opened a wide field for the development of the productive forces, and secured the necessary conditions for the uninterrupted and rapid growth of production. The building of socialism was the only way to eliminate the age-long technical and economic backwardness of Russia, to save the country from foreign bondage and ensure its national independence. In the shortest possible period history, the USSR had become a mighty industrial and collective farm power. The working class, the working people of the USSR, under the leadership of the Communist Party, had built a socialist society and translated into reality the hopes of many generations of laboring people. Socialism is a system based on social ownership of the means of production in its two forms: state, public, and cooperative or collective farm property. In this system there is no exploitation of man by man. The national economy is developed in a planned way, for the purpose of completely satisfying the growing needs of the working people by means of an uninterrupted growth of production on the basis of advanced techniques and realization of the principle of distribution according to work. The victory of socialism in the USSR was the most profound revolutionary transformation in the history of mankind. Changes in the class structure of society. The construction of a socialist economy in the USSR brought about radical changes in the class structure of society. Under socialism there are no exploiting classes. Socialist society consists of two friendly toiling classes, the working class and the peasantry, and also the intelligentsia, who are completely rooted in these classes. In pre-revolutionary Russia, in 1913, manual and clerical workers accounted for 16.7% of the population, small commodity producers, peasants and handicraftsmen, 65.1%, exploiting classes 15.9%, including kulaks 12.3%, and others, students, pensioners, the army, etc. 2.3%. By 1937, in the USSR, manual and clerical workers accounted for 34.7% of the population, collective farm peasantry and cooperative handicraftsmen 55.5%, students, pensioners, the army, and others, 4.2%. Individual peasant farmers and handicraftsmen not working in cooperatives, that is, self-employed persons in small commodity production, accounted for only 5.6% of the population. The exploiting classes, the landowners and bourgeoisie, had been eliminated during the transitional period. The victory of socialism fundamentally changed the character and position of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia. The working class had ceased to be a class deprived of the means of production, which sold its labor power and was exploited by the capitalists. It was converted into a completely new class, which had never existed in history up till then, owning the means of production in common with the whole of the people, and freed from exploitation. The life of the working class in the USSR is based on state, public, ownership and on socialist labor. It is the advanced class of society and the leading force in its development. Accordingly, the state guidance of society, the dictatorship, belongs in the USSR, to the working class. The peasantry, from being a class of small scattered producers, whose life was based on private property, personal labor and primitive techniques, exploited by landowners, kulaks, merchants and usurers, had become a completely new class, the like of which history had not known. The peasantry in the USSR has been freed from exploitation. Its work and its fortunes are bound up with social, cooperative and collective farm property, collective labor and modern techniques. The peasantry, in close alliance with the working class and under its leadership, participates in the administration of the Soviet state, which is a socialist state of workers and peasants. The victory of socialism in the USSR completely ended the exploitation of the countryside by the town and the ruin of the peasantry. In this way the age-long antithesis of town and country was abolished. The town, which under capitalism was the center of exploitation of the countryside, became under socialism a center of economic, political, and cultural assistance to the countryside. The vast help extended to the peasantry by the socialist town in eliminating the landowners and kulaks, and in the systematic supplying of the peasantry and collective farms with tractors and other machines, strengthened the alliance of the working class and peasantry. With the aid of the socialist town, the countryside acquired new powerful productive forces. The bond between industry and agriculture became ever stronger. The contradictory interests of town and countryside disappeared. Not even a trace remained of the past distrust and even hatred of the countryside for the town. Both the town and the country began to develop on a socialist basis. The interests of the workers and peasants have common ground in strengthening the socialist system and building communism. A new intelligentsia had been born in the USSR, joined by that section of the old intelligentsia which united itself with the people after the revolution. In bourgeois society, the intelligentsia is mainly drawn from the propertied classes. It serves the capitalists, is exploited by them, and itself helps to exploit the workers and peasants. Under capitalism, a considerable section of the intelligentsia is either compelled to engage in unskilled work or falls into the ranks of the unemployed. In the USSR, by far the greater part of the intelligentsia comes from the working class and the peasantry. The Soviet intelligentsia does not know exploitation. It serves the working people and the cause of socialism, and has every opportunity for the fruitful employment of its knowledge. Under socialism, the intelligentsia is, together with the working class and the peasantry, an equal member of society, actively participating in the administration of the country. In 1937 the Soviet intelligentsia numbered 9.6 million people, and when the families of the intelligentsia are included, it accounted for approximately 13 to 14% of the population of the USSR. With the victory of socialism in the USSR, the age-long antithesis of mental and physical labor was done away with. The conditions in which a considerable section of the workers by brain helped the ruling classes to exploit the manual workers, were ended. Under socialism, the workers and heads of enterprises are a single working collective, interested in the growth of production. The monopoly of education held by the propertied classes has been abolished. Science is used in the interest of the entire people, and education is a possession of the workers and peasants. The victory of socialism created all the necessary conditions for the masses of the people to lead a prosperous, cultured life. In accordance with the basic economic law of socialism, the living standards of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia were considerably raised during the transitional period. Unemployment and want vanished. In the countryside, propertyless peasants no longer existed. The real wages of manual and clerical workers went up, as also did the real income of the peasantry. A cultural revolution was carried out in the country. With the completion of the first two 5-year plans, universal compulsory elementary education in the languages of the nationalities of the USSR was achieved. The network of educational institutions grew up on a huge scale throughout the country. The number of specialists, in various branches of the economy and of culture, multiplied several times over. Throughout the country the training of cadres developed on a wide scale and there was a huge increase in the network of educational institutions. The national income of the USSR, which belongs entirely to the working people, increased, in fixed prices, more than 4.5-fold by 1937 compared with 1913. Output of consumer goods by large-scale industry increased by 1937 nearly 6-fold compared with 1913. In the second five-year plan alone, the real wages of manual and clerical workers were doubled. The number of pupils in elementary and secondary schools increased from 7.9 million in 1914 to 29.6 million in 1937, and the number of students in higher educational institutions from 117,000 to 547,200. The print of books increased from 86,700,000 copies to 673,500,000 copies. Newspaper daily circulation increased from 2,700,000 to 36,200,000. In accordance with the principles of the socialist system, Soviet power put an end to the oppressed position of women. In the USSR, women have in practice equal rights with men in all spheres of economic, cultural, social, and political life. Women receive equal pay for equal work. The victory of socialism introduced millions of women to skilled work. During the five-year plans a great number of women rose to executive posts. A fundamental transformation in the position of women in the countryside took place with the victory of the collective farms, which abolished the former inequality of women in the individual peasant economy. Women acquired the opportunity to stand on an equal footing with men and to occupy an honorable place in the social economy of the collective farms. The victory of socialism emancipated women from their semi-slave condition in a number of the national regions, where feudal and patriarchal traditions still survived. The women of the national regions together with the women of the entire country became active builders of socialism. In 1936, 42% of the numbers accepted into higher educational institutions were women, and 48% of those accepted into technical colleges. The proportion of women students in industrial higher educational institutions in 1935 was 7 times higher than in Germany, 10 times higher than in Great Britain and 20 times higher than in Italy. The number of women doctors in the USSR in 1940 was 40 times greater than in 1913. Whereas in 1913, 9.7% of the doctors were women, by 1940 the figure was about 60%. With the victory of socialism and the abolition of exploitation of man by man, there ceased to exist in the USSR antagonistic classes and irreconcilable class contradictions. Class relations in socialist society are characterized by the indestructible friendship and comradely cooperation of the working class, peasantry, and intelligentsia. Class differences between the working class and the peasantry and equally between these classes and the intelligentsia are being gradually effaced. Capitalist society is rent by class and national antagonisms which deprive it of stability. Socialist society, which does not know class and national antagonisms, is distinguished by its monolithic and stable character. The complete predominance in the USSR of social ownership and the socialist economic system provided the economic basis on which such powerful motive forces of social development as the moral and political unity of Soviet society, the friendship of the peoples of the USSR and Soviet patriotism developed. These driving forces interact to an enormous extent on the economy, and accelerate its development. The fundamental changes which took place in the socialist economy and class structure of the USSR were expressed in the state superstructure. The Soviet state passed through two main phases of development. The first phase relates to the period from the October Revolution up to the elimination of the exploiting classes. The state in this period repressed the overthrown classes and defended the country against attacks from outside. The state also exercised economic, organizational, cultural, and educational functions, but these were not yet fully developed. In the second phase of development, the Soviet state faced the task of organizing a socialist economy throughout the country and of eliminating the last remnants of the capitalist elements. The function of repressing the exploiters disappeared, and its place was taken by the protection of socialist property. The function of military defense of the country from the capitalist environment remained. The creation of the socialist basis ensured the full development of the economic, organizational, cultural, and educational functions of the machinery of state. Marking the completion of the changes which had taken place, a new constitution of the USSR was adopted in 1936. This put the legislative seal to the principles and basic foundations of socialism. It does not confine itself to laying down the formal rights of citizens, but gives pride of place to the effective guarantee of these rights. Thus the Constitution of the USSR does not simply proclaim the right of the working people to work, leisure, material security in old age, and in case of sickness and disability, and to education. The reality of these rights is ensured by the socialist planned system of national economy, by the elimination of unemployment, the 8-hour working day, annual paid holidays for workers and employees, social insurance for manual and clerical workers at the expense of the state, provision for the working people of a broad network of sanatoria and rest homes, state protection of the interests of mother and child, universal compulsory elementary education, free 7-year education, state stipends to students and other material benefits, etc. Thus the victory of socialism in the USSR created a firm economic base which guaranteed the actual realization of the rights of the working people. This reflects the genuine socialist democracy of Soviet society and of the Constitution of the USSR. Elimination of the economic inequality of nations. In abolishing every kind of exploitation, socialism also roots out the causes which give rise to national oppression. The socialist system does away with the political, economic, and cultural inequality of nations and secures the economic and cultural growth of all peoples without exception. Whereas private property and capital inevitably disunite people, foment national strife and intensify national oppression, collective property and labor just as inevitably unite people, strike at the root of national strife and abolish national oppression. The existence of capitalism without national oppression is just as inconceivable as the existence of socialism without the liberation of the oppressed nations, without national freedom. Stalin, The Immediate Tasks of the Party in the National Question, Works, English edition, 1953, Volume V, p. 20. The political inequality of nations, and the system of national oppression and colonial exploitation were abolished in the USSR with the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. There remained the further task of wiping out the economic inequality of the nationalities and of putting an end to the economic and cultural backwardness inherited from the past, of a number of peoples. This task could only be carried out on the basis of socialist construction. Among the population of the national regions of Russia, about 25 million people were living in a pre-capitalist stage of development, of whom 6 million people were cattle-breeding tribesmen who had not yet passed over to agriculture or outlived the patriarchal clan system. It was necessary to help the peoples of the national regions to emancipate themselves from numerous survivals of feudal and patriarchal society, to root out the remnants of the colonizing elements and to give these peoples the opportunity of building a socialist economy. As has already been shown above, backward countries in throwing off the yoke of imperialism are able, with the assistance of the advanced countries of proletarian dictatorship, to move gradually onto the path of socialist construction, omitting the stage of capitalist development. In the Soviet Union, peoples of the formerly backward regions of Russia took such a path of non-capitalist development. With the all-round assistance of the Russian and other peoples of the USSR, the peoples of the national regions accomplished the greatest leap forward from patriarchal and feudal forms of economy to socialism, omitting the capitalist path of development. The development of the peoples of Central Asia, some of the Transcaucasian peoples, a number of the northern nationalities, and others, took place in this way. The construction of socialism in the USSR was accompanied by the most careful consideration for the special economic conditions, historical background, way of life and culture, of each individual people. In the USSR, the real economic and cultural inequality of the various nationalities, the inequality between Central Russia, which was moving forward, and the national regions which were lagging behind and which was inherited from the bourgeois Landowning system, was abolished. The former national regions of Tsarist Russia were transformed from colonies and semi-colonies into independent and developed state Soviet Socialist republics. In the formerly backward national republics and regions, large-scale socialist industry was created, the collective farm system was consolidated, numerous national cadres of the working class, including skilled workers, were trained, and a national intelligentsia grew up. The powerful economic advance of the national regions was accompanied by a rapid growth of the living standards and cultural level of the working people. While there was a general high speed of industrial growth in the USSR, the industry of the national republics grew with particular rapidity. In the USSR as a whole, gross output of large-scale industry had increased by 1940 almost 12-fold compared with 1913. In the Kazakh SSR it had increased 20-fold, in the Georgian SSR 27-fold, in the Kyrgyz SSR 153-fold and in the Tajik SSR 308-fold. Under Soviet power 48 nationalities acquired a written alphabet for the first time. Before the revolution a large majority of the population of the national regions was illiterate. As a result of the socialist revolution, the overwhelming majority of the population of the national republics had already become literate by 1939. The number of pupils in elementary and secondary schools had increased by 1940 as compared with 1914 to 15 as follows: Azerbaijan S.8.R. 9-fold, Armenian SSR 9.4-fold, Kazakh SSR 10.9-fold, Turkmenian SSR 35-fold, Kyrgyz SSR 47-fold, Uzbek SSR 73-fold, and Tajik SSR 822-fold. The building of socialism fundamentally changes the nature of nations. As a result of the revolutionary transformation of social relations, there appear in place of the bourgeois nations, of which capitalist society consists, new socialist nations, formed on the basis of the old bourgeois nations. Whereas capitalism divides nations into classes and groups with contradictory interests, socialism unites nations on the basis of social ownership and unity of interest. Each socialist nation is monolithic, consisting of working people led by the working class. The victory of socialism strengthened the unity of economic and political interests of the peoples of the USSR and brought about a flowering of their cultures, national in form, socialist in content. The Soviet Union is a stable and vigorous multinational state, based on the brotherly cooperation of the peoples and a model of the solution of the national question. The USSR enters the phase of the completion of the building of socialist society and of gradual transition from socialism to communism. With the victory of socialism, the USSR entered a new period of its development, that of the completion of the building of socialism and of gradual transition from socialism to communism. Communism is a social system in which there are no classes or class distinctions, all the means of production are public property, the level of the productive forces ensures an abundance of products, and the guiding principle of social life is from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. Socialism and communism are two phases of one and the same communist social and economic formation. Socialism is the lower phase of the communist formation, while communism is the more mature phase, the highest phase of this formation. The development of socialism creates the material production basis of communism, an abundance of products, and an enormous rise in the living standards and cultural level of the people. Thus the completion of the socialist stage of development of society means at the same time the effecting of a gradual transition to communism. The whole people, the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia are profoundly interested in the creation of communist society, are active builders of communism, which denotes the greatest material and cultural flowering of society. Since under socialism there are no classes and social groups whose interests run contrary to communism, the transition to communism takes place gradually, without social revolution. As a result of the pre-war 5-year plans, the Soviet Union overtook all the other countries of Europe and occupied second place in the world as regards total volume of industrial output. To create the material conditions for the transition to communism, it is necessary for the USSR to catch up the most highly developed capitalist countries as regards the extent of industrial output per head of the population and achieve a further tremendous development of the productive forces. The volume of industrial output, compared with the size of the population of a country, is an index of its economic might. With the victory of socialism in the USSR, the task which V.I. Lenin advanced and which was extensively dealt with in the works of J.V. Stalin to overtake and surpass the chief capitalist countries in the economic sense, i.e., as regards volume of industrial output per head of the population, has become an important, practical task. This task was defined by the 18th Congress of the Communist Party, 1939, as the chief economic task of the Soviet Union. The Third Five-Year Plan was an important stage on the road to communism. During the first 3.5 years, 1938–June 1941, the tasks of the Third Five-Year Plan were successfully carried out. A new and considerable growth of industry, and above all of heavy industry, was achieved, together with a further strengthening and growth of agriculture. The peaceful creative labor of the Soviet people in the building of communism was interrupted in 1941 by the treacherous invasion of the USSR by fascist Germany and its vassals. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–5, was the most terrible war in Russia's history. The war confirmed that the USSR possessed the most stable and durable social and state structure in the world. The Soviet system proved to be not only the best form of organization for the economic and cultural growth of a country in the years of peaceful construction, but also the best form for mobilizing the entire forces of the people to repulse the enemy in time of war. The powerful economic base for the active defense of the country, used in wartime, had been created already during the pre-war 5-year plans as a result of the policy of industrialization and collectivization. In 1940 the USSR produced 15 million tons of pig iron, or almost 4 times more than in 1913, 18,300,000 tons of steel, or 4 times more than in 1913, 166 million tons of coal, or 5 times more than in 1913, 31 million tons of oil, or 3 times more than in 1913, 38,300,000 tons of marketed grain, or 17 million tons more than in 1913, 2,700,000 tons of cotton, or 3 times more than in 1913. The socialist system enabled the USSR to create in the shortest possible time a well-coordinated and rapidly growing war economy. The economic basis of the Soviet state was shown to be incomparably more durable than the economy of the enemy states. Thanks to the superiority of planned socialist economy, the Soviet state, under unbelievably difficult conditions resulting from the temporary loss of a number of important regions of the country, was able simultaneously to carry out the maximum mobilization and the most effective use of its material, labor, and financial resources. To secure victory, the Soviet state undertook on an extensive scale the construction of new factories, thereby ensuring an intensive growth of industrial output. Throughout the war, the quantity and quality of Soviet armaments rapidly increased. Despite the temporary occupation by the enemy of the most important agricultural districts, the collective and state farms supplied without any serious interruption the army and the country with foodstuffs, and industry with raw materials. The collective farm system survived the severe trials of war and demonstrated its vitality. The working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia, including Soviet women and the youth, undertook enormous sacrifices and displayed exceptional selflessness in labor. All Union Socialist emulation yielded great results. Thanks to the growth in the productivity of labor in the heavy and above all in the defense industries, a considerable reduction in the costs of production was achieved. This enabled arms production to be greatly increased. The moral and political unity of socialist society, the friendship of the peoples and Soviet patriotism, aroused the mass heroism of the Soviet people, at the front and in the rear. The Communist Party, guiding the defense of the country, skillfully directed the entire forces of the people to the task of defeating the enemy. The decisive superiority of socialism and the indestructible stability of the Soviet rear, ensured to the Soviet Union the economic and military victory which it won in association with its allies in mortal combat against imperialist Germany, which disposed of the resources of many European countries, and against imperialist Japan. The Soviet people, which bore the main brunt of the war, not only defended the freedom and independence of their country and their socialist achievements, but also helped liberate the peoples of Europe from the Hitlerite yoke. The war inflicted enormous losses on the national economy of the USSR. The fascist invaders burned down and destroyed 1,710 towns, including a number of large industrial and cultural centers, more than 70,000 villages and hamlets, 31,850 industrial enterprises, ruined 98,000 collective farms, 1,876 state farms, 2,890 machine tractor stations, etc. The total losses which the fascist invaders caused to the national economy of the USSR and to Soviet citizens amounted to 679,000 million rubles at state valuation. During the war years there was a considerable reduction of civil industrial output, and agricultural production and transport suffered heavily. Socialist society in the USSR withstood all the trials of the exceptionally hard war. This proved the stability of the socialist relations of production that had been established, their superiority over capitalist relations. Any other state, even the largest capitalist state, suffering such losses, would have been inescapably thrown back scores of years, and would have been turned into a second-rate power. But thanks to the advantages of the socialist system, the USSR successfully coped with the most difficult task of overcoming the effects of the war. Having brought the war to a victorious conclusion, the Soviet Union was able, in the course of a few years and with its own resources, not only to reach the pre-war level of production, but even to leave it far behind. The Fourth Five-Year Plan, 1946-50, was successfully fulfilled. Its main tasks had been to restore the devastated areas of the country, restore the pre-war level of industry and agriculture and subsequently to surpass this level considerably. The Fourth Five-Year Plan for industry was fulfilled ahead of time. The successful fulfillment of the Fourth Five-Year Plan meant a big step forward in the economic and cultural development of Soviet society. The further advance to communism of the USSR formed the task of the Fifth Five-Year Plan, 1951-5, and of the decisions which the Communist Party and the Soviet government adopted during those years, decisions which aimed at a new, powerful advance in industry and agriculture for the purpose of obtaining a further increase in the standard of living and culture of the Soviet people. The tasks for industry of the Fifth Five-Year Plan were also fulfilled ahead of schedule. The victory of socialism in the USSR was of enormous international importance. It was a new and powerful blow to the world imperialist system, and shook its foundations even further. The consolidation of socialism demonstrated with full force the superiority of the socialist system of national economy over the capitalist system. Capitalism required approximately 100 years, and feudalism about 200 years to prove their superiority over the preceding modes of production. The socialist economic system demonstrated its indisputable superiority to capitalism already in the years of the transitional period, that is, in less than 20 years. The correctness of Marxism, as the revolutionary world outlook of the working class, the correctness of Lenin's theory of socialist revolution, were confirmed. This has fortified the belief of the working masses in the strength of the working class and in the final victory of socialism throughout the world. Brief conclusions. 1. With the completion of the transitional period from capitalism to socialism in the USSR, the capitalist elements were eliminated from every sector of the economy. The socialist system became the sole system in the national economy, and the economic basis of socialist society came into being. The victory of socialism was reflected and given legislative force in the Constitution of the USSR, the most democratic constitution in the world. 2. Socialism is a system founded on social ownership of the means of production in its two forms, state, public and cooperative and collective farm property. In this system there is no exploitation of man by man. The national economy develops according to a plan, for the purpose of fully satisfying the growing needs of the working people by means of an uninterrupted growth of production, and the principle of distribution according to work is put into effect. 3. Socialist society consists of two friendly classes, the working class and the peasants, together with an intelligentsia which is thoroughly rooted in these classes. The victory of socialism brought about a fundamental improvement in the material and cultural position of the working people. It eliminated the contradiction between town and country, between mental and physical labor, put an end to the inequality of nations and gave rise to new socialist nations. 4. With the victory of socialism, the USSR entered the period of the completion of the building of socialist society and of the gradual transition from socialism to communism. Thanks to the superiority of the socialist system, the USSR won economic and military victory in the Great Patriotic War. After the war, the Soviet Union restored the national economy in the shortest possible time, achieved its further powerful advance and is now successfully continuing along the road to communism. The victory of socialism in the USSR is internationally of historic importance. It has demonstrated in deeds the superiority of socialism over capitalism. Part 3, the socialist mode of production. B. The socialist economic system. Chapter XXVII, the material production basis of socialism. Main features of the material production basis of socialism. The material production basis of socialism is large-scale machine production in all branches of the national economy. This is based on the highest technique and the labor of workers who have been freed from exploitation. Socialist production is integrated by social ownership of the means of production, and develops in a planned way in the interests of the whole of society. Its development does not encounter those obstacles which are caused by private ownership of the means of production. Socialist production is the largest and most concentrated production. Under socialism, large-scale production has undivided predominance in agriculture as well as in industry, whereas under capitalism small-scale individual peasant farmers are numerically predominant in agriculture. Socialism is free from the contradictions and restrictions in the application of machine techniques which are characteristic of capitalism. In bourgeois society, machinery is an instrument of exploitation and is only introduced when it increases the profits of the capitalists by means of economies in the wage bill. In socialist society, machinery is used wherever it brings about a saving of labor for society, lightens the labor of the workers and peasants, and promotes an increase in the welfare of the people. In socialist society there is no unemployment, consequently machines cannot be the rival of the working people. Hence the working people eagerly welcome the use of machines in industry. As a result of the elimination of private ownership of the means of production, all the achievements of modern science and technique become, under socialism, the property of the whole of society. In seeking to satisfy the constantly growing needs of the mass of the people, socialist production requires uninterrupted development and perfection of techniques. Old techniques must be replaced by new, and they in turn by newer ones. Hence the necessity for systematic work to produce, master and introduce into industry new machinery, mechanisms, appliances and apparatus, new types of material and advanced technology. The socialist state, which concentrates in its hands the basic means of production and accumulation, can make large-scale capital investments in the national economy to ensure uninterrupted technical progress, and can carry out capital construction on a large scale and at a speed which is not possible for capitalism. Socialism ensures the systematic introduction of modern machine techniques in all branches of production, including agriculture. In socialist society, the position of the workers in production is fundamentally changed. Freed from exploitation, the labor of the workers, the collective farmers and the intelligentsia is the very foundation of socialist society. The working people work for themselves, for society, and not for the exploiters. They are therefore profoundly interested in perfecting production, using the highest techniques and most efficiently utilizing existing techniques. At the same time, socialism brings about a constant and rapid rise of the general cultural level and technical skill of the workers. All this gives rise to the creative activity of the working people in developing production, perfecting techniques, and improving technology and the organization of labor. In contrast to capitalism, socialism secures the uninterrupted and rapid growth of the productive forces. Socialist industry. Socialist industry is a highly concentrated and technically advanced industry, organized on the basis of social ownership. It plays a leading role in the national economy, equipping all sectors of the economy with modern techniques. This is achieved by the more rapid growth of the branches producing the means of production, and a high level of development of the engineering industry. Heavy industry is the cornerstone of socialist economy. Industry plays a major role in securing the growth of national consumption. The light and food industries, equipped with modern techniques, increase the output of goods for the population from year to year. The basic productive stocks of industry in the USSR had grown to more than double the 1940 level by 1954, and to 24 times the 1913 level. Gross production of large-scale industry in 1954 had increased, in comparable prices, 35-fold compared to 1913. Compared with 1940, total industrial production had increased more than 2.8-fold by 1954, and nearly 4-fold in the engineering and metalworking industry. Production of various major branches of heavy industry had risen between 1913 and 1954 in the following way: coal from 29 million tons to 347 million tons, oil from 9 million tons to 59.3 million tons, steel from 4,200,000 tons to 41,400,000 tons, cement from 1/million tons to 19 million tons, electricity output from 1.9 milliard kW/hours to 149 milliard kW/hrs. Socialist industry is the most concentrated industry in the world. Under socialism, concentration of production is carried out in a planned way, and is accompanied by a general advance of the national economy in the interests of the whole of society. Under capitalism, on the contrary, concentration takes place unplanned, and is accompanied by the ruin and destruction of small-scale and middling enterprises and by the establishment of the domination of monopolies. We are a land of the most concentrated industry. This means that we can build our industry on the basis of the best technique and thereby secure an unprecedented productivity of labor, an unprecedented rate of accumulation. Stalin, The Tasks of Business Executives, Works, English edition, 1954, Volume 13, pages 35-6. In the conditions of socialism, the combination of production is extensively developed. This enables raw materials and fuel supplies to be more fully utilized, reduces transport overheads and speeds up the production process. In 1940, 71% of all workers, and 84% of all output in the industry of the USSR, were concentrated in enterprises with an annual output exceeding 5 million rubles in value, fixed 1926-7 prices. By 1954, these figures had risen to 80% of all workers and 92% of all industrial output. Comparing data on the concentration of industry in the USSR and in the USA. For the sake of comparison, the classification according to the numbers of manual and clerical workers is taken in both cases. It will be seen that in the manufacturing industries of the USSR in 1954, 64% of all workers and 72% of all industrial output were concentrated in enterprises employing more than 1,000 workers. In the manufacturing industries of the USA in 1952, 33% of workers and about 36% of industrial output were concentrated in similar enterprises. Owing to the fact that social ownership of the means of production prevails in socialist society, especially favorable conditions have been created for the application of specialization and cooperation of industry. Specialization of industrial production is the concentration of enterprises on a particular type of product, on separate parts and components or on separate operations in the manufacture of a product. Specialization reflects the planned utilization by society of the advantages of the division of labor between different enterprises. It enables highly productive equipment to be introduced as well as standardization and mass production methods, which secure a considerable rise in the productivity of labor. The cooperation of industrial enterprises under socialism is the planned establishment of permanent productive connections between enterprises which participate jointly in the manufacture of a given product, but are economically independent of one another. Cooperation of enterprises within the limits of the same economic region, which avoids long transport hauls, is of great importance. Planned cooperation of enterprises is an important factor in the growth of productivity of social labor. Socialist society sets itself the task of extensively applying specialization and cooperation as the most expedient forms of the organization of production. The development of industry and its technical re-equipment are accompanied by an increase in the numbers of the working class and a rise of the cultural and technical level of the workers. The introduction of new techniques increases the numbers and proportion of skilled workers and decreases the numbers and proportion of unskilled, manual workers. The number of engineering and technical workers is constantly on the increase. In the USSR, a powerful and technically advanced transport system has come into existence. As defined by Marx, transport is the fourth branch of material production, after the extractive industries, manufacturing industries, and agriculture. It unites all branches of the national economy and the economic regions of the country, playing an important role in the production process and in the distribution of material wealth. The function of transport increases in a planned socialist economy, developing at a high rate and characterized by its many-sided links with different branches of production and economic regions. In outlining the function of the railways, Lenin pointed out that they are, one of the manifestations of the very dear link between town and country, between industry and agriculture, on which socialism is wholly based. Lenin, closing remarks in the debate on the report on immediate tasks, April 29, 1918, Works, Russian edition, Volume XXVII, p. 277. The concentration of all forms of transport, rail, water, road, and air, in the hands of society, has eliminated competition between the various forms of transport which is characteristic of capitalism. It has opened the way to the planned coordination of their work. A unified transport system, on a countrywide scale, has been created in the USSR, combining and planning all forms of transport. The unified transport system under socialism is built on the basis of advanced transport technique, general introduction of the latest types of high-capacity rolling stock, mechanization of loading and unloading operations, perfection of the permanent way, etc. The basic productive stocks of transport in the USSR had increased sevenfold by 1954 compared with 1913. Freight turnover of all forms of transport had increased almost ninefold, and rail freight turnover 13-fold, by 1954 compared with 1913. Socialist agriculture. The socialization of the formerly scattered peasant economy, and the setting up of collective and state farms, made possible the widespread use of machinery and the introduction of advanced agricultural technique. It created the conditions for a big increase in agricultural production. Socialist agriculture in the USSR is based on social ownership and is the largest in the world and highly mechanized. It consists of agricultural enterprises, collective farms, machine and tractor stations and state farms. The size of collective farms has been greatly increased as a result of the amalgamation carried out in 1950-1 by decision of general meetings of the collective farmers. On January 1955, the country had 89,000 collective farms, instead of the 254,000 existing on January 1950. Whereas before the amalgamation each collective farm had an average of 1,470 acres of plowland, at the beginning of 1955 each had 4,870 acres of plowland. The machine and tractor stations have provided the collective farms with the material and technical basis of large-scale machine production. The Soviet state has created a complex system of machine and tractor stations in the grain, flax, cotton, sugar beet, and market gardening areas. Special machine and cattle breeding stations have been set up for the mechanization of arduous work in cattle breeding, and meadow amelioration stations for the mechanization of land drainage and improvement of meadows and pastures. The first electrified machine and tractor stations have been set up, which use electricity on a large scale in collective farming. All MTS, depending on the type of production of the collective farm, have appropriate agricultural machinery and qualified specialist personnel. On January 1955, there were about 9,000 MTS and other specialized stations in the USSR, servicing the collective farms and providing a high level of mechanization of agricultural production. In the agriculture of the USSR, an important role is played by large state enterprises, the state farms, which are equipped with the latest techniques. On January 1955, there were more than 5,000 state farms: grain growing, livestock, meat and dairy, pig, sheep, poultry, and horse farms, cotton growing and other types of farms. Socialist industry has equipped agriculture with advanced techniques. To meet the peculiarities of agriculture, there has been brought into being, on the basis of tractor power, a wide range of machinery for carrying out the main agricultural operations for a series of major crops: plowing, sowing, rotillage and harvesting. On July 1, 1955, there were in Soviet agriculture more than 1,400,000 tractors, in terms of 15 HP units, 350,000 grain harvesters, more than 450,000 lorries and many other agricultural machines. The mechanization of agricultural operations had as a consequence increased. The introduction of machinery has fundamentally altered the structure of power resources in agriculture. In 1916, draft cattle accounted for 99.2%, and mechanical power only 0.8% of all power resources in agriculture. In 1940, draft cattle accounted for 22% and mechanical power 78% of power resources, while by the beginning of 1955, they accounted for 7% and 93% respectively, including tractors 33%, lorries 39%, combine motors 15%, electricity plant 4%, and other forms of motive power IO%. The socialist transformation of agriculture has eliminated the primitive, centuries-old, three-field system and has made possible the application of new, most advanced systems in agriculture. The main features of these systems are the general introduction of the latest techniques and the achievements of agronomy, correct crop rotations with the widespread cultivation of fodder, vegetable and technical crops, the use of artificial and organic fertilizers, irrigation of dry regions, draining of marshes, etc. The proper operation of socialist agriculture presupposes a definite specialization of agricultural enterprises. Specialization of socialist agricultural enterprises takes the form of planned selection for each enterprise, depending on the natural and economic peculiarities of a particular district or zone, of the main branches of production, and together with them the development of supplementary branches. Thus specialization does not reject, it presupposes the development of mixed farming with proper combination of the main and supplementary branches. Such farming makes possible the most productive use of land and labor power. Alongside the enlargement of the scale and the technical re-equipment of agriculture, there takes place the training of new cadres of agricultural workers who have mastered modern advanced techniques and agronomic science. In the USSR, agronomic scientific achievements have become the property of the broad masses of the peasantry for the first time in history. The mass introduction of new techniques has called into being new categories of workers in mechanized agriculture: tractor and combine operators, drivers, mechanics, operators of threshers, flax pullers, cotton harvesters, and other machines. The collective farm system has produced numerous skilled directors and organizers of production, collective farm chairmen, team leaders, agronomists, and livestock specialists, heads of farm sections and others. Methods of technical progress in a socialist economy. The main directions of technical progress in a socialist economy are, the perfecting of instruments of production and technological processes, mechanization and automation of labor processes, electrification of the national economy and widespread use of chemicals in production, and the use of atomic energy for peaceful purposes. Under socialism, mechanization of labor processes plays a tremendous role in technical progress. The basis of technical progress lies in improving the instruments of production in such a way as to raise the productivity of machinery, making it work more economically and reliably, lengthen its useful life, increase the automation of controls, and lower the expenditure of metal and other materials in the production of the machines. Improving the instruments of production is inseparably connected with improving the technological processes, methods of processing and utilizing raw and other materials, the introduction of new types of raw and other materials, the application of high and very high speeds, pressures, and temperatures. Socialism offers wide opportunities for constantly improving the instruments of production and technological processes. The development of the material and industrial basis of socialism is impossible without a determined struggle against technical hitches and routinism. It requires the speedy, wide-scale introduction into industry of all the achievements of Soviet and foreign advanced science and techniques. During the years of Soviet power, an extensive network of scientific research institutes and designing organizations has been established, and workers' inventions and the mass movement of innovators in production have been given wide support. Soviet technologists are successfully solving a series of new technical problems in the field of designing new machinery and mechanisms for all branches of industry. Soviet designers have created, for instance, such machines as mining combines, numerous agricultural machines, potato planting and potato lifting machines, flax picking combines, beet lifting combines, new types of modern machinery in the field of energetics, powerful building mechanisms, several new types of metal cutting lathes, and so on. An important factor in technical progress is the utmost utilization of the scientific and technical achievements of foreign countries. In a number of cases, the machinery that is made in Soviet enterprises is not up to the standard of the foreign types produced abroad. The advantages of the socialist system provide every opportunity for accelerating technical progress, for overcoming the backwardness that exists in some sectors of industry, so as to surpass the scientific and technical achievements in the capitalist countries as quickly as possible. Mechanization is the replacement of manual labor by labor effected with the aid of machinery. The consistent mechanization of labor operations is an economic necessity under socialism. The uninterrupted and rapid growth of socialist production is possible only by means of the constant perfecting of techniques and the all-round mechanization of labor processes. Mechanization of the main and most arduous production processes is being consistently carried out in all branches of the national economy in the USSR. In the industry of the USSR, mechanization has reached a high level. In the coal industry, where heavy manual labor was the universal rule before the revolution, mechanization on the basis of general introduction of coal cutters, electrical means of transport and loading devices, amounted already in 1940 to 94.8% for cutting and stripping operations, 90.4% for conveying operations, 58.4% for hauling operations, and 86.5% for loading into rail wagons. In the post-war years, the mechanization of cutting, stripping and conveying, as well as of underground transport and loading into rail wagons, has been fully completed. Great successes have also been achieved in mechanizing other branches. Thus, for example, in the construction of hydroelectric stations, such outstanding achievements of Soviet technology as the new powerful excavators, bulldozers, earth diggers and other machines are being used. The 494 cubic foot walking excavator of the Urals Machinery Works can scoop up more than 88 million cubic feet of earth a year, replacing the physical labor of 7,000 workers. By 1954, autumn and spring plowing operations in the collective farms had been almost completely mechanized, winter sowings 95%, spring sowings 88%. Sowings of cotton, sugar beet and other industrial crops had been almost fully mechanized. Over 40% of the area in the collective farm sown to potatoes was planted by the machine and tractor stations. Of all the grain crops, 82% was harvested by combines, of the sunflower crop 3%. The mechanization of the main field work on the collective farms is almost complete. In the state farms, the most important agricultural work is performed in the main by machinery. However, the existing achievements in the field of mechanization of agriculture are not sufficient from the viewpoint of satisfying society's growing requirements for agricultural produce. The expenditure of human labor per unit of output in collective and state farms is still high. There is a need for further wide development of mechanization in cattle breeding, vegetable cultivation, horticulture, transporting, loading and unloading of agricultural products, irrigation works and drainage of marshlands. In socialist economy, complex mechanization is being constantly extended. Complex mechanization means mechanization of all the stages of the production process which are connected with each other, including both the main and also the auxiliary stages, and is based on a system of mutually complementary machines. It eliminates interruptions in the chain of mechanization of production. As a result of complex mechanization, a system of machinery covering the whole production process comes into being. The highest stage of mechanization is the automation of production, which is the use of self-regulating automatic machines. Closely connected with automation is the system to telemechanics, which is the remote management and control of the working of machines. Where the entire complex of machinery covering a production process as a whole is self-regulated, there is an automatic system of machinery. An automatic system of machinery carries out all the production processes required for the working up of raw material into the finished product, without direct human interference, and only requires supervision by the worker. During the post-war years, definite successes in regard to automation of production processes have been achieved in a number of branches of industry in the USSR. In the enterprises of the ferrous metallurgical industry of the USSR, 95% of all pig iron is smelted in blast furnaces with automatic regulation of the heat blast, and about 90% of all open hearth steel is smelted in furnaces equipped with automatic thermal regulation. In heavy metallurgy, automation of blast and open hearth furnaces has increased their productivity 7 to 10% and brought about a 6% reduction in fuel consumption. In the engineering industry, the stock of automatic and semi-automatic metalworking lathes, automatic forge pressers and also automatically controlled gauging instruments increases year by year. The use of automatic equipment in the chemical, paper, oil refining and other industries is increasing. Automatic systems of machinery in the USSR take the form of automatized lines of machine tools and other mechanisms, and of completely automatized enterprises. The wide use of mechanization in socialist economy is the basis for the rapid growth in labor productivity and increasingly reduces the gap between physical and mental labor. Reconstruction of all branches of the economy on the basis of large-scale machine production and the systematic mechanization of the productive processes is closely bound up with electrification. Electricity is the technical basis of modern large-scale production. Socialism ensures the planned introduction of electricity into all sectors of the national economy. Electrification under socialism is characterized in the first place by centralization of electric power output and concentration of capacity in large electricity stations, and by rapid development of high-voltage electric transmission lines combining separate stations into powerful regional or inter-regional systems, with the perspective of a unified high-voltage network covering the entire country. Secondly, by widespread construction of hydroelectric stations and the systematic raising of their share in total electricity output, which is a most important means of improving the power balance of the country. Thirdly, by thermal power stations for large towns and industrial centers. Electrification of industry changes the appearance of factories and mills. Instead of a central generator with a complex transmission system, individual electric drive has been introduced into almost all enterprises. Electrification of the working machinery provides the power basis for complex mechanization and automation. With the application of electricity, new branches of industry have sprung up: electrometallurgy of ferrous and non-ferrous metals, electrochemistry, and also new methods of metal working. The construction of powerful hydroelectric stations on the Volga, Dnieper, Don, Angara, Irtysh, Obi, and other rivers, which has been undertaken in the fifth five-year plan, is of great importance for the further electrification of the USSR. Some of these schemes are the largest in the world. Their construction is making possible the complex solution of the problem of obtaining cheap electric power on an enormous scale, of the widespread development of electrification in agriculture and transport, of the creation of new industries depending on electric power, improvement of navigation, etc. In the 4 years of the fifth five-year plan, powerful hydroelectric stations, equipped with the very latest techniques, began to operate. Semlyansk, with a capacity of 164,000 kilowatts, Jyumush 224,000 kilowatts, Upper Svir 160,000 kilowatts, Manjeshwar 357,000 kilowatts, the first section, 126,000 kilowatts, of the CAM, whose total capacity will be 500,000 kilowatts, and others. In the same period, large thermal electric stations began to operate: Maranovskaya with a capacity of 400,000 kilowatts, Slavyanskaya 200,000 kilowatts, Yuzhny Kuzba's 400,000 kilowatts, the first section, 300,000 kilowatts, of Cherepetskaya, which is now being expanded to 600,000 kilowatts, and a number of others. The new Koabyshev, Gorky, Kakhovka and other powerful hydroelectric stations were providing current for industry in 1955. The capacity of the hydroelectric stations under construction in the USSR will be twice that of all the Soviet hydroelectric stations that were operating at the beginning of 1954. In the post-war years there has been a process of introduction of electricity into agriculture. By the beginning of 1955 the capacity of rural power stations had increased six-fold compared with 1940, and 40% of all collective farms were using electric power. The mechanization of threshing operations, as well as a number of production processes in livestock farming, is taking place in many collective and state farms, on the basis of electricity: preparation of fodders, water supply, milking, sheep shearing, etc. The progress of modern techniques is also reflected in the ever-growing development of chemistry and in the application of chemical methods of treating matter. Chemical methods imply the speeding up of production processes, the fullest utilization of raw materials, and the creation of new types of raw materials. The chemical industry in the USSR has become a powerful factor in the technical development of the entire national economy. Modern chemical production is, as a rule, automatized. It is carried on uninterruptedly in closed apparatus, with automatic control and regulation and without direct human interference. Chemistry is a most important prerequisite for raising crop yields. The creation of an abundance of consumer goods is linked with the widespread use of chemicals in agriculture. The climax of the contemporary stage of technical development was the discovery of methods of obtaining and using atomic energy. The Soviet Union is the first country to utilize atomic energy for peaceful purposes. The USSR was the first country in the world to operate an industrial electric station by means of atomic energy, with a useful capacity of 5,000 kilowatts. The location of socialist production. Under socialism, a new location of production takes shape and, with it, a new system of communications between branches of production and regions of the country. In bourgeois society, competition and the hunt for profit lead to the unequal and irrational location of production. Industry is concentrated without plan in a small number of centers, while vast territories, particularly the colonial regions, are condemned to industrial backwardness. Under socialism, the location of industry takes place in a planned way for the purpose of raising the productivity of social labor, increasing the strength of the socialist state, and raising the living standards of the working people. In locating socialist industry, the Soviet state bases itself on the following principles, which are determined by the economic laws of socialism. First, production to be sited as close as possible to the sources of raw materials and to the regions consuming industrial and agricultural output. In sketching out the basis for a plan for reorganizing industry and for the general economic revival of the country, Lenin pointed out, this plan must include rational location of industry in Russia, from the point of view of the proximity of raw materials and the possibility of reducing wastage of labor to the limit in passing from the processing of the raw material, through all the subsequent stages of processing the semi-finished product, right up to the receipt of the finished product. Lenin, Draft Plan for Scientific and Technical Works, Russian edition, Volume XXVII, p. 288. Location of production in this way makes possible the better utilization of natural resources and the elimination of irrational hauls. It provides a considerable economy in labor for society as a whole, and accelerates the rate of growth of the national economy. Secondly, the planned territorial division of labor between economic regions, combined with complex economic development within these regions, taking into account the natural conditions of each region and the economic expediency of producing particular industrial goods and agricultural products. The complex development of economic regions, which takes into account the needs of each region for fuel, building materials, mass-produced products of light industry and foodstuffs, reduces abnormally long and other irrational hauls, and promotes the use of local raw material resources. Thirdly, the planned location of industry throughout the territory of the country, securing the formation of new towns and industrial centers in formerly backward agrarian districts and thereby bringing agriculture and industry closer together. This helps to abolish the essential distinction between town and country. Fourthly, the elimination of the real economic inequality of peoples and the rapid development of the economy of formerly backward national regions. This is the material foundation for strengthening the friendship and cooperation of the peoples. Besides this, the location of socialist industry takes into account the interests of strengthening the defensive capacity of the socialist state, which determines the need for a particularly rapid growth of numerous branches of industry in the interior of the country. During the years of Soviet power, much work was done to eliminate the unequal location of production inherited from capitalism. The siting of industry close to raw material resources was reflected above all in the rapid development of the eastern regions of the country and the creation of new fuel and metallurgical bases, new centers of engineering and light industry, in the Urals, Western Siberia, Central Asia, and Kazakhstan. The newly created industrial areas have become economic and cultural centers, changing the whole character of these districts and regions. The creation of a powerful industrial base in the East was one of the most important factors in the victory of the Soviet Union in the Great Patriotic War. During the Patriotic War and post-war years, industry was still further developed in the eastern districts, the Volga region, the Urals, Siberia, the Far East, the Kazakh SSR and the Union Republics of Central Asia. In 1954, approximately one-third of the country's entire industrial output was produced in these regions, more than 60% of the total oil, over half the total steel and rolled metals, almost half the total coal and more than 40% of the output of electrical power. While total industrial output in the USSR had increased 2.8 times in 1954 compared with 1940, the total industrial output in the eastern areas had increased 4 times. In the Uzbek, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Turkmenian, and Tajik Soviet republics, with population of less than 20 million, electric power output in 1954 was a little over 4 times as great as in the eastern countries bordering on the USSR, Turkey, Persia, Afghanistan, and Pakistan combined, with a population of more than 130 million. The development of socialist industry in a number of economic regions which formerly had no industry has meant that the old division between industrial and agrarian regions belongs essentially to the past. Important changes have taken place in the location of agricultural production in the USSR, testifying to the fact that the former one-sided specialization of agriculture of pre-revolutionary Russia has been successfully eliminated. A powerful gram base has been created in the eastern regions of the USSR, agricultural crops have been pushed far to the north, and food-producing areas have grown up around the towns and industrial centers. In spite of the successes achieved, there are still serious shortcomings in the location of socialist industry. Thus, new enterprises are still not infrequently built in the old industrial areas without taking into account the supply of local raw materials and fuel for these enterprises. At the same time, there is a serious lag in the development of industrial construction in the east of the country, particularly in Siberia, the Far East, Central Asia, and Kazakhstan, where there are adequate resources of raw materials and power. One of the most important factors in the further progress of socialist economy is the elimination of these shortcomings and the improvement of the location of industry. Socialist location of production ensures the most effective utilization of the natural wealth and labor resources of the country and makes it possible to raise the productivity of social labor, accelerate the growth of production and strengthen the economic might of the USSR. Brief conclusions. 1. Large-scale machine production, embracing all branches of national economy and based on advanced technique and the labor of workers free from exploitation, is the material production basis of socialism. In socialist economy, machinery serves to economize and lighten the labor of workers and peasants and to raise the living standards of the people. Socialist industry in the USSR is the most highly concentrated in the world, technically advanced and centralized on a country-wide scale. It serves as a basis for the development of all branches of the economy. Socialist agriculture is the largest in the world and highly mechanized. 2. The material production basis of socialism rests on the latest achievements of modern advanced science and technique. Socialism eliminates inequalities in the use of machine techniques between different branches and processes of production which are natural to capitalism, and ensures the consistent application of new techniques in all branches of the national economy. The chief lines of development of technique under socialism are perfecting of the instruments of production and improvement of technological processes, mechanization and automation of labor processes, electrification of the national economy, wide use of chemicals and the application of atomic energy for peaceful purposes. 3. Socialism has secured the planned and rational location of production, siting it close to the sources of raw materials and consuming regions, has overcome the economic backwardness of the national regions and has brought industry and agriculture closer together. Socialist location of production makes possible the efficient utilization of natural and labor resources, leads to enormous economies in the transport of raw materials and finished products, and is an important factor in accelerating the growth of socialist production and strengthening the defensive capacity of the country. Chapter XXVII, Social Ownership of the Means of Production, the foundation of the production relations of socialism. The socialist system of national economy and socialist property. The economic basis of socialist society is the socialist system of national economy and socialist ownership of the means of production, which have been consolidated by elimination of the capitalist economic system, the abolition of private ownership of the means of production and the eradication of exploitation of man by man. Exposing the concoctions of the apologists of capitalism who asserted that the program of scientific communism was a program for abolishing property altogether, Marx and Engels wrote, "The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally but the abolition of bourgeois property." Marx and Engels, The Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels, Selected Works 1948, Volume I, p. 21. No society is conceivable without the predominance of a historically determined form of property. In eliminating the private ownership of the means of production, the proletarian revolution sets up socialist ownership of the means of production in its place. In socialist society the means of production have ceased to be capital, that is, to be a means of exploitation. In socialist society there are no longer classes with a monopoly of property in the means of production, arid classes deprived of property in the means of production. In the conditions of socialism the means of production are social property. The main elements in the production process, labor power and the means of production, are here united on a new basis, that of large-scale socialist production in both town and country. Since the means of production have ceased to be capital, there is no longer a division of accumulated labor into constant and variable capital under socialism. The whole mass of accumulated labor in society, that is, the whole mass of the means of production and the means of consumption, at the disposal of society for further production, serves the interests of the people and cannot provide a basis for exploitation. In bourgeois society, living labor is but a means to increase accumulated labor. In communist society, accumulated labor is but a means to widen, to enrich, to promote the existence of the laborer. Marx and Engels, The Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels, Selected Works, 1950, Volume I, p. 22. Under socialism, social ownership is completely predominant in all spheres of the national economy. In 1950 in the USSR, socialist property embraced 99.4% of all the means of production in use in the country. With the consolidation of the undivided predominance of social property, the false theory of bourgeois ideologists about the eternity and immutability of private capitalist property has been completely discredited. The conversion of the means of production into social property, and the emancipation of the workers from all forms of exploitation, signified the consolidation of the new socialist system of national economy. The socialist system national economy differs fundamentally from the capitalist economic system and has decisive advantages over it. 1. In the socialist system of national economy the means of production are social property, that is, they belong to the working people in the person of either the socialist state or of the collective farms and other cooperative unions. Consequently, the products of labor also belong to the working people. In the capitalist economic system the means of production are the private property of the capitalists and landowners and consequently the products of labor also belong to the capitalists and landowners. 2. The socialist system of national economy means that the exploitation of man by man has been abolished, and that the purpose of production is the maximum satisfaction of the growing material and cultural needs of the whole of society. Capitalist production is for the purpose of securing the maximum capitalist profit through the exploitation, ruin and enslavement of the working people. 3. Socialist production develops in a planned way and without interruption. The steady rise in the living standards and purchasing power of the working people are a stimulus to increased production and a secure guarantee of freedom from crises of overproduction and unemployment. Capitalist production develops without plan. The growth of production runs up against the proletarian condition of the working people and the relative reduction of their purchasing power. This inevitably brings crises of overproduction, growing unemployment, and impoverishment of the masses. 4. In socialist society each worker receives material wealth according to the quantity and quality of his labor. The distribution of the national income serves to raise the welfare of the working people, extend socialist production in town and country and increase the social wealth. Under capitalism, distribution of the national income takes place for the purpose of enriching the exploiting classes and their numerous parasitic menials. 5. In the socialist system, state power belongs to the working people of town and country. Workers, peasants, and intelligentsia are active builders of communism, working for themselves and for the good of the whole of society. The capitalist economic system means that power in society belongs to the capitalists, who use this power to maintain a state of affairs which is satisfactory and advantageous to the propertied classes, while the proletariat and the working masses of the peasantry are exploited classes, compelled to work for the capitalists and landowners. Social property is the foundation of the socialist system, the source of wealth and power of the motherland, the means to a rich and cultured life for all the working people. It is sacred and inviolable. The Constitution of the USSR obliges every citizen in Soviet society to safeguard and strengthen social property. Persons attacking socialist property are enemies of the people and are punished by law. 2 forms of socialist property. In the first phase of communism, social or socialist property exists in 2 forms, 1. State property and 2. Cooperative and collective farm property. State socialist property is the property of the whole of the Soviet people, vested in the socialist state of workers and peasants. Cooperative and collective farm socialist property is the property of individual collective farms and cooperative unions. To the two forms of socialist property there correspond two forms of socialist economy: 1. State enterprise, factories, mills, state farms, MTS, etc., and 2. Cooperative, collective, economy, collective farms, industrial artels, enterprises of the consumer cooperatives. The existence of the two forms of socialist property is the result of the historical conditions in which the proletarian revolution and the construction of communism take place. Having one state power, the working class finds in existence different forms of private property which have evolved in the course of history: on the one hand, large-scale capitalist property based on the exploitation of hired labor, and, on the other, small-scale private property of the peasants, artisans, and handicraftsmen which is based on their personal labor. In the course of the socialist revolution, large-scale capitalist property is expropriated and passes into the hands of the socialist state. Hence there arises state, public, socialist property. At the same time, the program of scientific communism rejects the expropriation of the peasants, artisans, and handicraftsmen as a hostile and criminal method. Small-scale and middling commodity producers voluntarily combine in producer cooperatives, that is, collective farms and industrial cooperatives. The means of production that they own are socialized on cooperative lines. Hence there arises cooperative and collective farm property. Thus the two forms of social property are an objective necessity and reflect the differences in the paths along which the working class and the peasantry move towards socialism and, subsequently, towards communism. Each of the two classes which exist in the USSR is building socialism, and enters into the system of socialist economy. But while they form part of the one general system of socialist economy, the working class is linked by its labor with state socialist property, the property of the whole people, while the collective farm peasantry is linked with cooperative and collective farm property belonging to the individual collective farms and collective cooperative unions. These links with different forms of socialist property are what determine, in the first place, the differences in the position of these classes. They also determine certain differences in their future path of development. Common to their development is the fact that both these classes are developing towards communism. V. Molotov, The Constitution of Socialism. Articles and Speeches, 1937, Russian edition, p. 267. State property in the U.S.S.R. consists of the land, mineral wealth, waters, forests, mills, factories, pits, mines, rail, water and air transport, banks, communications, large agricultural enterprises organized by the state, state farms, machine and tractor stations, etc., trade and purchasing enterprises belonging to the state, and also municipal enterprises and the main house property in towns and industrial centers. The territory of the Soviet Union occupies 1/6 of the world's surface, 8.7 million square miles. More than 1/4 of this territory, over 1,490 million acres, is agricultural land. The area covered by forests is 1,740 million acres. The USSR is the richest country in the world in its deposits of useful minerals. The socialist economic system has brought to life the wealth which remained untouched in Tsarist Russia. The USSR holds first place in the world in its deposits of iron ore, oil, potassium salts, apatites, peat, and a number of other important mineral deposits, and second place in coal deposits. 200,000 enterprises in state industry, the entire railway network, water transport installations and state enterprises in agriculture are national property. So are over 5,000 state farms, about 9,000 machine and tractor stations and thousands of subsidiary agricultural undertakings, likewise many thousands of state trading enterprises. Numerous scientific and cultural institutions also belong to the state. Thanks to the labor of the Soviet people, the state socialist property brought into being as a result of the nationalization of the factories, mills, transport, etc., has multiplied on a huge scale during the years of socialist construction. Thus the basic productive stocks of industry had increased 24-fold by 1954, compared with 1913. State socialist property differs fundamentally from state capitalist property. When one enterprise or another, or even a whole branch of the economy, becomes the property of the bourgeois state, its social nature is unaltered. The modern bourgeois state represents the interests of monopoly capital and is an instrument of coercion in its hands, with which it protects the oppression of the working majority by the propertied minority. Accordingly, state capitalist enterprises, too, are based on the exploitation of the working people and stand opposed to the people, as an alien and oppressive force. In socialist society, power is in the hands of the working people, headed by the working class. They own the means of production. The labor power used in socialist enterprises is not a commodity, since the working people who own the means of production cannot sell their labor power to themselves. Accordingly, every possibility of the exploitation of man by man is ruled out in socialist enterprises. State property is the predominant form of property in socialist society, accounting for about 91% of the total productive stocks of the USSR. Thus the bulk of the wealth of the Soviet Union and the most important sources of improvement in the living standards and cultural level of the working people, are the property of the whole people. Cooperative and collective farm property in the USSR consists of socially owned enterprises in the collective farms and cooperative organizations, their livestock and implements, their output and also their socially owned buildings. The land which is cultivated by the collective farms and other cooperative enterprises is the property of the whole people. The finest modern techniques which are concentrated in the machine and tractor stations, and are used for all the main works in the collective farms, are also the property of the whole people. Cooperative and collective farm property consists, first and foremost, of the 89,000 collective farms, the collective farm buildings, hundreds of thousands of cattle breeding sections, socialized draft cattle, agricultural implements, a large network of collective farm cultural and living amenities, clubs, reading rooms, creches, rural laboratories, etc. In the course of socialist construction, socially owned collective farm property has been enormously multiplied. Between 1940 and 1954 the indivisible funds of the collective farms increased 2.8-fold. Cooperative industrial production in socialist society takes the form of industrial artels. Industrial cooperation is mainly called upon to develop the production of mass consumer goods, using for this purpose local raw material resources first and foremost. The means of production used by industrial cooperatives, and their output, are the property of the industrial artel. Industrial cooperatives of all types in the USSR numbered at the end of 1954 more than 14,000 artels engaging in industrial production. The cooperative form of enterprise in trade consists of consumer societies which mainly cover the rural population. The property of the 23,000 consumer cooperative societies include an extensive network of shops, stores, and warehouses. The all-round strengthening and development of state cooperative and collective farm property is a most important prerequisite for the further growth of the entire national economy and the gradual transition of Soviet society from socialism to communism. State, cooperative, and collective farm forms of property, like state enterprises and collective farms themselves, are of a kindred social nature. Common to state enterprises and collective farms is the fact that both, 1. are based on socialized means of production and collective labor, 2. rule out the possibility of the exploitation of man by man, 3. conduct their economy in a planned way, for the satisfaction of the growing needs of the working people, 4. follow the socialist principle of distribution according to work. At the same time, there are certain differences between state and cooperative or collective farm property, just as there are between state and cooperative, collective, enterprises. First, in state enterprises socialist relations of production predominate in their most mature and consistent form. State property is the property of the whole people. In state enterprises all the means of production without exception are socialized. Cooperative and collective farm property is group property. the property of separate collectives or unions of working people, the agricultural artel, consumer society or industrial artel, in the collective farms, in their artel form, the main means of production of the cooperating peasants have been voluntarily socialized. A certain part of the means of production, in accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, is not socialized but remains the personal property of the collective farm household, the personal subsidiary economy of the collective farmer. Secondly, the output of state enterprises is the property of the socialist state, and is sold as laid down by, and at prices fixed by, state bodies. Collective farm produce is the property of each collective farm. One part goes to meet the farm's obligations to the state, in the form of produce sold at fixed state prices and of payments in kind for the work carried out on the collective farm by the machine and tractor station. All remaining produce remains at the disposal of the collective farm, and is used to build up the prescribed, socially owned collective farm funds, and for distribution among the members according to labor days earned. The collective farms sell a part of their produce at purchase prices which exceed the state fixed prices, or at market prices in collective farm trade. 1. Thirdly, in the state enterprises, which are the property of the whole people, the share of the social product going to the worker for his personal consumption is paid out in the form of wages. The state lays down in advance fixed wage scales for a unit of product or of working time. Since the collective farmer is a member of an artel, which is group property, he receives the share of the income due to him in the form of payment for labor days, out of the funds of his collective farm. The size of this income depends on both the degree of participation of the collective farmer in social labor, which is expressed in the number of labor days which he has worked, and also on the level of labor productivity and degree of development of the socially owned economy of the collective farm, which is expressed in the size of payment for each labor day. The better the collective farm works as a whole, the higher the harvest yield and the productivity of the livestock, the higher is the income of each collective farmer. Wages are paid to the workmen in a money form. The incomes of the artel are distributed among the collective farmers both in money and in kind, produce. While the workman's sole source of income is his labor in a socialist enterprise, the main source of income of the collective farmer is his labor in the socially owned economy of the collective farm, and a supplementary source is his labor in the personal subsidiary plot of his household. The collective farmer sells on the market a part of the produce which he has received for his labor days, and from his personal subsidiary plot. Fourthly, the socialist state directly guides the enterprises belonging to it, administering them through its representatives, the directors of enterprises, who are appointed and removed by the appropriate state institutions. The state institutions, relying on the creative initiative of the workers engaged in production, plan directly the entire productive activity of these enterprises, and regulate the main aspects of socialist organization of labor in them. In the collective farms, in accordance with their cooperative nature, their entire business is administered by the highest body of the agricultural artel, the general meeting of the collective farmers, and the management and collective farm chairman elected by them. The production and financial plans of the artel, its rules, standards of output and rates of reward, and the distribution of revenues are laid down by the collective farmers themselves, on the basis of the statute of the agricultural artel and guided by the existing laws, planning targets and directives of the socialist state. 1. That is, the collective farms can dispose of their surplus produce, after they have sold what is due to the state at fixed prices, paid the MTS in kind for their work, and allocated the balance either to the common funds or for distribution among the members, in different ways, further voluntary sales to the state, but at much higher prices than those paid for the fixed deliveries. 2. At collective farm markets in the towns where they themselves fix the price at what the market will stand. Editor, English edition. The differences between state enterprises and cooperative, collective, enterprises are not differences of a fundamental kind. They are differences of two forms of economy within the framework of socialist relations of production. State property is the highest form of socialist property, and the state form of production is the highest form of socialist production. Enterprises based wholly on state property are of a consistently socialist type. Lenin defined them as enterprises in which the means of production, the land on which the enterprises are situated, and the enterprises as a whole, belong to the state. Lenin, on Cooperation, Selected Works, English edition, 1950, Volume 2, Part 2, p. 720. In state enterprises the means of production, the labor of the manual and clerical workers and the output they produce are all socialized on a nationwide scale. The state form of production embraces the leading branch of the national economy, socialist industry. The large factories producing agricultural products, the state farms, are national property. The land and its main instruments of production, the tractors, combines and other agricultural machinery in the machine and tractor stations and state farms, are the property of the state. The leading and determining role in the entire national economy belongs to state property, as the highest form of socialist property. Personal property under socialism. Social ownership under socialism extends to the means of production and the finished products. A part of these products subsequently becomes means of production and remains social property. Another part, consisting of objects of consumption, is distributed among the workers in accordance with the quantity and quality of the labor of each, and becomes the personal property of the working people. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels pointed out that communism deprives nobody of the opportunity of personally acquiring a definite share of the product of social labor. Communism only abolishes the despicable character of acquisition characteristic of capitalism, whereby the worker only exists for the purpose of increasing capital. Outlining the foundations of the future socialist society, Engels wrote in Anti-Düring that social ownership extends to the land and the other means of production, and private ownership to the products, that is, the articles of consumption. Engels, Anti-Düring, English edition, 1954, p. 181. With the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, those economic laws of capitalism also lose their validity which limit the personal property and personal consumption of the masses of the people to the minimum of essential products required for the maintenance and reproduction of labor power. Far from abolishing personal ownership of objects of consumption, socialism provides the only real safeguard for the ever fuller satisfaction of the personal needs of all members of society. The right of the working people in socialist society to personal property extends to their incomes from work and their savings, their houses and domestic plots, domestic and household goods, and objects of personal use and comfort. The property of the collective farm household is a special form of personal property in conditions of socialism. In accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, each collective farm household has as its personal property its subsidiary economy, its household allotment, its house, cattle, poultry, and small agricultural equipment. Labor alone is the source of personal property in the socialist epoch. With the complete predominance of socialist relations of production, personal property cannot be converted into capital, that is, used as a means of exploitation. The right to personal property, as also the right to inherit personal property, is safeguarded by the Constitution of the USSR. In socialist society, personal property is indissolubly linked with its basis, social property. With increasing social property and national wealth, ever larger quantities of products are available for the satisfaction of the personal needs of the working people of socialist society. Socialism ensures the harmonious combination of the personal interests of individual members with the interests of society as a whole. The character of socialist relations of production. By their very nature, socialist relations of production differ fundamentally from the production relations of capitalism and of other social systems based on private ownership of the means of production. Socialist relations of production are characterized by 1. Complete predominance of social ownership of the means of production, existing in two forms: state ownership and cooperative collective farm ownership. 2. Emancipation of the working people from exploitation and the establishment of comradely cooperation and socialist mutual aid. 3. Distribution of the products of labor in the interests of the working people according to the principle, to each according to his labor. Socialist ownership of the means of production gives rise to mutual relations between people engaged in the production process which are quite different from those obtaining under capitalism. Private property in the means of production inevitably divides people, gives rise to relations of domination and subordination and to the exploitation of some people by others, evokes antagonism of interests, class struggle, and competition. On the other hand, social ownership of the means of production unites people, ensures a genuine community of interests and comradely cooperation. The predominance of social ownership of the means of production gives rise also to a quite different kind of distribution in a socialist society from that existing under capitalism. Because exploiting classes and the exploitation of man by man do not exist in socialist society, there is no division of labor into necessary and surplus labor, and equally no division of the product into necessary and surplus product. Socialist relations of production give rise to an objective necessity for a quite different division of labor and its product from that obtaining under capitalism. Under socialism the means of production are socially owned, and production itself is for the satisfaction of the needs of society as a whole and of each of its members. Consequently, the labor of the producers is divided into the following two parts: work for oneself and work for society. Accordingly, the product of labor also, excluding the part used to replace expended means of production, is divided into two parts, the product for oneself and the product for society. Work for oneself provides the product which is distributed between the producers in accordance with the quantity and quality of their work, and covers the personal needs of the worker and his family. Work for society provides the product which is used for social needs, expansion of production, development of education, health services, provision for defense, etc. In socialist society, where the working people are themselves in power, work for society is as necessary to them as is work for oneself. The product for society, which is used to expand socialist production, augments the material prerequisites of a further improvement in the welfare of the working people. The product for society which is expended on education, health services, social welfare, and other material requirements of the whole people, also serves to satisfy the needs of the working people, in the same way as the product for oneself. Social ownership of the means of production and of the products of labor, together with the distribution of products in the interests of the working people, account for the decisive superiority of the socialist over the capitalist economic system. All the advantages of large-scale social production, which ensures an enormous growth in the productive capacity of labor, accrue to society as a whole and to the working masses, and not, as under capitalism, to the exploiters. The predominance of social ownership of the means of production means that socialist production is freed from the contradiction, inherent in capitalism, between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriating its fruits. In socialist society, socialist property in the means of production is in conformity with the social character of production. Accordingly, the relations of production in socialist society fully correspond to the productive forces. In characterizing the socialist system, J.B. Stalin writes, "Here the relations of production fully correspond to the state of productive forces, for the social character of the process of production is reinforced by the social ownership of the means of production. For this reason socialist production in the USSR knows no periodical crises of overproduction and their accompanying absurdities. For this reason, the productive forces here develop at an accelerated pace, for the relations of production that correspond to them offer full scope for such development." Stalin, Dialectical and Historical Materialism, Problems of Leninism, 1953, English edition, pages 739-40. In contrast to the production relations of modern capitalism, all of which to an increasing extent hinder the development of the productive forces, socialist relations of production ensure their uninterrupted growth. Having arisen and developed on the basis of the existing productive forces, socialist relations of production are in turn a powerful motive force of their further accelerated development. The full conformity of socialist relations of production to the character of the productive forces of society does not mean, however, that there cannot be any contradictions between them. Contradictions between the productive forces and the relations of production inevitably arise, since the productive forces, being the most mobile and revolutionary element in production, outstrip the relations of production under socialism as well. However, in contrast to social systems founded on exploitation, these contradictions are not antagonistic and irreconcilable. Hence the position does not normally, in socialist society, lead to a conflict between the relations of production and the productive forces. Socialist society is able, in good time, to bring relations of production into conformity with the level of the productive forces, since it does not contain any classes interested in retaining outdated forms of economy. Brief conclusions. 1. Socialism has two forms of social property, state property and cooperative collective farm property. There are correspondingly two kinds of socialist economy, state enterprises and cooperative, collective, enterprises. 2. In socialist society, state property is the property of the whole people. State property is the highest and most developed form of socialist property. The leading and determining role in the entire national economy belongs to it. In the USSR it includes the overwhelming bulk of the nation's wealth. Cooperative collective farm property is the group property of individual collective farms, industrial cooperative artels and consumer societies. 3. In socialist society personal property extends to the objects of consumption. A special form of personal property is the personal property of the collective farm household. The personal property of the working people grows with the increase of socially owned socialist property. 4. The production relations of socialism are characterized by 1. Complete predominance of social property in the means of production, existing in two forms: state property and cooperative collective farm property. 2. Emancipation of the working people from exploitation, comradely cooperation and socialist mutual aid between people in the process of producing material wealth. 3. Distribution of the product in the interests of the working people, according to the principle, to each according to his labor. Under socialism the division of labor into necessary and surplus labor, and also the division of the product into necessary and surplus product, disappear. The labor of workers engaged in socialist production is divided into two parts: work for oneself and work for society. In work for oneself, the workers make the product which is distributed among them according to the quantity and quality of their labor. In work for society, they make the product which is used for social requirements. 5. In socialist society the relations of production fully conform to the character of the productive forces, and are the major and decisive force which determines the uninterrupted growth at a rapid pace of the productive forces of socialist society. The contradictions which arise in the course of socialist construction between the productive forces and the relations of production are not of an antagonistic character and do not develop into conflicts, since socialist society is able in good time to bring the relations of production into accord with the level of the productive forces. Chapter XXIX, The Basic Economic Law of Socialism. The nature of economic laws under socialism. As a result of the replacement of the old bourgeois production relations by socialist production relations, the economic laws of capitalism, expressing relations based on the exploitation of man by man, cease to operate. The law of surplus value, the basic economic law of modern capitalism, disappears from the scene. The general law of capitalist accumulation, the law of competition and anarchy of production, together with other laws, also disappear. The categories which express capitalist relations cease to exist: capital, surplus value, capitalist profit price of production, wage labor, the value of labor power, etc. With the birth and development of socialist relations of production, new economic laws make their appearance and begin to operate: the basic economic law of socialism, the law of planned, proportional, development of the national economy, the law of steady increase in the productivity of labor, the law of distribution according to work, the law of socialist accumulation, etc. Since commodity production continues to exist under socialism, the law of value and the categories associated with it operate in socialist economy. The new economic conditions created by the victory of socialism alter the character of commodity production and commodity circulation, restricting their sphere of operation. In socialist economy, commodity production and commodity circulation exist without capitalists and serve the socialist economy. The sphere of operation of the law of value is strictly limited. Behind the outward form of the old categories of value lies concealed a social content that is different in principle. The nature of these categories is radically altered. Money, trade, and credit are used as instruments of socialist construction. The economic system of socialism gives birth to new economic categories, linked with the laws inherent in it: basic and circulating funds, economic accounting, production costs, product for society, Labor Day, etc. The development of the socialist mode of production is also ruled by economic laws which are common to all social formations, as for example the law of the necessary conformity of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces. The economic laws of socialism express the essence of socialist relations of production. In contrast to the economic laws of capitalism, which reflect the growing exploitation of labor by capital, the economic laws of socialism reflect the relations of comradely cooperation and mutual aid existing between workers who are free from exploitation. As with the economic laws of any other mode of production, the economic laws of socialism arise and operate independently of the will of man, that is, they have an objective character. They cannot be created, formed, transformed, or abolished by the will of man. Only on the basis of these laws can the development of socialist society be accomplished. Violation of the requirements of these economic laws causes a number of difficulties and contradictions and can lead to the dislocation of the country's economic life. Denial of the objective character of the economic laws of socialism would mean the destruction of the political economy of socialism as a science, thereby depriving socialist society of the ability to anticipate the course of events in the economic life of the country and to guide the national economy. Such a denial is a departure from Marxism, to the standpoint of subjective idealism. It inevitably leads to political adventurism and to arbitrariness in the practice of economic management. But the objective character of the economic laws of socialism does not in any way mean that they operate as an elemental force which dominates man, or that man is powerless in the face of economic laws. Such a fetishist approach to economic laws inevitably leads to the theory of laissez-faire and spontaneity in socialist construction. It is profoundly inimical to Marxism-Leninism. In the conditions of socialism, because of the replacement of private ownership of the means of production by social ownership, wide possibilities are offered for becoming cognizant and making use of the laws of economic development. The economic laws of capitalism force their way forward as a blind and destructive force, which operates behind the backs of private commodity producers. But with the transition to socialism, anarchy of production disappears and the economic development of society takes on a planned character. With the elimination of capitalism and the socialization of the means of production, man becomes master of his social and economic relations. Having become cognizant of objective laws, he can master and apply them with full consciousness in the interests of society as a whole. With the transition to socialism, Engels pointed out, the laws of his own social action, hitherto standing face to face with man as laws of nature, foreign to and dominating him, will then be used with full understanding, and so mastered by him. Man's own social organization, hitherto confronting him as a necessity imposed by nature and history, now becomes the result of his own free action. The extraneous objective forces that have hitherto governed history pass under the control of man himself. Only from that time will man himself, with full consciousness, make his own history. Only from that time will the social causes set in motion by him have, in the main and in constantly growing measure, the results intended by him. It is the ascent of man from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. Engels, Anti-Düring, 1954, English edition, pages 392-3. This refers to freedom as conceived by Marxism, that is to say freedom in the sense of the recognition of necessity as the basis of the conscious activity of people. In capitalist society, the spontaneous nature of the development of economy and the class limitations of the bourgeoisie put narrow limits to becoming cognizant of the economic laws of capitalism, which lead in the end to the destruction of the capitalist system, to the victory of socialism. As far as the bourgeoisie is capable of becoming cognizant of objective economic laws, it makes use of them for narrow, class interests, which contradict the interests of the working masses. The class interests of the proletariat fully correspond to the objective course of the progressive development of society, which leads to the victory of communism, and coincide with the interests of the overwhelming majority of society. Under socialism there are no conditions of a social and class nature that prevent people from fully cognizing the laws of economic development and using them to serve society. The working class and all working people are vitally interested in cognizing and using the laws of economic development. The predominance of social ownership of the means of production and the planned nature of the development of socialist economy make the cognizance and utilization of economic laws objectively essential, since otherwise planned leadership of communist construction would not be possible. The economic laws of socialism make possible the development and progress of the socialist economy along the path to communism. In order, however, to make this possibility a reality, it is necessary to apply these objective economic laws with expert knowledge. Scientific cognition and correct application of objective economic laws is the foundation of the economic policy of the Communist Party and the socialist state. The more fully socialist society masters economic laws, the more accurately it reflects their requirements in its practical activity, the more successfully will it achieve its purpose. To apply economic laws with full knowledge, it is essential to learn to take into account the concrete economic and political conditions in which these laws operate in each given period. Essential features of the basic economic law of socialism. Marx and Engels foresaw that in socialist society the purpose of planned organization of production would be the satisfaction of the needs both of society as a whole and of its individual members. In developing this Marxist thesis, Lenin wrote in the draft program of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in 1902 that the substitution of socialist society for capitalist society would be achieved to ensure the fullest well-being and free, all-round development of all its members. Lenin, Draft Program of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume 6, p.12. The objective necessity and possibility of a systematic and rapid growth of socialist industry, the electrification of the country, the development of heavy industry, as the material basis for socialism, and of achieving a productivity of social labor higher than that of capitalism and of raising the welfare and cultural level of the working masses were placed by Lenin on a scientific footing. In this way Lenin revealed the main principles of the basic economic law of socialism, which have served to guide the policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet government. Basing himself on these principles, Stalin set forth a developed formulation of the basic economic law of socialism. The essential features and requirements of the basic economic law of socialism are: the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society, through the continuous expansion and perfection of socialist production on the basis of the highest techniques. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, English edition, p. 45. The basic economic law of socialism expresses the purpose of socialist production and the means of achieving it. The purpose of production is determined by relations of ownership of the means of production. When the means of production belong to the bourgeoisie, production is inevitably carried on for the enrichment of the owners of capital, while the working people, that is, the overwhelming majority of society, are merely an object for exploitation. Consumption by the working people is necessary to capitalism only to the extent that it is essential for the extraction of profits. Under these conditions, man and his needs cannot be the purpose of production. When the means of production belong to the working people, and the exploiting classes have been eliminated, production is carried on in the interests of the working people, that is, the whole of socialist society. Accordingly, the fullest satisfaction of man's growing material and cultural requirements becomes the direct purpose of production. The purpose to which production is subordinated is inseparable from the means of its achievement. The degree of satisfaction of the needs of the people depends on the level of development of production reached in the given period and on the resources at the disposal of socialist society. A steady rise in consumption by the people cannot be secured without a continuous growth of production. Uninterrupted growth of production not only ensures the creation of the output necessary to satisfy the growing requirements of society, also stimulates the emergence of new requirements. In turn, the steady growth of the material and cultural needs of the working people and of their purchasing power is a necessary condition without which production cannot continuously advance. Thanks to the systematic increase in the purchasing power of the population, a steadily expanding effective demand arises for the output from socialist industry and agriculture. In socialist economy, the basic contradiction of capitalism between the social character of production and the private capitalist method of appropriation has been abolished. Consequently, the inherent contradiction of capitalism between production and consumption, which reflects the fundamental contradiction of the bourgeois system, is unknown to socialism. The basic economic law of socialism provides the opportunity for harmonious coordination of the growing purchasing power of the population with the simultaneous growth of production. Under capitalism, the low level of consumption, and of the purchasing power of the masses of the people, inevitably hinders the growth of production and lags behind it. Consequently, economic development takes place with interruptions moving from boom to crisis and from crisis to boom. Thanks to the systematic increase in consumption by the people, socialist society is insured against crises of overproduction and consequently is able to expand production continuously. The non-antagonistic contradiction arising in the course of development of socialist society between the level of socialist production achieved at any particular time and the rapidly growing needs of the masses is solved in a planned way by increased production, which leads to a rise in consumption by the working people and a fresh increase in requirements, calling for a further expansion of production. The development of socialist production does not consist merely in quantitative expansion. The continuous growth of socialist production requires constant perfecting of production methods and a steady increase in the productivity of social labor, enabling prices to be systematically lowered and the quality of output improved, which is of great importance in satisfying the requirements of the working people. All this is impossible without constantly raising the technical level of production. Therefore, the development of the highest techniques is the necessary condition for the continuous growth and perfecting of socialist production. The basic economic law expresses the essence of socialist relations of production and determines the chief processes of the development of the socialist method of production. Other economic laws reflect particular essential aspects of the socialist relations of production and determine particular processes of the development of the socialist method of production. The basic economic law plays the leading role in the system of economic laws operating in socialist society. Thus, the requirements of the basic economic law determine the character of the national economic proportions which are established on the basis of the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy. The steady rise in the productivity of labor serves as the chief means of ensuring an uninterrupted growth of socialist industry. The satisfaction of the growing material and cultural requirements of the working people is brought about by means of the law of distribution. According to work, etc. Each law is not only in a state of definite interaction with the basic economic law, but also with other laws of socialist economy. Thus, for example, the proportion among the different branches of industry established on the basis of the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy depends on the level of productivity of labor in these branches. In its turn, one of the extremely important conditions of the rise in productivity of labor is the fulfillment of the requirements of the law of distribution according to work. The basic economic law of socialism and the development of socialist production. The operation of the basic economic law of socialism creates an opportunity for a continuous growth of production, immeasurably more rapid than under capitalism. Soviet society, relying on the basic economic law of socialism and making skillful use of it, increases year by year the mass of material goods produced in the entire national economy. Socialist industry steadily follows a rising curve, without any falls or industrial crises. In 1939 the output of large-scale industry in the USSR was 552% of the 1929 level, while in the United States the level of industrial output compared with 1929 was only 99%, in Britain 123%, and in France 80%. The rise of industry in the USSR was temporarily interrupted owing to the 1941-5 war. After the war the rise was resumed. In spite of the colossal destruction suffered by Soviet national economy in the war years, the pre-war level of production in the USSR was soon considerably exceeded. As a result of this, the output of large-scale industry in the USSR in 1954 was 18 times greater than in 1929. The industrial output of the United States marked time between 1929 and 1939, then it rose because of the increase in war production and the armaments race, and in 1954 it was a little more than twice the 1929 level. Britain's industrial output in 1954 was only 72% or greater than in 1929, that of France 14% or greater. The basic economic law of socialism is inseparably linked with the law of the priority development of industries producing means of production, that is to say their relatively more rapid development compared with that of industries producing consumer goods. This economic law of expanded reproduction is of special importance for socialism. Heavy industry with engineering as its core is the chief source of the steady rise of socialist industry as a whole. The priority growth of heavy industry is the essential condition for technical progress throughout the national economy, for raising the technical equipment of social labor and, consequently, for improving production on the basis of the highest techniques. Without the priority development of heavy industry, which supplies all branches of the national economy with equipment, machinery, fuel, and energy, it is impossible to expand systematically the industries producing articles of consumption and to ensure satisfaction of the growing requirements of the working people. The priority growth of the production of means of production is the most important prerequisite for a rise in labor productivity. The chief lever for raising the productivity of labor is the introduction into industry of advanced techniques and ever more perfect instruments of labor produced by heavy industry. The priority development of the production of means of production, heavy industry, is a vitally important condition for ensuring the economic might and defensive capacity of the country. Marxist political economy rejects the vulgarist, narrow consumer's approach to the basic economic law of socialism. This anti-Marxist approach finds expression in ignoring the determining role of production in relation to consumption, in denying the necessity for priority growth of the production of means of production under socialism, and in the assertion that in the conditions prevailing under socialism it is necessary that both departments of social production should develop equally or that industries producing consumer goods should develop even more rapidly than industries producing means of production. In connection with the measures recently taken for increasing the output of consumer goods, some comrades are guilty of confusion in the question of the rate of development of heavy and light industry in our country. Relying on incorrect conceptions and a vulgarist interpretation of the basic economic law of socialism, these pseudo-theoreticians try to prove that at some stage of socialist construction the development of heavy industry ceases to be a main task and that light industry can and should precede all other branches of industry. This is a deeply mistaken view, alien to the spirit of Marxism-Leninism. N.S. Khrushchev, on increasing the output of livestock products. Report to the plenum of the Central Committee of the CPSU, January 25, 1955. A revision of the Marxist-Leninist theses on the priority development of the production of means of production would in fact mean a reduction of heavy industry, which would inevitably lead to weakening all branches of the national economy, lowering the living standards of the working people, and undermining the economic might and defensive capacity of the Soviet Union. The priority development of heavy industry serves as the basis for a sharp rise in agriculture, for a further development of the light and food industries. The basic economic law of socialism, which expresses the radical advantages of the socialist over the capitalist system, provides objective possibilities for the Soviet Union to overtake and surpass the chief capitalist countries in economic respects, i.e., as regards the extent of output per head of the population. The accomplishment of this task requires expansion of capital construction, continuous improvement of the organization industry, rational use of all industrial resources and a systematic rise in the productivity of labor in all sectors of socialist economy. Socialist relations of production provide wide scope for technical progress and, compared with capitalism, considerably extend the possibility of applying the most up-to-date techniques in all branches of the national economy. Under socialism, as already stated, new machines are introduced whenever they provide an economy of social labor, lighten labor, make possible the introduction of new forms of production and promote the growth of the welfare of the people. Disproportions and periodic interruptions in technical development, connected with the cyclic character of the development of industry and the narrow markets, are natural to capitalism. Socialism, on the contrary, is characterized by the continuous perfecting of technique on a scale covering the whole of the national economy. The higher the level of technique and the organization of production, the greater are the means at the disposal of socialist society for satisfying the growing needs of the working people. The socialist economic system creates a direct interest of the working people in increasing production and applying the most advanced techniques on an extensive scale. In turn, this interest of the people in developing socialist production is a constant factor in developing the creative initiative of the broad masses, aimed at improving production in every possible way. This is the greatest factor in the continuous growth of the socialist economy. The basic economic law of socialism and the growth of the welfare of the working people. The basic economic law of socialism reflects the organic unity of aim of socialist production and the means to achieve this aim, the direct dependence of the increase in national consumption upon the growth of production, upon the productivity of social labor. Only socialism converts social labor into a source of continuous rise in the welfare of the people. In socialist society, the priority development of the production of means of production serves as the basis for a rise in national consumption, whereas under capitalism it leads to increased unemployment and the impoverishment of the working people. Socialism has eliminated the narrow limits of consumption by the working masses, which are typical of the bourgeois system and are determined by the drive of the capitalists for the maximum profit. The continuous growth of socialist production is the secure foundation for the constant rise of the material and cultural level of life of the people. In socialist economy there is an unfailing increase in the mass of products created by work for oneself, and used for the personal consumption of the working people, the mass of products created by work for society, and used to expand production and to satisfy material and cultural requirements of the working people, also increases. In the USSR there is a steady growth of real incomes and a systematic increase of the quantity of consumer goods purchased by the population at falling prices. The real incomes of the working people in the USSR, that is, incomes after taking into account changes in prices, increased per wage earner, in 1954 compared with 1913, in the following way: workers approximately six-fold, taking account of the elimination of unemployment, and peasants approximately 6.5-fold. The volume of output of consumer goods in large-scale industry had increased over 1913, in comparable prices, 7.6-fold by 1940 and 16-fold by 1954. A constant factor in the growth of real incomes of the working people of the USSR, is the large-scale free cultural services and amenities provided by the Soviet state. The Soviet Union has a system of social insurance and social welfare inaccessible to capitalism. Socialism means a continuous improvement in the working and living conditions of the masses of the people. The supply of the everyday needs of life is transformed from a means of enriching the capitalists into the means of raising the standard of living of the people. Socialism provides a steady improvement of housing conditions. In the USSR, thanks to the public ownership of the main housing property in the towns and to the large-scale state housing schemes, badly constructed houses are being increasingly replaced by new and comfortable homes. In many bourgeois countries medical assistance, being a private matter, has to be paid for at a high price and is therefore little accessible to the broad masses of the people. In the USSR, an all-round state health service has been created which provides the population free with all forms of medical assistance. Socialism gives broad scope for the cultural growth of the working people and for the development of their abilities and talents, of which there is an inexhaustible fount in the people. Under capitalism, the working people have access to education only within the narrow limits dictated by the interests of capitalist exploitation. Socialism, on the contrary, provides conditions for an ever fuller satisfaction of the rapidly growing educational, cultural, scientific, and artistic requirements of the masses. Formerly, Lenin said in 1918, man's entire intellect, all his genius, worked only to give some the entire wealth of technique and culture, and to deprive others of what they needed most, education and development. Now, however, all the marvels of technique, all the achievements of culture, will become the possession of the whole people, and man's intellect and genius will never again be turned into a means of coercion and exploitation. Lenin, concluding remarks at the close of the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume XXVI, p. 436. In the USSR, satisfaction of the growing cultural requirements of the people is secured by extensive measures in the sphere of cultural development, free tuition and improvement of skill, student stipends, systematic extension of the network of schools, cultural and educational institutions, libraries, clubs, increased publication of printed materials, etc. The number of people participating in all forms of study in the USSR increased from 8 million in 1914 to over 50 million in 1954. At the same time, the number of scholars in secondary schools, the 8th to 10th classes, and in institutions for secondary technical education increased from 0.2 million in 1914 to 3.6 million in 1940 and 7.8 million in 1954. The number of students in higher educational institutions increased from 117,000 in 1914 to 812,000 in 1940 and to 1,732,000 in 1954. The number of teachers and tutors in all educational institutions, together with those in children's institutions, amounted to more than 2 million in 1954, nearly 10 times as many as in 1914. Relying on the basic economic law of socialism, the Communist Party and the Soviet state are pursuing a policy which ensures a steady rise in the welfare and cultural level of the masses. The economic role of the socialist state. The objective economic laws operating in the economy of socialism are recognized and utilized by the socialist state in the practice of building a communist society. The success of economic policy depends above all on the extent to which it correctly conforms to the requirements of economic laws. The character of the socialist state is determined by the economic basis of socialism. The political power of the working people, headed by the working class, corresponds to the socialist economic system and the social ownership of the means of production by the working people. The policy of the modern bourgeois state reflects the interests of the capitalist monopolies, is directed towards increasing their profits and is hostile to the masses of the people. The policy of the socialist state, on the contrary, the state of workers and peasants, expresses the fundamental, vital interests of the working people and enjoys the unlimited support of the masses of the people. The new economic role of the socialist state, unknown in history until this time, is determined by the socialist relations of production. The Soviet state is the owner of no less than 9/10 of all the means of production in the country. Thanks to the total predominance of social ownership, state ownership and cooperative collective farm ownership of the means of production, the state has been enabled, on the basis of the economic laws of socialism, which are consciously applied in its activity, to exercise planned guidance of the national economy and to fulfill the function of organizer of that economy. Such a role is beyond the reach of a bourgeois state, because of the private capitalist ownership of the means of production and the spontaneous character of the economic development of capitalist society. The basic economic law gives rise to the need for the socialist state to be constantly concerned to satisfy to the full the steadily growing requirements of the people on the basis of rapid development of the productive forces. The activities of the socialist state are devoted to securing an all-round improvement of the life of the working people. The socialist state takes account of the many and varied requirements of society and, in accordance with these growing needs, develops and perfects production, organizes the introduction of advanced techniques into all branches of the national economy, a steady increase in the productivity of social labor, carries out capital construction and the location of industry, and ensures the increase of socialist accumulation. The Soviet state carries out a system of measures to produce an abundance of industrial and food commodities in the country. For these purposes it develops heavy industry to the fullest extent and on this basis ensures a powerful rise of agriculture and of the production of goods for mass consumption. In conformity with the real conditions, both internal and international, the state lays down at each stage the concrete tasks of economic construction, establishes the direction and rate of development of the national economy and improves the method of conducting it. It takes into account not only the past results but also the anticipated tendencies of future development, and exercises its functions as economic organizer on the basis of scientific foresight. Advanced social science Marxism-Leninism is the theoretical foundation of the many-sided activity of the socialist state. The economic, organizing, cultural and educational work of the Soviet state covers all aspects of the life of socialist society. The Soviet state exercises planned guidance and management of state enterprises in every branch of the economy. The state and its organs appoint the heads of state enterprises, groups of such enterprises and entire branches of the economy, and supervise their work. The state plans the national economy of the country, it determines in a planned way the volume, structure, and rate of growth of industry, and of home and foreign trade, it fixes the prices of commodities and the planned costs of production, the level of wages of workers and other employees and distributes materials, labor, and financial resources, etc. The Soviet state directs the economic life of the collective farms and guides them through the medium of the local Soviets, MTS, and the elected bodies in the agricultural artel. In doing so it takes account of the special features of the collective farms as cooperative undertakings. It helps in every way to strengthen the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, and extend the economic links between town and country. The Soviet state guarantees to citizens the real exercise of such important rights as the right to work and leisure, to education, and to material security during loss of earning capacity and in old age. The Soviet state guides education and the training qualified personnel, promotes the development of advanced science and art and the practical application of scientific and technical achievements. The strength of the Soviet machinery of state lies in its ties with the mass of the people. It follows from the nature of the socialist system that centralist state guidance must be combined with local initiative and with practical allowance for local peculiarities. The most important principle in guidance of the economy by the state is the unity of economic and political work. In practice, politics and economics are indivisible. They exist together and act together. And he who thinks that in our practical work he can separate economics from politics, and intensify economic work at the price of belittling political work or, on the contrary, intensify political work at the price of belittling economic work, is bound to find himself in a blind alley. Stalin, Shortcomings in Party Work and Measures for Eliminating the Trotskyists and Other Double Dealers, Russian edition, 1938, p. 26. The Communist Party is the leading and organizing force of the socialist state, giving direction to the activity of all state bodies and to voluntary organizations of the working people. The party lays down directives for compiling national economic plans, and the most important national economic measures which are of vital significance for the country as a whole. The party, being closely linked with the working masses, rallies the workers, collective farmers, and intelligentsia for the fulfillment of economic and political tasks, educates the masses and raises their communist consciousness. The policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, aimed at satisfying new and timely requirements in the economic development of society, plays an enormously progressive role. The development of the socialist mode of production takes place in the course of a struggle of the new against the old, of that which is growing against that which is dying, of the progressive against the backward, by surmounting contradictions and difficulties. Lenin pointed out that under communism antagonisms disappear but contradictions remain. In socialist society these contradictions are non-antagonistic, since they are not connected with opposed class interests, and are overcome in the course of communist construction. There are no exploiting classes in socialist society, but there are backward elements, imbued with tendencies and habits from the age of private property, opposed to the development of the new progressive tendencies in the socialist economy. There are still embezzlers of public property and bureaucratic elements who ignore the needs of the people. The survivals of capitalism in the consciousness of man have not yet been fully overcome. The Soviet state, guided by the Communist Party, encourages the initiative of the working people and lends support to progressive tendencies in all spheres of social life. The Soviet state assiduously supports the young shoots of what is new, strengthens them, and facilitates the diffusion of advanced production methods. It wages a persistent struggle against all forces of inertia, and all manifestations of backwardness, stagnation, or routinism, which hinder the rapid development of socialist production. One of the main forms of struggle of the new against the old in socialist society is criticism and self-criticism, which constitute a powerful motive force in the development of socialist society. Criticism and self-criticism make it possible to uncover and eliminate shortcomings and difficulties in work, and to eradicate all signs of bureaucracy, by enlisting the participation of the masses of the people. They enable new means of accelerating the rates of economic development to be discovered, and in this way help to overcome the contradictions of socialist society. Besides the internal non-antagonistic contradictions of socialist society, there exists the external antagonistic contradiction between the countries of the socialist camp and the forces of imperialism. This is expressed in the fact that imperialist, aggressive circles endeavor to unleash war against the USSR and the people's democracies and carry on undermining work in those countries. From this there arises the necessity to strengthen to the utmost the economic might and defense capacity of the USSR and the people's democracies. Arising from the Leninist thesis of the possibility of peaceful coexistence between the socialist and capitalist systems, the Soviet state consistently pursues a policy of peace, and expands peaceful construction and foreign trade relations with all countries. It strengthens economic cooperation with the countries of the camp of democracy and socialism, which represents the new, socialist type of relations between nations. The Soviet state of workers and peasants, utilizing the advantages of the socialist economic system and relying on economic laws, is directing the development of the USSR along the road to communism. Brief conclusions. 1. The economic laws of socialism are objective laws, independent of the will and consciousness of man. They express the relations of fraternal cooperation and socialist mutual aid of workers freed from exploitation. The economic laws of socialism do not operate as a blind and destructive force, they are recognized and utilized by socialist society. The Communist Party and the Socialist State base their economic policy on the economic laws of socialism. 2. The basic economic law of socialism determines all the main aspects and main processes of development of the socialist mode of production, the purpose of socialist production and the means to achieve this purpose. The essential features and requirements of the basic economic law of socialism are the securing of the maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole of society, through the continuous expansion and perfecting of production on the basis of higher techniques. 3. In socialist economy the growth of requirements, the purchasing power, of the masses is the motive force of socialist production and drives it forward. The continuous growth of socialist production is the material foundation for the steady growth of consumption by the people and the growth of new requirements. The priority development of the production of means of production is the essential condition for the continuous growth of socialist production. Socialism ensures the steady development of advanced techniques, essential to the continuous growth of perfecting the socialist production and the ever fuller satisfaction of the growing needs of the working people. 4. Corresponding to the constantly increasing mass of products for oneself and products for society, the real incomes of the working people are constantly raised. Socialism means a constant improvement in the working and living conditions of the people. It opens up the fullest opportunities for cultural development and makes the entire wealth of technique, science, and culture the possession of the whole people. 5. Expressing the vital interests of the people, the socialist state guided by the Communist Party develops on an ever-increasing scale its economic, organizing, cultural and educational activity, directed towards securing a continuous growth of production and a steady rise in the level of welfare and culture of the people. The development of the socialist mode of production proceeds through the surmounting of contradictions and difficulties. Relying on scientific knowledge of objective economic laws and making use of them, the socialist state assures the victory of the new and progressive over the old in all spheres of the economy, and directs the development of society along the road to communism. Chapter XXX, The Law of Planned Proportional Development of the National Economy. The necessity for planned development of the economy in a socialist system. As is known, every social formation requires for its existence and development definite proportions in the distribution of labor and means of production among the different branches of the national economy. Under capitalism, the essential proportions in the development of production are arrived at spontaneously, through constant fluctuations, disproportions and periodic crises. In directing their capital into one or other branch of production, capitalists are guided by such spontaneous barometers of economic life as the fluctuations of market prices, rates of profits, rates of interest, quotations of shares, etc. In socialist economy, as a result of the socialization of the means of production, the spontaneous barometers of economic life are abolished. Socialist society cannot develop blindly and by drifting along of its own accord. In socialist conditions, the necessary proportions in the distribution of means of production and labor power between branches of the economy can only be achieved in a planned way. Planned development of socialist economy is made necessary and possible by social ownership of the means of production. Engels stated that the passing of the means of production into social ownership makes possible socialized production upon a predetermined plan. Anti-Düring, English edition, 1954, p. 395. In contradistinction to private ownership of the means of production, which disunites the commodity producers and gives rise to competition and anarchy in production, social ownership unites a multitude of enterprises into a single national economic whole, subordinated to a single aim arising from the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. Large-scale socialized production in a socialist society can develop only through two general plan, which provides unity of action for the whole of society and ensures the necessary proportions in the development of individual industries and enterprises and of the national economy as a whole. Demonstrating the need for the planned development of socialist economy, Lenin pointed out that the economy cannot be run without a long-term plan, and that one of the gigantic tasks of the socialist revolution was the transformation of the whole of the state economic mechanism into a single, huge machine, into an economic organism that will work in such a way as to enable hundreds of millions of people to be guided by a single plan. Lenin, Selected Works, I2 Vol edition, Volume 7, p. 287. Capitalism is inconceivable without competition and anarchy in production, and the consequent waste of social labor, and in the same way socialism is inconceivable without planned development of the national economy, which enables social labor and its products to be utilized rationally and economically. Thus socialist ownership of the means of production, and large-scale socialist production both in industry and in agriculture, make the planned, proportional development of the whole economy objectively possible and necessary. The planned, proportional development of the national economy is an economic law of socialism. The basic features and requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy. The law of planned, proportional development of the national economy is the regulator of socialist industry, distribution of means of production and labor power among the various branches of socialist economy is effected on the basis of this law. This law requires planned conduct of the national economy, proportional development of all branches of socialist economy, the fullest and most effective use of the country's material, labor, and financial resources. The law of planned development of the national economy signifies, above all, the need for due proportion between the parts and elements of the national economy. V.I. Lenin pointed out that planning means constant, deliberately supported proportionality. But the tasks on which the proportions planned for the national economy must be dependent are not included in the law of planned development. The nature of the proportions in socialist economy is determined by the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. The law of planned development of the national economy can yield the desired result only if there is a purpose for the sake of which economic development is planned. This purpose is inherent in the basic economic law of socialism. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952, English edition, p. 46. Consequently, the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy plays the part of a regulator of production in socialist economy in accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. The way in which the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism are met at each particular stage depends on the level of development of the productive forces which has been reached, the material resources which are available, and the internal and external situation of the socialist country. The proportions in the national economy are fixed in accordance with these factors and on the basis of the law of planned proportional development. The major proportions in the development of the national economy include in the first place a correct relationship between the production of means of production and the production of consumer goods. As was stated above, for continuous growth of production on the basis of a rising technical level, branches producing means of production must develop more rapidly than branches making consumer goods. The development of heavy industry is a prerequisite for technically equipping all branches of the national economy, including the light and food industries, which produce consumer goods, and for their continuous growth. A correct relationship between the two departments of social production therefore requires above all priority development of branches producing means of production, especially heavy industry with engineering as its core. Further, it requires growth of the consumer goods branches sufficient to satisfy the continuously increasing needs of the mass of the people to the maximum extent possible at the given level of productive forces. The development of those branches of industry for which produce articles of mass consumption is realized on the basis of the development of heavy industry in the USSR. During the period from 1925 to 1954, the production of means of production as a whole increased more than 60 times and the production of consumer goods 14 times. In 1954, the production of means of production from the whole of industry increased about 3.5 times compared with 1940, and the production of consumer goods almost doubled. The level reached in the production of consumer goods and the rate of its growth are still not in accord with the increased needs of the population for these goods. Real conditions have been established for a rapid increase in the production of consumer goods on the basis of the success achieved in developing heavy industry. In view of this, the Communist Party and the Soviet state, on the basis of priority development of heavy industry, are putting into effect a large program for the rapid growth of agriculture and the light and food industries, so that within a short period the production of consumer goods will be considerably increased and the material conditions and cultural level of the Soviet people will be further improved. Fixing correct proportions between industry and agriculture is of major importance for planned development of the national economy. The proportions in the development of industry and agriculture must ensure, on the one hand, the leading position of industry, which equips agriculture with advanced technique and supplies manufactured goods to the countryside, and on the other hand, the further growth of state farm and collective farm production, so as to supply the urban population with food and industry with raw materials. During the period of its existence, socialist agriculture has been very successful on the basis of the collective farm system. But the rate of growth of agriculture is insufficient for satisfying society's growing needs for agricultural products. From 1940 to 1952, industrial output increased 2.3-fold, but the gross output of agriculture in comparable prices increased overall by only 10%. Important branches of agriculture such as grain production, livestock farming, and the production of potatoes and vegetables, are particularly behind. As a result, an obvious disparity has appeared between the increased need of the population for grain, meat, dairy products, vegetables, fruit, etc., on the one hand, and the level of agricultural production on the other. The lag of agriculture behind the growing needs of society has made it impossible to increase consumption to the level it could have reached at the present stage of the country's industrial development. The great development of heavy industry has established conditions for a steep advance in socialist agriculture. It has become possible and necessary to speed up the rate of growth of agricultural production in every way. In view of this, the plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in January 1955 set the following task: to achieve in the next 5 or 6 years a gross harvest of grain in the country of not less than 10,000 million poods annually, and to double, or more than double, the output of the chief agricultural products, so that the growing needs of the population for foodstuffs are satisfied in full and the light and food industries are supplied with the necessary raw materials. Industry and agriculture are closely interdependent, as are, in their turn, the separate branches of industry and agriculture. Because of this, the uninterrupted development of production is possible only if there are correct proportions between the separate branches within industry, for instance, between extractive and processing industry and within agriculture, as well as between industry and agriculture as a whole. For example, the lag in livestock farming over a long period has held up the further development of the light and food industries, and in turn the growth of livestock farming was retarded by insufficient fodder supplies, by the lag in grain farming. The Soviet state is getting rid of this disparity by a decisive improvement in livestock farming, in its sources of fodder supplies and in grain farming. If the continuously rising demand of the working people for agricultural produce and manufactured goods is to be met smoothly and in a planned way, the supply of commodities for personal consumption must correspond to the rising money incomes of the population at the given price level, and there must be the right proportions between the growth of output of consumer goods and the development of trade turnover. As a result of the considerable increase in recent years of the real wages of workers and other employees and also of the incomes of collective farmers, the demand of the working people for various commodities is developing much more rapidly than the increase in the output of mass consumer goods and food products. The elimination of this disparity is the purpose of the program for a steep rise in agriculture and an increase in the output of manufactured commodities and food, on the basis of a further development of heavy industry, which program was adopted and is being successfully fulfilled by the Communist Party and the Soviet state. Socialism has abolished the antagonistic contradiction between accumulation and consumption which is inherent in capitalism. In accordance with the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism, the correct proportions between accumulation and consumption are those which enable both the continuous growth of socialist production and the systematic improvement of the material welfare and the cultural level of the mass of the people. The proportional distribution of resources among the different branches of the national economy largely depends on how far these resources are rationally utilized. If, for example, the average expenditure of metal per lathe is reduced, then the total requirements in metal for the machine tool industry is reduced, or the output of machine tools is increased. This in turn leads to a change in the proportions between metallurgy and engineering. Rational and economical utilization of resources is one of the conditions which ensure the constant and rapid growth of industry. Proportional development of the national economy implies the rational location of socialist production. Industry must be brought as near as possible to sources of raw materials and to the consuming regions, and the economy of each region must be developed as a whole, taking its special features into account, correctly coordinating branches of production, and using local resources as fully as possible. Irrational and lengthy hauls by rail and water must be reduced. The national republics must be developed economically and culturally. Socialist location of industry rests on the country's division into economic regions. Division into economic regions is a planned division of the whole of the country's territory into separate large regions in accordance with their economic and natural features. As already stated, thanks to the advantages of the socialist system, considerable achievements have already been obtained in the rational location of industry in the USSR. These advantages, however, are by no means utilized to their full extent, and consequently there are shortcomings in the location of industry which give rise to partial disproportions in the national economy, hinder a more rational and effective use of local resources, and result in superfluous long hauls. Thus the disproportion between the production and consumption of various sorts of ferrous rolled metal in the south, the Urals, and eastern Siberia inevitably results in massive hauls of ferrous metals. The lag of coal extraction behind coal requirements in the European part of the USSR means that coal has to be transported over enormous distances. About 2,000 wagon loads of uncleansed wool are annually transported from Siberia and Central Asia to the wool cleansing works situated in the Ukrainian SSR, but some 500 wagon loads of cleansed wool are annually sent from the Ukraine to Siberia, Central Asia and the Far East. The elaboration of a scientifically based plan for the development and location of the major branches of Soviet industry during a period of 10 to 15 years has become vitally necessary. In the conditions of the transition from socialism to the higher phase of communism, proportions are also required in developing the national economy, which will further strengthen and develop socialist production and gradually establish the material production basis for communism and an abundance of goods. In a situation in which a number of imperialist powers are carrying out an armaments drive, while aggressive imperialist circles are developing plans for war against the countries of the socialist camp, the economic proportions in socialist economy must provide the socialist country with a powerful economic base in the event of a hostile attack from abroad. A rapid growth of socialist industry and collective farm production is a most important prerequisite for strengthening the economic independence and defensive capacity of the USSR. The existence of a unified and powerful socialist camp makes essential the planned coordination of the economy of all the countries in this camp. Economic collaboration and mutual assistance between the USSR and the people's democracies makes it easier to solve problems of socialist construction, leads to an increase in these countries' economic independence of the capitalist world and a strengthening of their defensive capacity, and promotes the building of communism in the Soviet Union. The law of planned development of the national economy and socialist planning. The requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy are put into effect by the Communist Party and the Socialist State, by means of plans which organize and direct into useful channels the creative activity of the mass of working people. Planned management of the national economy is a very important feature of the work of the Socialist State in its function as economic organizer. By developing economy in a planned way, the socialist state is able to ensure uninterrupted, rapid, and all-round growth of production and maximum satisfaction of the needs of the people. In the hands of the Soviet state, planning is a mighty force, organizing and guiding the labor of millions of people. N.A. Bulganin. The tasks of the further growth of industry, technical progress, and improvement of the organization of production. Report of the Plenum of the CC of the CPSU, July 4, 1955. Socialist planning is built up on a strictly scientific basis. It requires constant generalization of the practical experience in building communism and the utilization of all the achievements of science and technology. Managing the national economy in a planned way means being able to anticipate. Scientific foresight is based on knowledge of objective economic laws and on the needs of development in the material life of society which have matured. The principal prerequisite for the correct planning of socialist economy is that the law of planned development of the national economy must be mastered and skillfully utilized. The law of planned development of the national economy must not be confused with the planning of the national economy carried out by the appropriate bodies of the socialist state, nor with the annual and 5-year plans of national economic development. The law of planned development of the national economy is an objective economic law. It enables state institutions to plan social production correctly. But possibility must not be confused with reality. To turn possibility into reality, it is necessary to learn how to apply the law of planned development, and it is necessary to compile plans which fully reflect the requirements of the law. In practice, plans do not always fully reflect the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy. When these requirements are not met, the law of planned development of the national economy makes itself felt by the appearance of disproportions in individual parts of the economy, and by interruptions in the normal process of production and circulation. If it is planned, for example, to produce a certain number of cars, but the plan does not provide for production of the necessary amount of sheet steel, this may lead to underfulfillment of the car production plan. Similarly, the plan for smelting pig iron will not be effective unless it is backed by the corresponding production of coke. Planning bodies have to take the requirements of the law of planned development correctly into account in compiling plans. They must not permit disproportions to appear, and if disproportions do appear, the planners must take steps to get rid of them in time. Material, financial, and labor reserves are of great importance for the uninterrupted development of the national economy. They make it possible to get rid of disproportions quickly when they appear in different parts of the economy, or to prevent their appearance. They make flexible switching of resources possible. Planning the national economy can therefore be successful, and can ensure its proportionate development and uninterrupted growth of production, provided that it correctly reflects the requirements of the law of planned development of economy and conforms in all respects to the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. Socialist planning makes use also of the other economic laws of socialism. Thus, making use of the economic law of distribution according to work done is an essential condition for planned management of the economy. This law provides material incentives for workers to increase labor productivity and is one of the prime movers of socialist production. Socialist planning presupposes the need to make use of economic instruments connected with the operation of the law of value, prices, money, trade, and credit. Cost accounting is an instrument of planned management, and provides incentives to produce economically, to mobilize internal reserves, to reduce the cost of output, and to increase the profitability of an enterprise. Socialist planning requires a profound study and fullest utilization of modern achievements of science and technology at home and abroad for the purpose of ensuring rapid technical progress in all branches of the national economy, constant improvements in technology, and a steady rise in the productivity of labor. The Communist Party and the Socialist State start from the requirements of the economic laws of socialism, draw general conclusions from their experiences of building the economy and of cultural development, and take into account the whole complex of internal and external conditions in which the country of socialism finds itself. On this basis they fix at each stage the most important economic and political problems to be solved by the state plans. The volume of output, the rate at which production is to expand in each branch of the national economy, the amount of investment, the level of wages, etc., are all determined on this basis. Planned management of Soviet economy is carried out by the councils of ministers of the USSR and the Union republics on the basis of directives from the Communist Party. State plans are worked out on the scale of the national economy as a whole, and also by branches and by individual government departments, by republics, territories, regions, and economic districts. Plans are worked out and their fulfillment is supervised by the State Commission of the Council of Ministers of the USSR for Long-Term Planning, Gosplan USSR, by the State Economic Commission of the U.S.S.R for Current Planning, Goskonomkomissiya USSR, by Union and Republic ministries, and by those local Soviets which have their own planning organs. Socialist planning is constructed by coordinating long-term plans, which embody the basic line of development over a period of years, with current plans, which are specific work programs covering shorter periods. Long-term plans include both 5-year plans of national economic development and plans which cover a longer period. Current plans include annual plans, and are elaborated on the basis of the long-term plans. As socialist economy develops, long-term planning assumes ever greater significance. V.I. Lenin pointed out that it is impossible to work without having a plan intended for a lengthy period and for achieving serious success. V.I. Lenin, Report on the Activity of the Council of People's Commissars at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Collected Works, Russian edition, Volume XXXI, p. 479. It is part of the task of the State Commission of the USSR for long-term planning to work out the 5-year plans, split up into separate years, and also the long-term plan of development of the branches of national economy and of the whole of the national economy over a longer period, 10 to 15 years. It is part of the task of the State Economic Commission of the USSR to work out, on the basis of the 5-year plans, the annual state plans of the development of the national economy and the plans for the supply of materials and technical equipment, split up into quarterly periods. Every works, mine, state farm, MTS, and other state enterprise has its technical and production financial plan, compiled on the basis of planned targets fixed by the state. This is an overall plan of the production, technological, and financial work of the enterprise concerned. In the planned development of socialist economy, centralized planned management of the economy, achieved by fixing the basic planning indices centrally, has to be combined with affording local bodies the necessary independence and initiative in planning production. In the work of planning it is extremely great importance to take into account local conditions and specific local features. A stereotyped approach planning which ignores these specific features ignores also the requirements of the law of the planned development of national economy. Excessive centralization of planned management, and attempts to plan everything from the center down to the last detail, without sufficient knowledge and consideration of local conditions and possibilities lead to mistakes in planning, fetter local initiative and prevent the full utilization of local resources and of the tremendous reserves which can be found in different branches of socialist economy and in different enterprises. The special features of state-planned management of collective farms result from the nature of cooperative and collective farm property. Planned management of collective farms by socialist state rests on the independent initiative of the mass of collective farmers. The initiative of the collective farms and their members is one of the decisive factors in improving agriculture and in making full use of the economic and natural conditions in every geographical district and every collective farm. A correct planning system presupposes that basic and decisive indices and targets for agricultural production, and for deliveries of agricultural produce to the state, are fixed for each region, territory, and republic by the central planning bodies. These assignments are fixed according to commodity output, starting out from the need to ensure that the needs of the population as regards food, and of industry as regards raw materials, will be satisfied. Guided by the assignments for the delivery to the state of produce from field cultivation and animal husbandry, the collective farms determine, at their own discretion, the sizes of the areas sown to various crops and also the productivity of animal husbandry and the number of the individual types of livestock. The annual production plans, worked out by the boards of the collective farms, are examined and adopted at general meetings of the collective farmers. Further improvement in socialist planning methods will require consistent centralization in planning basic and deciding indices, while at the same time extending in every way the part played by local bodies, industrial enterprises, and state and collective farms in planned management of production and encouraging their initiative. It also presupposes a differentiated approach in planning, suited to every particular economic region, agricultural zone, enterprises, and collective farm. In planned management of the national economy, its key links must be singled out. The plan singles out the most important branches, on which the successful fulfillment of the whole national economic plan depends. The key links of the 5-year plans are the branches of heavy industry, including engineering, since they determine the development of all branches of industry and the national economy as a whole. These branches have priority in the allocation of means of production, labor power, and money. The other branches are planned to conform to the leading branches, so that the whole economy will advance on this basis, and its component parts will be coordinated as rationally as possible. The law of planned, proportional development of the national economy requires that the development plans of separate branches should be strictly coordinated and interconnected in a single economic plan. The plans of the various branches of production must be strictly coordinated, combined, and together made to constitute that single economic plan of which we stand in such great need. Lenin, Report on the Work of the Council of People's Commissars, delivered at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Selected Works, I2 Vol Edition, Vol 8, p. 272. Economic plans embrace a definite range of indices, in both physical terms, types and variety of output, etc., and money terms, amount of output, cost of production, revenue and expenditure, etc. Physical and monetary indices both include what are distinguished as qualitative indices, growth of labor productivity, reduction in costs, profitability, improvement in the quality of output, and efficiency of utilization of the means of production such as equipment, machinery, machine tools, raw materials, etc. The main index in agricultural production is the maximum quantity of output per 100 hectares, 250 acres, of agricultural land, with the least expenditure of labor and means of production per unit of output. The plan of development of the national economy is divided into the following sections: the production program for industry, agriculture, plan of transport and development of communications, plan of capital construction work and of development and introduction of new techniques, plan of state supplies for the national economy, labor and wages plan, plan of trade turnover and deliveries, plan of social and cultural measures, plan of production costs in industry, plan of the development of the national economy in each of the Union republics and economic areas, summarized section of the plan of national economy, including total indices of the development of the national economy and the most important targets of separate branches of industry. The final total index of the plan is the growth of the national income and the relationship in it between the funds of consumption and accumulation. The planning of prices, finances, the state budget, credit and cash plans of the state bank, and the planning of foreign trade are a component part of state planning. The plan of development and introduction of new techniques covers the largest assignments, economically important on a nationwide scale, for the mechanization and automation of production processes, the mastering of the production of new machines and materials, for the introduction of advanced technological processes and also the most important scientific research, and designing and experimental work connected with new techniques. The correct location of the productive forces, the complex development of economic areas and the coordination of the plans of the national economy of the USSR with the economic plans of the people's democracies assume ever-increasing importance in the field of socialist planning. The elaboration of a system of balances is one of the most important methods by which correct national economic proportions are established, in conformity with the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy. The socialist state uses balances to lay down proportions in national economic development, as expressed in physical and monetary terms, to decide the amount of resources and to distribute them both among the different branches of production and by types of output. In the balances, resources available are set down against requirements, and this makes it possible to discover bottlenecks in the economy and discrepancies in the level and rate of development of different branches, and to adopt measures for getting rid of the bottlenecks. The system of balances also makes it possible to uncover additional resources from savings in materials and improved utilization of equipment. These resources are utilized to increase production and consumption. Balances are divided into material, physical, balances, balances in money terms, and manpower balances. Material balances show the relation between production and consumption of a particular product or group of products, in physical terms. Material balances are compiled for the most important products. There are, for example, balances of machine tools, ores, metal, cotton, and other means of production, and also balances of consumer goods, such as meat, sugar, butter, etc. Material balances are needed in compiling material supply plans, by which means of production are allocated to all branches of the national economy, distinguished according to ministries and government departments. These plans provide for the better utilization of equipment, raw materials, fuel, etc., through the introduction of progressive standards of output. Balances in money terms include the balance of money income and expenditure of the population, the balance of the national income and its distribution, etc. Manpower balances determine the labor and skilled labor requirements of the national economy and the sources from which these requirements will be met. The most comprehensive balance is the balance of the national economy, which represents a system of economic indices characterizing the basic relationships and proportions in socialist economy. The balance of the national economy includes the following basic balances: balance of the total social product, balance of the national income, balance of labor. Socialist planning reflects the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy, and is therefore directive in character. State plans are not prognostications but directives, binding on governmental bodies and defining the direction of economic development for the whole country. After state plans have been approved by the supreme bodies of the socialist state, they acquire the force of law, and it is obligatory to carry them out. Business managers are obliged to see that the plan is fulfilled by the respective enterprises rhythmically and evenly, throughout each year and each quarter, in variety of goods as well as in total gross output. They also have to strive for a consistent improvement in the quality of output, and a reduction in costs as fixed in the plan. The most important, specific feature of socialist planning is that it combines the ensuring of proportionality with the constant growth of socialist production and technical progress. The proportions of the development of the national economy established in the plan are not something rigid and immutable. Socialist planning is practical and rallies people to get things done. The plans give direction to the work of millions of people on a nationwide scale, and provide a clear perspective to the mass of working people, inspiring them to great achievements in their work. The plan is the living creative work of the mass of the people. The reality of production plans lies in the millions of working people who are creating a new life. Drawing up the plan is merely the point at which planning starts. Lenin called the plan for the electrification of Russia, Goal-Ro, a second-party program, and emphasized that this program will be improved, elaborated, perfected, and modified, every day, in every workshop and in every Volost. Lenin, Report on the Work of the Council of People's Commissars, delivered at the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Selected Works, 12-vol edition, Volume 8, p. 275. Every plan is made more precise, modified and improved on the basis of the experience of the masses, taking into account the actual way in which it is being fulfilled, for no plan can anticipate all the possibilities latent in socialist society, which are disclosed only in the course of the work. In the struggle to fulfill the plan in factory and mill, state farm and collective farm, the creative initiative and activity of the masses comes into play, socialist emulation develops, and new reserves for speeding up economic development are discovered. The work of rallying the mass of the people is carried out by the Communist Party and, under its leadership, by state and public organizations, the trade unions and the Young Communist League. The active participation of the mass of the people in the effort to fulfill the plans for developing the national economy is one of the most important conditions for the successful fulfillment and overfulfillment of the plans, for accelerating the rates of construction of communist society. Socialist plans can act as a rallying force only if the planning bodies are guided by the new and advanced developments, which appear in the practical work of building communism, and in the creative efforts of the mass of the people. Calculations for plans must not use standards of labor outlay, use of equipment, and consumption of fuel and materials, which are based on arithmetical averages of the level of output achieved in production. They must use advanced standards and output rates, abreast of the experience of the more advanced enterprises and workers. The Communist Party and the Soviet state struggle hard, on the one hand, against attempts to compile underestimated plans, which do not spur anyone on to greater efforts and take the bottlenecks as their criterion, and, on the other hand, against speculative planning, which does not reckon with the realistic possibilities of developing socialist economy. Socialist planning involves a persistent struggle against tendencies to provincialism and departmentalism. These anti-state tendencies are expressed in attempts to counterpose the interests of a particular enterprise, district, or government department to the general interests of the state. Checking plan fulfillment is one of the most important aspects of planned management of the national economy, and makes it possible to establish how far the plan correctly reflects the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy, and how it is being fulfilled. It makes possible the discovery in good time of any disproportions which exist, the forestalling of the appearance of new disproportions in the economy, the finding of new productive reserves, and the making of appropriate adjustments in the national economic plans. Planned management of socialist economy requires a unified system of national economic accounting. V.I. Lenin taught that socialism is accounting. Planned socialist construction is inconceivable without correct accounting, and accounting inconceivable without statistics. In socialist economy, accounting and statistics are intimately connected with the nation economic plan. Statistical data on plan fulfillment are essential material in compiling the plan for the ensuing period. The socialist system of accounting and statistics makes it possible to supervise the course of the fulfillment of the whole plan and of its separate parts. Advantages of planned economy. Socialist society possesses tremendous advantages over capitalism owing to the planned development of the national economy. In capitalist society, proportionality is fortuitous and the economy develops cyclically, by means of crises which recur periodically. In contrast to this, socialist economy develops uninterruptedly along an ascending curve and at rapid rate, on the basis of proportions laid down by the socialist state in conformity with the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy and the basic economic law of socialism. Socialist economy is free from economic crises, which break up the economy, do colossal material damage to society, and periodically throw it back. During the pre-war 5-year plans, a period of about 13 years, the Soviet Union made a leap which transformed it from a backward and agrarian country into an advanced and industrial one. In this period the capitalist world experienced two economic crises, 1929-33 and 1937, which were accompanied by tremendous destruction of the forces of production, a huge growth in unemployment and acute further impoverishment of the mass of the people. In the post-war period, socialist economy in the USSR has continuously gone forward according to plan, while the USA and a number of other capitalist countries experienced in these years the 1948-9 crisis, which caused a decline in output and an increase in unemployment. There was also a crisis fall of production in the USA in 1953-4. Unemployment is eliminated from socialist planned economy, so that the whole of the labor power of society is utilized. Capitalist economy inevitably gives rise to unemployment, and the capitalists use unemployment as a means of providing their enterprises with cheap labor power. Planned economy presupposes that the development of production will be directed to satisfying the needs of the whole of society. Capitalists invest in those branches in which the rate of profit is higher. In socialist planned economy, science and technology develop in a planned way, corresponding to the needs of the economy. Under capitalism, technological development is governed by the law of competition and anarchy in production. It takes place extremely unevenly, and this inevitably increases disproportionality in production. The profitability principle of private capitalism is governed by the aim of acquiring the maximum profits. In contrast to this, the law of planned development of the national economy, and socialist planning, ensure a higher form of profitability considered from the point of view of the economy as a whole. Socialist planned economy frees society from the huge wastage of social labor inherent in capitalist economy. It makes possible the most economical and effective use of all resources, both those existing within enterprises and on a national economic scale, continually uncovering new sources and reserves for increasing production. By planning, the socialist state ties together the production of different enterprises and brings about the most rational location of socialist production. The experience of the Soviet Union in the field of planning the national economy attracts the attention and interest of all countries of the world. Bourgeois scientists preach planned capitalism, sowing illusions among the working people that the monopolies, by eliminating competition, provide the conditions for planning capitalist economy and eliminating economic crises. But, as we have shown, the decisive prerequisite for planned management of economy is the existence of social ownership of the means of production and of the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy. Capitalist society, however, is dominated by private ownership of the means of production and the law of competition and anarchy of production. The limitation of competition in the monopoly enterprises and industries is accompanied by a sharp intensification of competition among the monopolies themselves and also between the monopoly and non-monopoly enterprises and industries. All attempts at planning the national economy and eliminating crises of overproduction in the capitalist countries inevitably meet with failure. The Soviet experience of planning the national economy is widely used in the people's democracies, which are successfully developing their economy on the basis of state plans. Brief conclusions. 1. Planned development of the national economy is made necessary and possible by socialist ownership of the means of production. Planned, proportional development of the economy is an economic law of socialism. 2. The law of planned, proportional development of the economy is a regulator of the distribution of means of production and manpower in socialist economy, in accordance with the basic economic law of socialism. It requires the planned management of the national economy, the development of all branches of socialist economy on a proportional basis, the fullest and most effective use of material, labor, and financial resources. 3. Socialist planning is successful if it correctly meets the requirements of the law of planned development of the national economy, and conforms fully to the requirements of the basic economic law of socialism. In the actual planned management of the economy, economic instruments connected with the operation of the law of value are utilized. The balance method of planning is of great importance in fixing correct proportions for national economic development. 4. Planned management of the national economy is a most important aspect of the socialist state's function as economic organizer. National economic plans are worked out by state bodies on the basis of directives determined by the Communist Party, and are based on scientific generalization from the experience of socialist construction, on taking into account the advantages afforded by a socialist economic system, and on the external and internal situation. State plans are geared to everything advanced which arises in the practice of communist construction, in the creative work of the masses, and are directive in character. To carry on the national economy in a planned way, the mass of the people must be rallied to fulfill and exceed the plan targets, and daily checking of the fulfillment of the plan must be organized. 5. A very great advantage of socialism over capitalism is planned development of the national economy, without crises. This brings about a saving in resources which the bourgeois system cannot achieve, and makes it fully possible for all sides of production to grow continuously and rapidly in the interests of the mass of the people. Chapter XXXI, Social Labor in Socialist Society. The character of labor in socialist society. The consolidation of socialist relations of production denotes a fundamental change in the character of work. Labor power has ceased to be a commodity. The working people, with the aid of the means of production belonging to them, work for themselves, for their own society. Work in socialist society is work freed from exploitation. For the first time after centuries of working for others, of working in subjection for the exploiter, it has become possible to work for oneself, and moreover to employ all the achievements of modern technique and culture in one's work. Lenin, How to Organize Competition, Selected Works, 1950, English edition, Volume 2, Part I, p. 368. Under capitalism, free labor presents itself directly as private labor, and its social character is seen only in the market, behind the back of the commodity producers, whereas labor in socialist society has a directly social character, and is organized in a planned way on a country-wide scale. In consequence of this, the labor of each individual worker appears directly as part of the total social labor. The planned organization of social labor provides the opportunity, unknown under capitalism, of making the fullest use of labor reserves on the scale of the whole society. Under socialism, the position of the working man in society has been fundamentally changed. In contrast to capitalism, where man's status is determined by his social origin and wealth, man's status in socialist society is determined by his work and personal abilities alone. Freedom from exploitation and the changed status of the working man in society evoke a transformation in man's view of labor, giving rise to a new attitude to work. In the course of centuries, the exploiting system created among numerous generations of working people an aversion to work, as to an onerous and shameful burden. Socialism transforms labor into a matter of honor, valor, and heroism, and imparts to it an increasingly creative character. In socialist society, the working man, if he works well and displays initiative in improving production, is surrounded with honor and glory. All this gives rise to new social incentives to labor that are unknown under capitalism. At the same time, labor in socialist society has not yet become a prime necessity of life for all members of society. Work for the common good has not yet become a matter of habit. In the socialist stage, survivals of capitalism in man's consciousness have not yet been finally overcome. Alongside the majority of workers honorably fulfilling their obligations to society, and displaying creative initiative in work, there are workers who treat their obligations dishonorably and violate labor discipline. Such people try to give as little as possible to socialist society and to receive as much as possible from it. In socialist society, there are still considerable survivals of the old division of labor, the essential differences between mental and physical labor, between the labor of worker and peasant, the differences between skilled and unskilled labor, and between heavy and light labor. These survivals are only being overcome gradually, as the productive forces of socialism develop and the material production basis of communism is created. It follows from all this that the personal material interest of the worker in the results of his work as an incentive to the development of production is of tremendous importance. This interest is secured by the worker's dependence for his position in society on the quantity and quality of his labor. Making use of the material interest of every worker in the results of his labor is one of the fundamental methods of socialist economic management. Lenin pointed out, every important branch of national economy must be built up on the principle of personal incentive. Lenin, The New Economic Policy and the Tasks of the Political Education Departments, Selected Works, 12-volume edition, 1946, Volume 9. p. 265. The principle of material interest is most extensively applied in the wages of workers and employees, in the distribution of incomes in the collective farms, in the organization of cost accounting, in the fixing of prices of industrial and agricultural products, etc. The radical change in the nature of labor under socialism provides the necessary conditions for a systematic and rapid growth of its productivity, for creating a productivity of labor that is higher than that under capitalism. Labor as an obligation of members of socialist society. Exercise of the right to work. Socialism and labor are indivisible. Socialism has put an end to the blatant contradiction of the capitalist system, whereby an exploiting upper crust of society leads a parasitic existence while the working masses bear the yoke of labor beyond their strength, only interrupted by periods of compulsory inactivity through unemployment. In eliminating capitalist ownership of the means of production, socialism thereby abolished the conditions in which one class, the owners of the means of production, could live on the labor of another class of people, who were deprived of the means of production. Since personal labor alone is a means of livelihood in socialist society, social ownership of the means of production denotes the equal obligation of citizens to participate in social labor. Labor in the USSR is an obligation and a matter of honor for every able-bodied citizen. The socialist system, for the first time in the history of mankind, put into practice not only the equal obligation of all able-bodied citizens to work, but also the equal right of all citizens to work. In this way, the age-old dream of the working masses has been brought to life in socialist society. The right to work results from the social ownership of the means of production, which gives to every citizen equal access to work on the socially owned land and in the socially owned factories and mills. The right to work is the right of each able-bodied member of society to obtain secure work paid in accordance with its quantity and quality. This right has been given legislative force in the Constitution of the USSR, and is guaranteed in practice by the socialist organization of the national economy, the steady growth of the productive forces of society, and by the elimination of the possibility of economic crises and of unemployment. Unemployment, the scourge of the working people under capitalism, has been eliminated in the USSR once and for all. The worker is no longer under the threat of being thrown out of work and deprived of the means of livelihood. The abolition of unemployment and of the uncertainty of the workers for the morrow, the abolition of impoverishment and pauperism in the countryside, are a great achievement of the Soviet people. The effective right to work enables the labor resources of society to be utilized on an enormously increased scale for the development of production. The continuous growth of production in socialist society logically leads to a steady growth in the number of workers and employees. The number of manual and clerical workers in the national economy of the USSR at the end of the year amounted in 1928 to 10.8 million, 1932, 22.8 million, 1937, 27 million, 1940, 31.5 million, 1954, about 47 million. The elimination of unemployment in the towns and of rural overpopulation and poverty in the countryside, together with the continuous growth of socialist production, fundamentally alter the conditions in which enterprises are provided with labor power. Under capitalism, the demand for labor power is satisfied without any element of planning, out of the reserve army of unemployed and rural surplus population. In socialist society, on the contrary, enterprises obtain their labor in a planned way, by organized recruitment, training, and allocation. Capitalism makes the worker an appendage of the machine and stifles man's abilities. Socialism, on the contrary, liberates labor from exploitation and gives all citizens free access to education, thereby providing all the necessary conditions for the development and free play of the capacities of the working people. The continuous growth of socialist production on the basis of the highest techniques requires a steady rise in the cultural and technical level of the working people, and an increased proportion of skilled workers in all branches of the national economy. The training of workers in a planned way and on a mass scale has been achieved under socialism for the first time in history. The rise in the cultural and technical level of the working people is secured, above all, by the development of education. In the Soviet Union, universal compulsory 7-year education has been achieved, and the transition to universal compulsory secondary, 10-year, education is taking place. Special secondary and higher education has been widely developed. The cultural characteristics of the working class and the peasantry are changing. The proportion of workers and collective farmers who have had 7-year and secondary education is growing. The rise of the cultural and technical level of the working people also takes place through production and technical training, which includes both training of new workers and improvement of the workers' existing skill while continuing at their trade. To satisfy the demand for skilled personnel in the key branches of the national economy, a system for training state labor reserves has been created in the USSR. It possesses a network of industrial and railway schools, as well as factory and mill schools. Those attending these schools are maintained by the state during their period of study. Together with the system of state labor reserves, an important source for supplementing the numbers of skilled workers is the mass production training of workers at their places of work, through individual and team study and in courses of instruction which embrace millions of working people. There is a rapidly increasing number of intelligentsia and highly qualified specialists drawn from the ranks of the workers and peasants. By the beginning of 1952, more than half the total number of industrial workers in the USSR had already received an education up to the 5th or 6th classes at secondary school. The number of workers who have finished the 10-year schools is increasing. In the course of 14 years, from 1941 to 1954 inclusive, more than 7.5 million young skilled workers in various trades were trained at the expense of the state in the industrial and railway schools, in factory and mill schools, and in schools for the mechanization of agriculture. During 4 years of the fifth five-year plan, a yearly average of 2,500,000 new skilled workers were trained by individual and team study and at courses of instruction, and some 3,500,000 workers improved their skill. In the same period, about 2,500,000 collective farmers annually attended 3-year agronomic and stock breeding courses. The system of correspondence courses for workers and collective farmers is also widely developed. Distribution according to work, an economic law of socialism. The socialist mode of production also determines its appropriate form of distribution. With socialist society in mind, Engels wrote, "Distribution, insofar as it is governed by purely economic considerations, will be regulated by the interests of production, and production is most encouraged by a mode of distribution which allows all members of society to develop, maintain, and exert their capacities with maximum universality." Engels, Anti-Düring, English edition, 1954, pages 277-8. In socialist society, distribution according to work most fully corresponds to this requirement. In the first phase of communism, the productive forces have not yet achieved a level high enough to provide the abundance of products which is necessary for distribution according to needs. As already stated, labor under socialism has not yet become life's prime need for the entire mass of the working people, and, in consequence, workers have to be given a material incentive. Under socialism there is still a difference between skilled and unskilled labor, and between the labor of the conscientious worker and of the worker whose attitude to his duties is not conscientious. In consequence, the distribution of articles of consumption has to take into account the differences in the quantity and quality of the labor expended by each worker in socialist production. Hence the need arises for the strictest control, by society and by the state, of the measure of labor and the measure of consumption. Lenin, State and Revolution, Selected Works, English edition, 1951, p. 300. Socialist society has to supervise people's participation in labor, take account of the differences in skills, and lay down output standards and scales of payment, so that he who works most and best receives a greater share of the product of social labor. Consequently, distribution according to work is the sole possible and necessary method of distributing material wealth in socialist society. By giving every worker a personal material interest in the results of his labor, distribution according to work is a powerful motive force in developing production. It encourages higher productivity of labor and thereby helps to raise the well-being of the working people. By making each worker's share of the product of social labor depend directly on the degree of his participation in social production, distribution according to work links the personal interest of the worker with the general interests of the state. Distribution according to work necessitates strict allowance for the differences between skilled and unskilled work. Higher payment for skilled work does justice to the skilled worker, and gives unskilled workers the prospect of rising into the ranks of the skilled. This stimulates the cultural and technical development of the working people, and brings about the gradual elimination of the essential differences between mental and physical labor. Distribution according to work helps to eliminate fluctuations in the labor force and to build up stable cadres. This is of great importance for the improvement of the organization of work in factories. Without a permanent body of workers who have mastered techniques and accumulated production experience, the successful development of socialist production is impossible. Thus distribution according to work is an objective necessity, and is an economic law of socialism. The economic law of distribution according to work requires distribution of products in direct accordance with the quantity and quality of work of each worker, with equal payment for equal work independently of the sex, age, race, and nationality of the citizens of socialist society. The reward of labor both in industry and in agriculture should be built up so as to conform to this law. The economic law of distribution according to work is applied by the Communist Party and the Soviet state in a determined struggle against petty bourgeois equalizing tendencies, that is, the equalizing of wages independently of the quantity and quality of work performed, the worker's skill, or the productivity of their labor. Equalizing tendencies are a reflection of the petty bourgeois concept which sees socialism as a universal equalizing of consumption, living, conditions, tastes and needs. It inflicts great harm on production, leading to fluctuations of personnel, a fall in labor productivity and non-fulfillment of plans. In Unmasking the Petty Bourgeois Concept of Socialism, Lenin explained the Marxist concept of equality. By equality, Marxism understands not the equality of physical and spiritual abilities, but social and economic equality. For socialism, this means the elimination of the private ownership of the means of production and of exploitation, equally for all, equal access to work with the socialized means of production, equal obligation for all to work, and a single principle for all, of payment according to work. Socialist cooperation of labor. Socialism heralds a new and higher stage in the historical development of cooperation of labor, compared with preceding forms of society. Socialist cooperation of labor is the cooperation of workers freed from exploitation, and linked with each other by relations of comradely cooperation and mutual aid. It is based on the most advanced techniques. Socialist cooperation makes it possible for labor to be an immeasurably more powerful productive force than does capitalist cooperation. The methods of raising the productive capacity of social labor which are inherent in cooperation, application of the division of labor and machine technique, economy of means of production, etc., are most fully developed in the conditions of socialism. In contrast to private ownership of the means of production which restricts the scale of labor cooperation, social ownership greatly extends its limits and enables the combined labor of many people to be applied on a scale inaccessible to capitalism. This is reflected in a higher degree of concentration of production than under capitalism, in both industry and agriculture, and in the carrying out of the largest national economic measures. A new labor discipline, which differs in principle from that of all preceding forms of society, is characteristic of socialist cooperation. Capitalist organization of social labor is maintained by the discipline of hunger, by the separation of the workers from the means of production. Socialist labor discipline is the conscientious, comradely discipline of working people who are the masters of their country. In socialist society, maintenance of the necessary labor discipline is in accordance with the fundamental interests of the working masses. One of the most important tasks of the socialist state is the upbringing of the working people in the spirit of socialist labor discipline and systematic struggle against those who violate labor discipline. Every kind of combined labor of many workers requires management which coordinates their activity and organizes the necessary production links between them. Socialist cooperation of labor presupposes the stable and steady application of one-man management at all stages of the machinery of production and administration. One-man management is a method of administering socialist state enterprise and institutions which is based on the subordination of the mass of workers to the single will of the head of the labor process. It is combined with the broad creative initiative of the mass of workers and the process of production. With the abolition of capitalist exploitation there has also been abolished the managerial despotism inseparable from it, and representing all-powerful capital, the arbitrariness of the employer and his management, and the lack of rights of the working masses. In socialist society the heads of enterprises, trusts, chief administrations and ministries are trustees and servants of the people and of the socialist state. Under capitalism the working people look on those in charge, directors, managers, floor managers, and foremen as enemies, since they direct production in the interests of the capitalists and of their profits. In socialist society those in charge enjoy the trust of the people, since they direct production in the interests, not of capitalist profits but of the entire people. The elimination of exploitation fundamentally alters the relations between those who work by hand and those who work by brain. The antithesis of interests between the workers and the leading personnel of factories, which is characteristic of capitalism, has vanished. In a socialist economy the manual workers and the leading personnel of factories are members of a single working collective which is profoundly concerned with successful and improved production. Hence the creative partnership of the workers by hand and by brain, aimed at constantly improving production. Under capitalism the labor of the workers is increasingly deprived of spiritual content and the gulf between mental and physical labor grows. In socialist society, manual labor constantly enriched by spiritual content, physical and mental labor draw closer together, and the differences between them are gradually eliminated. This is reflected in the continuous rise in the cultural and technical level of the working class and the peasantry, and in the development of socialist emulation, which is a most important feature of cooperation of labor in socialist society. Socialist emulation. Socialist emulation is a method of raising labor productivity and perfecting production on the basis of the maximum participation of the working masses. Lenin pointed out that socialism provides the opportunity, for the first time, of applying emulation on a really wide basis and on a mass scale, embracing the millions of working people. Socialist emulation aims at fulfilling and overfulfilling national economic plans and securing a continuous increase of socialist production. In place of such motive forces of production as the drive for profit and competition, socialism has given birth to new, incomparably more powerful motive forces. These consist above all of the profound incentive, which the basic economic law of socialism gives to the masses, to secure the development of social production. The subordination of socialist production to the aim of satisfying as fully as possible the growing needs of the working people serves as an inexhaustible source for raising the productivity of labor and perfecting industry on the basis of the highest techniques. Distribution according to work plays an important role in developing socialist emulation. By making the remuneration of labor dependent on the quantity and quality of the work done, distribution according to work encourages the display of the creative initiative of the masses in the process of production. Socialist emulation differs fundamentally from the competition which predominates in bourgeois society. The principle of competition is, defeat and death for some and victory and domination for others. The principle of socialist emulation is, comradely assistance by the foremost to the laggards, so as to achieve an advance of all. Competition says, destroy the laggards so as to establish your own domination. Socialist emulation says, some work badly, others work well, yet others best of all catch up with the best and secure the advance of all. Stalin, Emulation and Labor Enthusiasm of the Masses, Works, English edition, Volume 12, p. 114. Socialist emulation expresses the comradely cooperation of the working people and their common struggle for a general growth of production. It sets free the creative abilities of the workers and makes possible the fuller utilization of all the advantages of social labor which exist under socialism. The characteristic feature of emulation is the creative initiative of innovators and advanced workers, who have completely mastered advanced techniques, by discarding the old, outdated standards and work methods and proposing new ones. In the struggle against all that is old and outdated, advanced workers are opening new paths for the development of production and discovering new reserves for raising labor productivity. The creative initiative of the working people does not allow production to stagnate or mark time, it is the source of constant advance and improvement in production. The key to the advanced work methods of the innovators is the fundamental improvement of the organization of work and production, division of labor, combining jobs, working to schedule, etc., and of production technology and techniques, intensification of technological processes, perfecting of instruments, appliances, machine tools, etc. Advanced workers in agriculture apply new methods of scientific technique in cultivation and stock breeding, raising crop yields and livestock productivity. Socialist emulation presupposes rapid and widespread application of advanced experience. In socialist society, the force of example takes mass effect for the first time, serving as a spur to continuous growth and improvement of production. This is attained, in the first place, by the active comradely assistance which the innovators extend to all workers in production in mastering advanced labor methods, and takes a variety of forms: personal instruction, guardianship of novices by old hands, schools for advanced workers and innovators, etc. Secondly, by the efforts of the mass of working people to overtake the advanced workers to master their experience so as to obtain a general increase in output. Thirdly, by widely publicizing emulation, comparing the work results of enterprises. Widespread application of advanced experience is one of the most important tasks of economic managers and social organizations. On the basis of the advanced experience of innovators in production, the state economic bodies lay down progressive standards of labor expenditure and of utilization of the means of production. These standards are used as the basis of production plans. The application of advanced experience, and the mastery of new standards and methods of work by the majority of workers, secure a new and higher level of labor productivity. The Communist Party and the Soviet state take the lead of the socialist emulation of the masses and support it in every way possible. For successes in their work, the working people receive not only material encouragement, but also awards of orders and medals, while outstanding innovators are awarded the titles of heroes of socialist labor and receive prizes. Socialist emulation in the USSR has assumed national dimensions. The most widespread and effective form of emulation in factories is individual and team emulation. At the same time, emulation is developed between factory departments, entire factories, collective farms, MTS, state farms, districts, regions, and republics. Emulation for high-quality production, best utilization of productive capacities, reduction of production costs, above-plan economies of material and financial resources, and for high crop yields and livestock productivity, has developed on a broad scale. More than 90% of industrial workers participated in socialist emulation in 1954. More than 900,000 proposals for inventions, technical improvements, and rationalization were applied in industry, building and transport in 1954. Socialist emulation in town and country is a powerful driving force in the development of the socialist economy and in building communist society. Steady growth of labor productivity and economic law of socialism. A steady rise in labor productivity is a most important condition for the triumph of socialism over capitalism and the building of communism. Lenin wrote, "In the last analysis, productivity of labor is the most important, the principal thing for the victory of the new social system. Capitalism created a productivity of labor unknown under serfdom. Capitalism can be utterly vanquished, and will be utterly vanquished, by the fact that socialism creates a new, and much higher productivity of labor." Lenin, A Great Beginning, Selected Works, English edition, 1950, Volume N, Part 2, p. 231. As is well known, labor productivity is measured either by the quantity of products turned out by the worker in a unit of time, or by the quantity of working time expended in a unit of production. Higher labor productivity is expressed in the fact that with a decreased share of living labor in the product, and a relative increase in the share of past labor, the total quantity of labor in a unit of production diminishes. A growth of labor productivity means increased output per unit of working time. Labor productivity increases with economy of labor, including, in this context, both living and congealed labor in a nationwide scale. Marxism teaches that real economy consists in a saving of working time, and that this saving is identical with the development of the productive capacity of labor. Marx speaks of the universal economic law by virtue of which costs of production continually fall while live labor continually becomes more productive. But this law operates differently, under different economic conditions. Owing to the contradictions inherent in capitalism, the productivity of labor in bourgeois society grows at a slow rate and is unstable in character. Hence for capital the law of rising productive power of labor does not have unconditional validity. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 3. As well as eliminating private capitalist ownership, socialism also destroys the barriers inherent in capitalism which bar the way to an increase in the productivity of labor. It makes objectively necessary and possible a steady increase in the productivity of labor in accordance with the demands of the basic economic law of socialism. A steady rise in the productivity of labor is an essential condition for the constant increase of socialist production and the fullest satisfaction of the constantly growing needs of the people. The uninterrupted growth of socialist production occurs, firstly, owing to a rise in the productivity of labor and, secondly, owing to an increase in the total number of workers engaged in material production. In the period between 1940 and 1954, the rise in the productivity of labor accounted for approximately 70% of the increase in industrial production, and the increase in the number of workers for approximately 30%. Thus, the rise in the productivity of labor is the chief and basic source of the constant rise in socialist production. The systematic rise in the productivity of labor, because it ensures a rapid increase in output, makes possible both an expansion of industry and an increase of consumption. A steady rise in the productivity of labor is also necessary in order to ensure the triumph of socialism in economic competition with the highly developed capitalist countries. Socialism creates the conditions necessary for a systematic and rapid rise in the productivity of labor. Socialism eliminates the tremendous waste of labor connected with anarchy of production and economic crises of overproduction, and ensures the planned, most rational use of the means of production and labor power on the basis of constant improvement of techniques and organization of labor. In the conditions prevailing under socialism, in contrast to capitalism, the working people are profoundly interested in the maximum economy of labor time and means of production, since industry serves the interests of the people. The Soviet worker is directly interested in raising the productivity of labor, for he knows that it strengthens the canal's power of the USSR and raises the cultural level of the working people. The basis of the high productivity of social labor under socialism lies in the unity of interests of the state and the people. G. M. Malenkov, Report to the 19-Party Congress on the Work of the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U., Russian edition, p. 45. All this testifies to the fact that the economic law of a steady rise in the productivity of labor operates in socialist society. This law determines both the need for increasing the amount produced per worker and also the increase in the productivity of the whole of social labor. It is essential for every worker in socialist industry constantly to increase in his own sector the productivity of labor by improving his use of working time and applying the most productive methods of work. There is required, besides this, an increase in the productivity of the whole of socialist labor. Productivity of labor from the social point of view increases as a result of an economy of labor on a scale covering the whole of society, that is to say, as a result of the best possible use of machinery and equipment, raw materials, fuel, and other materials, an improvement in the location and utilization of the resources of live labor, a more rational location of industry throughout the regions of the country, an improvement in the quality of output, etc. Thus, by bringing production of an article closer to sources of raw materials and areas of consumption, the expenditure on the labor of transporting the article is reduced and, consequently, an economy of the labor for society is effected. Similarly, higher quality of production, shown, for example, by an increase in the period of service of a particular article, means an economy of labor for society as a whole. Of great importance for a rise in the productivity of social labor is an increase in the proportion of workers engaged in material production compared to a reduction in the administrative and managing apparatus, and also an increase in the proportion of workers engaged in the basic production processes compared with the personnel engaged on subsidiary and auxiliary work. The sources and reserves of a rise in the productivity of labor. In administering the national economy, the Communist Party and the Soviet state make use of the law of a steady rise in the productivity of labor. The national economic plans provide for a considerable annual increase in the productivity of labor, as a major condition for a total increase in output. The Communist Party and the Soviet state mobilize the working people to strive for a steady increase in the productivity of labor in all branches of the nation's economy, at every enterprise and in every production sector. The economy of the USSR has surpassed all the capitalist countries by the speed of its increase in labor productivity. The level of productivity of labor in the national economy of the USSR is several times higher than the level of pre-revolutionary Russia. During the years of the first five-year plan, the labor productivity in the industry of the USSR increased 41%, and in the second five-year plan 82%. The average annual increase in labor productivity during the first five-year plan was 9%, and in the second five-year plan 12.7%. In 1940 the productivity of labor in the industry of the USSR increased 4 times, and if account is taken of the reduction in the working hours per day 5.2 times compared with 1913. During the post-war period there has been a further increase in the productivity of labor. It increased in 1954 as against 1940 by 83% in industry and 61% in building. During the period between 1928 and 1954 the productivity of labor in industry increased more than 6 times, in building and railway transport approximately 4 times. Productivity of labor in collective and state farms was approximately 3 times as high as in pre-revolutionary agriculture. From the point of view, however, of the tasks of communist construction and economic competition with the advanced capitalist countries, and also of the opportunities available, the level of the productivity of labor reached is insufficient. As regards productivity of labor in industry, the USSR has overtaken the leading capitalist countries of Europe but lags behind the United States of America. In the practical working of industry, agriculture, transport, building, there are still serious shortcomings which have not been eliminated and which hinder the full utilization of the advantages of the socialist system for increasing the productivity of labor, and there are still enormous unutilized reserves. Although the plan for the first 4 years of the Fifth Five-Year Plan, 1951-4, of industrial output was overfulfilled, the plan for the productivity of labor was not completely fulfilled. Many industrial enterprises systematically fail to fulfill the plans for productivity of labor. In the post-war period the rise in the productivity of labor lagged behind the rise in real wages. During the 19,514 period the productivity of labor in industry rose 33% while real wages rose 37%. Side by side with the total increase in the productivity of labor there were certain industries which in this respect lagged far behind or even marked have. Thus, for instance, the productivity of labor for the whole of industry in 1954 increased 83% compared with 1940, but the productivity of labor in the coal and timber industries was only a little above the 1940 level. Utilization of all available reserves will enable new, important successes to be gained in further increasing the productivity of labor. In socialist society an increase in the productivity of labor is due primarily to the national economy being systematically provided with new and ever more perfect techniques, to an intensification of the technical equipment of labor. The perfecting of techniques and a steady rise in the productivity of labor are possible only on the basis of the law of the priority growth of the production of means of production, the development of heavy industry. During 4 years of the Fifth Five-Year Plan, the industry of the USSR received annually on the average new equipment to the value of 26,000 million rubles. By the beginning of 1955 the total number of metal cutting lathes in the national economy of the USSR had increased 2.4 times compared with 1940. The electrical equipment of labor in large-scale industry had increased 30% in 1954 compared with 1950, and was twice as great as in 1940. However, in the practical carrying out of economic development the existing possibilities of technical progress and of raising the productivity of labor are not being sufficiently utilized. The rate at which improvements in machinery, mechanisms, and technological processes are being made lags behind the rate of development of production and the requirements of the national economy. Many types of machinery and equipment made in Soviet enterprises are inferior in quality and technical standard to the best types produced abroad. Insufficient application is made of complex mechanization and automation of production. There are disparities in the level of mechanization of interlinked production processes. Where there is a high level of mechanization of the main industrial processes, as a general rule the auxiliary processes are still very little mechanized. But the higher the level of mechanization of the main sectors and links and the higher their productivity labor, the more labor power is required for the non-mechanized sectors and operations, example the loading of coal. Hence large amount of manual labor in industry and other branches of the national economy. Thus, the proportion of workers operating by hand is as follows: in the lumbering industry 68% or in coal mining 44%, in the iron and steel industry 35%, in building 68%. The labor of these workers is of low productivity. As of this, what is gained from mechanization and the rise in the productivity of labor in the main production processes is to a considerable extent lost owing to the use of manual labor on auxiliary work. To ensure a further considerable rise in the productivity of labor, there must be a sharp increase in the rate at which industry is technically equipped, by means of constant improvements in machinery, equipment, and technological processes, and the wide development of complex mechanization and automation of production processes. Constant improvement in the organization of production is of tremendous importance for raising the productivity of labor. Improved organization of production within the enterprise involves combating last-minute spurts, introducing even working according to schedule, the use of the uninterrupted even flow method and the carrying through of other measures. Improvement in the organization of industry within the framework of a given branch and on a country-wide scale requires wide use of specialization and cooperation in production and, in connection with it, the unification and standardization of parts and assemblages and improvements in the geographical location of industry, that is to say, primarily the utilization of the advantages of planned, social division of labor. By using the advantages of social division of labor on both a